Chapter 1. The Champion's Grief, the Grim Hand of Death. The spotlight blazed with an unbearable brightness, reminiscent of an operating room's overhead light, casting an undeniable judgment upon the black mat at the center of the octagonal cage. Sweat cascaded down, instantly absorbed by the high-elasticity fibers, leaving behind a darkened spot quickly covered by more boiling droplets. The air was thick and oppressive, infused with the scents of rubber, disinfectant, and the fervent odor of countless spectators, weighing heavily on the lungs. Each breath felt like swallowing scalding gravel. The deafening roar of the crowd surged like a tangible tsunami, crashing against the cage walls in relentless waves. Countless faces twisted in the shadows of the audience, shouting and waving, merging into a cacophonous sea of noise. Yet, to Lin Taizhan, all of this receded into a distant, blurry background. In his world, there remained only the man before him, Zhang Meng, clad in blue fighting shorts, his chest heaving violently, eyes betraying a mix of defiance and a hint of fear. The referee momentarily separated the two, raising an arm powerfully to signal the continuation of the bout. Lin Taizhan moved. With a swift twist of his left foot, power surged from his heel to his hips, generating force that catapulted his right leg like a whistling steel whip, slicing through the air. With a terrifying whoosh, a low sweep, targeting Zhang Meng's left leg, a muscle-bound support that had already begun to falter from previous blows. Bang! A dull, bone-jarring impact echoed. Zhang Meng's massive frame visibly staggered, his left leg seemingly struck by an invisible hammer, lifting off the ground, his balance thrown into disarray. Pain twisted his fierce visage, and a muffled groan escaped his clenched teeth. An opportunity. Lin Taizhan's instincts had been honed into a precise killing machine. In that instant of his opponent's imbalance, he was like a taut bowstring ready to unleash its fury. Without a hint of superfluous motion, he twisted his waist, shrugged his shoulders, and pushed off the ground, all his strength converging into a single point, channeled into his right fist, encased in a black fingerless glove, a rear straight punch. A textbook-perfect strike. The force cleaved through the thick air with resolute determination, aimed squarely at Zhang Meng's jaw, which hung open in pain and disarray. The glimmer of ferocity in Zhang Meng's eyes was instantly replaced by shocked. In a moment of desperation, he could only instinctively raise his recently grounded left arm to block, while desperately tilting his head back to absorb the blow. Too late. Crack! The sharp sound of glove meeting muscle and bone pierced through the din, momentarily overshadowing the crowd's clamor. Zhang Meng's blocking arm was violently smashed aside by the full force of Lin Taizhan's explosive punch, the trajectory slightly deflected, but still ferociously grazing his cheekbone. Excruciating pain and overwhelming force caused Zhang Meng to lose all semblance of balance, his colossal body crashing to the black mat like a felled tree, producing a heavy thud. Sweat splattered. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar, a mix of awe and ecstasy, threatening to lift the roof off the arena. Lin Taizhan refrained from pursuing. He swiftly stepped back, establishing a safe distance, his chest heaving as streams of sweat cascaded down his sharply defined jawline. Yet, his gaze remained as sharp as a hawk's, firmly fixed on his fallen opponent, maintaining a vigilant posture, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. His breath was heavy but remarkably steady, each inhalation deep and powerful, revealing an untapped reservoir of physical prowess. The referee immediately knelt beside Zhang Meng, one hand raised, beginning the rapid countdown. 1. Zhang Meng lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling violently, his gaze unfocused, clearly disoriented and in agony from the blow that had grazed his cheekbone. 2. He struggled, attempting to prop himself up with his elbow, but his movements were sluggish and heavy, pain radiating from the impact site in his left arm, causing him to grimace. 3. Finally, Zhang Meng managed to lift himself partially with his right arm, coughing violently, shaking his buzzing head in an effort to dispel the darkness before him. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Lin Taizhan was not just one of pain and defeat. Deeper within, a flicker of desperate madness ignited, born of being pushed to the brink. 4. With a determined grit of his teeth, he forcefully pushed against the mat with his left hand, leveraging the effort to spring upwards. Though his steps were still unsteady, he ultimately regained his footing, raising his hands defensively beside his head, adopting a defensive stance that nevertheless exuded an air of exhaustion. The referee confirmed Zhang Meng's ability to continue the match, signaling for the fight to resume. Yet, in that fleeting moment as the referee's arm fell, Lin Taizhan keenly perceived the surge of madness in Zhang Meng's eyes. It was not the courage of a cornered beast, but rather a reckless signal of desperation, willing to risk everything. Indeed, Zhang Meng did not opt for cautious defense or probing attacks. Like an enraged bull, he disregarded the excruciating pain in his left leg and is still recovering balance. Emitting a primal roar as he lunged forward, arms outstretched, he sought to envelop Lin Tieshan's waist, attempting to drag him down into a grappling struggle. This was a tactic born of despair, an attempt to exhaust his opponent with sheer weight and strength, grasping at a fleeting chance for a potential reversal. Lin Tieshan's eyes narrowed in cold calculation. A grapple? That would be his demise. He sank his center of gravity, his feet rooted firmly on the mat. As Zhang Meng's arms drew near, Lin Tieshan's right arm shot out like a striking serpent. Not to block, but to deftly slip inside Zhang Meng's encroaching embrace, his forearm pressing firmly against the bicep of Zhang Meng's right arm, while his left hand forcefully pressed down on the back of Zhang Meng's neck, a standard grappling technique. Control the arms and constrict the neck. Lin Tieshan's strength and timing were exquisitely precise. The momentum of Zhang Meng's advance was abruptly halted by this calculated maneuver. He felt as if he had collided with a wall of reinforced concrete, his arms locked in a vice-like grip, the immense pressure on the back of his neck forcing him to bend forward in agony, contorting his body into an extremely uncomfortable position, leaving him wide open, their bodies pressed tightly together, sweat mingling instantly. Zhang Meng's heavy, bloody breaths brushed against Lin Tieshan's neck. In that moment of close-quarters grappling, Lin Taizhan felt an exceedingly brief, faint, yet bone-chilling sensation near the base of his neck. The feeling was fleeting, as swift as an illusion. Like a slender ice needle, it pricked the surface of his skin. Immediately after, an indescribable chill, like a tiny venomous serpent, burrowed deep within. There was no excruciating pain, only a rapidly spreading, bone-deep coldness and numbness. Lin Tieshan's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Poison. The thought detonated in his mind like thunder. All the suspicions coalesced around the unreasonable protrusion of Zhang Meng's protective gear at the beginning of the match. Each time they grappled, Zhang Meng's right elbow guard had deliberately or inadvertently brushed against Lin Tieshan's neck, and in those eyes, now so close, there was no sign of madness or suffering, only a cold, cruel anticipation. A trap. A thoroughly devised trap? Ugh! A guttural scream erupted from Lin Tieshan's throat, a mixture of rage, agony, and disbelief. It was not a cry of pain from being struck, but the soul's lament of a prey realizing it had fallen into a deadly snare. All the power he had amassed in the arm control position ignited in that moment, erupting like a dormant volcano. Get away! With a thunderous roar, Lin Taizhan unleashed a terrifying surge of power through his right arm, which was positioned beneath Zhang Meng's arm. Simultaneously, his left hand, pressing against Zhang's neck, coordinated with the twisting force of his entire body, propelling forward with tremendous force. Zhang Meng felt as if he was no longer grappling with flesh and blood, but rather with a colossal hydraulic press suddenly set into motion. The overwhelming strength surged through his arm and brutally transmitted throughout his body. He emitted a low groan, his feet unable to find any purchase on the slick mat, and he was tossed into the air like a heavy, discarded sack, driven by this sheer, unbridled force. Bang! Zhang Meng's back collided violently with the black elastic ropes of the octagonal cage, the impact sending a jarring resonance throughout the entire structure, leaving a haunting vibration in its wake. The ropes indented deeply before violently rebounding him back to the center of the mat, where he tumbled clumsily twice before finally coming to a halt, curled up and violently coughing, as if his very lungs would be expelled. This time, the coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by raw pain and terror. However, after unleashing this earth-shattering display, Lin Tieshan's body suddenly stiffened. The icy numbness that had invaded his neck surged forth after a brief suppression of his fury, like a flood breaking through a dam, sweeping over him with even more terrifying speed and intensity. His vision began to violently sway and warp, The blinding white light of the spotlight transformed into countless swirling spots, and the roaring crowd seemed to be muted, only to be abruptly amplified into a cacophony of sharp, meaningless noise, relentlessly assaulting his eardrums and mind. The world spun wildly. He staggered, attempting to regain his balance, but his legs felt as if they were filled with heavy, cold mercury, completely unresponsive. The chill had seeped into his veins, racing through his blood toward his heart and brain. Each heartbeat became unusually heavy and slow, as if obstructed by icy clumps, each pulse accompanied by suffocating pain and a bone-deep coldness. Ha! Lin Taizhan struggled to draw a breath, but his throat felt as if it were gripped by a cold iron vice, only allowing him to emit a hoarse, labored gasp. The spots before his eyes spun madly, shattered, and merged, ultimately transforming into a thick darkness that rapidly devoured everything. Thud. The world seemed to be stripped of sound entirely. He clearly heard the dull thud of his knees hitting the mat, resonating like the tolling of a death knell. His body lost all control, akin to a tower having its foundation removed, crashing forward, his cheek brutally smashed against the cold, sweat-soaked black mat, the sensation sticky and foreign. The salty, acrid scent of rubber and sweat assaulted his nostrils. Darkness, boundless darkness, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, surged from all directions, intent on completely consuming him. I refuse to concede. A silent roar erupted from the depths of his soul, like the final, soul-rending roar of a dying beast. This roar was not directed toward a specific adversary, but rather a primal, furious protest against this absurd fate, against the arena shrouded in the guise of fair competition, yet rife with sordid dealings, against the unseen puppeteer casting a cold glance from the shadows. This indomitable will, emanating from the core of his being, ignited like a supernova exploding in the dark cosmos, kindling a faint yet intensely bright light in the depths of his fading consciousness. This radiance embodied all his strength, all his fury, all his pure love for combat, transforming into a final, invisible shockwave, striving to tear apart the suffocating chains of darkness. Yet, reality was as cold as iron. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp, urgent bell rang out, like the Grim Reaper's summons, piercingly resonating throughout the entire arena, shattering the last flicker of defiance in Lin Taizhan's consciousness. The referee rushed to his side, squatting down, patting his shoulder, mouth moving in frantic inquiry, but Lin Taizhan could no longer hear. His vision was entirely enveloped in a viscous darkness, the last remnants of awareness flickering like a candle in the wind, desperately catching sight of a shadowy corner of the audience. There, a man dressed in an exquisite suit, his features blurred, seemed to be murmuring something into his phone. When the man sensed something and slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes pierced through the bustling crowd, landing on the fallen figure in the center of the octagonal cage. A slow, cold smile crept upon his lips. That it was a smile devoid of warmth, cold, cruel, radiating an air of superiority and indifference. So, the price of victory is life. This thought pierced Lin Taizhan's final vestiges of consciousness like a chilling steel needle. Then, the unfathomable darkness engulfed everything. His awareness sank into an abyss of icy void. Only that excruciating chill, like a parasite, accompanied him as he descended into eternal nothingness. In the audience, after a brief silence, a greater uproar erupted, filled with gasps and bewildered discussions. The spotlight continued to cast its stark white light upon the octagonal cage, illuminating the motionless, strong body sprawled upon the mat, as well as Zhang Meng, who curled at the cage's edge, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. One noticed the faint pinprick on the side of Lin Taizhan's neck, where the skin began to subtly shimmer with an eerie, cold blue hue, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That blue, like the phosphorescence of hell, flickered and vanished beneath the skin, leaving behind a chilling silence. The champion's golden belt reflected a cold, blinding light under the spotlight, as if silently mocking the mightiest warrior who had fallen at its feet. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Mountain Demon. Blood-drinking copper skin frigid, excruciatingly cold. It felt as though 1,000 venomous steel needles were ruthlessly piercing through every pore, stirring within the very marrow of his bones. Lin Taizhan convulsed sharply, a shattered gasp escaping his throat, akin to the tearing of a windbag. Yet he could not draw in even a whisper of warmth. This sensation was more unadulterated, more savage, and more primal than the rapid numbness and chill induced by Zhang Meng's poison needle. His eyelids felt as heavy as though they were affixed with leaden weights. Each attempt to lift them was met with a searing pain that radiated from the depths of his skull. Struggling with great effort, his eyelashes trembled, and at last, the viscous darkness was breached by a narrow sliver of light. There were no blinding spotlights, no cacophony of a frenzied audience, nor the slick, icy touch of the octagonal cage's black mat. What greeted his eyes was an endless expanse of heart-stopping gloom. Twisted, gnarled branches loomed like the desiccated bones of a dying behemoth, casting grotesque silhouettes against the inky firmament. Enormous, nameless ferns blanketed the ground, their serrated edges glistening with a damp, inky luminescence under the feeble light. The pungent odor of decaying leaves and rotting wood mingled with a sweet, metallic scent that emanated from the depths of the earth and unknown creatures, pressing heavily upon his chest, each breath laden with a suffocating viscosity. The air was icy and damp, as if it could be wrung out, seeping greedily into his tattered and thin garments, voraciously extracting the meager warmth he possessed. Where was this? Hell. Lin Tieshan's muddled consciousness struggled to turn this thought. Fragments of memory shattered like a broken mirror, flashing with blinding yet ungraspable brilliance. Zhang Meng's contorted visage under the spotlight, the serpent-like cold sting at his neck, the cruel and indifferent sneer from the audience's corner. Alongside the eternal darkness and the sensation of falling. He fought to move, but his body felt like a stubborn stone frozen within the polar ice, impossibly heavy. Every inch of muscle, every bone emitted a groan of unbearable burden, conveying an insidious weakness that penetrated to his core. This was not the exhaustion following a contest. It was as if the very essence of his life had been violently siphoned away, leaving behind a hollow void of deprivation. A meaningless syllable rolled in his throat. Dry as sandpaper. With great effort, he lifted his heavy head slightly, his vision swirling in a dizzy haze. Torn, coarse burlap hung limply on his body, caked with mud and some dark brown, already dried stains. The exposed skin of his arms, calves, and chest was marked with fine scratches and purplish bruises, stinging slightly in the cold air. A gust of chilling wind swept past, penetrating the rips in the fabric, raising a layer of goosebumps upon his skin, bringing an even deeper chill. He lowered his gaze, fixating on his outstretched palm. His hand was broad, with thick knuckles, the palm and fingertips covered in a thick layer of calluses, testaments to years of relentless training against the sandbags, forging his fists into weapons. Yet, this pair of hands seemed to possess an air of difference. The skin manifested an unhealthy pallor, reminiscent of excessive blood loss, with several fresh abrasions at the knuckles, their edges subtly seeping crimson. Yet, from the depths of this frail body, an indescribable sense of solidity emanated. It was as if beneath this layer of skin lay not soft muscle and fragile bone, but something of astonishing density, forged through relentless trials. At that moment, a sharp, excruciating pain erupted, akin to a red-hot iron rod piercing his temple without warning. Lin Tieshan stifled a groan as a scarlet mist enveloped his vision. Countless bizarre and shattered fragments of images, accompanied by shrill cacophonies, crashed into his already fragile consciousness like a runaway construction vehicle. A slender, dark-skinned youth sprinted before a rudimentary mud brick dwelling, laughter ringing bright but fleeting. The visage of a weathered, wrinkled old woman trembled as she offered a dark, coarse-grain flatbread, the image blurred. The cacophonous sound of hooves thundered across the earth. Sinister laughter, a gleaming curved blade reflecting the light of blood. An intense wave of fear clutched at his heart. Run, Tieshan. Hurry and flee. A hoarse, desperate male voice exploded in his mind, tinged with a peculiar, heavy accent. The language was unfamiliar and eerie, yet he comprehended each syllable instantaneously. The chilling shriek of a cold blade sliced through the air. A phantom pain shot through his neck. A violent impact. The world spun, the dull thud of his skull striking the hard, frigid stone. Agonizing pain. The final tableau, a face marred with mud and dark red stains, contorted in sheer terror. His own? No, it was another youthful visage, teetering on the brink of death. In those wide eyes reflected the grimacing bandit wielding a knife, alongside an abyss of profound darkness that devoured all. Ugh! Lin Tieshan curled up in agony, his hands gripping his head as if it were about to explode, his nails digging deep into his scalp. Those fragmented images, sounds, and emotions swirled within his chaotic mind like boiling molten steel, merging and searing themselves into his consciousness. Memories that were not his own, imbued with the despair, fear, and final coldness of another boy named Taizhan, were forcefully thrust into his awareness. The words bandits slaughtering villages pierced his core like a red-hot branding iron. Simultaneously, a strange linguistic system, imbued with primitive rhythms, took root in his consciousness as if instinctively. He understood the frantic shouts to run, the bandits' sinister laughter, the howling wind in the forest. All of it resonated within him. The excruciating pain gradually receded like a receding tide, leaving behind a profound weariness and an unsettling sensation of a soul torn asunder and brutally stitched back together. Lin Taizhan lay limp in the cold pile of decaying leaves, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his tattered garments, clinging to his icy skin, sending shivers through him. He understood now. He was no longer the Lin Taizhan, the Sanda champion, just a step away from the golden belt, basking in the spotlight. He became a boy, also named Taizhan, on the verge of death, who was chased down in this village ravaged by bandits. The absurdity of it all. Was it a time travel or a resurrection? Such thoughts felt utterly ludicrous. A profound, chilling sense of absurdity and indescribable fury seized him in an instant. He wished to laugh, to roar at the distorted, dark green sky above. Yet his throat could only emit a hoarse rasp. The icy mockery from the audience seemed to transcend time and space, reappearing in the dim forest, taunting his struggles. At that moment, a faint rustling sound, as delicate as the crushing of dry branches and leaves, emanated from a dense thicket of towering ferns to his left, resembling a wall of deep green. The sound was soft, imbued with an intentional, cautious rhythm. Lin Tieshan's muscles tensed instantaneously. Despite his extreme weakness and confusion, the sharp instincts honed over years of brutal combat activated like the most precise radar. That sound was no mere wind stirring the grass. It was a predator. He abruptly held his breath, his body rigidly curled up, only his eyes slowly and painstakingly turned towards the source of the noise. His heart pounded heavily within his chest, each beat pulling at the pain coursing through him, the sound resonating as if it might shatter his eardrums. Between the broad leaves of the ferns, two glimmers of ghostly green light suddenly flared to life. Like ignited specters in the darkness, cold and ravenous, they fixated hungrily on his crumpled form on the ground. Soon after, a second pair, then a third, totaling 5 pairs of ghostly green eyes silently illuminated the dim light, forming a half-encircling fan shape, stealthily emerging from the dense ferns. Were they wolves? No, they were far smaller, resembling jackals. 5 emaciated jackals, their filthy, matted fur clinging to their gaunt frames. In the dim light, their lean bodies appeared sleek, their protruding jaws bared sharp, white fangs, with viscous drool dripping from the corners of their mouths, leaving dark stains on the decaying leaves. Hunger ignited a frenzied, reckless greed in their eyes. The fresh scent of blood emanating from Lin Tieshan's wounds and the lingering essence of the dying boy were irresistible temptations in this frigid woodland. The lead jackal, slightly larger in size, sniffed the air eagerly, its nostrils flaring in response to the scent of blood and weakness. It emitted a deep, guttural growl, reminiscent of a rusty bell tolling. This was the signal to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, 5 shadowy figures shot forth from the ferns like arrows released from a bow. They moved with remarkable coordination, 3 lunging directly at Lin Tieshan's front and sides, their sharp fangs aimed at his exposed neck and arms, while the other 2 cunningly circled behind him, seeking to block any possible escape routes. The speed was overwhelming. It far exceeded the limits of Lin Tieshan's weakened body. A foul stench, mingling with the odor of rotting flesh and beastly saliva, assailed him, nearly suffocating him. The lead wolf, with its gaping maw resembling a bloodied abyss, revealed sharp fangs glimmering with a deathly glint in the dim light, instantly seizing his entire field of vision. The target was none other than his vulnerable throat. It was over. Just as he had come back to life, he was to be sacrificed to this beast. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, engulfing him in an instant. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, the primal instinct for combat, etched deep within the soul of the fighting champion, ignited. This instinct, honed through countless dire moments in the octagonal cage, emerged with explosive ferocity, akin to a detonated charge. There was no time for thought. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up. Just as the fetid fangs were about to pierce the skin of his neck, a suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his chest. Lin Taizhan, curled on the ground, suddenly rolled to the side. The movement was clumsy and sluggish. Far from the agility of his prime, yet the force of his survival instinct propelled him to narrowly evade the fatal strike to his throat. The lead wolf's sharp fangs missed their target, instead viciously tearing into the outer side of his instinctively raised left forearm. The excruciating pain he anticipated, of skin being flayed and bones shattered, never arrived. Instead, he was met with an extraordinarily peculiar, teeth-gritting sensation. It was akin to coarse sandpaper rasping against resilient old leather, or like a dull blade scraping a piece of waterlogged hardwood. The wolf's powerful fangs, capable of crushing the bones of small prey, gnawed fiercely at Lin Taizhan's forearm. No blood sprayed forth. The wolf's emerald eyes, filled with greed and ferocity, abruptly constricted the moment its teeth made contact with the skin. It realized that it was not sinking its fangs into warm, supple flesh, but rather into an astonishingly resilient layer of tough skin, akin to stone, or perhaps something worse. A strong recoil and slick sensation coursed through the tips of its fangs. Its jaws, clamped with all their might, could not penetrate that seemingly pale and fragile skin. The teeth merely left a few deep white marks on the incredibly thick skin, along with a minuscule bead of blood that oozed from the superficial abrasion. Lin Taizhan was taken aback. There was pain, akin to being struck hard by a rough wooden stick, a sharp sting, but nothing more. This sensation was even less severe than the heavy punches he endured during training. He felt the immense biting force exerted by the wolf's fangs, sensed the coldness of the teeth scraping against his skin, felt the tension as the muscle fibers beneath the skin were compressed and stretched. Yet that layer of skin had truly held firm. This was the sensation of solidity. In this moment of electric shock and astonishment, the attacks of two other wolves arrived. One lunged fiercely at his exposed right calf, while the other opened its rancid maw, aiming directly for his flank. Block. Defend. The body's instincts took over once more. His right leg abruptly bent, retracting as the calf muscles tightened like iron. Simultaneously, he forcefully flung the point where his left arm was gripped outward in an attempt to break free, while his right hand instinctively clenched into a fist and struck fiercely at the foul, gaping maw lunging towards his waist. Bang! A dull thud reverberated. The wild dog that had sunk its teeth into his calf once again encountered that inexplicably thick defense. It failed to breach it completely, leaving only a few bloodstains and bruises. The tremendous recoil caused the beast to whimper, its head lurching to one side. Meanwhile, Lin Taizhan's hurriedly swung right fist landed solidly against the side of the wild dog's face that was attacking his waist. A piercing, anguished howl erupted. The wild dog was sent tumbling through the air, crashing heavily into a pile of decaying leaves several meters away, its face visibly swelling. Blood gushing from its mouth and nose, struggling to rise. The other two wild dogs that had circled around were momentarily stunned by this sudden counterattack and their companions' wail, their assault faltering for a brief moment. Lin Taizhan seized this fleeting opportunity. An indescribable force, mingled with the euphoric relief of survival, shock at his own bizarre transformation, and the primal ferocity ignited by the beast's assault, erupted from the depths of his weak, yet unexpectedly robust body. Roll away. A hoarse, yet wrathful roar erupted from his throat. It was no longer a desperate cry, but rather the furious roar of a wounded beast fully provoked. He sprang up from the ground with a jolt. Though his steps were unsteady and faltering, the sudden surge of ferocious momentum caused the remaining four wild dogs, including the leader that still clung to his arm, to retreat a step, their emerald eyes revealing a flicker of uncertainty for the first time, especially the leader gripping his left arm, which distinctly sensed that the prey, previously radiating a tempting aura of weakness, was awakening something dormant within. The muscle in the arm it had locked onto was rapidly hardening, burning with an intense heat. An overwhelming force surged and roared beneath the muscle fibers. Lin Taizhan's eyes blazed crimson, fixated on the beast that clung to his arm. The excruciating pain and the slimy, repulsive sensation ignited the fury he had suppressed. No longer attempting to shake it off, he channeled all his strength. along with the unyielding spirit from the depths of his soul and the newfound confidence from his peculiar resilience, into his left arm. Tense. Contract. Then, like a spring compressed to its limits, he explosively unleashed pure, unrestrained force outward, upward. Open up. Crack. A chilling, faint sound of bone fracturing mingled with the wild dog's pitchy, distorted howl. The wild dog's powerful jaws, capable of incredible force, were forcibly pried open by Lin Tieshan's sheer explosive strength. One of its sharp fangs even shattered due to this terrifying power. Foul saliva and broken tooth fragments splattered across Lin Tieshan's face. The leader of the jackals howled in agony as it released its grip, the immense force causing it to tumble backward, its eyes directed at Lin Tieshan, filled with an unprecedented terror. No longer hesitating, it emitted a sharp, brief wail, tucking its tail and fleeing into the depths of the dense forest without a backward glance. The other jackals, witnessing this, dared not linger and whimpered as they followed suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the thick ferns and twisted shadows of the trees. In the dim clearing of the forest, the only sounds left were the heavy gasps of Lin Tieshan, reminiscent of a bull, and the lingering stench and dark crimson traces left by the jackals. He stood still, his chest heaving violently, his tattered clothing soaked in sweat, mud, and the saliva of the jackals, clinging to his form and outlining the contours of his youthful physique, which, though somewhat slender, possessed an extraordinary resilience. The outer side of his left forearm bore distinct, deep-set bite marks, their edges tinged with a purplish hue, oozing faint traces of blood and throbbing with a fiery pain, yet miraculously, the flesh remained intact. He slowly lifted his trembling right hand to wipe the foul saliva from his face, his gaze settling upon the clenched fist that had just struck down one of the jackals. The knuckles too bore fresh abrasions and bruises. Pain was palpable, weakness undeniable. Yet, this body, this layer of skin. Lin Tieshan lowered his head, fixating on the grotesque bite marks on his arm. A cold yet fervent flame began to smolder deep within his eyes, which had recently been filled with confusion and despair. The instincts of a combat champion, the remnants of a youth ravaged by bandits, and this impervious layer of skin. He gradually tightened his fist, the joints emitting a faint cracking sound, as he sensed the peculiar thickness beneath his skin, conveying a subtle yet profoundly real sense of strength. A low, raspy chuckle escaped him, reverberating through the silent, primal forest, imbued with a madness born of survival and a hint of cold, beastly ferocity in the face of this absurd fate. Thus, the tale continues. Chapter 3. The blade tests the bone. The iron garb stained with blood. The shadowy primeval forest resembled a vast, silent maw, slowly digesting the brief, yet bloody encounter that had just transpired. The pungent scent left by the jackals had not entirely dissipated, mingling with the damp aroma of decaying leaves and moist earth, irritating his nostrils. Leaning against the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, Lin Tieshan gasped for breath. With each inhalation, the cold air felt as though it carried tiny shards of ice, scraping against his dry, sore throat. The deep-set bite marks on the outer side of his left forearm appeared particularly grotesque against his pale skin, the edges of the bruises resembling spilled ink, while the center of the bite, now dried, had formed a dark red scab. The searing pain felt akin to countless needles pricking beneath his flesh. Yet what truly rattled his spirit was the extraordinary resilience displayed by his skin. He extended his right hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they gently brushed over the deep wounds. The texture was rough, radiating a swollen heat, but astonishingly, the skin remained unbroken. The tips of his fingers could distinctly perceive the hardened lumps formed by the violent compression of the underlying muscle fibers, along with a dull ache emanating from the bones. Yet the skin, the final bastion, resembled a layer of premium aged leather, saturated with oil and resilient against fangs capable of crushing bone. "Is this the legendary iron shirt?" he murmured, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against wood. In a previous life, he had endured the grueling trials of winter and summer, withstanding unimaginable pain through medicinal alcohol, wooden rods, and abrasive stones. The countless times he had bled and healed, only to bleed anew, had forged his skin and bones into a resilient armor over the span of many years. Astonishingly, it seemed that this hardened essence had accompanied his soul into this new existence. Moreover, under the influence of some arcane rule in this realm, an ineffable enhancement had occurred. He attempted to tighten the muscles in his left arm. The sinewy fibers surged forth, as unyielding as granite. The bruises and scars beneath the skin were tugged painfully. Yet the profound, substantial sensation emanating from the depths of his muscles and bones awakened within him an unprecedented, almost savage sense of strength. Although his body remained frail, severely drained of energy, and his limbs felt as if they were recovering from a grave illness, the latent power nestled beneath the surface ignited a scorching flame of hope that burned fiercely against the chilling absurdity born from his transition and near demise. Survive. He must survive. This thought had never been so clear and forceful. Struggling, he leaned against an ancient tree for support, attempting to rise. His legs felt as though they were infused with lead. Each exertion sent waves of soreness throughout his body. He glanced down at his tattered, mud-stained burlap attire, marred with dark brown blood that belonged to the original owner, and at the skin exposed to the frigid air, covered in fine cuts and bruises. This seemingly fragile exterior now served as his sole reliance in this perilous and unfamiliar world. Just as he managed to steady himself, his vigilant gaze swept across the desolate, dark green jungle surrounding him when a sudden, piercing whinny shattered the profound silence of the forest like a razor. Soon after, the heavy, chaotic sound of hooves trampling through mud and broken branches echoed closer, rolling towards him like distant thunder. Interspersed were boisterous shouts, unrestrained laughter, and the chilling, jarring clinks of metal weapons colliding, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Tieshan's pupils constricted sharply. His heart felt as though it was gripped by a frigid hand. Bandits. This term, freshly extracted from fragmented memories steeped in blood and terror, seared into his nerves like a branding iron. The phantom of a cold blade slicing through the air just before the original owner's death, coupled with the faint, lingering pain from an unhealed fatal scar on his neck, surged within him like a tidal wave. He abruptly turned, pressing his back against the rough bark of the ancient tree, attempting to meld into its twisted shadows. His gaze was akin to that of a startled beast, fixated intently on the direction from which the sound emanated, at the end of a muddy path barely wide enough for a person to traverse, trampled by wild animals. Ha ha ha, boss, look at this forest. No birds dare to defecate here. After running for so long, not a single plump rabbit in sight. What bad luck. A voice, rough as a broken gong, echoed with a heavy accent reminiscent of the village marauders from his memories. What a waste of time. There's a scent of blood up ahead. The fresh aroma of human blood. Heh, perhaps some unfortunate soul has been devoured by wolves. Just the opportunity we need. Another voice, even more gruff, rasped like gravel scraping together, laced with a cruel excitement. The sound of hooves grew ever closer, mud splattering in their wake. 7 or 8 fierce figures, mounted on stocky mountain horses, burst forth from the dense vines and low shrubs at the path's end, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. Invading the clearing where Lin Taishan lay concealed, these brigands were clad in a motley assortment of ragged leather armor or tattered cloth, stained with dried mud and dubious dark red splotches. Most bore rough features, unkempt beards, and eyes that glinted with greed, savagery, and the numbing effect of long-term bloodshed. They carried curved knives at their waists, while crude short axes or heavy wolf-tooth clubs hung from their saddles. Leading them was a particularly burly bald man, his face a canvas of brutality, with a jagged scar bisecting his left brow down to the right corner of his mouth, resembling an unsightly centipede sprawling across his visage. His gaze was savage, akin to a beast poised to devour its prey. In his hand, he wielded a thick-backed broadsword, its blade glinting with a chilling sheen in the dim forest light. The palpable stench of blood and the aura of barbarism radiating from this band of marauders caused the already frigid temperature of the forest to plummet dramatically. Lin Tieshan's body tensed to its utmost limit, his heart pounding violently within his chest, nearly bursting forth. An overwhelming dread coiled around him like a venomous serpent, gripping his limbs and bones in a paralyzing embrace. This terror was not solely his own. Rather, it stemmed from the primal fear ingrained in this body, a remnant of the original owner's bone-deep horror at having been struck down by a curved blade. The chilling sensation of cold steel against flesh and the boundless despair that followed swept over his consciousness once more. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, too heavy to lift. The scarred bald man reined in his restless mount, his fierce gaze sweeping like a spotlight, locking onto Lin Taishan, who was backed against an ancient tree, attempting to shrink into the shadows. The sight of Lin Tieshan's tattered, blood-stained garments, his pale, terrified face, and his rigid, trembling posture resembled that of a frightened rabbit to the scarred man. He was nothing more than a walking purse of gold and a living target for venting his wrath. Haha, what did I say? Fortune has come knocking. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, decayed teeth, a smile more grotesque than any frown, his scar twisting and writhing in tandem, amplifying his menace. And what a tender little morsel we have here. This blood fresh. He must have just been chased by wolves, and yet he seems remarkably resilient. Before he could finish, a wiry little brigand with 2 wispy mustaches could no longer contain himself. With a shrill cry, he shouted, "Boss, let me have this little brat for a taste." He fiercely jabbed his heels into his horse's flanks, causing the steed to whinny as it charged toward Lin Tieshan. The diminutive bandit wore a mocking and cruel smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. With a swift motion of his right hand, a gleaming curved blade was unsheathed, tracing a chilling arc in the dim light, aimed directly at Lin Tieshan's exposed left shoulder, marred by the bite marks of wild dogs and fresh abrasions. This strike was both swift and savage, clearly intent on leaving no survivors. Merely seeking to sever the arm and relish the dying cries of its prey, the shadow of death loomed instantaneously. The cold blade's shrill whistle sliced through the air, merging with the memory of a previous strike aimed at the nape of his neck. In that moment, it felt as if all the blood in Lin Tieshan's body had frozen. The residual terror of the original owner engulfed him like a tsunami. He could almost smell the iron and rust of blood that lingered on the blade from its last victim. There was no escape. His body was too frail, his reactions too slow. His mind was blank, leaving only the most primal fear. It was over, just as despair began to take root. His body instinctively made one final struggle. He shut his eyes, relying on the deeply ingrained defensive reflexes honed through countless life and death battles in his past life. His left shoulder recoiled sharply, while his left arm instinctively rose, awkwardly and hastily, to shield against the trajectory of the descending blade. A block. Clang. The sound was excruciatingly jarring, entirely unlike metal cleaving flesh. It reverberated like a heavy hammer striking solid iron, echoing through the stillness of the forest clearing. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The anticipated scene of severed limbs and splattering blood did not unfold. The cruel mockery on the bandit's face abruptly turned to sheer astonishment and disbelief. He felt as though his strike had met with a solid iron block wrapped in tough cowhide. The immense recoil surged through the hilt, numbing his grip and leaving his entire right arm weak and sore. The blade had merely left a faint, distinct white mark on the outer side of Lin Tieshan's raised left forearm. A white mark, just a slight indentation where the skin had been compressed, not even breaking the surface. Only a trickle of blood, a mere whisper of crimson, seeped from the capillaries beneath the skin due to the intense pressure, dotting the edges of the mark with insignificant splashes of red. Lin Tieshan was also taken aback. The anticipated excruciating pain had not arrived. Instead, he felt a strong, throbbing ache in his left arm, akin to being struck by a heavy iron rod. His eyes flew open, fixated on the glaring white mark on his arm. That white mark, against the backdrop of his pale skin, served as a silent, absurd mockery. It laughed at the bandit's blade, even more so at the profound terror he had just experienced. Could it truly not break through? An indescribable surge of emotions, a mix of ecstasy, absurdity, and a pent-up fury, erupted like molten lava from an awakened volcano, crashing through the dam of fear that had held him captive. A sound erupted from Lin Tieshan's dry throat, a feral scream akin to a wounded beast's final defiance. In that voice, there was no hint of fear, only the primal ferocity and rage ignited by the looming specter of death. The bloodied spirit, forged through countless encounters with formidable foes in the arena of combat, erupted from the depths of despair, liberated at this very moment by an impenetrable exterior. The slender bandit remained ensnared in the overwhelming shock of a force that could cleave iron, his wrists still tingling with numbness. While the youth who had once trembled like a lamb awaiting slaughter had transformed into a furious beast. In those bloodshot eyes, a cold flame flickered, sending shivers through his very soul. Lin Tieshan surged forth. His movements bore the stiffness and sluggishness of a weakened body. Yet the resolute aura that erupted from him caused the very air to thicken. He disregarded the curved knife still poised against his left arm, for it held no threat. Instead, His body sprung forward like a compressed spring released. His right fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the exertion, consolidating all the remnants of his strength, bolstered by the formidable aura of his ironclad attire. With a fierce determination to meet fate head-on, he struck at the distorted visage of the startled bandit with unrelenting force. This was a straightforward punch, devoid of technique or embellishment. It was the purest, most primal expression of power unleashed. The slender bandit had no time to mount any defense or evade. His still stunned arm had yet to recover, his thoughts ensnared in the absurdity of the preceding blow. With a resounding thud, a sickening collision of flesh echoed. Lin Tieshan's fist met the bridge of the slender bandit's nose with unwavering force. A sharp crack resonated, reminiscent of bone fracturing, piercing enough to make one wince. The bandit's expression of shock was swiftly replaced by excruciating pain and bewilderment. He barely had the chance to emit a complete scream before he was struck, as if by a rampaging rhinoceros. The bridge of his nose and the surrounding cheekbones collapsed, creating a grotesque, bloodied indentation. Blood, mingled with mucus and tears, along with a few shattered teeth, erupted from his mouth like a gushing fountain. The sheer impact sent his frail body careening off the horse, akin to a discarded rag doll, tracing a brief parabolic arc before crashing into a pile of decaying leaves several meters away with a resounding thud. His body convulsed violently a few times before falling silent, with only the gushing blood swiftly staining the dry leaves and murky earth beneath him. Silence. An absolute silence. The bandits, who had just moments ago been laughing and jeering, now seemed collectively strangled, their voices extinguished. Only the anxious snorts of horses and the sound of hooves scraping the ground remained. The sneer on the scarred bald man's face froze in horror, the centipede-like scar on his visage contorting grotesquely due to sheer shock. His grip on the wicked knife tightened, knuckles turning pale from exertion. All eyes were fixated on the trembling figure in the center of the clearing, a ragged youth bearing a glaring white scar on his left arm. Slowly, their gaze shifted toward the mud where lay their comrade, his head caved in, eyes forever shut. One punch. Just one punch. A single encounter. The agile and lean monkey among them was unexpectedly crushed, his skull shattered by the fists of this seemingly fragile little creature. What manner of monster is this? Lin Taizhan stood his ground, his chest heaving like a dilapidated bellows, gasping for breath. That last punch, delivered with every ounce of his remaining strength, had nearly drained the little energy he had left, causing the world around him to dim. The pain in his left arm, where the blade had struck, intensified with a throbbing ache. Yet he held firm, his crimson eyes radiating a fierce and icy resolve, akin to a lone wolf driven to desperation. Sweeping over the group of stunned mountain bandits before him. Fear? No. What consumed him now was a far more chilling and violent emotion. It was the hatred born from the massacre of the original owner of this body, the rage of being hunted like prey, and the killing intent that surged forth from the peculiar resilience bestowed by the iron cloth shirt. He was peculiar. That skin was impervious to blades and bullets. One of the bandits, trembling, pointed at the white scars on Lin Tieshan's left arm and screamed, breaking the oppressive silence. Nonsense. I refuse to believe this. Let us all attack. Let us chop him down and avenge the monkey. Another bandit, his face a mask of brutality, was stirred to fury by his companion's shout. With a roar, he drew his short axe and charged ahead on horseback, followed closely by two others who, emboldened, brandished their curved blades in a wild frenzy. 3 riders surged forward. The pounding hooves shattered the muddy ground, sending decaying leaves flying. The glint of blades and axes, imbued with murderous intent, swiftly enveloped Lin Taizhan. The pressure intensified, but this time, there was no trace of confusion or fear in Lin Taizhan's eyes. Only the chilling calmness and fervor of tempered ice remained. He recognized his fatigue, the limitation of his speed, and knew that a direct confrontation would spell disaster. Retreat was not an option. To retreat was to die. He channeled every remnant of strength and will into this body, clad in the iron cloth shirt. His feet rooted firmly in the muck, he leaned slightly forward, arms raised in a perfectly executed defensive posture, protecting his head and neck. Though his movements were heavy with weakness, his stance radiated an unsettling resilience, steadfast as a mountain. Die, you wretched little bastard. The leading bandit, face contorted in rage, harnessed the momentum of his galloping steed, bringing the heavy axe down with a shrill whistle towards Lin Tieshan's crown. The force was tremendous, capable of splitting stone. Lin Taizhan's pupils constricted, his center of gravity sinking. He did not flinch or evade. The muscles in his left arm tensed, the solidity beneath his skin reaching an apex as he braced against the descending blade. Simultaneously, his right fist struck out like a serpent, imbued with a fierce ferocity, aiming for the exposed midsection of the charging foe. Injure for injury, life for life. Clang! Another jarring sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking iron. The short axe crashed into Lin Taizhan's braced left arm. Sparks flew. The tremendous force drove Lin Taizhan's feet deeper into the muck, submerging his ankles in the mire. A piercing agony surged through his left arm, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of numbness, as if his very bones were on the verge of shattering. Yet he endured. The axe's edge merely left a deeper, longer white scar upon his arm, with the edges fraying into tiny wounds, still failing to sever sinew or bone. Simultaneously, with a resounding thud, Lin Taizhan unleashed a right punch, infused with every ounce of his strength and a resolve to fight to the bitter end, striking the unguarded left flank of the axe-wielding bandit. The bandit's visage, once contorted with malice, was instantly replaced by sheer agony. He distinctly heard the brittle snap of his own ribs. An indescribable pain, akin to being struck by a battering ram, enveloped him entirely. Both man and steed were violently thrust sideways by the force of the blow, blood gushing from his mouth, the short axe slipping from his grasp and clattering to the mud below. He collapsed as though his bones had been extracted, falling limply from his mount. Lin Taizhan spared no glance at the fallen foe, using the recoil from his block to pivot sharply. His right leg, coiled like a steel whip poised to strike, swept with a whistling force toward the mount of the second bandit, who was advancing with a drawn blade aimed at his waist. With a low sweeping kick, crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone resonated once more. The stout mountain horse emitted a heart-wrenching cry as its foreleg snapped. The horse stumbled forward, throwing its rider off balance, who was hurled violently aside by the sudden inertia, his head colliding with a protruding tree root, producing a sickening thud, and then fell silent. The third bandit's curved blade had already descended, targeting Lin Taizhan's back. Weakened by exertion and unable to summon new strength, his body remained poised in a sweeping stance, leaving him no time to defend. He could only brace himself, gritting his teeth. He tensed his back muscles to their utmost limit. The vitality of his iron cloth surged fiercely toward his spine, creating a sensation beneath the skin as if it were alive. Slish! The curved blade struck his tattered garment with ferocity, tearing a long gash, the cold steel biting deeply into flesh. Clang! Another dull, resonant impact echoed. A searing pain radiated from his back, akin to being seared by a red-hot iron. The tremendous force propelled Lin Taizhan forward, causing him to stagger 2 steps, a metallic taste rising in his throat, nearly spilling blood. Yet, he ultimately steadied himself, whipping around. His crimson eyes locked onto the third bandit, momentarily stunned by the effectiveness of his attack on Lin Taizhan's ironclad back. The bandit gazed at the deep crimson bruise peeking through Lin Taizhan's tattered clothing, barely breaking the skin, then glanced at his own dulled blade. His expression morphed into one of sheer horror. A monster! He emitted a shrill cry of terror, his courage dissipating as he yanked the reins, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Taizhan let out a low growl from his throat, reminiscent of a wounded beast's roar. He endured the excruciating pain radiating from his back and left arm, as well as the overwhelming sense of weakness surging within him. And with a force akin to a released arrow, he lunged forward. Though his movements were somewhat contorted from fatigue, his speed exceeded his usual limits, driven by the primal instincts of survival and wrath. In the very moment the adversary's steed began to gallop, Lin Taizhan had already lunged to the side of the horse. His right hand, like an iron claw, seized the bandit's ankle with unyielding strength. A torrent of raw power surged forth. Get down! The bandit felt an irresistible force as he was yanked violently from his saddle, crashing heavily into the mire. Lin Taizhan offered no respite. He pounced, driving his knee like a battering ram into the bandit's soft abdomen. The bandit's eyes bulged, and he expelled a foul mix of stomach contents, his body curling like a shrimp, instantly rendered incapable of resistance. In the blink of an eye, 3 more bandits charged forward. One was sent crashing to the ground by a single punch, his fate unknown. Another met his end as his horse's legs were swept out from under him. colliding with a tree, and the last was dragged down, suffering a devastating knee strike. Lin Taizhan stood unsteadily in the center of the muddy clearing, surrounded by groans of pain and silence from the bandits. His tattered garments were drenched in sweat, mud, and splattered blood, clinging tightly to his form. A glaring white mark marred his left arm, while a deep crimson bruise adorned his back, both standing out against his pallid skin like two blood-stained metals. He gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at his wounds, the world around him dimming as his strength teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Yet he remained standing, like a bloodied lone wolf. His crimson eyes, imbued with a chilling ferocity, slowly rose above the moaning foes on the ground, locking onto the distant figure of the scarred, bald-headed man who had yet to intervene, his expression as grim as the bottom of a cauldron. The clearing was filled solely with the bandits' labored breaths and the faint moans of the wounded. An icy intent to kill permeated the air, spreading like thick ink through the forest. Chapter 4. The brutal crush of the skull, the emergence of a fearsome reputation silence. A suffocating stillness. The scent of decaying leaves and mud mingled with the metallic tang of fresh blood, weighing heavily upon the trampled forest clearing. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The gnarled branches and leaves of ancient trees twisted into shadowy silhouettes, silently observing the battlefield below. Lin Taizhan stood amidst the mire, surrounded by the writhing bandit captives. Beside the lifeless body of a gaunt monkey with a collapsed skull, and the unfortunate soul slumped silently against the roots of a tree, neck twisted. Sweat, mud, and splattered blood stained his already tattered coarse linen garment, clinging to him like a shroud returned from hell, sharply outlining the contours of his youthful yet resilient form. Each breath felt akin to swallowing searing blades, tugging at the deep-set white scars on his left arm, sending waves of bone-deep pain and the fiery sensation of a knife wound burning into his back rippling through him. His chest roiled tumultuously, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, only to be forcefully swallowed back down. In the fleeting moment of life and death struggle, it felt as though the last flicker of the body's oil lamp had been extinguished. A profound sense of dizziness struck him like frigid tidal waves, crashing against his consciousness, while ominous black mist began to encroach upon the periphery of his vision. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums nearly bled. His body swayed precariously, like a decrepit wooden boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a tempest. Yet he could not falter. Absolutely not. Summoning every ounce of strength, he braced his legs, his spine erect like a tattered battle flag embedded in blood-soaked earth. Those crimson eyes, forged in the crucible of desperation, radiated a chilling ferocity that transcended humanity, piercing through the stench of blood and decay like two venomous daggers, piercing the contorted face of the scarred, bald bandit leader known as Scarface Bear. At that moment, the centipede-like scar on Scarface's face twitched violently, as if animated. His grip tightened around the thick, cursed blade, the knuckles cracking ominously, while the veins on the back of his hand bulged like coiling worms. The initial shock and disbelief in his fierce, triangular eyes were now replaced by a tempest of rage and a hint of affronted authority. 3. A total of 3 subordinates. In a single encounter, this ragged wretch, who appeared as though a gust could topple him, had felled them with his fists and legs, as though shattering fragile pottery. One had his head smashed, another's neck twisted grotesquely, and one lay moaning in the mud like a dying dog. And this wretch, aside from 2 glaring red and white scars adorning his arms and back, was still standing. What a disgrace. This was a blatant affront to the infamous legacy of Scarface Bear. It was the utmost humiliation to the bloodthirsty blade he wielded. Very well. Scarface's voice rasped like 2 rusted iron plates grinding against each other, each word dripping with lethal intent, forced through clenched teeth. Slowly, with labored movements, he dismounted, his heavy boots sinking deep into the mire with a dull thud. The weighty cursed blade was dragged alongside him, its dark edge scraping against the decaying leaves and gravel, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine, leaving behind a sinister, deep scar in its wake. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, an almost tangible aura of sanguine malevolence and oppressive dread tightening around the space like an unyielding iron band. The remaining 4 bandits, already paralyzed by the gruesome fates of their comrades and the monstrous ferocity of the youth, were now further terrorized by the overwhelming aura of death emanating from their leader, leaving them breathless, their faces as pale as parchment. Instinctively, They tightened the reins, their restless steeds recoiling as if attempting to distance themselves from the impending storm. Little wretch, Scarface Bear halted 5 paces from Lin Taizhan, his massive frame resembling a moving mountain of flesh, casting a shadow that nearly engulfed the teetering youth. He raised the cursed blade, its heavy tip skewed towards Lin Taizhan, the dark red stains upon the blade glimmering with an otherworldly light in the dimness. I am eager to witness whether your sinister exterior can withstand the might of my thunderous blow. As the words left his lips, the fierce glimmer in the scarred bear's eyes intensified. He granted Lin Taizhan no opportunity for respite or contemplation. That colossal figure unleashed an astonishing speed utterly unbefitting its size. The mud beneath his feet erupted violently. He rose like a bear on its hind legs, gripping the blood-soaked hilt of the ghostly blade with both hands, his enormous muscles bulging like iron. All his strength surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, channeling into a straightforward, forceful strike aimed at Lin Taizhan. Open up! The thunderous roar resonated, causing leaves to cascade down from the trees. The weighty, ghostly blade tore through the air, producing a chilling, hair-raising shriek. As the blade sliced through, the air seemed to part and compress, forming a visible, distorted wave of white. The target was Lin Taizhan's head, which hung slightly low in weakness. This strike encapsulated the scarred bear's ferocity and brute force accumulated over a lifetime, potent enough to cleave a strong horse asunder. He intended to split this peculiar wretch's head along with his bizarre skin like a rotten watermelon. There was no escape. Absolutely none. The shadow of death had never felt so palpable. The speed, strength, angle, and momentum of the scarred bear's wrathful blow perfectly sealed off all avenues for Lin Taizhan's evasion. Even before the terrifying blade arrived, the fierce wind it generated pierced Lin Taizhan's scalp and face like a multitude of icy needles, inducing waves of excruciating phantom pain. He could only endure to withstand with this thick hide. In Lin Taizhan's crimson pupils, the rapidly enlarging, ominous blade reflecting destruction loomed large. Survival instinct and the combat will forged through countless trials and past lives converged at this moment to an apex. A primal roar erupted from his throat, akin to a cornered beast on the brink of death. Every muscle in his body, particularly those in his shoulders, neck, and back, surged in a frenzied contraction. The sensation beneath his skin swelled with an unprecedented intensity. It felt as though invisible currents surged beneath his skin at breakneck speed. He concentrated all his remaining strength and indomitable will into the area where the devastating blow would land. His arms barely had time to rise for a block, only managing to shield the back of his head and the side of his neck. No flinching, no evasion, no retreat. Like a mountain, he faced the thunder. Clang. A sound far more profound than any before it resonated, heavier and more soul-stirring than ever. It erupted like a giant bell struck with brute force in an ancient temple deep within the mountains. The violent sound waves visibly radiated outward, causing the branches and leaves of the surrounding ancient trees to tremble. The muddy ground rippled like water. Sparks. Blinding sparks erupted like fireworks at the moment the dark blade made contact with Lin Taizhan's shoulder and neck. The sneer and violent intent on the scarred bear's face froze instantly upon contact, replaced by a profound, incomprehensible terror. He felt as though his blade struck not flesh and blood, but rather a colossal core of an ancient meteorite, deeply buried at the heart of the earth, wrapped in 10,000 years of profound iron. A tremendous backlash of force, powerful enough to make his very soul tremble, surged back along the blade of the ghost head knife, flooding violently into his arms. Crack! A faint, heart-stopping sound emanated from the hilt. The scarred bear's robust arms, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, instantaneously lost all sensation beneath the terrifying recoil. Agonizing pain coursed through his entire body like a jolt of electricity. He watched helplessly as his heavy ghost head knife, which had quenched its thirst with countless lives and accompanied him through a lifetime of slaughter, was forcefully knocked from his grasp. The dark blade spun violently in the air, trembling and emitting a reluctant hum, tracing a high parabola before crashing heavily into the muddy ground several meters away, embedding itself deeply, leaving only the hilt quivering in the aftermath. And Lin Taizhan, thud. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by an invisible siege hammer. His legs could no longer support him, and he staggered back 3 giant steps, each sinking deeply into the mire, leaving behind shocking depressions. at his shoulder and neck, where the ghost head knife had struck. His tattered clothing was torn apart as if by an unseen giant's hand, transforming into fluttering rags. Exposed skin bore a half-foot-long, sharply defined, dark red and purple axe-blade-shaped mark, seared into his pale flesh like a branding iron. The center of the mark bulged prominently, with capillaries beneath the skin ruptured en masse, presenting a horrifying, nearly blackish, deep purple hue, as if a searing iron lay buried beneath the surface. Intense pain, akin to being doused in molten lava, and a dull ache penetrating to the marrow, instantaneously engulfed his nerves. He could no longer suppress the rising tide in his throat, and a torrent of boiling blood erupted forth, staining the mud on his chest. His vision was completely shrouded in a dense black fog, and the only sound left in his ears was the roaring rush of blood. His body felt like a marionette with severed strings, unable to maintain an upright posture. His knees buckled, threatening to send him crashing forward. However, just as his body was about to topple, the muscle memory from countless desperate counterattacks in the fighting arena of his past life ignited like the final bolt of lightning imprinted deep within his soul. Rekindled by the excruciating pain and the surge of blood, he could not fall. To do so would mean his end. Counterattack. Take advantage of his weakness. Claim his life. An indescribable ferocity, born from the very depths of his being, surged forth like the venomous flame of a dying beast. It sustained his crumbling body, leveraging his forward momentum. Lin Tieshan's bloodied mouth opened wide, emitting a silent roar mixed with frothy blood. He bore the tearing agony at his shoulder and neck and the dizzying vertigo. His right leg surged forth like a venomous python breaking through the mire, harnessing the last remnants of his strength and all his rage. Launching a vicious kick aimed at the vulnerable lower body of the scarred bear, who was momentarily stunned and horrified from losing his weapon. A kick to the groin. In the realm of Sansho, the most ruthless, direct, and effective lethal techniques emerge. Swift, fierce, and precise. Scarred-faced Xiong remained ensnared in an abyss of shock and absurdity. Reeling from the moment his ghostly blade slipped from his grasp, leaving his arms numb. He never anticipated that this seemingly fragile youth, having withstood his full-force strike and now spewing blood like a flickering candle in the wind, could unleash such a venomous and rapid counterattack at the brink of death. A shriek, piercing enough to rend the night sky, erupted from Xiong's throat, a guttural wail devoid of humanity. The anguish and terror within that sound sent chills through the watching bandits, their scalps prickling with dread. Lin Taishan, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, delivered a resounding kick, unembellished and direct, to the unprotected groin of his adversary. The impact resonated, a dull thud akin to the sound of a water-filled pouch being violently ruptured. Xiong's face, contorted in pain, transformed from a deep crimson to ashen gray in an instant. His colossal frame, as if divested of all bone, jolted upwards violently. He clasped his groin, eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets, mouth agape but only able to emit a series of ragged gasps. Saliva and blood frothing uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. The overwhelming agony stripped him of all faculties of movement and thought. He collapsed like a mountain of flesh, crashing heavily into the mire with a resounding thud. His body curled into a massive shrimp-like form, convulsing violently and involuntarily, as his throat emitted a series of intermittent whimpers reminiscent of a dying beast. Beads of cold sweat mingled with the mud, instantly saturating his distorted visage. Silence reigned, an even deeper stillness than before. Time seemed to freeze. Only Xiong's broken, inhuman gasps echoed through the desolate clearing, resembling the moans of the damned from the depths of hell. The remaining 4 bandits sat rigidly upon their steeds, as if their very souls had been wrenched away, their expressions frozen in a tableau of boundless fear and disbelief. Could it be that their once invincible leader, a figure of dread like a demon, had been vanquished by this small creature's kick? Gazing upon the bloodied and dazed figure of the frail monkey, the contorted form of their comrade, and the agonized moans of their captive, then at their leader, curled and convulsing in the mud like a castrated wild boar, a chilling dread coursed through them, akin to a venomous serpent slithering up their spines. A monstrous being. It was unknown who first broke the silence with a scream that trembled with terror. This cry ignited a powder keg of panic. Flee. Run for your lives. A demon. He is a devil risen from the depths of hell. The remaining bandits succumbed to utter collapse. All their ferocity, all their greed, disintegrated into dust before the sheer, grotesque power they faced. They bolted like rabbits scalded by boiling oil, shrieking in terror, daring not to glance at the grim fate of their fallen comrade, frantically spurring their horses onward. Startled horses neighed, raising their hoofs, and fled recklessly towards the direction they had come from. The mud was trampled in a frenzy, splattering everywhere. One bandit, in his panic, fell from his horse while attempting to turn it around, but he rolled and crawled, using all his limbs to lunge at the nearest horse. Desperately grasping the edge of the saddle, dragged by the frightened steed, he left a long trail in the mud, crying out as he vanished into the depths of the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, the once lively clearing, filled with the sounds of battle and the cries of men and horses, was left in a deathly silence, thick with the pervasive scent of blood. Fallen bodies lay scattered, the leader curled and convulsing in agony, the captives moaning in pain, and amidst it all stood a ragged youth, swaying in the blood-soaked mire. With a thud, as the last bandit's cries faded from sight, Lin Taishan's taut nerves and body finally succumbed to complete collapse. The ferocity and will that had sustained him ebbed away like a receding tide, and an overwhelming wave of weakness and excruciating pain engulfed him. He could no longer hold himself up. His knees crashed into the cold mud, and his body pitched forward. Gasp! Another mouthful of scorching blood spewed forth onto the mud below, quickly absorbed by the dark red earth. Darkness enveloped his vision, his ears filled only with the raspy, labored sound of his breath, akin to a worn-out bellows, and the frantic pounding of his heart in his chest, as if it might explode at any moment. Is it over? Is it safe for now? The feeling of exhaustion after the ordeal, mingled with the tearing pain throughout his body, washed over him like a cold tide. He lay in the frigid muck, greedily inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood and decaying leaves, each breath pulling at the searing pain in his shoulders and neck. Time slipped away. Perhaps only a few breaths had passed, or perhaps an agonizing eternity. Gradually, the black fog before his eyes began to lift, and consciousness surfaced like a sunken ship struggling to break the surface. He struggled, using the only hand that still had a semblance of strength, trembling as he propped up his upper body. His gaze initially wandered aimlessly over the battlefield, now a scene of carnage filled with bodies, captives, and the convulsing leader. Finally, his eyes fell upon his own hands, caked with mud, blood, and sweat. These were the hands of a youth. The knuckles were thick, the palms thickly calloused, and the backs of his hands bore numerous small scratches and fresh abrasions. Some deeper scrapes had already formed dark red scabs. Yet, what shook him to his core was the sensation emanating from these hands. The feeling of weakness still clung to him like a parasite. The excruciating pain in his shoulders, neck, and back remained all too real. However, beneath this weakness and agony, an indescribable, profound sense of strength surged forth, like molten lava lying dormant beneath frozen ground, continuously radiating from his arms and the very depths of his being. He slowly, with great difficulty, lifted his left hand. The outer side of his left arm bore two glaring white scars from a curved blade, still striking against the dim light. Blood had long since congealed at the edges of these scars. He attempted to tense the muscles in his left arm. The sinewy muscles surged instantly, the sensation beneath the skin pulsating as if alive. Though the scars inflicted a sharp, aching pain, the resilience of that skin and the feedback from the muscle fibers, compressed to their utmost, exuded a density and strength akin to steel, strikingly vivid. And then there was the back, the deep crimson, almost purplish, swollen axe-like mark upon the nape, resembling a devil's brand, brought forth a heart-wrenching searing pain. Yet, he could feel the blood and energy coursing beneath his skin, attempting to mend and soothe that horrific wound at an extraordinary pace. Though slow, it was undeniably tenacious. This body, Lin Taishan gazed at his blood-soaked hands, then lowered his gaze to the skin beneath his tattered shirt, similarly adorned with myriad small scars. A chilling yet fervent enlightenment dawned upon him, akin to the first ray of light piercing through the heavy fog shrouding his heart, burdened with the memories of traversal, slaughter, and agonizing pain. This was no dream, no illusion. The ironclad foundation forged through years of toil, blood, and willpower from his past life had indeed followed him here. Moreover, in this bizarre world teeming with terrifying powers, it appeared to have been endowed with an even more peculiar and formidable characteristic: unyielding to blades, unbreakable by axes, indestructible by fangs. This skin was his greatest reliance for survival in this hellish realm. He chuckled softly once more, his laughter hoarse and tinged with blood, reverberating through the desolate woods. This time, the madness and ferocity had dissipated from his laughter, leaving only a bone-chilling certainty in the face of this cruel fate. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the groaning captives and the convulsing leader, penetrating the depths of the shadowy thicket, as if striving to see beyond the layers of verdant darkness towards an unknown direction. To survive, to carve a bloody path through this hell with this iron skin. Chapter 5. Blood Village. Dying sun. Misguided blade. The twilight descended like spilled ink from an overturned inkstone, thick and viscous, seeping through the crevices of the mountains, staining the ravaged land. Lin Taizhan dragged his battered body, each step feeling akin to treading upon glowing embers. The axe mark on his nape seared his nerves like a branding iron, each breath pulling at the fiery ache deep within his chest. Mud, blood, and sweat congealed upon his tattered garments, heavy and reeking of rust and death. He followed the path of desperate flight etched in the original owner's memories, parting heavy, dewdrop-laden thickets of damp thorns. Finally, when he laboriously navigated around the last twisted trunk adorned with withered vines, the sight before him struck like a cold, dull knife, brutally piercing his heart and stirring it slowly. There was none of the imagined curling smoke, no laughter of children, nor the lively sounds of chickens and dogs. Only silence, a profound stillness, utterly crushed and steeped in blood and fire. The village, once filled with the warmth of life despite its poverty, now lay in ruins, reduced to mere remnants of shattered walls. The houses constructed from mud bricks lay mostly in ruins, their charred beams resembling the broken ribs of a colossal beast, grotesquely jutting towards the dimming sky. The walls bore the scars of cleavers and axes, marred by splashes of dark brown stains, dried, congealed blood. Unburned thatch emitted acrid wisps of smoke amidst the debris, as the air was thick with an indelible odor of charred remnants, mingled with the metallic scent of blood and the sickly sweetness of decaying corpses. Scattered along the village's dirt path were fragments of coarse pottery, trampled into a mushy mess, broken wooden plows, and overturned, dilapidated barrels. A few villagers lay in grotesque postures by the roadside, including a white-haired elder, a robust man, and even a small child curled in a mother's embrace, its head crushed and sunken. The solidified blood had stained the grayish-yellow earth in vast swathes of dark red, which the rain had carved into meandering channels reminiscent of tear-streaked cheeks. Several large, green-glimmering carrion crows cawed noisily as they perched upon the ruined rooftops or charred beams, their eerie croaks piercing the air as they greedily eyed the scene below, eagerly awaiting the banquet to commence. Lin Taizhan stood frozen at the village entrance, an indescribable chill draining the last vestiges of warmth from his being, more piercing than the cold of the otherworldly forest. The fragmented memories of familiar yet warm faces, the elderly woman offering coarse bread, the hoarse voice urging him to flee, now transformed into the lifeless, cold bodies before him, silently accusing him. A violent turmoil surged within his stomach, his throat constricted, yet nothing emerged, only a strong, acrid scent filling his nostrils. This was not the homeland of Lin Taizhan, yet the emotions lingering in this body surged like a tide within him. Anger, sorrow, compassion, more profoundly and overwhelming. Frigid sense of absurdity and helplessness weighed upon him like a heavy leaden block, rendering him nearly breathless. For what purpose? For the meager greed of these mountain bandits? Golden belts? Wealth? In a world where human life is as insignificant as grass, everything appeared so cheap and ludicrous. He instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, the sharp pain barely suppressing the violent urge to obliterate everything. He staggered, like a soulless marionette, slowly entering this desolate ruin. His gaze swept over the remnants of once vibrant lives, finally resting beneath the massive, half-charred old locust tree at the village's center. Beneath it lay a headless corpse, dressed in a faded coarse cloth, with a crude wooden toy horse rolling nearby. Memory fragments exploded in his mind. A dark-skinned boy, once vibrant, running before a mud brick house. Laughter ringing bright. This was the original owner of that toy, Taizhan. Lin Taizhan suddenly shut his eyes, inhaling deeply. The air, thick with the stench of char and blood, chilled his lungs and provoked a fit of severe coughing. When he opened his eyes again, those orbs, smeared with blood and fatigue, reflected a near calm, lifeless tranquility. A chilling serenity that had pierced through the cruel essence of this unfamiliar world. Here, there was no place for him. No guardianship awaited him. Only death and the irrevocable past remain. Departure. It was imperative to leave. He turned away with great difficulty, no longer gazing upon the hellish scene of humanity. Dragging his legs, heavy as lead, step by laborious step towards the deeper, more enigmatic woods beyond the village. The final rays of the setting sun elongated his solitary silhouette, casting it upon the dilapidated earthen wall, resembling a specter struggling in a sea of blood on the verge of demise. Each step left behind a footprint mingled with dark red mud, just as he was about to step beyond the crooked, symbolic remnants of the decayed wooden fence at the village's edge. Whoosh! A piercing, razor-sharp shriek, tearing through the air, erupted suddenly from above. Lin Tieshan's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. The instinctual intuition for danger, characteristic of a top-tier fighter, blared in alarm. He shot his gaze upward. Against the backdrop of the encroaching twilight, a figure as lithe as a female leopard, like a streak of azure lightning, was diving down with astonishing speed from the canopy of the tallest ancient tree at the village's entrance. The approach was too swift. So fast that Lin Taizhan barely had time to mount any effective defense or evasive maneuver. All he could perceive was a rapidly enlarging flash of azure garments, and a pair of eyes, glowing fiercely in the dimness, ablaze with wrath and icy intent. In the next moment, "Villain, die!" A clear yet impassioned admonition, laced with fury and resolve, thundered in Lin Tieshan's ears. Accompanying the voice was a fierce gust of wind that rushed toward him. The azure figure had already landed. The descent was light and swift, silent upon impact, showcasing an exceptional mastery of movement. Without a moment's pause, the newcomer harnessed the momentum of the fall, their right leg striking like a steel whip wrapped in thunder, cleaving the air with a chilling whoosh, aimed directly at Lin Tieshan's chest. The target was his heart. This kick, in terms of speed, force, and timing, far surpassed that of the previous bandits. Before the leg even reached him, the intense pressure sent a sharp pain through Lin Tieshan's already grievously wounded chest. There was no evasion. He would have to withstand it. Lin Tieshan's pupils constricted. Under the threat of death, the last vestige of potential within his battered body was fully extracted. He emitted a feral growl. With no time to raise a hand to block, he could only tense the muscles of his chest with all his might. The solid sensation beneath his skin coalesced like a roused giant serpent, instantly gathering at his chest. Bang! A muffled thunderclap resounded. Lin Taizhan felt as though his chest had been struck fiercely by a heavy battering ram. The immense force caused his vision to darken momentarily. His already crumbling body could no longer endure, and he staggered back 3 paces, each step sending mud flying beneath his feet. A sweet taste surged in his throat as a small mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily rose to his lips, which he forcefully swallowed. His sternum groaned under the unbearable burden, pain coursing through him like electric currents. Yet, that kick, powerful enough to shatter an ordinary person's ribcage, he had somehow managed to withstand. His chest garment was torn open by the fierce wind of the leg, revealing the pale skin beneath. On the skin, an unmistakably clear imprint of a shoe rapidly emerged, its edges tinged with a purplish hue, while the center blazed a deep crimson, searing with pain, yet the flesh remained unbroken and the bones intact. The azure figure seemed momentarily taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Taking advantage of a few steps back, Lin Taizhan finally discerned the assailant's appearance. She was a girl of approximately 16 or 17, tall and slender, clad in a form-fitting outfit of azure fabric that accentuated her fluid and powerful silhouette. Her jet-black hair was gathered into a simple ponytail at the back of her head, revealing a smooth and full forehead, along with a delicate oval face that was taut with anger at that moment. Her brows arched like 2 drawn swords, slanting into her temples, imbued with an aura of valiance and sternness that belied her age. Most striking were her eyes, now ablaze with icy fury, akin to flames ignited in the depths of a cold pool, fiercely fixated on Lin Taizhan, as if intent on piercing through him. The girl's gaze, sharp as a blade, swiftly swept over Lin Tieshan's blood-soaked garments, nearly indistinguishable in color, marred by the gruesome scars that crisscrossed his exposed skin, marks of knife cuts, axe strikes, and dog bites, along with the dark crimson stains that had yet to be wiped from the corners of his mouth. Then, her eyes, cold and probing, instantly shifted to the devastation behind him. The smoldering ruins of the village, the scattered corpses, and the congealed dark red blood. Ultimately, her gaze, imbued with an overwhelming chill and scrutiny, settled on the diminutive, lifeless body of the bandit whose nose had been crushed by Lin Tieshan's fist, as well as the captive writhing in agony in the mud, and the bandit leader, Scarface Bear, curled up in a fetal position, grievously wounded, yet still moaning intermittently. The scene was one of utter chaos. Blood and mud intermingled, bodies lay strewn about, and the wounded cried out in despair. Lin Tieshan, drenched in blood, covered in wounds, stood alone at the center of this horrific battlefield, resembling a malevolent spirit that had just emerged from a pool of blood. The fire in the girl's eyes was swiftly replaced by a deeper, more profound sensation, a potent mix of shock, revulsion, and a chilling intent to kill. Her right hand had already rested upon the hilt of an ancient short sword slung at her waist. Its scabbard a deep ink black that glimmered with a ghostly light in the twilight. What a cruel hand! The girl's voice rang out like ice shards shattering upon the ground, crisp yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness, each word stabbing into Lin Tieshan like poisoned ice needles. Slaughtering innocent villagers in the front, torturing bandits in the back. You fiend, devoid of humanity, deserving of 1,000 deaths. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Lin Tieshan's heart sank as he instantly realized that the girl had mistaken him for the butcher of the village and the slayer of the bandits. He attempted to speak, but his throat felt as if it were choked with scalding gravel, dry and agonizing, eliciting only a hoarse rasp. A violent cough surged forth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably from pain and weakness, while stars danced before his eyes. And the encroaching black mist once again enveloped his vision. Still wishing to argue, the girl evidently perceived Lin Tieshan's suffering and frailty as mere pretense or a desperate struggle for survival. Her murderous intent intensified. With a sudden flick of her right thumb gripping the hilt, the blade sang forth with a resounding clang, echoing through the desolate village like a dragon's roar. A brilliant, chilling gleam emanated from the blade, akin to a cold moon rising abruptly in the dark night, illuminating the young maiden's striking yet frosty visage. The short dagger was now unsheathed, its slender and straight body shimmering with a watery, cold light, exuding a sharpness capable of cleaving gold and jade. The tip of the blade pointed menacingly towards the ground, radiating an unsettling aura of cold. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the innocent villagers who met a tragic end. The maiden's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination. With a swift motion, she transformed into a streak of azure, her form darting forward with renewed vigor. This time, her strike was not merely a probing thrust, but a genuine lethal maneuver. The dagger in her hand traced a fierce arc, its cold light flashing like a venomous serpent striking, imbued with a piercing malevolence and a shriek that tore through the air, aiming directly for Lin Tieshan's throat. The blade was sharp, its angle cunningly devised, sealing off all possible avenues of escape. Clearly, having witnessed Lin Tieshan's bizarre defense against her previous kick, she opted for a strike aimed at the most vital point. There was no evasion, no defense possible. The throat was one of the critical vulnerabilities in the iron cloth technique. The shadow of death loomed more palpably than ever before. Lin Tieshan watched as that rapidly enlarging, deadly star approached. A chill spread through his heart. He exerted every ounce of strength to turn aside, to raise his hand in defense, but his body had long since reached its limits. Excruciating pain and dizziness weighed upon him like heavy shackles, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch the glint of the blade draw ever closer. Was he to perish here, having just escaped the tiger's den? Caught in this senseless misunderstanding? A surge of immense resentment and sorrow churned within him like magma. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, he forced out a hoarse, desperate roar that rasped like sandpaper. It wasn't me. His voice was faint, nearly drowned out by the sound of the blade slicing through the air. Just as the icy tip of the dagger was about to pierce the skin of Lin Tieshan's throat, a flicker of subtle disturbance crossed the depths of the maiden's eyes, ablaze with fury and intent to kill. Perhaps it was the echo of his hoarse, desperate plea. Perhaps it was the profound weariness, pain, and a near-absurd sense of indignation reflected in his gaze. Or perhaps it was the unmistakable tremor of his body, on the verge of collapse. In that fleeting moment, the momentum of the blade faltered. At that critical juncture, Lin Tieshan's body, stretched to its limits, finally succumbed. The dam of his will was breached by excruciating pain and weakness, and he was engulfed by a thick darkness. No longer able to hold himself up, his body crumpled forward as if all his bones had been extracted, crashing heavily into the cold, blood-soaked mud, sending up a spray of dark red droplets. The dagger that had aimed for his throat came to a halt merely an inch from the nape of his neck. The chilling aura of the blade, even provoking a sharp pain in the remnants of his old scars that had yet to heal. The maiden stood resolute, her azure figure resembling a cold statue in the dimming twilight. She furrowed her elegant brows slightly, gazing down at the unconscious villain sprawled in the blood-soaked mud like a discarded sack. Her eyes then swept across the ruins of the slaughtered village, before resting on the lifeless bodies of the mountain bandits strewn across the ground. A chilling intent to kill gradually settled within her gaze, replaced by a profound scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible doubt. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the setting sun bled crimson, staining the land steeped in suffering and death with a haunting beauty. Several carrion crows, startled, took flight, cawing as they circled in the blood-red sky. Chapter 6. The iron body shakes the azure blade. The fist wind startles the stranger consciousness ebbed and flowed, akin to a drowning person struggling in the icy depths of the sea. Agony served as an anchor point. The searing pain from the axe-like blows to his shoulders and neck felt like molten lava, while the fiery lacerations on his back tore at him. And the dull ache from a kick to his chest, coupled with the tumultuous protests of his internal organs, formed a relentless symphony of sharp, unyielding torment. Each pang was like a multitude of cold steel needles, gradually awakening Lin Taizhan from the boundless dark chaos. Coldness enveloped him. The ground beneath his cheek was rough, damp, and chilling, infused with a strong scent of earth and the lingering, acrid odor of dried blood. This aroma pierced his nostrils, instantly pulling his waning consciousness back to that hellish battleground. He suddenly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, as though viewed through a murky glass. Several strands of dew-drenched dead grass clung to his forehead, obscuring part of his sight. He struggled to move his eyes, and the first thing that came into focus was his hands, smeared with dark red mud and dried blood, fingers deeply embedded in the cold earth. Next, he beheld the trampled, mushy ground just inches away, marked with clear hoof prints and a few droplets of still fresh crimson blood. Fragments of memory surged forth with a thunderous clarity. The slaughtered village, the azure figure descending from the sky, that fatal strike, and his own horse. Desperate protest, "I'm not dead." This thought struck him like a jolt of adrenaline, causing his battered body to quiver violently. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of crisis cascaded over him like ice water, rousing his sluggish mind to a semblance of alertness. That girl in the azure attire who had misunderstood him and sought to kill him, driven by the instinct for survival. He summoned every ounce of remaining strength and forcefully pushed against the ground, attempting to rise and sit up. However, his body protested with fierce intensity, as if bound by countless ropes. The 2 white scars on his left arm throbbed with a deep, penetrating pain, while the lacerations on his back and the axe marks on his shoulders felt like lit fuses. Every movement of his muscles brought a tearing agony. The area where he had been kicked felt unbearably constricted, each breath tainted with the metallic scent of blood. A suppressed groan of pain escaped his throat, and his struggling ceased momentarily, his body trembling uncontrollably in response to the excruciating torment. A thick veil of darkness enveloped his vision once more, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just at that moment of his desperate struggle, a chilling voice pierced through. You're awake? Playing dead won't save you." The cold, delicate reprimand struck his eardrum like a needle dipped in ice. Lin Taizhan abruptly lifted his head. His gaze transcended his trembling arms, weaving through the damp strands of hair that fell across his forehead, and at last, he discerned the figure standing a few steps away. It was indeed the girl in the azure attire. She stood with her back to the blood-tinted dawn, which struggled to emerge from the crevices of the mountains. The cold light sculpted her tall and athletic silhouette, as the azure fabric billowed gently in the morning breeze. On her strikingly spirited face lay a veil of frost. Her arched brows were furrowed, and her eyes, clear yet ablaze with icy fury and scrutiny, resembled 2 unsheathed swords, piercing through him as if to expose all the filth buried deep within his soul. Her right hand remained firmly clasped around the unsheathed dagger. The blade was long and straight, exuding a chilling gleam in the faint morning light, with a faint blue luminescence swirling around the edge, emanating a disquieting sharpness. The tip of the blade, like a viper fixated on its prey, pointed unwaveringly at his vulnerable throat. That frigid intent to kill enveloped Lin Taizhan like a tangible chill, causing goosebumps to rise upon the exposed skin beneath his ragged garments. Blood for blood. Today, you shall not escape. The girl's voice was resolute, infused with an undeniable determination and an aura of righteous vengeance. Before her words had fully dissipated, she sprang forward, transforming into a shadow that cleaved through the dawn light. Swiftly, faster than Lin Tieshan's weakened state could react. No longer a mere test, but a genuine lethal strike. The dagger, imbued with a life of its own in her grip, morphed into a venomous flash of azure, carrying a bone-chilling intent to kill. Accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Taizhan's brow. The blade's trajectory was sharp and unforgiving, sealing off any chance of evasion. Clearly, the girl had deemed him the architect of the village massacre, unleashing a fatal strike aimed at ensuring his demise. There was no escape. To defend? With what could he defend? The shadow of death once again gripped Lin Tieshan's throat with an icy hand. The instinct for survival ignited like explosives, overwhelming all pain and weakness. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat, akin to a cornered beast on the brink of death. There was no time for contemplation, no capacity to execute any intricate defensive maneuvers. In the fraction of a second before the blade would touch his brow, Lin Taizhan could only desperately tilt his head back with all his might. Simultaneously, he poured every ounce of remaining strength and will into the muscles and skin of his neck and face. Iron cloth shirt. Hold firm for me. The sensation beneath his skin coalesced with unprecedented intensity. It was as if an invisible current surged beneath the dermis, swirling, stacking, and compressing. A faint sound emerged, akin to a searing iron plunged into cold water. The razor-sharp tip of the blade, imbued with a chilling ferocity, struck squarely at the center of Lin Tieshan's exposed forehead. The anticipated scene of the blade piercing through his skull and blood splattering did not unfold. At the moment of contact with his skin, the blade seemed to encounter an incredibly resilient and elastic invisible barrier. The young girl felt an incredible resistance in her wrist as she gripped the knife. She summoned all her strength, enough to pierce through steel, yet it only left a tiny, pinprick-sized indentation on Lin Tieshan's forehead. Instantly, a deep crimson halo spread around the white mark, as numerous capillaries beneath the skin ruptured from the tremendous impact. The searing pain pierced Lin Tieshan's very marrow like a hot iron needle. Yet that was all. The blade had been thwarted. In her eyes, ablaze with fury and intent to kill, a flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed her face for the first time. This sensation was utterly bizarre, more unfathomable than enduring her previous kick. Such resilience was not something achievable through mere martial training. In the moment of her astonishment, which caused a barely perceptible pause in her strike, Lin Tieshan's pain-fueled ferocity erupted. With no escape but death, he had to retaliate. "Get away," he roared, a mixture of agony and wrath. Ignoring the piercing pain radiating from his forehead and the encroaching darkness before his eyes, he leaned back to gather momentum. His right leg shot forth like a venomous dragon unleashed from a quagmire, channeling every ounce of strength and fury he had left, propelled by a desperate sense of fatality. As he aimed a brutal kick at the outer side of the girl's supporting left knee, this kick was devoid of technique, relying solely on raw power and the will to survive. The girl's astonishment swiftly transformed into icy vigilance. Her reflexes were lightning quick. The short blade aimed at his forehead was suddenly withdrawn, its hilt sinking downward in a flash, perfectly intercepting Lin Tieshan's incoming kick. With a resounding thud, Lin Taizhan felt as if his calf had violently collided with a hard iron block wrapped in cotton. The immense recoil made his already weakened body sway precariously, nearly causing him to fall again. A sharp, tingling pain surged through his leg bones. However, the girl was also shaken by the overwhelming force of that brutal kick, her blocking arm tingling with numbness. She gracefully retreated half a step, dissipating the force of the blow. The astonishment in her eyes was now entirely replaced by a grave sense of disbelief. The brute's strength far exceeded what his physique and current weakness should allow. Moreover, his defense was simply inhuman. How tough was this shell? The girl snorted coldly, her voice still frigid, yet now laced with a hint of trepidation in the face of an unknown adversary. "Let us see how long you can endure." She abandoned her fixation on lethal strikes. The short knife in her hand wove a dazzling dance, its azure light resembling a peacock's fan, transforming into a dense, chilling constellation that enveloped Lin Taizhan from all sides. This time, her assault was no longer confined to vital points like the throat or brow, but encompassed his arms, shoulders, chest, and even thighs. The blade moved with the swiftness of lightning, its trajectory cunning and intricate, clearly showcasing a remarkably exquisite technique that balanced offense and defense. Each strike is imbued with penetrating force, relentlessly seeking the chinks in his defenses or striving to exhaust his stamina through a ceaseless barrage. Lin Taizhan finds himself plunged into absolute passivity. He can only rely on the ingrained defensive instincts honed from his past life in Sanzhou, combined with the peculiar fortitude granted by his iron cloth shirt, clumsily and awkwardly attempting to block and evade, though the effectiveness of his evasions is marginal. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp blade of the dagger slices through the air like a tempest, incessantly tearing into Lin Taizhan's flesh, the outer side of his arms, his shoulders, his back, his chest, his thighs. Each contact of the blade with skin is accompanied by a piercing sound, akin to the scraping of resilient leather. Each impact brings forth waves of excruciating pain, reminiscent of being seared by a red-hot iron, a deep, bone-aching agony. The girl's strength far surpasses that of the previous bandits, her knife techniques embodying a penetrating force that acts like an invisible drill, ruthlessly driving through his tough skin, striking at his muscles and bones. Ugh! Huh! Lin Taizhan emits muffled groans of suppressed pain, his body trembling violently amidst the downpour of flashing blades, staggering and retreating. His tattered garments are shredded as if clawed by countless invisible talons, instantly transforming into a patchwork of ragged fabric. Under the morning light, his skin is rapidly adorned with a dense array of deep crimson marks and slender white lines. These are the scars left by the blade's cuts and stabs, especially on his arms and abdomen, the primary areas of defense, where multiple layers of red marks accumulate, some even slightly swollen, with capillaries beneath the skin bursting in profusion, presenting a dreadful purplish hue. The agonizing pain surges like an unrelenting tide against his nerves. Cold sweat streams down his forehead, temples, and spine like a raging river, mingling with the grime and dried blood, coating him like a wretched figure emerging from the depths of a blood-soaked hell. Each breath becomes a Herculean struggle, his lungs feeling as though they are being scorched by flames, while shimmering golden stars dance before his eyes, and the encroaching darkness at the periphery of his vision thickens, threatening to engulf him once more. Passive, utterly passive, he attempts to retaliate. Yet the girl moves like a wraith, elusive and unyielding, her dagger strikes swift and relentless, affording him no opportunity to gather strength for a counterattack. Occasionally, his instinctive and instinct-driven punches are effortlessly deflected with the hilt of her blade or evaded by her nimble footwork, striking nothing but air, wasting his precious stamina. In the face of her exquisite agility, his movements appear clumsy and sluggish. Nevertheless, Lin Taizhan does not falter, despite his disheveled state. Like a battered ship tossed by a storm, he grits his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. Deep within his eyes, now glazed with sweat, blood, and agony, burns a fierce, almost obsessive resolve, a tenacity rooted in the essence of life itself. Each painful cut from the blade feels like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding the indelible mark of the iron cloth shirt deep within his soul. Beneath the skin lies a profound and substantial sensation, impervious to the relentless assaults that besiege it. Instead, it emerges tempered like steel, solidified and invigorated through agony. He resembles an obstinate iron piece cast into a furnace, silently howling and undergoing transformation under the tempestuous onslaught of the girl's blade. Yet, within the depths of China's heart, astonishment burgeons geometrically with each successive strike. Her trepidation escalates with every blow. The short blade in her hand, named Qing Feng, though not a divine weapon, slices through iron like soft clay, effortlessly severing hair with a mere breath. Coupled with the wind-chasing blade technique she has honed since childhood, her strikes are as swift as the wind, with force that penetrates deeply. Even a lump of wrought iron should yield cracks under her relentless assault. However, the villain before her, as the blade strikes his arm, is akin to striking a century-old vine armor soaked in grease, producing a disconcerting grinding sound that leaves only deep crimson imprints. When the blade tip pierces his chest, it feels as though it has struck solid rubber encased in resilient skin. The immense resistance is met with a fierce recoil that numbs her wrist. As the blade glides across his shoulder, it feels like a dull knife scraping wet hardwood, barely scratching the surface and leaving glaring white lines. What stands before her is not flesh and blood, but rather a humanoid form of indomitable iron. No, something far more terrifying. Iron does not retaliate. It does not unleash a ferocious gaze that sends chills down her spine amidst excruciating pain. Moreover, an inexplicable chill courses through her as she observes the deep crimson imprints and bruises on his body seemingly fading at an agonizingly slow, yet unmistakable pace. As if the vital essence beneath his skin is fervently mending the wounds with extraordinary vitality. This bizarre regenerative ability, paired with his unfathomable defenses, conjures a word in her heart, a cold term, uncontrollably surfacing. Her grip on the blade falters, trembling slightly due to prolonged exertion and the overwhelming turmoil within her. For the first time, the blade's radiance reveals a barely perceptible stagnation. Deep within her eyes, ablaze with fury and murderous intent. A clear manifestation of confusion and a hint of instinctive trepidation towards this unknown entity emerges, a sentiment she is reluctant to acknowledge. As dawn breaks, it wholly dispels the last vestiges of night, casting a cold, blood-tinged golden-red hue over the ravaged remnants of the village and the two entangled figures. Chapter 7. The setting sun accompanies. Blood feuds temporarily bound. The dawn shatters the darkness, splashing cold, sanguine-laden golden-red light upon the desolate ruins. Shadows of crumbled walls stretch long, resembling twisted scars. The air is thick with the scent of charred remains, blood, and a suffocating silence, interrupted only by a few carrion crows on the scorched beams, emitting short, greedy caws before plunging back into silence. China stands resolute with her blade, her azure silhouette casting a straight shadow at the entrance of the dilapidated village. The dagger, known as Qing Feng, continued to exude a chilling radiance, its tip angled towards the ground, yet it had lost the lethal intent it bore moments ago. Her breath came in quickened gasps, her ample chest rising and falling, beads of sweat forming at her temples, glistening in the morning light. It was not fatigue that afflicted her, but rather a profound shock. Her strikingly determined eyes resembled a tranquil pool disturbed by a heavy stone. Beneath their cold and sharp surface roiling waves of uncontainable turmoil. Her gaze fixated intently on the swaying figure a few paces away, Lin Taizhan, who had been reduced to a mere specter of blood and mud. His tattered garments clung only by threads, revealing a flesh marred by countless deep crimson markings, bruises, and thin white lines. Not a single part of his arms, shoulders, chest, abdomen, or back remained unscathed. The white spot on his forehead, where her blade had pierced, was surrounded by a glaring halo of deep red blood. Sweat mingled with mud and dried blood caked on his face, etching deep channels that rendered him as though wearing a grotesque mask. He gasped violently, each inhalation accompanied by a hoarse, rasping sound, as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. His body trembled uncontrollably from excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness, akin to a brittle leaf that might shatter in a tempest. Though he strained to remain upright, his legs sank deeply into the mire, his knees slightly bent, sustained only by an almost obsessive willpower. The eyes peering out from his disheveled hair and bloodstains were, paradoxically, strikingly clear, devoid of rage, madness, or the cruelty and pride expected of a butcher. Instead, they reflected an exhaustion born from relentless suffering and absurdity, a fierce anger, and a near-pure obstinacy to survive. Those eyes resembled a wounded wolf caught in a trap, refusing to submit to its hunter. This gaze clashed violently and irreconcilably with the image of a demon in China's mind, a ruthless fiend who slaughtered villagers without remorse. Her grip on the knife tightened, her knuckles whitening from exertion, yet the subtle tremor persisted. The chilling aura of the blade seemed to diminish slightly. She recalled the excruciating sound of the dagger slicing through him like the severing of an ancient vine, the astonishing resilience she felt when the tip pierced his chest, and his occasional, clumsy counterattacks fueled by a desperate will to survive, actions that betrayed no semblance of a predator toying with its prey, but rather those of a cornered beast. You. China's voice shattered the silence, still cold yet imbued with the gravity of scrutiny. Her gaze swept across the battlefield strewn with the remnants of chaos. The collapsed bandit with a caved-in skull, the unfortunate soul with a twisted neck, the scarred bear writhing in agony in the mud, and the captive groaning in despair from a knee strike. Did you kill these people? Wound them. Lin Taizhan gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at his entire body with excruciating pain. He struggled to raise his head, meeting China's scrutinizing gaze, his throat parched and burning, as dry as sandpaper. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter a sound, yet only managed to produce a few hoarse gasps. His desperation was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and a fervent desire to explain. Speak. I must speak. He desperately rummaged through his mind. Fragments of shattered memories, forcefully thrust into his consciousness, belonging to the original owner, Taishan, emerged like dust-covered keys, which he clumsily and anxiously groped for. No, it is not me. With great difficulty, he forced the words from his parched and painful throat, uttering them one by one. His voice was hoarse and broken, akin to a cracked gong, each syllable awkward and laden with an unusual intonation, reminiscent of a child learning to speak or a bone lodged in his throat. It was the mountain bandits who killed them. Mountain bandits? Shina's brow furrowed, the blade of her knife slightly raised, pointing toward the scarred faces of the fallen. And what of them? How do you explain your injuries and the state of these bodies? Did they kill each other? Her tone was steeped in skepticism, her gaze sharp as a knife, searching for even the faintest trace of deception in Lin Taishan's expression. They were pursuing me, Lin Taishan gasped, struggling to form coherent sentences, his vocabulary painfully lacking. He raised his trembling, bruised right hand, pointing to the old scar on the back of his neck that was still healing, obscured by tattered cloth, then gestured toward the corpses of the mountain bandits, and finally indicated the ruins of the village that had been utterly slaughtered. The village was also burned. They came after me into the woods to kill me. I fought back. His words were fragmented and stuttered, his vocabulary scant, and his grammar chaotic. Yet, combined with his gestures and the anguish and fury in his eyes, along with the undeniable, fresh yet old scars upon his body, they painted a vague yet profoundly impactful picture. China's gaze followed the direction of Lin Taishan's finger. She observed the grotesque scar on the back of his neck, clearly a fatal knife wound. She noted the curved blades and short axes scattered beside the bandit corpses, stained with dark red. Her eyes shifted back to the charred remains of the village, where the signs of brutal destruction were evident, deep gashes and splintered ruins. The dark red stains of coagulated blood, everything indicating the wanton destruction typical of mountain bandits, rather than the clumsy, crude tactics of the brute before her. Especially when Lin Taishan mentioned that they had also burned the village, the profound pain and helplessness that flickered in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. It was the despair of witnessing one's homeland destroyed and loved ones slaughtered, yet feeling utterly powerless. The icy malice in China's eyes began to show signs of cracking, like the fragile ice on a river in early spring. However, her vigilance and doubts had not entirely dissipated. Her grip on the knife remained firm, her voice still cold. Your claims are unsubstantiated. You say you are a villager. Yet I have never seen you in the nearby villages. And why do you possess such an unusual physique? Her gaze swept once more over the multitude of alarming red marks and bruises that marred Lin Taishan's body, particularly fixating on the deep, white indentation on his forehead. Such a sight could not possibly belong to an ordinary villager. Lin Taishan felt a bitter smile tug at his lips. Why? Because he was not the original Taishan. This body was borrowed. This ironclad armor was a result of his journey through time. These were mysteries he could neither elucidate nor clarify. He opened his mouth, revealing an expression fraught with complexity, a mixture of confusion, anguish, and an ineffable sense of absurdity. Ultimately, he could only manage a weary shake of his head, meeting China's probing gaze with an unguarded honesty, rasping, I don't know. I just woke up like this. I only wish to survive. Woke up like this. China's brow furrowed, even tighter. The statement seemed absurd, bordering on dismissive. Yet, gazing into Lin Taishan's eyes, stripped of pretense and filled with a raw instinct for survival and exhaustion, an instinct deep within her whispered that he was not lying. At least, in his desire to live, he was sincere. The weariness and pain reflected in his eyes were too profound to feign. Silence. A suffocating stillness enveloped the space between them. Only the mournful wail of the morning breeze through the ruins and the distant, begrudging cawing of carrion crows broke the quiet. China's gaze flitted between Lin Taizhan, the corpses of the bandits strewn across the ground, and the tragic remnants of the village. Reason dictated that a person with such inexplicable defensive prowess and an unknown origin was exceedingly dangerous. Yet, her intuition, coupled with the conflicting signs before her, prevented her from acting with the same unhesitating resolve as she initially had, especially considering the blood feud stemming from the massacre of her village. She inhaled slowly, the frigid air filling her lungs and bringing a slight calm to her agitated mind. The short blade, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, was finally sheathed smoothly back into its dark scabbard with a flick of her wrist. Clink! A soft sound echoed, akin to a taut string being released. Very well. China's voice remained cool, yet lacked some of its initial icy edge, now imbued with a sense of gravity and determination. I shall afford you a measure of trust, for you are not the instigator of the massacre. However, the bloodshed here must be thoroughly investigated. The bandits are ruthless, slaughtering the innocent. This enmity cannot go unpunished. Her eyes, aflame with the fire of vengeance, suddenly turned to the bandit leader, Scarface Xiong, who lay curled in the mud, groaning intermittently in agony. This brigand leader, along with the captive writhing on the ground, caught her frigid gaze. She needed to pry the truth from their lips, discover their lair. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. China's voice was resolute, each word laced with a chilling intent and undeniable conviction. Lin Taizhan observed the blazing fire of revenge in China's eyes, feeling the righteous fury and determination radiating from her. The cold weight of grief that had settled in his heart due to the village's tragic fate seemed to shift slightly, stirred by this shared animosity. Simultaneously, a thought rapidly took form in his remaining consciousness. He needed to survive. In this unfamiliar and perilous world, survival necessitates understanding the environment, securing sustenance, ensuring safety, and discovering avenues for empowerment. The remarkable young woman before him, seemingly well acquainted with her surroundings, may indeed be his only potential ally. At the very least, she appears resolute in her objectives and unlikely to take his life, at least for the time being. I will accompany you, Lin Taizhan managed to utter, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unwavering determination. He gestured toward the two captured bandits sprawled on the ground, then toward China, and finally pointed into the depths of the forest, the direction in which the bandits had fled. I can fight and endure punishment to locate their lair. He clumsily articulated his worth, the simplicity of his words belied by their clarity. He sought vengeance, he possessed combat prowess, and particularly, his remarkably resilient skin might prove unexpectedly advantageous in tracking and confronting the bandits. Upon hearing this, China raised her brows, her keen gaze reassessing Lin Taizhan, observing his blood-soaked form, nearly on the verge of collapse, and the stubborn glint of survival and revenge in his eyes. Perhaps driven by a desire to cling to her for survival, her thoughts raced. This enigmatic figure, with his peculiar physique, indeed represented a significant variable and potential threat. Yet, his astonishing resilience could transform into an unforeseen asset in the imminent confrontation with the ruthless bandit den. An impeccable shield, perhaps. Moreover, having him by her side was undoubtedly preferable to allowing this peculiar creature to wander alone in the wilderness, uncertain of his fate. At the very least, she could keep him in sight. With risks and opportunities intertwined, the pursuit of vengeance and the destruction of the bandits' lair warranted the gamble. Humph, China scoffed, a tacit acknowledgement of his proposition. She offered no further words, instead expressing her stance through action. Without another glance at Lin Taizhan, she strode decisively toward the scarred-faced bear. Convulsing in the mud, her movements were swift and efficient, characteristic of a martial artist. She bent down, grasping the torn collar of the bear's ragged clothing, and forcibly hoisted his massive form from the mire. The scarred-faced bear, having suffered a debilitating injury to his groin, was rendered nearly unconscious, emitting intermittent, pitiful whimpers akin to a deflating bellows. If you wish to live, show us the way. China's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, akin to the pronouncement of death, resonating clearly in the bear's ears. The dying sun elongated their shadows, casting them upon the charred remnants of walls and pools of congealed blood. One dragged the nearly lifeless bandit leader, while the other, blood-soaked and unsteady, followed closely behind. Their objective lay deep within the forest, a realm shrouded in further bloodshed and uncertainty, the lair of the bandits. Thus formed a precarious alliance, driven by vengeance and survival, quietly taking shape on the fringes of a desolate wasteland cloaked in death. Chapter 8. The Martial Path Unveiled. The dragon pearl emerges. The waning sunlight resembled molten gold, cascading upon the rugged, winding mountain path, staining the surrounding peculiar stones and twisted ancient trees with a haunting hue of crimson. Lin Taizhan followed closely behind Qina, each step eliciting excruciating pain throughout his body, akin to traversing a bed of smoldering coals. The mark of an axe wound on his shoulder and neck still burned fiercely, while the scars and myriad bruises adorning his back felt like countless steel needles piercing through his flesh. Sweat mingled with dried blood crusts continually trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes and bringing a sharp pang of discomfort. The encroaching darkness at the periphery of his vision seemed to ebb and flow, threatening to engulf him once more. Ahead, Qina moved with a nimble and steady gait. In one hand, she dragged the scarred-faced bear, whose heavy body carved a deep trough in the mud as it emitted intermittent, pained groans. In her other hand, she clutched a dark scabbard, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, revealing the turmoil that lay beneath her seemingly calm exterior. Although she did not turn back, Lin Taizhan could distinctly feel an invisible aura of scrutiny and wariness enveloping him like a spider's web, firmly locking onto him. The focus of that gaze seemed to intentionally linger on the ghastly wounds that marred his body, particularly the deep white mark on his forehead. Silence reigned, broken only by the sound of the scarred bear being dragged, the faint whimpers, and Lin Tieshan's labored breathing echoing through the still mountain path, creating an atmosphere of palpable oppression. After an indeterminate period, perhaps to shatter the stifling ambience or to reaffirm certain details, Qina's cold voice pierced the silence like a stone cast into a deep pool. "Hey, monster." She still did not look back. Her voice, somewhat ethereal in the twilight, asked, "What is your name? You must have a title." Lin Taizhan, gritting his teeth against the searing pain from the gravel beneath his feet, struggled to lift his head, sweat dripping from his chin. A name? He parted his lips, the syllable belonging to the original owner of this body rolling in his throat. Yet what emerged was the name indelibly inscribed in the depths of his soul from a past life. Lin Taizhan. Taizhan. Qina's pace seemed to falter imperceptibly before returning to normal, her tone laced with understanding and a hint of mockery. "That fits. Your skin and bones are indeed as tough as iron." She slightly turned her head, her peripheral gaze sweeping over Lin Tieshan's scar-laden arm. "How are your injuries?" Lin Taizhan was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to his exposed arm. The deep crimson marks and bruises, inflicted by Qina's sharp blade, appeared somewhat lighter in the fading sunlight than they had at the village's edge. The searing pain beneath his skin remained intense, yet the dull ache that penetrated to his very bones seemed to have lessened slightly. What astonished him further was that the profound, weighty sensation beneath his skin, after enduring numerous life and death struggles and torturous pain, had not diminished. Instead, it felt as though it had become more solid and dense, like wrought iron continuously hammered, exuding a newfound vitality. Each injury, each extreme strain, seemed to catalyze an ineffable transformation within this iron-clad body. "It hurts," he rasped, the words slipping from his lips with unexpected fluidity, yet it seemed insufficient to convey his struggle. He endeavored to articulate the sensation of gradual healing that coursed through him. Strangely enough, as his body began to move slightly while walking, the sense of stagnation caused by severe injury and the barrier of language seemed to gradually dissipate. The fragmented remnants of the original owner's language in his mind were being comprehended, absorbed, and reorganized at an astonishing pace. Although his expression remained somewhat halting, the speed at which he understood the words of others had notably improved. "Humph, a monster is still a monster." Qina let out a soft snort, the tone ambiguous. She refocused her gaze ahead, her voice returning to its icy demeanor. "You had best recover swiftly. Just ahead lies Blackwind Ridge, the lair of that band of scoundrels led by the scar-faced bear. If we drag you along at this slow pace, by the time night falls completely, the mountain path will become even harder to navigate and far more perilous. In these mountains, there are not only bandits, but also more troublesome entities." Blackwind Ridge, a bandit stronghold, more troublesome entities? Lin Tieshan's heart tightened as he silently absorbed this information. He forced himself to quicken his pace, matching Qina's speed. Each step tugged painfully at his wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Perhaps it was the astonishment brought about by Lin Tieshan's peculiar resilience and slow recovery. Or perhaps it was the slight reduction in her wariness due to his current display of cooperation and tenacity. Or maybe it was simply to ensure that this enigmatic creature could play a more significant role in their forthcoming endeavors, perhaps to serve as a more effective shield. Kina spoke again, this time with a hint less of coldness and more of guidance and introduction. 300 miles to the east lies the West Capital. Kina's voice resonated clearly against the backdrop of the dusk mountain winds. The West Capital, the largest city under the control of the Red Satin Brigade, is prosperous yet rife with filth. To the south lies steamed Bun Mountain, and beyond that, the sea, where islands can be found. To the north stretches vast expanses of wasteland and desert, sparsely populated and harsh in environment. She paused, seemingly organizing more crucial information. As for the territory beneath our feet, it is on the fringes of the southern capital's influence, a no-man's land, which is why bandits and rogues are so rampant here. West Capital, Red Satin Brigade, Southern Capital, Steamed Bun Mountain. Each unfamiliar name resembled fragmented pieces of a puzzle, sketching a preliminary outline of this strange world in Lin Tieshan's mind. He noted them silently, while keenly sensing the fleeting chill and wariness in Kina's tone when she mentioned the Red Satin Brigade. The Red Satin Brigade? Lin Tieshan attempted to repeat the term, the pronunciation still somewhat awkward. A band of robbers clad in military garb. Kina's voice brimmed with unabashed disdain. Yet she refrained from elaborating further. Armed with firearms and peculiar machines, they dominate the West Capital, pillaging and plundering, 100 times more detestable than these bandits. Firearms. Machines? Lin Tieshan's heart stirred. This sounded reminiscent of modernity. Yet, Kina's attire of coarse fabric and her exquisite swordsmanship clearly belonged to the realm of ancient martial arts. The technological tree of this world seemed oddly skewed. Just as he pondered this, Kina shifted her tone, adopting a markedly different, almost reverent air. Yet in this world, true power does not reside in those firearms and machines, but in the martial artists. Martial artists? Lin Tieshan echoed the term, his heart inexplicably racing. In his past life, he dedicated his entire being to the martial arts. This term held an indescribable allure for him. Indeed, China's voice seemed to carry a subtle warmth. As she spoke of cultivating one's energy, honing the body, and mastering powers that transcended the mundane, scaling rooftops, shattering stone, and even, she paused, as if reminiscing, her tone imbued with reverence. Legend had it that there existed a martial deity capable of moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies and vanishing into the earth. Energy, body honing, transcending the ordinary, moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies and vanishing into the earth. China's words struck Lin Tieshan's heart like thunderclaps. In his previous life, he pursued the iron cloth technique, striving for the limits of the physical form, fully aware of the vast potential within the human body. Yet, he had never dared to envision realms like moving mountains and filling seas, which existed solely in myth. The pinnacle of martial arts in this world was astonishingly high. He felt his breath quicken, not from pain, but from an indescribable shock and thrill. If China spoke the truth, then perhaps his mutated and enhanced iron cloth technique was not the terminus in this world, but merely the beginning. How does one become a martial artist? Lin Tieshan's voice quivered with excitement, his gaze intensely fixed upon China's silhouette. China seemed to sense the shift in the gaze behind her, her steps unwavering. Yet her tone bore a hint of pride. There are many paths. One could join a powerful martial sect, such as the renowned Turtle Immortal sect, or become part of formidable organizations, like the Crane Immortal sect, despite its less than stellar reputation. Alternatively, one might receive the legacy of a reclusive master. Of course, much depends on personal exploration and arduous training, but that path is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Turtle Immortal sect? Crane Immortal sect? Sects? Organizations? Lin Tieshan absorbed this information like a parched sponge, desperate for knowledge. The name Turtle Immortal sect struck a peculiar chord within him, yet, overwhelmed by the deluge of information, he could not recall its origin. The finest stage for measuring the strength of martial artists, a platform for achieving fame and renown, China's voice suddenly rose. Imbued with an undeniable authority, was none other than the World Martial Arts Championship held every 5 years. The World Martial Arts Championship? Lin Tieshan repeated this name, filled with grandeur and allure, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. Yes, China asserted firmly. It is jointly organized by the wealthiest conglomerates and the most powerful martial alliances of the world. It gathers the strongest martial artists from across the globe. Under the gaze of the masses, they compete in the purest form of martial artistry. The ultimate victor not only gains unparalleled glory and immense wealth, but also earns the title of the world's greatest. Her voice carried a trace of uncontainable longing, a pinnacle that every martial practitioner dreams of reaching. The world's greatest, the zenith of martial arts. These 8 words ignited within Lin Taizhan a fervor that had been nearly extinguished by death, reincarnation, and slaughter. In his previous life, he was but a step away from the gold belt in combat sports. His pursuit of strength and yearning for the peak had long been etched into his very marrow. In this world, where martial prowess reaches unprecedented heights and the stage is infinitely vast, the phrase "the greatest martial arts tournament" stands as a resplendent beacon, illuminating his previously obscure and tumultuous path. To grow stronger, to become even more formidable, to partake in the greatest martial arts tournament, ascending that pinnacle stage. This is not merely a necessity for survival. It is the most primal yearning of his very soul. An indescribable surge of fiery energy abruptly ascends from the dantian in his lower abdomen, the focal point of his past training, flowing instantly through his limbs and bones. Wherever this fervent current travels, the agonizing pain of his wounds seems to diminish, and the robust sensation beneath his skin feels rejuvenated, gently pulsing with newfound vitality. From his weary body, a latent strength appears to emerge. In that moment, his gaze becomes strikingly luminous and resolutely determined. "I shall go." Lin Tieshan's voice, though still hoarse, resonates with unwavering conviction. Each word seems forcibly extracted from his chest, imbued with an intense warmth. China finally halts, turning to face him. In the twilight, her clear eyes reveal a hint of astonishment as she scrutinizes Lin Taizhan intently, observing the flames of resolve kindled within his weary and bloodied eyes. Witnessing the upright posture of his scarred physique and feeling the undeniable determination in his words, she seems to truly perceive, for the first time, the warrior's spirit that lies beneath the grotesque exterior. After a moment of silence, her brows arch slightly, and her lips curve into a barely discernible smirk. Such grand ambitions. Do you believe your battered form will suffice? The tournament is not a place for you to serve as a punching bag. Wish to participate? Survive the night first. Her words retain their characteristic chill and a hint of derision, yet the wariness in her scrutiny appears to wane. Without further ado, she turns and resumes dragging the scarred-faced bear onward. Lin Taizhan takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him, his gaze solidifying with greater resolve. He endures the excruciating pain and quickens his pace to keep up. The phrase "the greatest martial arts tournament" engraves itself indelibly in his mind. The path to strength begins here, at this bandit-occupied Black Wind Ridge. As his fervor swells, China seemingly recalls something, continuing to walk while speaking in an almost self-reflective tone, laden with a sense of mystery. There is also an ancient legend about 7 Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Dragon Balls. Grant any wish. Lin Tieshan's spirit is jolted once more by this revelation. This information strikes him with greater force than the tournament itself. However, China shows no inclination to elaborate, her tone drifting as if recounting a distant fairy tale. Yet, such tales are but ethereal myths. The pressing matter lies in the present. China's voice regains its cold and grave tone. She halts, her gaze sharp as an eagle, penetrating the deepening twilight ahead on the mountain path. In that place, 2 towering black peaks loomed like the fangs of a monstrous beast, casting immense shadows under the dim light of the sky, completely engulfing the narrow, deep entrance of a mountain ravine. A chilling mountain wind howled from the ravine's mouth, carrying a haunting wail that seemed to echo the cries of countless vengeful spirits. The air was laced with a faint, elusive scent reminiscent of smoke and the foul odor of a beast's lair. Black Wind Ridge had arrived. The den of bandits opened its gaping maw, as if poised to devour the unwary, slowly revealing itself in the encroaching twilight. Chapter 9, Iron Wall. Bloodstained blade. The entrance of Black Wind Ridge resembled the gullet of a colossal creature, narrow, profound, and suffused with a stifling coldness. Dusk descended prematurely here, heavy shadows consuming the last vestiges of daylight, leaving only the wind's mournful whine as it swept through the jagged rocks, akin to the lamentations of the dead. The air was thick with the decaying scent of withered branches and leaves, the repugnant odor of a beast's den, and an unsettling hint of smoke from distant fires. China halted, discarding the half-breathing scarred bear as if it were mere refuse behind a massive stone by the roadside. Her slender fingers caressed the obsidian scabbard gently, her gaze sharp as that of a hawk, surveying the dim, rugged path ahead, flanked by eerie stone formations and dense thickets. Her movements exuded an instinctive caution, each step as light as that of a cat, as if she were treading upon invisible blades. "Follow my footprints, not a step astray," she commanded in a low, unwavering tone without glancing back. This territory marked the perimeter of the scarred bear's lair, riddled with treacherous traps. A misstep could unleash falling rocks, spring-loaded arrows, or ground spikes enough to ensnare the unwary. Lin Taizhan paused a few steps behind her, enduring the excruciating pain from his numerous wounds and the overwhelming dizziness. Striving to steady his labored breaths, he fixated his gaze on the nearly indistinguishable footholds China had gracefully traversed. However, the agonizing pain and fatigue clung to him like a parasite, severely disrupting his balance and concentration. Just as he attempted to leap over a slightly raised stone slab half concealed beneath dead leaves, he stumbled, his center of gravity wavering, and his right foot inevitably strayed from the safe zone that China had traversed, landing heavily on what appeared to be solid ground. Crack! A sound, almost imperceptible yet akin to thunder, shattered the mountain path silence in an instant. "Fool!" China's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted. Before her words could fully escape, a thunderous rumble echoed above. A massive stone, the size of a grinding wheel and jagged in form, seemed propelled by an unseen force, tearing through the dense foliage with the might of a tempest, plummeting directly towards Lin Taizhan. Before the stone even reached him, the suffocating gust it generated sent a shiver down his spine. Simultaneously, whoosh, 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 several piercing sounds sliced through the air from the thickets on either side. 3 massive wooden spikes, as thick as a man's arm and tipped with a sharp point gleaming with a cold, iron-like sheen, shot forth like venomous serpents, shrieking through the air as they aimed for Lin Taizhan's waist and legs from a treacherous angle. The speed was such that only a blurred afterimage could be seen. A trap, a dual threat. The falling rocks sealed the peak, and the ground spikes ensnared his body. There was no escape. Lin Taizhan's pupils instantaneously narrowed to the size of a pinhead. The shadow of death had never appeared so vividly. His instinct for survival, coupled with the peculiar confidence bestowed by his ironclad shirt, erupted in a moment of dire urgency. He let out a primal growl from his throat. Having no time to evade, he could only curl his body, his arms tightly guarding his neck and head, while pouring all his remaining strength and will into the muscles and skin of his waist and legs. "Iron shirt, hold firm for me." Bang! The falling rock struck first. The deafening thud that resonated in the valley felt like a heavy hammer on a drum. Lin Taizhan sensed an indescribable force crashing against his crossed arms and arched back. Darkness suddenly enveloped him, and a buzzing filled his ears, his very insides feeling displaced. The tremendous impact drove his feet deep into the mud, his knees buckled, and he fell forward with a heavy thud. Almost simultaneously, thud, 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 3 sickening sounds, akin to blunt instruments piercing tough leather. The 3 deadly ground spikes pierced too deep into the thickest part of Lin Taizhan's exposed right thigh and buttock muscles. The other grazed his left side, tearing a long gash. Ugh! Lin Taizhan let out an uncontrollable roar of pain. His body propelled forward by the combined force of the falling rocks and the spikes, crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, splattering mud everywhere. Dust filled the air, and debris flew. China had already retreated several paces like a ghost at the moment the trap was triggered, avoiding the falling rocks. She stood at a safe distance, her dark blade firmly in hand, her expression grave as she focused intently on the billowing dust. In her mind, she had already foreseen the direst outcome. Under the dual assault of rocks and spikes, even iron bones would surely yield. However, as the dust began to settle and she beheld the scene before her, China's clear eyes widened in shock, her icy demeanor betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Lin Taizhan had not been reduced to a pulp, nor had he been pierced by the spikes. He lay on the muddy ground, his body twitching slightly, blood frothing from his mouth, utterly disheveled. Yet upon him, a boulder the size of a grinding stone was precariously pressing against his back and legs, but it had not completely crushed him. At the edge of the boulder, one could see his arms straining upward, muscles tensed like rock, forcefully creating a slight space beneath the boulder. Where the boulder met his back, his clothing was torn to shreds, revealing a horrifying, deep purple contusion, skin torn and bleeding profusely, clearly indicating that his bones had endured tremendous impact. But the bones were not broken. The 3 deadly wooden spikes, 2 had penetrated his thigh and buttock, burrowing an inch deep, the tips stained with dark red blood, yet they had not pierced through. His resilient muscles and skin firmly clamped around the spikes, as if they were lodged within the gnarled roots of a venerable tree. The blade that grazed his side left a deep gash, exposing flesh yet failing to inflict a fatal wound. Has he truly endured this? Though battered and his injuries exacerbated, he survived the lethal dual assault of falling stones and sharp stakes. Lin Taizhan struggled, gasping for breath like a worn-out bellows. His arms surged with astonishing strength, muscles bulging as the robust sensation beneath his skin surged wildly, propelling the massive boulder pressing against his back to the side with a fierce heave. With a thunderous crash, the boulder rolled away, crushing several saplings in its wake. He laboriously turned over, gritting his teeth, his hands gripping the 2 wooden stakes still embedded in his thigh and buttock. Muscles taut, he emitted a deep growl from his throat and yanked outward with ferocity. With a sickening squelch, the stakes were pulled free, leaving behind 2 gaping, blood-gushing wounds. The excruciating pain darkened his vision, yet he fought to remain conscious. Qina beheld Lin Taizhan rising from the mud like a bloodied warrior, observing the fresh, horrific scars that could easily claim the lives of ordinary men. She noted the fierce and unyielding light in his eyes, forged through torment and the specter of death, and her heart trembled. The annoyance she felt from his triggering the trap was swiftly overshadowed by the awe inspired by his extraordinary resilience and indomitable spirit. You. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Monster? Seemed an inadequate description. Let us go? Lin Taizhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the distant flicker of firelight deep within the ravine. They must seize the opportunity while their adversaries were unprepared. His intentions were clear. The trap had been triggered, and the bandits in the hideout would undoubtedly be on high alert. They needed to strike before the enemy could fully react. Qina studied him intently, and the last flicker of doubt in her eyes was replaced by a complex, inscrutable emotion. No longer inclined to speak, she simply nodded, her form transforming once more into a shadowy wisp, silently darting towards the source of the firelight. This time, her speed intensified, her movements more elusive, clearly no longer needing to worry about her rugged companion inadvertently triggering traps. Lin Taizhan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of his blood and the searing agony, and took heavy steps, resembling an injured giant. Each footfall sent sharp pain radiating from his wounds. Yet the fire igniting in his eyes burned more fiercely than the flickering flames in the depths of the ravine. Emerging from the final thicket, he found himself in a clearing. In a secluded hollow embraced by mountains, crooked wooden huts clustered against the hillsides, with a trampled patch of earth in the center, where several campfires burned, casting shadows of figures. The air was thick with the odor of cheap alcohol, the charred scent of grilled meat, and a pungent mix of sweat and blood. The trap's alarm had evidently disturbed some bandits, as 7 or 8 drowsy figures, wielding knives and axes, grumbled while peering towards the mouth of the hollow. Enemy attack. One sharp-eyed bandit spotted the swift, azure figure darting through the darkness and screamed in terror. However, his cry had scarcely faded. The blade was drawn. The clear, resonant sound of the sword echoed like a sigh from the grim reaper. Qina moved. Her figure, illuminated by the flickering firelight, transformed into a fleeting azure lightning. The dagger in her hand seemed to possess a life of its own, each swing releasing a chilling gleam. Where the blade passed, blood sprayed forth. Thud. Ah, my arm. The screams rose and fell like a cacophony. Qina's movements surpassed the limits of the bandits' reactions. She flitted through the panicked throng like a butterfly amidst flowers, and with every halt, a bandit would collapse, clutching their throat or heart. Her actions were clean, ruthless, and precise, devoid of any superfluous motion. In an instant, she had dispatched the first 7 or 8 bandits who reacted. At the edge of the clearing, only a few rapidly cooling corpses remained, mingling with the pervasive stench of blood. Such a swift blade. Lin Taizhan felt a chill in his heart. Yet his feet did not falter. His sole aim was the largest, brightest wooden house at the center of the stronghold. According to the vague mutterings of the scar-faced bear and his intuition, that was surely the lair of the leader. He disregarded the sporadic resistance around him, charging towards the wooden house like a battering ram. A one-eyed bandit wielding a machete shrieked as he swung it toward Lin Tieshan's head. Get lost. Lin Tieshan did not even glance, his left arm's muscles tensing as he boldly blocked the strike. Clang. Sparks flew. The machete was deflected, leaving a deeper white mark on his arm. Seizing the momentum, Lin Tieshan's right fist thundered forward, crashing into the one-eyed bandit's chest with raw power. Crack. The sound of splintering ribs echoed. The bandit's eyes bulged, blood gushing from his mouth, as he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into a pile of debris. Lin Tieshan pressed on, smashing through the rickety half-open door of the wooden house. Inside, it was brightly lit. A giant, even more imposing than the scar-faced bear, with a bushy beard and clad in half-armor, rose in fury from a chair draped in animal pelts. He had evidently heard the screams outside. A flicker of panic crossed his face, swiftly replaced by ferocity. His reaction was swift. Upon realizing the intruder was merely a blood-soaked, battered youth, he let out a sinister laugh, swiftly drawing a dark, gleaming firearm from beneath the table. You little bastard. Die for me. The bee he had no time to think. His body instinctively twisted to the left, arms crossing protectively over his head and vital organs. A dull thud echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking thick leather. The lead pellet missed its intended target, his heart, yet it burrowed viciously into the robust muscle beneath his left shoulder blade, exposed by the sudden twist. An indescribable agony. A blend of searing heat, tearing pain, and immense force enveloped half of Lin Tieshan's body in an instant. He distinctly felt the scorching metal projectile tear through skin, cleave muscle fibers, and ultimately collide with the shoulder blade, a horrific sensation. The tremendous impact propelled him backward, staggering him against the doorframe, with splintering around him. Blood gushed forth like a small fountain from the wound, instantly staining his already tattered clothing crimson. Gasping in pain, Lin Tieshan emitted a series of strained breaths. Darkness encroaching upon his vision. His left arm felt nearly numb, and waves of excruciating pain radiated from his shoulder blade. Ha! I see you want to survive this. The burly man, his laughter booming, attempted to hurriedly reload gunpowder and lead. However, he underestimated the ferocity ignited within Lin Tieshan by the throes of agony and the looming specter of death. Suddenly, a roar erupted from Lin Tieshan's throat, reminiscent of a dying beast, reverberating with boundless suffering, rage, and a primal desire to obliterate all before him. The pain did not shatter him. Rather, it served as the fiercest fuel, igniting the fury buried deep within his soul. Ignoring the gaping wound in his bleeding shoulder and the heart-wrenching torment, his body, like a spring compressed to its limit, propelled forth from the doorframe. His remaining right arm clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking under the strain of immense force. All his strength, combined with the violent will evoked by the lead bullet, surged into that singular punch. Die! He charged at the astonished, burly man, heedless of the gun's threat and his own injuries, embodying a fierce momentum of mutual destruction. His speed surpassed the giant's expectations, freezing the man's reloading motion. Fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. Bang! Lin Tieshan's fist, infused with all his wrath and power, struck solidly and without pretense against the giant's face. Now distorted in shock, time seemed to freeze in that moment. A sharp crack echoed as the nasal and cheekbones collapsed instantaneously, reverberating clearly in Lin Tieshan's ears. Filled with a buzzing sound, the menacing grin on the burly man's face solidified into sheer agony and bewilderment. He barely had time to emit a full scream before his massive frame was sent flying backward, as if struck by a charging rhinoceros. The heavy body crashed violently onto the animal skin-adorned seat behind him, a symbol of leadership. The sturdy hardwood chair splintered into fragments, with chips scattering in all directions. The muscular giant's momentum remained unabated as he collided forcefully with the earthen wall behind, producing a muffled thud that sent dust cascading from the wall. He lay crumpled like a puddle of mud amidst the shattered chair and debris, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a spring. His body convulsed involuntarily a few times before falling utterly silent. Inside the wooden cabin, An oppressive stillness enveloped the space. The mingled scent of gunpowder and blood wafted through the air, blending with the dust under the flickering lamplight. Lin Taizhan stood at the doorway, gasping for breath, each inhalation tugging at the agonizing wound in his left shoulder. Blood trickling from the tattered hem of his garment to form a small pool of dark red on the muddy ground beneath him. He slowly retracted his right fist, smeared with the blood and bones of his enemies, his body swaying slightly from exhaustion and pain, yet his back remained straight. The cries of battle and screams outside gradually subsided. China's figure appeared at the entrance, her blue garments stained with splatters of blood. The short dagger in her hand still gleaming with a cold light, though its tip now pointed towards the ground. She gazed at Lin Taizhan, who stood like a formidable demon, with a lead bullet embedded in his shoulder, then glanced at the lifeless body of the bandit leader, whose head was caved in and whose demise was tragic, along with the scattered corpses of bandits outside. The flickering flames illuminated her resolute, yet somewhat complex expression. In the depths of her clear eyes, the last remnants of doubt were finally supplanted by an indescribable shock. Withstanding the falling stones, enduring the lead bullets, and brutally slaying the bandit leader transcended mere physical resilience. This was the true Iron Wall, a creature born from blood and battle. She slowly exhaled a breath laced with the scent of blood, her gaze settling on the lead bullet, still seeping blood from Lin Taizhan's shoulder. Her cool voice resonating with a barely perceptible tremor. "Can you still move, Iron Wall? Perhaps we can find something to treat your wounds in this stronghold." Chapter 10. The mystery of the iron skin. As China kindled a fire by the stream, Lin Taizhan leaned against a smooth gray rock, polished by the flowing water. Gasping for breath, each inhalation tugged at the fiery pain in his chest, the bullet still lodged deep within his left pectoral muscle, akin to a searing nail continuously stirring. He lowered his gaze, illuminated by the flickering flames, to the pale skin beneath his tattered clothing, where intersecting marks told a harrowing tale, the bruises left by wolf bites, the slender white lines from curved blade slashes, the deep crimson swellings from axe wounds, and the grotesque, charred edges of the gaping wounds seared into his flesh by lead bullets. Dried blood and mud crusted upon his skin, resembling a brutal armor woven from suffering and resilience. "Take off your clothes." China's voice shattered the silence, carrying an undeniable command. Having washed her hands in the stream, she was now retrieving a glinting dagger, a rough clay bowl, and a small roll of clean linen from her pack. Her movements were swift and precise, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to tending to injuries. Lin Taizhan remained silent, using his still functional right hand to painstakingly tear away the tattered coarse burlap that stretched from his left shoulder to his abdomen. Each tug elicited a searing pain and the sticky sound of flesh and dried blood crust being torn apart. When his battered chest was fully exposed to the flickering flames and China's gaze, even though she was somewhat prepared, her breath involuntarily caught for a moment. The flames danced, casting a vivid light upon the scarred body. Most striking was the gaping wound on the upper left chest, inflicted by a lead bullet. The flesh had been violently torn apart by the high-velocity impact, curling over in a charred dark brown, while the center revealed a deep, irregular hole, from which a shadowy object glinted with a cold metallic sheen embedded deep within. Surrounding the wound was a vast expanse of deep purple, nearly black, bruising that spread like an unsightly spiderweb. In stark contrast, the skin bore the intersecting marks of old wounds left by blades and axes, which, though red and deeply etched, had not truly broken the surface. The deep pits left by wolf-like teeth were swollen and raised, merely giving the skin a texture that suggested excessive stretching. China's gaze, akin to the most precise probe, meticulously traversed those scars, ultimately fixating on the bullet wound. With fingers as cool as a mountain stream, she carefully pressed against the swollen flesh around the wound, noting its unusually hard texture. "Bear with it," she whispered, her voice betraying an unmistakable astonishment for the first time. The tip of her dagger was repeatedly seared in the flames until it shimmered with a bluish-white hue. She firmly pressed 2 fingers of her left hand against the upper edge of Lin Taizhan's pectoral muscle, the sensation transmitted through her fingertips stirring a tumult within her. The hardness of the taut muscle rivaled that of tempered steel. With lightning speed, the dagger's tip pierced through the curling flesh, prompting Lin Taizhan's body to tense up violently. His teeth clenching his lower lip as a muffled groan, suppressed to the utmost, escaped from deep within his throat. The blade sliced through the damaged tissue, emitting a faint hissing sound as it sought out the hidden foreign object. The excruciating pain pierced his nerves like a red-hot iron rod, instantly causing beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans to form on his forehead, rolling down his blood-stained cheeks. China remained utterly focused, her wrist steady as a rock. The dagger tip explored within the flesh, several times brushing against the hard, cold core, producing faint metallic scraping sounds. Each contact sent Lin Tieshan's muscles into violent spasms. Finally, with a deft flick of the blade, a sudden movement, a sharp metallic clang resonated harshly against the tranquil streamside. A lead bullet, caked in thick blood and slightly deformed from the intense heat, landed in the rough earthen bowl that China had prepared, rolling around and leaving a dark red trail. Almost at the moment the bullet was extracted, China's gaze froze. At the deepest point of the bullet hole, beneath the damaged muscle tissue and the oozing blood, she distinctly observed an unusual hue, not the vivid red of flesh, but a cold, hard, matte silver, the color of his bone. Unlike the typical pallor or pale yellow of human bones, it bore a dense, weighty quality, akin to the metallic texture of ancient silver. The lead bullet was ultimately halted by this incredible silver bone. China's pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, the hand gripping the dagger exhibited a minuscule tremor. She abruptly raised her gaze, her eyes akin to two red-hot irons, piercingly fixed upon Lin Tieshan's face, contorted in agony. Her voice, laced with incredulity, sliced through the air. Your bones are silver, and your flesh cannot be cleaved by blades, nor pierced by wolf's fangs, not even by firearms. What on earth are you? What sort of sinister practice have you mastered? A torrent of questions cascaded forth like a tempest, laden with her long-suppressed shock and doubt. Crashing down upon him, this enigmatic figure, replete with wounds and an unknown origin, revealed in every instance a superhuman quality that relentlessly challenged her understanding of martial arts. Lin Tieshan gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Cold sweat mingled with blood, soaking his temples. Faced with China's penetrating gaze, ablaze with astonishment and inquiry, he realized that evasion was no longer a possibility. Not a sinister art, he managed to rasp, his throat parched and hoarse, each word scraping against the roughness of his dry throat. He struggled to sift through the meager vocabulary inherited from the original Tieshan, clumsily intertwining it with his previous life's understanding of the iron cloth technique, attempting to construct a plausible explanation, a family legacy of hard martial arts passed down through generations. Hard martial arts? China's brows furrowed, skepticism evident in her expression towards this unfamiliar term. The hard martial arts she had encountered were at best rudimentary external practices, capable of withstanding ordinary blows. Yet she had never witnessed a creature that was impervious to blades and whose bones resembled steel. How did you achieve this? Through enduring blows, Lin Tieshan's voice faded. Imbued with profound fatigue and helplessness, he slowly raised his right hand, his broad palm calloused and marred, and under the flickering firelight, he unconsciously mimicked the grueling motions of his past life, forming a fist and striking it heavily, once, then again, slowly and deliberately against his battered left arm. The dull thuds reverberated in the stillness of the night. Since childhood, I have endured. His gaze became unfocused, as if penetrating beyond the campfire, glimpsing another world, another self. Beaten with sticks, struck with stones, slammed against sandbags, soaked in medicinal alcohol, and struck again, battered until my skin split and bones threatened to shatter, yet I persevered. His descriptions were painfully simplistic, his vocabulary scant and fragmented. Yet from his exhausted, numb eyes and his clumsy strikes, China sensed a heart-wrenching, almost self-destructive brutality. This was far beyond the mere notion of being beaten. It was a relentless crucible where flesh served as the anvil and suffering the hammer, day after day, year after year, forging himself into a piece of resilient iron at the precipice of destruction. What kind of madness, what unwavering tenacity, and even what depth of despair must one possess to endure such torment? Thus, the beating and battering persisted for an indeterminate duration, Lin Tieshan's voice dwindling. Suffused with a bone-deep numbness, the skin thickened, the bones hardened. China remained silent for a long while. The crackling campfire cast a flickering light upon her resolute visage. She gazed at the young man leaning against the rock, his body marred with wounds, his appearance disheveled, and his eyes weary, reminiscent of a cornered beast. battered and bruised by relentless hunters. Yet, within this seemingly fragile form lay an indomitable spirit, one that even gunfire could not penetrate. A resilience that could shatter the blades of wolves and mountain bandits alike. This stark contrast stirred a tumult of unexpressed emotions within her. Silently, she picked up a coarse pottery bowl and scooped up the frigid stream water, meticulously washing the gaping wound on Lin Tieshan's chest. The water swept away the congealed blood, revealing the shredded muscle tissue torn by lead bullets, and once again exposing the chilling gleam of silver bone deep within the gash. Her fingertips inevitably brushed against his skin. The icy water coursed down, and the texture of his skin felt resilient and dense, imbued with a strange elasticity and vitality. As if what flowed beneath was not warm blood but a more tenacious, living substance. The bones hidden beneath conveyed an essence not of metal nor stone, but a solidity as profound as a mountain. Resilience, she whispered the word softly, carefully cleansing the blood and grime from the scars on his chest, arms, and back with a damp, clean cloth. As the filth receded, the scars emerged more distinctly in the firelight. The marks left by knives and axes resembled the cracked earth of a parched landscape. The congealed blood settled into deep purple clouds, and the gaping wounds from lead bullets appeared as silent, accusatory craters. Her focus remained unwavering as she worked, her movements deliberate and gentle. However, each stroke and pressure still sent jolts of pain through Lin Tieshan's sensitive nerves, causing him to grit his teeth. The veins on his forehead pulsing, his body trembling slightly from the agony he bore in silence. The night breeze whispered through the ravine, carrying the distant, indistinct moans of the forest. The flickering light of the campfire danced around them, casting their intertwined silhouettes upon the rock behind them. "Your village," Chi-Na broke the silence. Her voice low, carrying a barely perceptible softness. She discarded the last bloodied cloth, her gaze sweeping over the now more pronounced scars on his chest, wondering if they were inflicted by this band of marauders. She left her thought unfinished. Lin Tieshan nodded silently, a motion that tugged at his wound, eliciting a muted groan from him. In the firelight, his eyes momentarily darkened profoundly, akin to a stone sinking into a frigid pool, swirling with deep-seated hatred and boundless coldness. This gaze spoke more powerfully than any words could convey. The perpetrators of the massacre could only be those cruel mountain bandits. Chi-Na ceased her inquiries. She looked into Lin Tieshan's eyes, ablaze with vengeance yet dimmed by injury and exhaustion, then glanced down at her blood-stained hands. The astonishing hardness she had felt while extracting the lead bullet, the silver gleam beneath the flesh that her fingertips had touched, and the remarkable resilience of his skin, honed through countless brushes with destruction, all weighed heavily upon her heart like an unsolved riddle. She retrieved a small jar of pungent, dark brown ointment, scooping it out with her fingertips to apply it evenly across the wounds on Lin Tieshan's chest and several severe bruises. The ointment's touch ignited a sharp, fiery sting at the site of injury, causing Lin Tieshan's body to tense up once more. Chi-Na's movements remained deft, yet her gaze seemed to wander, as if penetrating the flickering flames before her, lost in profound contemplation. The training of the Turtle Immortal School emphasizes the perception and application of Qi, aspiring to achieve the purity and explosive potential of inner energy. She had witnessed her master, the Turtle Immortal, display earth-shattering power and observed her senior brothers condensing Qi into shockwaves that could obliterate anything in their path. However, the path of refining one's physical form into an almost immortal weapon, as Lin Tieshan had done, was unprecedented and unknown. What kind of brutal inheritance was this so-called family tradition of hardening the body? Was it truly worth the inhumane sacrifices made to shape oneself into such a form? What lay at the limits of this endeavor? Could it really be achieved merely through enduring pain? And what did the silver bones hidden beneath the flesh signify? A myriad of questions rose like the ethereal mists of a mountain stream, silently swirling in Chi-Na's mind. She gazed at the young man before her, silent and with closed eyes amidst his suffering, the firelight casting sharp contours upon his scarred physique, resembling a bronze statue forged from suffering and resilience. The glow of the campfire danced upon his tightly pressed lips and the deep lines between his brows, weaving shadows and light, as if depicting an unresolved ancient totem. Chi-Na averted her gaze, securing the lid on the ointment jar, her fingertips unconsciously twirling, as if still sensing the silent yet astonishing power surging beneath the skin. The night breeze carried a chill, rustling through the campfire, casting a bottomless whirlpool of contemplation in her clear eyes. Chapter 11. The burdened journey south. The leaden gray sky hung low, pressing down upon the undulating mountains that resembled the back of a colossal beast. The damp, cold morning wind swept through the valley, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and earth, tightening the skin on one's face. A winding, muddy path stretched forth like a tattered ribbon carelessly discarded, laboriously extending through the barren hills, fading into the misty distance. China walked ahead, her azure figure standing out distinctly against the monotonous gray-green backdrop. She moved with a lightness akin to a nimble lynx, treading upon the slippery, muddy trail, leaving only faint footprints that were almost instantaneously filled by the muck. The modest wicker backpack upon her back swayed gently with her steps, seemingly weightless. Lin Taizhan followed a few paces behind. Each footfall was accompanied by a heavy, sticky squelch. The crude straw sandals, hastily bound with rough tree bark and vines, had long been soaked in mud, and each lift of his foot brought up heavy clumps of earth. His coarse burlap clothing, washed by the stream, was only half dried by body heat and the mountain breeze, remaining tattered and barely sufficient for coverage. The wounds on his chest, torn by lead bullets, and the bruises scattered across his body throbbed painfully with every movement, akin to countless tiny needles persistently pricking at him. With each breath, a deep, searing ache lingered in his chest, ever present like a shadow. However, what tormented him even more was the overwhelming sense of emptiness that pervaded his being. It was not hunger, as the jerky that China had shared with him temporarily soothed the burning in his stomach, but rather a profound sense of deprivation and weakness that emanated from the very essence of life. It felt as though his body, which had just endured a brutal battle and suffered the excruciating pain of lead bullets tearing through flesh, resembled a dilapidated water pouch that had been completely drained. No matter how much fresh water was poured in, it remained shriveled and powerless. With every step he took, his muscles protested in a soft ache, and from deep within his bones came a faint groan reminiscent of rusty bearings grinding together. This sense of frailty coiled around his limbs like a frigid vine, ensnaring not only his physical form, but also his spirit. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the knuckles turning pale from the strain, as the thick calluses on his palms rubbed against one another, providing a faint yet tangible reminder of his existence. His gaze fell upon China's seemingly relaxed figure ahead, before he glanced down at his own feet, mired in the muck, nearly too heavy to lift. No, this cannot continue. This body is far too weak. So weak that even walking feels like bearing an immense weight. So weak that he felt like a burden. So weak that it reminded him of the days spent on a sickbed in a previous life, where even breathing was a laborious task. This was not the state that Lin Taizhan should be in. He suddenly raised his head, his hoarse voice, laden with heavy breaths, shattering the silence of the mountains. China. The azure figure ahead halted and turned around. The morning breeze tousled her hair, revealing a pair of clear eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Taizhan took a deep breath, the dull ache in his chest causing his brow to furrow, yet his gaze remained resolute, like two stones sinking into a frigid abyss. He pointed to himself, then to the muddy, burdensome path beneath his feet, and forcefully patted his weary legs and arms, finally gesturing towards the distant outline of a higher and steeper ridge. Too slow. I am too weak. He struggled to formulate his words, each syllable feeling as if it were being pried from a parched throat, emphasizing, I must train. I must grow stronger. He raised his hand, mimicking the posture of carrying a heavy load, his eyes fixed intently on China, as if to say, just as you practice. China's brows slightly arched. She regarded the pale youth before her, whose breath was unsteady and whose chest was wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Observing the nearly obsessive desire for strength and the extreme dissatisfaction with his current state reflected in his eyes. This look was familiar to her. She had witnessed similar flames in the eyes of fervent youths eager to join the turtle school. Yet, here was a man whose physical condition was so dire that even ordinary walking seemed arduous, yet he was actively demanding to intensify his training. Weight training? China's voice was cool, tinged with scrutiny. In your current state? Her gaze swept over the bandaged wound on his chest, faintly stained with blood, her tone revealing unmistakable skepticism. To her, this was akin to a gravely injured person voluntarily rushing into battle, bordering on self-destruction. I can. Lin Taizhan replied with unwavering certainty, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. He struck his aching left arm with renewed vigor, despite the sharp pain causing his lips to twitch momentarily. This body of flesh and bone could withstand it. Only what cannot be endured deserves to be practiced. His reasoning was simplistic, direct, and bore a certain brutal ferocity. Only by breaking one's limits can one transcend them. This was a creed ingrained in his very marrow from a previous life of rigorous training in the iron shirt technique. China fell silent for a moment as the mountain breeze tousled the ends of her ponytail. She gazed into Lin Tieshan's eyes, which burned with an indomitable spirit, and recalled the incredible resilient membrane she had touched while extracting lead pellets by the stream, as well as the fleeting glimpse of silver-white bone beneath the wound. This body could not be comprehended through ordinary logic. Perhaps this was an opportunity to observe the secrets of his formidable strength? Finally, she spoke, her tone neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Her gaze scanned the surroundings briefly before settling on several gray-black stones partially embedded in the damp earth nearby. The stones were rough-edged and varied in size, some as small as grinding wheels, while others towered to half a person's height, their surfaces adorned with moss and slick mud. China approached, not selecting the largest stone, but rather a sturdy piece of gray rock approximately half her height. She extended her hands, fingers gripping the cold, angular base of the stone like iron claws, her core tightening instantaneously. With a sharp exhalation, she exerted herself, and to her astonishment, the heavy gray rock was uprooted from the slick mud with sheer force. Her movements were clean and decisive, showcasing remarkable core strength and explosive power. Holding the stone, she returned steadily to Lin Tieshan, where she dropped it with a resounding thud into the mud at his feet, splattering murky water around. "Embrace it." She indicated toward the stone, then gestured toward the seemingly endless muddy mountain path ahead, her tone brooking no argument. "Your steps must be steady, your breath deep. Each step, your toes should grip the earth like roots. Keep your back straight and bear the weight with your core and back muscles, not your shoulders. If you rely on your shoulders alone, you won't get far before succumbing to exhaustion." Her instructions were clear and direct, imbued with the essence of the Turtle Immortal School's foundational training, emphasizing the importance of roots, core strength, and the fundamental yet essential transmission and coordination of power. Lin Tieshan regarded the damp, earthy-smelling stone before him, then looked into China's clear yet piercing eyes, without a trace of hesitation. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the ache in his chest, bent forward, and wrapped his arms tightly around the cold rock. An unimaginable weight surged through him. The icy, rough texture pierced his skin through his tattered clothing, while the moss and wet mud clung to his hands. The muscles in his arms instinctively tensed, the solidity beneath his skin instinctively swelling in an effort to confront the sudden, overwhelming pressure. He let out a muffled groan, his waist and legs surging with power as he channeled all his strength into his arms and back. "Lift!" With a suppressed roar, he struggled to raise the heavy gray rock from the ground. His feet sank deeply into the mud under the sudden burden, nearly submerging his ankles. The body swayed slightly under the immense weight. Old wounds in the shoulders, neck, and back tugged violently, sending searing pain coursing through. The wound on his chest felt as if it had been ignited, the burning sensation intensifying in an instant. Cold sweat erupted from his forehead, temples, and back, and upon contact with the frigid rock, it sent a bone-chilling wave through him. He clenched his jaw tightly, the muscles in his cheeks sharply defined from the exertion, and the veins at his temples throbbed with every heartbeat. "Move!" China's voice pierced through the air like a chilling whip, striking his nerves. Lin Tieshan clutched the heavy stone and took his first step. His foot pulled free from the thick mud with a sticky pop, sending up clumps of sludge. As his foot struck the ground, the weight caused the mud to splatter, leaving a deep imprint. He struggled to recall China's instructions. Keep the back straight as a pine. Engage the core as if it were forged of iron, attempting to channel his strength into his waist, abdomen, and legs, anchoring his feet to the ground like roots. Yet, the chasm between theory and practice was vast. The extreme weakness of his body, the pervasive pain, compounded by the sudden, terrifying burden, rendered coordination and exertion exceedingly arduous. The rough, cold edges of the stone incessantly rubbed against his arms and chest, quickly etching deep crimson marks into his pale skin, igniting a fiery sting. His breath became akin to a worn-out bellows. Each inhalation tugged at the pain in his chest, every exhalation accompanied by a hot rush of air and an uncontainable heavy wheezing. China walked just ahead of him, her steps still light. Yet her sharp gaze acted as the most precise monitoring device, fixed unwaveringly on Lin Taizhan. She observed clearly the stagger in his every step and the height of the mud splashes upon his heavy landing, the subtle curve of his back, succumbing to the unbearable load, and the bulging veins at his neck as he strained to straighten. The areas where his arms and chest met the stone quickly reddened and darkened from continuous friction and pressure, even developing tiny blood spots and superficial abrasions. The beads of sweat rolling from his brow onto the rock left dark, damp marks, and his face twisted in agony and suffocation. His breath grew increasingly labored and hoarse, as if it might shatter at any moment. Breathe. Sink into your dantian. Inhale with your belly. China's voice rang out, cold and precise, interrupting his crumbling rhythm of gasps. Relax your shoulders. Ground your power. Your waist and abdomen. Use your waist and abdomen. She sternly corrected each minute error in his posture that could lead to dissipated strength or injury. Lin Taizhan clung to her guidance like a drowning man to driftwood, desperately adjusting to her commands. He forced himself to disregard the searing friction pain in his arms and chest, to overlook the deep, burning ache in his thorax, concentrating his mind entirely on controlling his breath and mobilizing his core strength. Inhale, striving to draw breath deep into his lower abdomen, feeling the muscles around his waist tighten like a steel band. Exhale, transmitting that tension down to his legs, supporting his heavy body and the stone as he moved forward. One step, then another. The heavy boulders and rugged muddy paths became his sole universe at this moment. Sweat flowed like a gentle stream, soaking through his tattered garments and trickling into the wounds at the corners of his eyes, bringing a sharp sting. His vision began to blur, and it seemed as though the world had been reduced to the endless mire beneath his feet and the cold, weighty burden he cradled in his arms. Just as he felt the numbness and pain in his arms, akin to being filled with lead, and the muscles in his back groaned under the unbearable load, his consciousness began to waver from the excruciating pain and lack of oxygen, almost leading him to release the stone to the ground. At that moment, a faint yet remarkably clear warmth unexpectedly blossomed deep within his utterly fatigued and on the verge of collapse body. Like the first wisp of a hot spring bubbling from the depths of the earth, it was subtle yet infused with an undeniable warmth and vitality. This warmth did not emanate from a specific part. Rather, it seemed to seep simultaneously from the muscle fibers strained to their limits, the skin repeatedly stimulated by friction, and even the bones jostled by the weight above. Wherever this warmth flowed, the tearing ache, the burning friction pain, and the deep, oppressive discomfort in his chest seemed to be infused with a refreshing coolness. Though they did not vanish, the sharpness that felt as if it could shred his nerves was curiously soothed. It was as if a searing iron block had been plunged into warm water, still hot. Yet the intense boiling sensation was temporarily subdued. What further startled him were the sensations emanating from the deep crimson marks and minute abrasions on his arms and chest, caused by the jagged edges of the stone. As the faint warmth coursed over these areas, it felt as though countless minuscule, invisible hands were swiftly writhing beneath his skin. Weaving together, the searing pain rapidly diminished within this warmth, replaced by a subtle, tingling sensation, akin to the peculiar feeling of new flesh regenerating. The damaged skin appeared to be healing at an astonishing speed, as if the deep red bruises were fading ever so slightly. This transformation was exceedingly faint, like fireflies in the darkness, were it not for Lin Taizhan's heightened awareness of his body, cultivated through the practice of iron cloth, and his ability to maintain a final clarity amidst the extreme agony. It would have been nearly imperceptible. Yet, this minute change felt like a drop of dew in a parched desert. An indescribable ecstasy and enlightenment instantaneously shattered the heavy fatigue and pain. At the limit, only when pushed to the extreme would the mysterious power of recovery and enhancement, born from the iron cloth, be truly awakened within this body. Each brush with collapse was a deeper forging of this thick skin and silver bones. Lin Taizhan let out a raspy gasp, mingled with pain and a strange exhilaration. He tightened his embrace around the cold stone, as if it were not a burden, but a ladder to strength. His vision, blurred by sweat, fixated on the fog-laden, seemingly endless muddy mountain path ahead. The southern capital? The martial arts arena? The first martial arts convention in the world? These aspirations burned in his heart with an urgency and clarity that had never been felt before. To grow stronger. To crush all obstacles with this iron skin and silver bones. He once again took heavy steps. With each footfall, mud splattered around him, his body swaying under the immense burden. Yet, those eyes, deeply entrenched in exhaustion and blood, shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to embers rekindled from the ashes. Chapter 12. The southern journey of the iron wall. The leaden sky hung low, resembling cotton soaked in filth, weighing heavily upon the undulating, dark green mountains. The damp, cold air pierced through Lin Tieshan's tattered coarse linen garment with a chilling intensity. China walked a few steps ahead, her azure silhouette appearing as a vibrant shadow against the monotonous landscape. She tightened her collar, her breath forming fleeting white mist in the frigid air. This wretched weather, China murmured, her voice somewhat obscured by the wind. She glanced back at Lin Taizhan and noted that although his clothing was thin and his lips pale from blood loss and the cold, his exposed skin bore little goosebumps. His breathing, though labored, a consequence of traversing with a heavy rock, remained relatively steady, and a faint warmth seemed to emanate from his body. "Are you not cold?" China could not help but inquire, her tone laced with a curiosity she herself did not fully recognize. While the turtle immortal's breathing techniques could somewhat resist the elements, she could not maintain such composure relying solely on physical endurance. Lin Taizhan trudged through the muddy, slippery path, the half-man-high gray-black rock cradled in his arms as if it were a part of him. Upon hearing her question, he slightly lifted his head, sweat mingling with mud dripping from his chiseled jaw onto the frigid rock surface. He attempted a smile, but the movement tugged at the wound in his chest, causing him to gasp in pain as he rasped, "I'm fine." Thick skin can withstand both cold and heat. His explanation remained clumsy, yet carried a rugged confidence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky darkened ominously, almost as if to validate his assertion. Jagged flashes of pale lightning tore through the dense clouds, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed like a primordial beast stirring within the depths of the heavens. Suddenly, without warning, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The icy deluge enveloped the world in an instant. The relentless rain pounded against leaves, rocks, and the ground, producing a deafening roar. The mountain path transformed into a murky river of mud at a visibly alarming rate, the view beyond a few steps becoming utterly obscured. "Find shelter from the rain." China swiftly assessed the situation, her voice faint amidst the storm. She scanned her surroundings, her gaze locking onto a large rock formation that dipped inward. The two braved the torrential rain, struggling to reach the recess in the rock. China's agile movements allowed her to maintain a semblance of balance in the treacherous muck, while Lin Taizhan, burdened by the heavy rock, found the task exceedingly arduous. The ground beneath him was slick, the mud almost reaching his calves. Suddenly, his foot slipped, landing on a stone slick with rainwater. "Be careful," China exclaimed in alarm. But it was too late. Lin Taizhan suddenly lost his balance, clutching a heavy rock, and fell forward like a toppled iron tower. The dull thud echoed along with the splattering of mud as he, along with the stone, crashed into the murky water below. The mud quickly engulfed half of his body, chilling him to the bone. The rock slipped from his grasp, landing beside him and sending up a massive wave of mud. China's heart tightened, and she rushed over, envisioning the brutal impact on his already scarred body, now further burdened by the weight of the stone upon the slick, hard ground. However, as she laboriously pulled Lin Taizhan from the mire, the sight that met her eyes left her momentarily stunned. He was coated in mud, a pitiful figure resembling a soldier figurine freshly extracted from a quagmire. He coughed violently, expelling the muddy water he had inhaled, his face smeared with filth. Yet, upon a quick examination, China found that aside from a few abrasions oozing a trace of blood, his prior injuries, particularly the gaping wound in his chest from a lead bullet, remained miraculously unscathed. Lin Taizhan wiped the mud from his face to reveal a look of bewilderment and resignation. He moved his shoulders and arms. Though slightly sore from the jolt, he appeared to have sustained no serious new injuries. "I'm fine," he said in a deep voice, even patting his mud-covered chest, producing a dull thudding sound, as if accustomed to such falls. China gazed at his disheveled yet resilient form, her lips twitching involuntarily, leaving her momentarily speechless. The sheer practicality of his hardened physique in the wilderness was simply astounding. Eventually, they found a relatively dry nook in the rock wall, both thoroughly drenched. China's lips turned purple from the cold, her teeth chattering slightly as she curled her arms around herself, striving to utilize the basic breathing techniques of turtle immortal flow to fend off the chill. In contrast, Lin Taizhan, though equally soaked, nonchalantly wrung out the mud from his tattered clothing and leaned against the icy rock wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. Before long, China was astonished to observe wisps of steam rising from his damp hair. His body temperature was evidently rising, as if a small furnace within him was continuously ablaze, making the air around him feel just a tad warmer. Unable to contain herself, China spoke up, prompting Lin Taizhan to open his eyes. Seemingly understanding her curiosity, he patted his belly and gestured at his sodden clothes, hoarsely explaining, "The warmth inside keeps the cold out and retains the heat." His explanation was remarkably simple, yet the effect was undeniable. He resembled a human furnace, complete with an insulating layer and a slow heating function. China silently regarded him, then sensed the biting cold enveloping her, feeling an inexplicable envy towards his resilient nature. She subtly inched closer to Lin Taizhan, and indeed, a faint yet persistent warmth radiated from him, alleviating some of the chill. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and the sky darkened rapidly. The biting cold and gnawing hunger began to erode the resolve of the two travelers. Kina rummaged through her pack and retrieved the last morsel of jerky, wrapped in oil paper, dividing it with Lin Taizhan. The jerky was both cold and tough, its flavor rather insipid as they gnawed on it amidst the chilling rain of the night. Lin Taizhan struggled to tear into the resilient meat, his brow furrowed in concentration. Cold raindrops trickled down the crevices of the cliff, striking the ground with a monotonous patter. He gazed out into the boundless curtain of rain and darkness. The meager satisfaction brought by the cold jerky swiftly supplanted by an intense longing that emanated from the depths of his soul. He smacked his lips, and in a tone tinged with nostalgia and discontent, suddenly uttered, "How I wish I had a bowl of instant noodles." Instant noodles? Kina, grappling with the tough jerky, paused in confusion, her clear eyes reflecting bewilderment. Why would noodles need to be soaked? Is it a noodle soup? She was utterly perplexed by this peculiar term. Observing Kina's vacant expression, Lin Taizhan glanced again at the cold, hard jerky in his hand, then at the desolate downpour outside. And he was struck by an overwhelming sense of loss brought on by a vast cultural chasm and material scarcity. He let out a long, weary sigh, his shoulders sagging as if he had lost something profoundly significant in his life, murmuring, "Oh, how wonderful it would be to savor something warm. Perhaps with a slice of ham and a fried egg." Each word seemed to emerge from the depths of his soul as a bittersweet sigh. Kina silently turned away, returning to her jerky, resolving to disregard this erratic individual who occasionally spouted incomprehensible phrases. However, the faint warmth radiating from him was undeniably enticing, drawing her in closer. At last, the torrential rain exhausted itself before dawn, transforming into a gentle drizzle. The gray light of dawn barely illuminated the thoroughly washed mountains and forests. The mountain path was even muddier, each step feeling akin to wading through glue. By midday, the terrain ahead finally began to level off. After navigating a steep ridge covered in moss, a relatively open valley came into view. At the heart of the valley, beside a river abundant with murky waters, lay a scattering of dozens of homes, forming a humble yet vibrant little town known as Blackstone Town. Low earthen houses and wooden shanties huddled together, their roofs mainly thatched with thick grass or dark stone slabs. A pockmarked and equally muddy dirt road wound through the town, serving as its sole thoroughfare. The air was thick with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, mingled with the stench of livestock droppings and the smoke of burning firewood. After days of solitude, the sight of human habitation eased Kina's taut nerves, revealing a subtle weariness that had been alleviated. Lin Taizhan sighed deeply. Though still carrying the heavy rock, which Kina had not objected to him holding, his steps seemed to lighten. The two of them, one following the other, ventured along the muddy road into this bustling yet dilapidated little town. The townsfolk were evidently accustomed to the presence of strangers. Yet Lin Taizhan's towering stature, remarkably imposing in comparison to the locals, his tattered, blood-stained attire, and the conspicuous, weighty stone cradled in his arms, attracted a myriad of curious, wary, and indifferent gazes. They sought refuge in a modest tavern at the town's entrance, adorned with a weathered sign of faded letters, intending to replenish their supplies and inquire about the direction to the southern capital. Inside the tavern, A melange of acrid ale and simmering sustenance filled the air, where a few weary porters and merchants sat at rough-hewn wooden tables. As China approached the shrewd-looking, rotund innkeeper with her inquiry, a sudden cacophony of harsh invectives and muffled sobs erupted from the muddy street outside. "Old fool! Blind dimwit! You've sullied my new boots. Do you have any idea what these boots are worth? You couldn't repay me even if you sold your entire family." A brash, raucous voice thundered through the thoroughfare. "I am sorry, sir. It was not intentional. The road is slippery after the rain." A quavering, elderly voice pleaded, laced with anguish. "Not intentional. I believe you did it on purpose. Strike him, forgetful old wretch." Immediately following was the dull thud of fists and feet against flesh, accompanied by the elderly man's muffled grunts of pain and anguished cries. The patrons within the tavern turned their heads, but most merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily lowering their gazes and hastening their consumption, their faces etched with a numb dread. The stout innkeeper furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly, unwilling to intervene. China's brows knitted together with indignation, her clear eyes igniting with fury. She spun around, ready to charge out of the tavern. However, someone was quicker than she. A towering figure surged past her like an enraged bull, propelled by a gust of wind. It was Han. He had scarcely the time to set down the heavy limestone in his arms. Outside the tavern, the scene was appalling. A hefty man, clad in a satin short coat, his face a canvas of excess, stood with hands on his hips, his shiny new boots marred by mud. Beside him, two burly thugs with menacing expressions were mercilessly assaulting a white-haired elder, who was curled up in the muck, clutching his head, trembling in agony, and emitting sporadic whimpers of despair. Nearby lay an overturned wicker basket, from which several mud-stained roots, presumably medicinal herbs, had tumbled out. "Enough!" A voice like thunder resonated, reverberating through the air. Han, bearing the weight of the stone, loomed like a moving mountain, abruptly interposing himself in front of the elder. The shadow cast by his towering figure enveloped the two assailants. The thugs were momentarily stunned by the unexpected roar and the palpable intimidation. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a ragged vagabond clutching a stone, their expressions morphed into scorn and malice. "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of our Black Snake gang? Seeking death, are we?" One of the thugs, his face marred by scars, let out a sinister chuckle, foregoing any further conversation. With fists as large as bowls, he swung violently towards Lin Tieshan's face, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Another thug, his eyes sharp and triangular, synchronously aimed a kick at Lin Tieshan's abdomen, attempting to knock him down. In the face of such ferocious blows, Lin Han displayed no hint of fear, only a cold fury burned within his eyes. He did not even attempt to block or evade the assault. Bang! Bang! Two resounding thuds echoed. The scarred thug's fist struck Lin Tieshan's left cheek with brutal force, while the triangular-eyed thug's kick landed heavily on his abdomen. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Contrary to expectations of blood splattering and a crumpled figure on the ground, the scene unfolded differently. The grinning faces of the two thugs froze in shock, quickly morphing into expressions of utter disbelief. They felt as if they had struck not flesh, but an iron pillar encased in hardened leather. The intense recoil and dull ache in their bones caused their faces to pale dramatically. Lin Tieshan's head merely tilted slightly from the impact, leaving a distinct, deep crimson imprint on his cheek. A muddy footprint marked his abdomen, yet his body remained as steadfast as a rock, not even swaying. Not a single furrow creased his brow, as though the blows that could fell a robust man were nothing more than a mere mosquito bite. "Hard as nails," the scarred thug exclaimed in terror. Lin Han granted them no opportunity to react. The fury in his eyes, akin to copper bells, ignited into a full blaze. With arms that bore the weight of a heavy stone, he swung fiercely. "Get away!" The stone, accompanied by a dull whoosh, struck like a colossal battering ram, crashing into the scarred thug. "Ah!" The thug barely had time for a brief cry before the heavy stone slammed into his chest. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. He was sent flying like a rag doll, landing with a splash in the muddy water several meters away, blood spewing from his mouth, struggling to rise. The triangular-eyed thug, horrified by the violent spectacle, turned to flee, but Lin Han would not allow it. He forcefully slammed the heavy stone into the ground. Thud! The stone sank deep into the mud. His massive frame unleashed an astonishing speed relative to his usual demeanor, and with a single stride, His gigantic hand reached out like an iron claw, seizing the triangular-eyed thug by the back of his collar. "Come back," Lin Taizhan roared, his arm bursting forth with overwhelming strength, yanking the fleeing thug back. His other fist, clenched tightly and fueled by pent-up fury, descended upon the thug's back like a hammer. Thud! The triangular-eyed thug's body buckled forward violently, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes bulging as he crumpled into the mud, utterly devoid of any will to resist. In the blink of an eye, the two ferocious thugs were dispatched, as if they were mere sacks of straw. The entire sequence transpired with a dizzying swiftness. The rotund leader, clad in a satin jacket, had shed all traces of his former arrogance, now replaced by sheer terror and bewilderment. He gazed upon the imposing figure standing amidst the muck, exuding an aura of ferocity, as his legs trembled violently, akin to chaff in the wind, while a foul liquid uncontrollably soaked his satin trousers. "Spare me, noble hero, spare me." The hefty leader collapsed into the mire with a resounding thud, tears and snot streaming down his face as he prostrated himself like a garlic clove being pounded. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared beside him like a wraith. China's gaze was icy, devoid of any superfluous words, as her hand struck with the swiftness of lightning, precisely targeting the back of the leader's neck. His pleas for mercy ceased abruptly, his eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud, rendered unconscious. Lin Taizhan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his chest heaving violently as the flames of anger in his eyes gradually subsided. He looked down at the elderly man curled up in the filth. The old man, still trembling with fear, regarded Lin Taizhan with a mixture of terror and confusion, as if he were a beast poised to devour him. Lin Taizhan felt a pang in his heart and softened his gaze, though the effect was limited on his scarred and muddy visage. He bent down, carefully assisting the old man to his feet, his movements clumsy yet imbued with a cautious respect. "You are safe now," he reassured the elder. China swiftly approached, examining the old man's injuries, relieved to find them merely superficial. She produced some ointment and offered it to him, then cast a cold glance at the three thugs lying unconscious and groaning on the ground. Addressing the townsfolk peering anxiously from the shadows, she proclaimed, "These wicked oppressors have brought this upon themselves. There is no need for alarm." Her voice rang clear, imbued with a righteous authority that momentarily quelled the tumult among the crowd. A few brave townspeople hesitantly stepped forward and, under China's direction, dragged the unconscious leader and his two injured henchmen to a corner of the street, hastily binding them with ropes like defeated dogs. Lin Taizhan supported the elder as he and China made their way into a small eatery, all the while under the complex gazes of the townsfolk, filled with awe, gratitude, and concern. The proprietor of the eatery was markedly more respectful, hastily summoning his staff to serve hot soup and coarse bread. The modest establishment was permeated with the pungent aroma of rudimentary fare and a stifling atmosphere, while the townspeople cast appreciative looks at Lin Taizhan and China. A deeper sense of anxiety lingered, their hushed whispers buzzing like mosquitoes in the damp air. "It's the Black Snake Gang's three-legged scoundrel. You've really stirred up trouble now. Their leader, Poison Fong, is allied with the local magistrate. Keep your voice down." China, sipping her hot soup, keenly absorbed these fragmented bits of information, her brow furrowing ever tighter. She glanced across the table at Lin Taizhan, who was ravenously devouring the coarse bread as if he had merely swatted away a couple of flies, entirely oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to the palpable tension surrounding them. "Slow down." China couldn't help but urge, her tone laced with gravity. "We may have attracted trouble. The Black Snake Gang appears to have formidable backing." Lin Taizhan paused momentarily, lifting his crumb-laden face to cast a bewildered glance at China, before lowering his gaze back to the flatbread in his hand, as if caught in a battle between reason and desire. Ultimately, his craving for sustenance triumphed over his wariness. He mumbled an indistinct sound and resumed his laborious eating, albeit at a slightly reduced pace. China, exasperated, rubbed her temples. Communicating with someone whose mind seems solely occupied with hunger and aggression often feels like playing a lute to a cow. However, trouble arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Just as Lin Taizhan stuffed the last piece of flatbread into his mouth, patting his belly with satisfaction, an action that caused him to grimace from the pain of his wounds, the dilapidated wooden door of the eatery was thrust open with force. A figure stepped in, silhouetted against the dim light outside. Tall and lean, The newcomer wore a faded yet remarkably clean gray outfit. A long knife, sheathed in an unadorned scabbard, hung at his waist. A black leather mask obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes, sharp and cold, reminiscent of a hawk. Devoid of any human warmth. His footsteps were nearly inaudible, yet they exuded an intangible pressure. The atmosphere in the eatery fell silent. Even the rotund proprietor froze mid-swipe. As if the air itself had solidified, the masked man's gaze swept through the establishment like a frigid probe, finally locking onto Lin Taizhan with a scrutinizing curiosity. Akin to a hunter's interest in a peculiar prey. Lin Taizhan sensed the shift. He set his hand down from his belly and straightened his posture. Though remnants of the flatbread clung to his face, his eyes transformed into those of a vigilant lone wolf, fixated on the masked figure. An instinctive sense of danger coiled around his spine like a chilling serpent. China's hand silently found the hilt of her dagger, and her muscles tensed in anticipation. The aura emanating from this masked individual was worlds apart from the street thugs they had just encountered. This was the palpable chill of someone who had witnessed bloodshed and taken lives. The masked man seemed unfazed by China's alertness. His gaze remained steadfast on Lin Taizhan as he spoke, his voice rasping through the mask with a metallic coldness. Hard skills? Quite intriguing. Before the words left his lips, he moved, without warning, swift as a specter. His form flickered, leaving a faint afterimage behind, as he shot toward Lin Taizhan like an arrow released from its bow. His right hand remained sheathed, fingers poised like a sword, channeling a sharp energy that sliced through the air with a soft hiss, aimed directly at Lin Taizhan's right shoulder. The speed, angle, and timing of this strike were impeccable, clearly intended as a test, targeting a critical joint. China's pupils dilated, and she shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Simultaneously, she sprang into action, unsheathing her short dagger in a flash, transforming it into a streak of azure light as she aimed to intercept the masked man's strike toward Lin Taizhan's right arm. A classic tactic of diversion. Yet Lin Taizhan's response was even swifter. Or rather, his approach to combat was more direct. Confronted with the lightning-fast and ingeniously angled thrust of the finger, he did not even contemplate evasion. The muscles of his right shoulder instantly bulged, the firmness beneath his skin coalescing as if animated. A soft, muffled sound akin to a blunt object piercing tough leather ensued. The masked man's fingertip, capable of penetrating ordinary wood, struck fiercely at Lin Taizhan's right shoulder. Contrary to expectations of a dislocated joint, Lin Taizhan's body merely swayed backward from the tremendous impact, the legs of the chair scraping against the muddy ground with a jarring noise. His coarse garment at the shoulder was swiftly torn open by the piercing force, revealing the pale skin beneath. A clear, deep-set fingerprint rapidly emerged on the skin, the edges tinged with a bluish-purple hue, with the center slightly broken. Oozing a bead of blood, a searing pain surged forth, akin to being brutally prodded by a red-hot iron rod. Lin Taizhan stifled a groan, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Yet he endured. Moreover, at the moment of the impact, a faint warmth originating from the iron cloth shirt, only revealed under extreme duress, was rekindled within him, surging toward the injured shoulder, fervently mending the torn flesh. As for the masked man, the sensation transmitted through his fingertip ignited a flicker of undeniable astonishment in his cold, hawkish gaze. He felt as though he had not pierced flesh, but rather struck a slab of wrought iron encased in layers of resilient leather. The toughness of the skin and the density of the muscle and bone concealed beneath far exceeded his expectations. A slight, tingling sensation even emanated from his fingertip. At that fleeting moment of astonishment, Lin Taizhan's counterattack commenced. With a suppressed roar of fury, Lin Taizhan disregarded the tearing pain in his right shoulder. His left hand clenched into a fist. There was no technique, no flourish. Only the purest, most unyielding explosion of strength. Accumulated from days of arduous travel and ignited by the ambush, it surged forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at the masked man's chest. A retaliatory punch. Exchanging injury for injury. Simultaneously, China's azure blade had also slashed toward the masked man's right arm. A glint of cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. Faced with Lin Taizhan's overwhelming and direct punch, as well as China's swift and cunning blade from the side, he remained remarkably composed. His outstretched fingers abruptly retracted, transforming into a palm, which was instantly enveloped in a visible, faint white aura, poised to meet Lin Taizhan's iron fist. With a resounding thud, the the fist and palm collided, producing a deep, explosive sound. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from the two, causing the bowls and dishes on nearby rickety wooden tables to clatter. Lin Taizhan felt as though his punch had struck a remarkably resilient yet elastic drum of cowhide. The enormous recoil surged back through his fist, sending a wave of numbness coursing through his entire left arm. The peculiar, penetrating shockwave emanating from the opponent's palm left a sense of discomfort in his chest. He staggered back 3 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the muddy ground, before finally managing to steady himself. A sharp pain radiated from the knuckles of his left fist. Meanwhile, the masked figure barely swayed, standing firm with an air of unyielding composure. With a graceful flick of his right hand, he effortlessly deflected Lin Taizhan's punch, his movements fluid and harmonious, imbued with a supple and deft strength that precisely intercepted the blue blade of China's strike. A crisp clang echoed, a melodious clash of metal against metal. China felt an overwhelming, gentle force surge from her blade, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, instantly disrupting the trajectory of her attack and the energy she had gathered. She stifled a grunt, her body involuntarily stumbling sideways, the short knife nearly slipping from her grasp. The disparity in skill was glaringly evident. The masked figure remained rooted in place, his gaze cold as ice beneath the black mask, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. He glanced at the palm of his right hand, which had just engaged with Lin Taizhan, before lifting his gaze to Lin's battered torso, marred by both old and new scars, with his right shoulder torn and oozing droplets of blood. Finally, his eyes swept over China, who had steadied herself, knife at the ready, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. What resilient skin, what formidable strength, he mused, his voice a hoarse and icy whisper devoid of emotion. Alas, brute force without technique amounts to nothing more than a sturdy punching bag. His gaze slithered over Lin Taizhan, assessing him as if appraising an object of value. Eventually, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, or perhaps deemed it unwise to linger any longer. The bounty from the Black Snake Gang was not worth the trouble of provoking the Turtle Sage School. The masked man's gaze settled on China, as if recognizing certain traits of the Turtle Sage School within her, and he rasped, "However, young one, your sturdy frame is indeed worth something. Our paths shall cross again." As his words faded, the masked figure flickered, retreating like a phantom, his speed leaving only a faint gray afterimage in his wake. The dilapidated wooden door of the eatery creaked softly, and he vanished into the dim, overcast light outside, as if he had never existed at all. Inside the eatery, silence reigned. Only the heavy, labored breaths of Lin Taizhan broke the stillness, alongside China's rapid heartbeat as she held her knife defensively, and the trembling chattering of the rotund proprietor and several patrons. China slowly sheathed her knife, her expression grave enough to draw tears. She hastened to Lin Taizhan's side, tearing open the tattered fabric of his right shoulder. There, a deep, clear imprint of a finger was evident, its edges bruised and the center broken, with congealed droplets of blood emerging. The underlying muscle appeared to have sustained some degree of trauma, slightly swollen. "How are you?" China's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. "I'm fine," Lin Taizhan replied, moving his right shoulder, which elicited a tearing pain, yet the bone was intact and the joint remained functional. His eyes still burned with a furious intensity as he stared toward the direction the masked figure had vanished, asking in a low, resonant voice, "Who is he? The bounty?" "A bounty hunter." China's voice was icy, laced with an unprecedented sense of urgency. "A hyena, hired to resolve troubles for a price. His skills are uncanny. His tracking abilities unparalleled. He recognized my origins and retreated for now, but he will not let this go easily. He has set his sights on you." Her final words pierced Lin Taizhan's heart like an icicle. His pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. Trouble had indeed arrived. This place was no longer safe. Without hesitation, China cast her gaze over the silent townsfolk in the eatery, as well as the furtive figures lurking in the distance outside, the remnants of the Black Snake Gang. "And that bounty hunter, we must leave immediately." She swiftly tossed a few coins onto the table, nodded at the plump innkeeper, and, tugging at Lin Taizhan, who was still bewildered, mainly lamenting the unfinished pastries, urged, "Let us go." The pair dashed out of the eatery without a moment's pause. China quickly discerned the direction, opting for a more concealed path leading away from the main road of the southern capital toward the woods beyond the town. Lin Taizhan, realizing the gravity of their predicament, disregarded the pain in his shoulder and followed closely behind her. The night enveloped Blackstone Town like thick ink, swiftly consuming its outlines. The cold wind howled through the forest, producing a sound reminiscent of a mournful wail. Qina and Lin Tieshan's figures melded into the night, plunging into the treacherous woods along a rugged path fraught with danger. Behind them, the town, shrouded in darkness, along with its hidden malice and covetous intentions, pursued them like an invisible shadow, closely trailing their footsteps. Chapter 16. Shadows southward. The somber night unfolded like a heavy velvet curtain saturated with ink, tightly enveloping the rugged forest. The wind weaved through the towering treetops, emitting a low, continuous whimper that masked the subtle sounds of brittle twigs and decayed leaves being crushed underfoot. Qina and Lin Taizhan moved like shadows merging with the night, hastening along a concealed path nearly consumed by wild grass and creeping vines, away from Blackstone Town. Qina's steps were light and swift, each footfall meticulously avoiding the noise of snapping twigs. Her azure garments were nearly indistinguishable in the dense shadows. Her taut nerves resembled a drawn bowstring, and her keen eyes vigilantly scanned every shifting shadow and suspicious outline in the darkness. The cold words of the masked bounty hunter echoed in her mind, a relentless reminder that she could afford no moment of complacency. Lin Taizhan followed closely behind, his heavy footsteps resonating in the stillness of the forest, each step accompanied by the crack of broken twigs and the sound of earth being compressed. His large frame navigated the dense woods with far less agility than Qina, occasionally snagging on protruding branches that tore at his tattered clothing. The searing pain from the deep bruise in his shoulder pulsed with each movement of his arm. Yet he bit his lip, his gaze sharp and alert like that of a vigilant lone wolf, determined to keep pace with Qina. Suddenly, Qina's swift form came to an abrupt halt. It was as if an invisible rope had ensnared her. Her muscles tensed in an instant, and her right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of the dagger at her waist. "Get down!" A sharp, strident command sliced through the air like thunder in Lin Tieshan's ears. The ominous sound contained an extreme signal of danger, causing Lin Tieshan's body hair to stand on end in an instant. Without a moment to contemplate, his instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, propelled him forward in a desperate lunge, attempting to shield the vulnerable Qina beneath him. Just as he sprang into action, a chilling, piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the dense forest, akin to a swarm of deathly bees, slicing through the air. The palpable aura of cold menace drenched the two of them in an instant. Arrows, poison blow darts, and diamond-shaped shurikens glimmering with an eerie blue light. They descended like a torrential metal rain, accompanied by a deafening cacophony, enveloping the position of Qina and Lin Taizhan. The angles were treacherous, sealing off any potential escape routes. Time seemed to stretch and freeze. As Lin Taizhan soared through the air, he caught a glimpse of several chilling glimmers dangerously close, aimed directly at Qina's vital spots, the back of her heart, her neck. Qina's reaction was instantaneous. Her short blade, gleaming with a sharp edge, was drawn in a flash, transforming into a rapid, spinning arc of azure light, attempting to deflect the deadly projectiles aimed at her head and neck. Yet, confronted with such a relentless barrage, even her swift blade could not shield her entirely. Protect her. This thought burned through Lin Tieshan's mind like a searing brand, eclipsing all else. He forgot himself in that moment. His body twisted midair, using his broader back as a moving shield, resolutely placing himself before Qina. Simultaneously, his arms instinctively crossed to shield his head and face. Thud, thud, thud. A series of jarring impacts erupted, akin to hail striking a resilient drum. Most arrows and shurikens collided with Lin Tieshan's scarred back, producing a dull sound before being astonishingly deflected. Arrow shafts splintered. The spinning shurikens veered off, embedding themselves deep within the surrounding trunks. Only a few of the strongest and most cunningly angled poison darts and two exceptionally sharp diamond blades managed to pierce his remarkably tough skin, embedding shallowly in his shoulder, lower back, and the outer side of his arm. Excruciating pain. It felt as though searing needles had been driven into him. Particularly at the sites where flesh had been breached, a chilling numbness spread swiftly alongside the sharp sting. Poison. Lin Taizhan let out a muffled groan, the tremendous force of impact crashing him to the ground, causing Qina, whom he had shielded, to stumble as well. Yet, he bore the agonizing pain and dizziness. Bracing himself like a rock, resolutely protecting China beneath him. "Taizhan." China's voice trembled with a mix of anger and a barely perceptible quaver. She could see the fletching of several darts quivering slightly on his back. "Poison. I'm fine." Lin Taizhan spat out through gritted teeth. His voice hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable ferocity. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, glowing with a furious red light in the darkness, resembled those of a wounded beast, enraged beyond measure, fixating on the direction from which the attacks originated. "Kill." A cold growl resonated from the depths of the forest. 7 or 8 dark figures emerged suddenly like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, springing forth from behind trees, bushes, and even the branches overhead. Their movements were swift and their coordination impeccable, clearly indicative of a well-trained hunting squad. Armed with an array of weapons, poison-tipped daggers, barbed grappling hooks, heavy mace hammers, and 2 individuals readying poisoned crossbows, they formed a tightening circle of death, infused with a palpable aura of bloodlust. As they converged on the 2 individuals who had just been ambushed and were still regaining their footing, their objective was clear. First, eliminate the oddly defensive meat shield, then strangle the female warrior. Seeking death, Lin Taizhan erupted in a deafening roar, his voice resonating like a wounded tyrannosaurus, brimming with the fury of ambush and a thirst for blood. The ferocity ignited by the poison overwhelmed his pain. He sprang violently from the ground, disregarding the cold, numbing sensation of the hidden weapons still trembling against his back and arms. His feet plunged into the mud, his waist coiling like a spring brimming with power. And in an instant, he unleashed that force. He cast aside all defense, charging forth like an enraged mammoth, channeling every ounce of strength, weight, and the raw ferocity from his iron-clad body into his shoulders. His target was locked onto the tallest dark figure rushing ahead, wielding the heavy mace. With the force of a rampaging bull, Lin Taizhan transformed into a tempest of fury, embodying an unstoppable force that sought to crush all in its path as he barreled toward the mace-wielding bounty hunter. Too swift, too sudden, and far too brutal. The mace-wielding hunter's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that this target, riddled with arrows and seemingly weakened by poison, could unleash such terrifying speed and strength. In a panic, he could only roar and swing his heavy mace in a desperate attempt to strike Lin Taizhan's head. Thud! A heart-stopping sound echoed, akin to a battering ram crashing against a city gate. The mace struck Lin Taizhan's crossed arms, which were raised to protect his head and face. The immense recoil sent agonizing pain through the hunter's arms, and his palms nearly shattered. The hammerhead was even propelled high into the air. Yet Lin Taizhan's forward momentum barely faltered. He braced against the descending hammer, his scarred arms bulging with muscle like coiled dragons, absorbing the earth-shattering blow that could split stone. His steps did not waver. His broad shoulders crashed into the chest of the mace-wielding hunter like a speeding locomotive. Crack! Thud! The distinct sounds of bones fracturing and organs rupturing resonated simultaneously. The mace-wielding hunter had no time to scream. His eyes bulged in terror as blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted from his mouth. Like a severed kite, he was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force of the collision, crashing through 2 small trees before collapsing to the ground in a heap, lifeless and unresponsive. Lin Taizhan's brutal charge, akin to a human battering ram, had instantly torn a massive gap in the encircling bounty hunters, thoroughly disrupting their meticulously arranged ambush. An opportunity. China's sharp command sliced through the air like a drawn blade. This was the moment she had been waiting for. In the moment Lin Taizhan collided with the hammer-wielding hunter, China's figure moved like a specter. Without the slightest hesitation, her body, as weightless as willow fluff, slipped through the breach torn open by Lin Taizhan's charge, gracefully penetrating the chaotic throng of enemies. The azure short dagger in her hand transformed in that instant into the scythe of death. A glimmer of steel, the cold, lethal azure blade shone like a death flower that suddenly bloomed in the dark of night. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only the extreme precision and ferocity of her strikes. Swish! In a flash, a hunter, who had raised his crossbow in an attempt to target Lin Taizhan's back, found a slender line of crimson appearing at his throat. His eyes wide with horror as he froze in place, his body collapsing limply. Swish! Another hunter, brandishing a poisoned dagger as he lunged at China from the side, had his wrist severed at the joint. The severed hand and dagger soared high, the searing pain eliciting a piercing wail. which was abruptly silenced as Qina thrust her blade into his heart. Clang! A poisoned bolt aimed at the back of Qina's head was deftly deflected by the back of her knife. Qina weaved through the disarray of enemies, flickering like a will-o' the wisp, each pause accompanied by a lethal arc of azure light and a sharp thud or a scream. Her knife technique was exquisite, a perfect amalgamation of the delicate control of energy from the turtle immortal style and the fierce practicality of combat, targeting joints and vital points with the efficiency of a butcher dissecting meat, ruthlessly effective. Lin Taizhan rampaged through the enemy ranks like a ferocious beast of war. He disregarded the blows striking his back and the stabs piercing his arms, as long as they weren't fatal, unleashing his heavy fists with the ferocity of a pile driver. Each punch resonated with the dull thud of flesh against bone, accompanied by the sickening crack of breaking bones. A hunter who attempted to ensnare his legs with a grappling hook was sent flying, both man and hook propelled through the air, his chest caving in. Another hunter, flanking him, thrust a dagger viciously toward his ribs, but the blade only penetrated half an inch before becoming lodged. Lin Taizhan seized the hunter's head with a hand as large as a fan and slammed it into the ground, silencing him instantly. The duo, contrasting in their approaches, one brute force, the other finesse, exhibited and astonished the poisoned blow darts and needles remained embedded in the flesh of his back and arms. The wounds surrounded by an ominous shade of purple, a cold numbness gnawing at his nerves and strength like a relentless parasite. Yet he stood resolutely, resembling a blood-soaked statue of a war deity, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure no living foes remained. Qina stood amidst several corpses, her chest rising and falling slightly, the cold moonlight filtering through the gaps in the trees, illuminating her blood-speckled, resolute visage. The short blade in her hand still glinted with a chilling radiance, its tip angled toward the ground, as thick droplets of congealed blood slid down the sharp edge, landing on the dry leaves with a faint sound. She gazed at the trembling poison darts in Lin Taizhan's back, then at the blood dripping from her blade. Her expression complex. Had he not selflessly shielded her, enduring that lethal barrage, she would likely be a cold corpse at this moment. You've been poisoned. Qina's voice was laced with urgency as she hastened to Lin Taizhan's side. With deft movements, she carefully extracted the blow darts and needles embedded in his flesh with the tip of her knife, frowning at the dark, thick blood seeping from the wounds. From her small bag, she produced a delicate porcelain vial and poured out a few pungent black pills. Swallow these quickly. They will only temporarily suppress the poison. We must find a town and seek an apothecary for an antidote. Lin Taizhan accepted the pills and swallowed them without hesitation. The bitter, spicy taste scorched his throat, momentarily stifling the chilling numbness spreading from the wound. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Who are these people?" "Hyenas," Qina replied coldly, her voice dripping with disdain. "The minions of that masked man. Mercenaries who sell their lives for coin." She crouched down, quickly rummaging through the corpses, hoping to uncover some clue or antidote. Her fingertips trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a surging, suppressed emotion. At last, she discovered a metal plate, half the size of her palm. In the inner pocket of a corpse, illuminated by the moonlight, the plate was heavy and rough-edged, devoid of any inscriptions, save for a striking emblem that appeared to be smeared in blood, a grotesque, open, blood-red hand. The intensity of the crimson was blinding, emanating a sense of ferocity and oppression. The moment she beheld this emblem, Qina's body stiffened as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Her grip on the metal plate tightened, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her clear eyes fixated on the blood-red imprint, and within the depths of her pupils ignited a fierce rage, but more profoundly, an indelible hatred and profound sorrow. Red satin ribbon. Qina's voice emerged as if dragged from the depths of an icy abyss, laced with chilling trepidation. Lin Taizhan keenly sensed the drastic shift in Qina's emotions. He had never witnessed such a complex and tormented expression on her face. "Red satin ribbon?" he echoed, the unfamiliar name escaping his lips, hoarsely asking, "Who is it?" Qina gradually rose to her feet, gripping the cold metallic plaque as if she intended to shatter it. She lifted her gaze toward the southern horizon, shrouded in the thick cloak of night, her eyes seemingly piercing through the endless mountains to a distant place. The cool moonlight outlined her tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling shoulders. "They are a horde of demons clad in human skin." Her voice deepened, laden with a weariness and anguish that transcended time and space. They ravage everything in their wake, much like locusts or plague, leaving my homeland, far away in the west. A tranquil village by the sea, desolate. My narrative faltered intermittently. The words were not ornate, yet each bore the weight of sorrow. They arrived in monstrous iron beasts belching black smoke, declaring that beneath our village lay precious stones and demanding our exodus, offering compensation scarcely enough to purchase a sheep. My father, accompanied by the villagers, sought to reason with them, but was met with strange, luminous rods that injured him and took him away. He never returned. My mother, with my younger brother and me, sought to flee, yet encountered their patrols. China's voice caught in her throat, and after a prolonged silence, she continued, thick with emotion. My brother, merely 8 years old, was used as target practice for their explosive energy spheres. She closed her eyes, her body quaking uncontrollably, as silent tears streamed down her blood-stained cheeks, leaving 2 wet trails. Her mother rushed forward, but was also captured. I was hidden by her in the crevice of a rock. She could speak no more, her grip on the bloody metallic plaque tightening, her nails digging into her palm, blood seeping through her fingers and dripping onto the dead leaves below. The wind in the forest seemed to still, leaving only China's stifled sobs and Lin Tieshan's heavy breaths. That immense sorrow and hatred permeated the woodland, recently stained by slaughter, like tangible ice water. Lin Tieshan listened in silence. The horrors China recounted bore a striking resemblance to the shattered village from his memories, ravaged by bandits. Similar flames, similar cries, similar despair. A profound sense of shared grief and an overwhelming fury intertwined within him, surging. He gazed at China's trembling figure, watching the blood drip from her fingers, as if he saw himself, burdened by a blood feud, stepping alone onto the path of vengeance amidst the ruins. He trudged forward, heavy of heart, to stand beside China. Without words of comfort, he extended his calloused, scarred hand, stained with the blood of enemies and his own, placing it firmly, albeit clumsily, on her quivering shoulder. The warmth and strength of his palms seeped through her thin clothing, conveying a profound connection. China shivered slightly, but did not retreat. Lin Tieshan locked eyes with her, her crimson gaze ablaze with a shared enmity, and with deliberate clarity, he rasped, "I will help you find them and obliterate them." Simple words, yet they resonated like the heaviest of oaths, crashing into the stillness of the night. No grandiloquent phrases, only the most primal and direct intent to kill and the unwavering resolve. China lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing into Lin Tieshan's eyes, which were filled with unwavering determination and fury. Beneath the moonlight, his towering figure, marred by wounds, stood resolutely like a mountain. A warm current, mingled with indescribable emotions, shattered the dam of cold hatred. She nodded emphatically, the tears in her eyes replaced by a flame of resolve. The shadow of the Red Satin Brigade coiled around their shared future like a cold, venomous serpent, for the first time, so vividly. At noon, 5 days later, when China and Lin Tieshan crested the final steep ridge, overgrown with thorns and brambles, and parted the dense, dew-laden ferns before them, a distinct, tumultuous, and fervent atmosphere crashed over them like a surging tide. The sunlight poured down unabated, piercing their eyes. The deafening cacophony, intermingled with various scents, instantaneously overwhelmed their senses. Nandu, this bustling stronghold, situated at a critical junction of the southern plains, lay sprawled like a slumbering steel behemoth across the vast expanse. The first sight to strike their vision was the seemingly boundless mass of low-rise buildings, densely packed together, in contrast to the crude earthen houses of Haishi Town. The structures here were predominantly built of sturdy gray stone or baked red bricks. Though still appearing chaotic and cramped, their scale was magnified 100-fold. The roofs, layered with dark gray tiles, reflected an oily sheen under the sun. Countless narrow and crowded streets sprawled like a spider's web through the buildings, teeming with a throng of people, moving like ants. The clamor, a deafening uproar. Vendors shouted at the top of their lungs in an array of peculiar accents. Finest steel blades, hair-splitting sharpness. Don't miss out. Freshly steamed buns, irresistibly delicious. The latest map of Nandu, a guide to the martial arts arena. Just 3 copper coins. The rumbling of wheels rolling over cobblestones. The crisp clatter of horseshoes striking the ground. The braying of livestock. The laughter and playful shouts of children. And the rhythmic clang of iron in the blacksmith's forge. All these sounds melded into a colossal, unceasing tide of noise that assaulted their eardrums. The scents, intense and complex aromas. The savory fragrance of freshly baked pastries and grilled meats, the sweet scent of towering piles of fruits, the foul odor of animal dung. The bizarre mixture of cheap perfumes and sweat, alongside the fishy aroma and dampness wafting from the distant river port. All these scents fermented and stewed under the scorching sun, creating an indescribable, potent atmosphere belonging to a vast marketplace. Lin Taizhan stood upon the ridge, as if spellbound. The immense, clamorous, chaotic, yet vibrant scene before him was starkly different from the prosperous modern cities of his past life, yet it pulsated with a raw, primal vigor. The overwhelming noise and intricate aromas assaulted his senses, leaving him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. He instinctively tightened the coarse, ill-fitting, and soiled cloak he had hastily stripped from the corpse of a mountain bandit, feeling akin to a dwarf who had unwittingly wandered into the land of giants. Clearly, China had adapted far better to the clamor of the city. A glimmer of relaxation at returning to a densely populated area flickered in her eyes. Yet it was overshadowed by an acute sense of purpose. "Let us find a place to settle and gather information," she urged, pulling the still-dazed Lin Taizhan along as she descended the muddy, trampled path leading to the city gate. As they entered the gate, the light suddenly dimmed. The towering gate, constructed from heavy iron-bound hardwood, bore the scars of countless blows from swords and axes, its surface marred by dark stains, exuding an aura of rust and the passage of time. Guards clad in rudimentary leather armor leaned lazily against the sides of the entrance, their sharp gazes sweeping over the arriving and departing pedestrians, lingering a moment longer on Lin Taizhan's imposing figure and incongruous demeanor. Upon stepping inside the city, the cacophony and odors intensified manifold. The narrow streets brimmed with a diverse array of stalls. There wears a chaotic yet vibrant display. Bundled hides, fragrant herbs, and tree barks. Glimmering weapons, colorful fabrics, lively chickens and ducks, and even unknown beasts in cages, emitting low growls. The throngs of pedestrians jostled against one another. A medley of porters clad in coarse short garments, merchants in silk long gowns, travelers burdened with hefty packs, and warriors with weapons at their sides. Their various accents mingling in a continuous din of bargaining and sales pitches. Lin Taizhan felt as if he had stepped into a grand spectacle. Each cautious step taken with trepidation, fearful of colliding with others or being swept away by the tumultuous crowd. His tall stature and bewildered demeanor, marked by curiosity, vigilance, and a barely perceptible sense of alienation, rendered him conspicuously out of place. Many passers-by cast curious, probing, even wary glances his way. When he accidentally bumped into a woman carrying a basket, causing her fruits to nearly spill, she immediately shouted a reprimand in the local dialect, prompting Lin Taizhan to nod and bow in bewildered apology, provoking laughter from those around him. China sighed in exasperation, akin to guiding a lost child, as she endeavored to carve a path through the throngs. With clear intent, she led Lin Taizhan into a relatively less crowded alley, where they found a tea house displaying a sign that read 4C's Tea House, appearing to be reasonably clean. Inside, the establishment buzzed with chatter, the air thick with the bitter aroma of inferior tea leaves and the scent of sweat. The servers navigated the narrow tables and chairs, balancing rough pottery tea bowls. China chose a corner by the window to sit, ordering the cheapest coarse tea and 2 plates of simple snacks. "Have you heard? The master of the East City Tiger Martial Arts Hall, Master Zhao, was knocked down by a young outsider with a single punch yesterday," one patron exclaimed. "Is that true? Master Zhao has trained in hard qigong." Another replied incredulously. "Absolutely." That young man appeared quite unassuming, yet possessed extraordinary strength. His fists were like hammers. Master Zhao withstood 3 blows before he spat blood from the 4th. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of peculiar individuals. At the adjacent table, a group of men clad in short jackets, reminiscent of local ruffians, animatedly discussed the latest gossip from the martial arts schools. Lin Taizhan pricked up his ears, his eyes glimmering with interest. "Martial arts schools?" he whispered to China. She nodded, taking a sip of her bitter tea, and replied softly, "In Nandu, martial arts flourish, with numerous schools numbering over 100. To gather information about the turtle immortal's abode or systematic cultivation methods, these schools serve as a splendid entry point." However, a glance at Lin Taizhan made her wary. The crowd is mixed, and deception abounds. At that moment, Another topic piqued China's interest. When it comes to the pinnacle of martial arts, one must speak of the legendary Master Wu Tian, an elderly tea enthusiast, with hair and beard as white as snow, lamented while stroking his beard. Master Wu Tian, the turtle immortal? A young martial artist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Elder, have you ever encountered him? The old tea enthusiast shook his head, his eyes brimming with yearning. I am but a humble man, lacking such fortune. I have only heard tales from my predecessors, who spoke of Master Wu Tian as a living deity of our time, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and blessed with eternal life. His dojo, the Turtle Immortal's abode, is said to be on a mystical island in the boundless southern sea, where only those with fate may behold it. The boundless sea? That is exceedingly distant. The young martial artist expressed disappointment. Is there no nearer option? Perhaps one of his disciples has opened a school in Nandu? Disciples? The old tea enthusiast pondered for a moment. I have indeed heard whispers of Master Wu Tian having taken in a few exceptionally gifted students, one of whom was a young monk, though these tales are decades old and their veracity is questionable. Turtle Immortal's abode, Southern Sea, China softly repeated, a flicker of excitement and longing evident in her clear eyes. The trail of my master has finally revealed a more definite direction. Lin Taizhan felt a surge of emotions as well. Move mountains and fill seas? Achieve eternal life? The pinnacle of martial arts in this world can attain such heights? Instinctively, he clenched his fists, feeling the remnants of bruises on his arms and the surging power within him. The name Turtle Immortal's abode shone like a lighthouse in the dark, instantly igniting his desire to grow stronger. I must find it, no matter the distance. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on China, his voice hoarse yet resolute. To the Turtle Immortal's abode. I shall become stronger. Chapter 19. Iron Fist in Nandu. The air in Nandu resembled a damp rag, kneaded by countless hands, mingling the scents of sweat, animal dung, cheap cosmetics, and a medley of food. Sunlight was fragmented by the uneven gray stone buildings, casting a meager light upon the greasy window panes of the Four Seas tea house. China set down her coarse pottery tea bowl, her fingertips stained with tea, tracing a rudimentary route on the worn wooden table. The Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, to the east of the city, she spoke in a hushed tone, her gaze sharp as a blade. Its reputation is not particularly favorable. The schoolmaster, Zhao Kuei, nicknamed the Stonecutter, practices external hard techniques and is said to possess considerable brute strength. However, he is overbearing, accepting disciples solely based on their wealth, and the teachings he imparts are excessively domineering, lacking a solid foundation. Lin Taizhan sat across the table, his towering frame appearing somewhat constrained within the small tea house. His rough fingers unconsciously traced the coarse patterns of the table, while his gaze transcended the bustling patrons, fixating instead on the street outside that led toward the eastern part of the city, thronged with a surging crowd. Discussions within the tea house regarding a young outsider who had felled a member of the Tiger Martial Arts School acted like a spark igniting a pile of dry kindling, awakening a flame within him named validation. To test one's strength. What are the limits of this body's power? How much can this tough skin and silver bones withstand before a truly disciplined martial artist? To earn fare. Journeying south to seek the Turtle Immortal's abode. Traversing the boundless ocean. Without funds, one cannot take a step. The martial arts challenge, where the victor takes all, is the most direct and fitting method for someone of his iron-willed nature. Good. Lin Taizhan's voice was hoarse and clipped, reminiscent of iron striking iron. He rose to his feet, the sinewy contours of his muscles barely concealed beneath his tattered clothing, emanating an invisible aura of pressure that dulled the boisterous chatter of the neighboring table. To the east, the sign of the Tiger Martial Arts School, with its black backdrop and golden lettering, hung over the entrance of a spacious stone courtyard. Two stone-carved tigers, baring their fangs, crouched menacingly on either side, exuding an air of ferocity. At that moment, the doors of the martial arts school swung open, revealing the muffled sounds of strikes, heavy shouts, and the synchronized exclamations of disciples, laden with obsequious praise. The arrival of Lin Taizhan and China was akin to dropping cold water into boiling oil. As they traversed the edge of the training ground, the disciples practicing their punches and kicks, lifting stone blocks, or mercilessly striking the wooden dummies ceased their movements. Their gazes converged on Lin Taizhan, whose extraordinary stature, rugged yet formidable attire, and the weathered, scarred visage radiated an innate sense of primal authority. What brings you here? A stocky disciple, garbed in the standard attire of the school, blocked their path, his tone unfriendly, eyes scrutinizing and contemptuous. Looking to apprentice? You'll need to pay a two-tael entrance fee first. Lin Taizhan ignored him, his gaze sweeping past the crowd, zeroing in on the figure that loomed like an iron tower at the center of the training ground. Zhao Kuei. True to his name, he stood 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and stout, his bare upper body's muscles coiling like gnarled roots of ancient trees, his bronze skin glistening with oil and crisscrossed with scars. He faced away from the entrance, instructing a disciple in the art of boxing, his large hand striking the disciple's thrusting fist with a sharp crack, sending the disciple staggering back several paces, pallid and shaken. I'm here to challenge the school. Lin Taizhan's voice, though not loud, resonated with the force of a hammer striking a gong, cutting through the din of the training ground and plunging the entire space into a profound silence. All disciples turned their astonished gazes toward him, as though beholding a madman. A challenge? To the Tiger Martial Arts School? To Zhao Kuei's domain? Was this lad courting death? Zhao Kuei slowly turned around, with a square face, furrowed brows, and eyes like copper bells exuding fierce light. He scrutinized Lin Taizhan from head to toe, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Huh, where did this wild brat come from? Not even fully grown, yet daring to challenge the school? You're tired of living, aren't you? He flexed his stout neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and strode forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Do you understand the rules? Lin Taizhan disregarded the intimidation emanating from his opponent, his gaze calm as he rasped the question. Rules? Zhao Kuei scoffed, gesturing towards the rows of copper coins hanging on the weapon rack beside the arena. Defeat me, and these coins are yours. If you lose. He clenched his fist, as large as a cooking pot, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. You'll be left with nothing but 2 arms to serve as my practice dummy. Very well. Lin Taizhan showed no hesitation, striding directly to the center of the training ground, halting 5 paces from Zhao Kuei. He slightly lowered his waist, adopting an exceedingly rudimentary defensive posture, with his feet apart, knees slightly bent, and arms raised to shield his head and vital areas. His movements were clumsy, lacking any semblance of technique, entirely uncharacteristic of a trained fighter. Seeking death, Zhao Kuei's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had already dismissed Lin Taizhan as inconsequential, and witnessing such arrogance only fueled his anger further. With a low growl, his massive form surged into motion, moving far more swiftly than anticipated, like a rampaging rhinoceros. He closed the distance to Lin Taizhan in just a few strides. With a whoosh, his right fist, propelled by a terrifying rush of air, descended upon Lin Taizhan's chest like a devastating hammer. Even before impact, the sheer force of the wind had caused Lin Taizhan's tattered garments to flap violently. This punch, embodying the entirety of Zhao Kuei's formidable strength, could shatter stone. A collective gasp resonated from the onlookers. The disciples seemed to foresee the catastrophic outcome for this naive youth, picturing his chest caving in and blood spewing forth. However, in the face of this potentially lethal blow, there was no flicker of fear in Lin Taizhan's eyes. He did not attempt to dodge or block. Instead, he tensed the muscles in his arms, which were positioned before his chest, as if they were steel cables, tightening to their utmost limit. The sensation beneath his skin surged like boiling magma, gathering power at his core. Bang! A resonant, jarring sound echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking a solid iron block encased in leather. Zhao Kuei's sinister grin froze instantly, morphing into sheer astonishment and disbelief. He felt as though his punch had not struck flesh, but had collided with an ancient piece of iron. A tremendous, overwhelming recoil surged back through his fist, causing his arm to tingle with pain. Lin Taizhan was pushed back half a step by the tremendous impact, the bluestone tiles beneath him cracking slightly. His coarse garment was torn apart at the chest, revealing pale skin underneath. A distinct, deep imprint of a fist swiftly emerged on his skin, its edges darkening with bruises while the center was a vivid crimson. A searing pain coursed through him like an electric current. Yet he endured, standing firm without so much as a frown. What? Gasps of incredulity erupted from the spectators. Zhao Kuei was both astonished and infuriated, roaring. He could not believe the audacity. The pain in his right fist only ignited his ferocity. The left leg, akin to a steel whip, was suddenly swung up, accompanied by a piercing sound that cleaved through the air, forcefully sweeping towards Lin Taizhan's ribs. This kick was executed at a most cunning angle, imbued with unparalleled strength. Yet Lin Taizhan remained steadfast, not flinching nor retreating. His abdominal muscles tightened instantaneously, as if forged from iron. The energy surged violently towards his ribs. A resounding thud echoed. Zhao Kuei felt as though his shin bone had collided brutally with a pillar encased in thick rubber. The tremendous recoil inflicted excruciating pain upon his leg, causing him to stagger precariously, almost losing his balance. Meanwhile, Lin Tieshan's side bore the brunt of the assault, his clothing once again torn, leaving a vivid, reddened mark from the impact of the kick. Impossible. Zhao Kuei was utterly enraged. Like a frenzied tiger, he lunged forward. His fists descended like a tempest, accompanied by a howling wind, relentlessly pounding towards Lin Tieshan's head, chest, abdomen, and shoulders. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. A barrage of ferocious close-quarters strikes fell upon Lin Taizhan like an unending hailstorm. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sounds of impact reverberated like urgent war drums across the training ground. Lin Tieshan's body swayed slightly under the onslaught, his tattered garments appearing as though they were being torn apart by an invisible giant hand, fluttering like distressed butterflies. On his exposed skin, distinct impressions of fists, elbows, and knees rapidly emerged, overlapping in hues of deep purple and crimson, a sight both shocking and harrowing. The intense pain felt as if countless red-hot needles were relentlessly piercing his nerves. Yet he stood firm, akin to a rock rooted in the earth, unyielding amidst the tempest. His feet seemed welded to the cobblestones. With every brutal impact, the warmth from deep within his being surged forth, fervently mending the damaged tissues and fortifying his beleaguered sinews. Zhao Kuei's growing trepidation escalated with each strike. His fists and feet fell upon the opponent like raindrops. But he was met with an intensifying agony and numbness in his own joints. Each blow felt like his flesh and blood were colliding with unyielding steel. The opponent's body appeared to be an abyss. No matter how much force he exerted, it only yielded a dull echo and deepened his own suffering. After dozens of punches and kicks, beads of cold sweat adorned Zhao Kuei's forehead, his breath turning ragged and erratic, the speed and power of his attacks noticeably waning. He felt as though he were not striking a person, but rather pounding upon a block of red-hot iron. Just as Zhao Kuei launched yet another heavy punch towards Lin Tieshan's face, his momentum faltering, Lin Taizhan, who had remained silent and steadfast like a boulder, suddenly unleashed a chilling glare from his calm eyes. Now was the moment. A suppressed roar erupted from deep within his throat. The entirety of his strength, combined with the violent rebound energy accumulated from the relentless blows, surged forth like a dormant volcano erupting. His hips twisted, power rising from the ground. His right fist clenched tightly, the joints cracking from the exertion. The sinewy muscles in his arm tensed like steel cables, embodying an unstoppable force capable of obliterating all in its path, tearing through the air and striking out with ferocity. No technique, no embellishments, only the purest and most primal release of power. The target was squarely set upon Zhao Kuei's chest, which was wide open due to his full-force punch. A rear-straight punch from the art of Sanda. With his own method, let him receive his own medicine. The sound of the punch slicing through the air created a thunderous boom as the atmosphere was compressed. Zhao Kuei's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of pinpricks. An unprecedented shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. He attempted to retract his arm to block, but his previously exerted strength left him no time to defend. He thought to retreat and evade, yet Lin Tieshan's punch surpassed his expectations in both speed and explosive power. There was no escape, no defense. Boom! A sound reminiscent of a battering ram crashing against a city gate echoed, causing hearts to momentarily stop. Lin Tieshan's iron fist landed squarely and unceremoniously upon Zhao Kuei's unprotected chest. Gush! The ferocity on Zhao Kuei's face was instantly replaced by excruciating pain and bewilderment. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, as a fountain of blood mixed with internal fragments erupted forth. He distinctly heard the sound of his sternum fracturing, akin to dry wood snapping. His massive frame felt as if it had been struck by a stampeding elephant, his feet lifting from the ground in an instant. Thud! Zhao Kuei's body, akin to a discarded sack, traced a brief parabolic arc through the air before crashing onto a weapons rack several meters away. The heavy wooden structure splintered upon impact, Swords and staffs clattered to the ground in disarray. Zhao Kuei collapsed amid the wreckage of broken weapons, his body convulsing violently, blood and froth spilling from his mouth. His eyes rolling back, breathless and devoid of consciousness. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire Tiger martial arts hall. All disciples stood petrified, as if under a spell. Mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the figure in the center, slowly retracting his fist, chest heaving, skin marred with deep purple and crimson bruises. Yet still standing resolute like a mountain. They glanced at the wreckage of the weapons rack, where the master Zhao Kuei lay sprawled like a lifeless dog, teetering on the brink of death. One punch. Merely one punch. Zhao Kuei, who had reigned over the eastern city and was renowned for his brute strength, had been sent flying by this seemingly clumsy young man, left in a state of uncertainty regarding life or death. A tremendous shockwave, akin to an invisible force, swept through the hearts of all present. Lin Taizhan slowly exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of blood. The searing pain in his chest and the numbness coursing through his body surged like a tide, yet were subdued by the certainty of having proven his strength and the satisfaction of earning his fare. He disregarded the terrified and awed gazes surrounding him, striding towards the area where the copper coins hung, swiftly retrieving several heavy strings of coins and tucking them into his attire, his movements crisp and decisive, as though reclaiming that which was rightfully his. Then, he turned and calmly regarded China, who stood in the shadows by the edge of the arena. China nodded slightly, her expression complex, filled with recognition of his prowess, resignation towards his brutal approach, yet more significantly, a sense of understanding that had been anticipated. She was the first to turn and walk towards the entrance of the martial arts hall. Lin Taizhan stepped forward, following closely behind. Wherever he passed, the disciples, rendered dumbfounded, parted like a tide, none daring to obstruct his path, not even daring to draw a breath. One disciple gazed at Lin Taizhan, whose body bore the marks of battle yet seemed unfazed, reminiscent of a figure forged from pure steel, murmuring in a daze. He sent the monster of the dojo flying with a single punch. Another disciple's voice trembled. The name of Iron Man Lin Taizhan, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, reverberated through the streets of the southern city like wildfire, following the explosive news of the dojo master's knockout by a single blow. In the ensuing days, it spread rapidly through tea houses, taverns, and even within some lower-tier martial arts circles. 3 days later, at dusk, the setting sun bathed the low, uneven rooftops of the southern city in hues of gold and crimson. Lin Taizhan and China found temporary refuge in a humble inn, the Old Horse Inn, located near a dilapidated area teeming with various characters. Though the place was relatively quiet and affordable, it also meant a cacophony of voices from all walks of life. With his torso bare, clad only in coarse trousers, Lin Taizhan was drenched in sweat as he struck an abandoned stone mill in the corner of the yard. He repeated the most fundamental and basic punching techniques, straight punches, jabs, and hooks. Each strike encapsulated his entire strength, his heavy fists crashing against the rough granite millstone, producing a dull thud. Thud, as stone chips flew. The bruises left from his battle with Zhao Kuei had mostly faded, leaving only faint traces, a testament to his remarkable recuperative ability. Sweat glistened on his chiseled muscles, reflecting a bronzed sheen in the twilight. China sat nearby on another stone mill, meticulously polishing her short blade, the edge reflecting a cold glimmer in the fading sunlight. Her gaze occasionally flickered toward Lin Tieshan's almost masochistic training, her brow slightly furrowed. While his defensive capabilities and strength were indeed formidable, his attack methods were overly crude and direct, relying solely on brute force and his thick skin. Against someone like Zhao Kuei, who possessed mere brute strength, it sufficed. However, if he were to encounter a true master skilled in technique and the manipulation of energy. At that moment, the creaky wooden door of the yard was gently pushed open. A silhouette silently appeared at the threshold. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 30s, was tall and well-proportioned, donned in a pair of faded yet impeccably clean gray robes. No weapons hung at his waist, and his hands rested naturally at his sides, fingers long and strong. His features were unremarkable, the kind that would blend indistinguishably into a crowd, save for his eyes, deep and tranquil, like a still pond, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. He stood there, his presence entirely subdued, akin to an inconspicuous weed in the corner of the yard. yet exuding an undeniable sense of composure. Lin Tieshan's movements came to an abrupt halt. A chill, sharp as a serpent's gaze, seized him with a sudden sense of danger. He spun around, his sweat-drenched chest rising and falling slightly, his crimson eyes locking onto the unexpected visitor at the door, his muscles instinctively tensing. This individual was entirely different from the bounty hunters he had encountered before. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. China's actions of wiping her blade also paused, her pupils constricting. She quietly rose, silently shifting half a step to the front side of Lin Taizhan, her hand resting on the hilt of her knife, her gaze alertly scrutinizing the newcomer. "What brings you here?" Her voice was cold, laced with caution. The man in gray calmly surveyed the hand that China had placed on the hilt, before his gaze settled on Lin Tieshan's robust physique. Slick with sweat and marked by the traces of training, lingering for a moment on the faded fist imprint on his chest and the lingering bruises on his arms. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in an unremarkable tone, as if stating a fact. "I have heard that a man of iron has arrived in Nandu, impervious to blades and bullets, who sent Zhao Kuei flying with a single punch. I am Chen Ping, having practiced for a few days in the art of farming, and I seek to exchange insights." He slightly cupped his fists, his movements smooth and natural, devoid of any hint of hostility. Exchange insights? Alarm bells rang in China's mind. This individual exuded a heavy aura. His gaze profound, clearly not someone to be trifled with. He was certainly not comparable to Zhao Kuei. She immediately glanced at Lin Taizhan, conveying a warning through her eyes. Do not act impulsively. Maintain a defensive stance. Lin Taizhan understood China's unspoken message. Though filled with fighting spirit, he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from the opponent. He slowly nodded and hoarsely replied, "Very well, I shall only defend." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the man who introduced himself as Chen Ping made his move. Without warning, without any preliminary build-up, his body seemed to merely sway slightly. Yet he closed the distance like a wraith. In an instant, he left behind a faint afterimage. His right hand, fingers aligned like a sword, emitted a barely perceptible, faint white aura, silent yet as swift as lightning as it aimed for Lin Tieshan's right shoulder. This was precisely the joint that the masked bounty hunter had previously tested, the area where his defense was relatively weak. However, the speed, angle, and concentrated energy of this strike far surpassed that of the masked man. Lin Tieshan's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to evade. He could only instantaneously tense the muscles in his right shoulder to their utmost, channeling his internal energy fiercely towards the joint. A soft sound pierced the air, akin to a heated iron rod penetrating tough leather. Chen Ping's fingertip struck precisely at Lin Tieshan's shoulder joint. An excruciatingly sharp force, imbued with penetrating and shock-inducing energy, surged through his resilient skin and muscle, ruthlessly piercing through, as if aiming to completely dismantle his shoulder joint. The pain. It was far beyond the agony inflicted by Zhao Kuei's heavy punch. Lin Taizhan stifled a groan as searing pain and an intense numbness radiated from his right shoulder. His body was pushed backward, staggering a step. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Ping's eyes. This strike, a specialized technique designed to target the weaknesses of external martial arts practitioners, had gathered a third of his internal strength. Typically, a skilled practitioner struck in this manner would experience immediate dislocation of the shoulder joint and paralysis of half the body. Yet this individual merely took a step back, his shoulder joint remaining steadfast. The toughness of his skin and the density of his muscles and bones were simply astonishing. Just as Chen Ping's force began to wane, Lin Tieshan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The instinct to retaliate surged within him, almost compelling him to throw a punch in response. Taizhan. China's sharp reprimand fell like ice water over him. Lin Taizhan forcibly suppressed the urge to strike back. With a swift motion, he raised his left arm protectively across his chest, adopting a purely defensive stance, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ping. Chen Ping stood still, his eyes shifting momentarily between Lin Tieshan's face, which was strained with suppressed fury, and China's vigilant demeanor. He had just acutely sensed the terrifying force that Lin Taizhan had unleashed for an instant, akin to a volcanic eruption, only to have it forcefully subdued. Such formidable iron cloth. Chen Ping's voice remained calm, yet bore a subtle trace of unnoticeable admiration, acknowledging the rare solidity of Lin Tieshan's foundation. Regrettably, it lacked agility. He shook his head slightly, as if expressing some disappointment. Subsequently, he refrained from further words, offering a slight nod to China and casting a deep gaze at Lin Taizhan, as if to imprint his visage in memory. "My apologies for the disturbance," Chen Ping stated, and with another slight shift of his form, he melded into the air like a gentle breeze, silently retreating from the courtyard, vanishing into the dim alleys beyond the gate. As if he had never been there at all, Lin Taizhan's tense body gradually relaxed, yet a sharp, penetrating pain and numbness throbbed in his right shoulder, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He glanced down at his left fist, which he had just raised and then lowered, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but more so a recognition of China's warning. China approached him, examining the injury in his shoulder. There, only a deep-set, slightly reddened fingerprint marked the skin, unbroken but evidently indicating significant internal trauma. "This individual is unfathomable." China's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. Had he unleashed his full strength, the consequences would have been dire. The waters of Nandu run deeper than we imagine. The title of Iron Man is both a mark of honor and a target. Before we locate the Turtle Immortal's abode, we must strive to remain inconspicuous. Lin Taizhan silently nodded, gazing towards the direction Chen Ping had vanished. A deep-seated longing for strength igniting within him like a repressed flame, burning ever more fiercely. Beneath the clamor of Nandu, underlying currents were already stirring. Chapter 21. The Turtle Immortal's Clue. The journey at sea. The air in Nandu seemed imbued with a mingled essence of lingering clamor and sweat. Lin Taizhan's imposing figure stood beside the bustling street, like a silent reef, incongruously dividing the surging tide of humanity. His rough hemp clothing, though washed, still bore the marks of hardship, and the bare skin of his arms displayed several deep crimson bruises and glaring white scars, drawing numerous curious, wary, or greed-laden gazes. Especially his pair of tranquil yet beast-like vigilant eyes, which, while scanning the surroundings, exuded an intangible pressure, causing those with ulterior motives to instinctively avert their gaze. Iron Man Lin Taizhan. This name, tinged with a hint of mockery and a measure of reverence, rippled quietly through the small circles of the martial arts community in Nandu like pebbles cast into a pond. The tales of duels at martial arts schools and decisive punches that shook the arena became the subject of repeated discourse among witnesses. The rumors of his strength-testing machine nearly exploding added an air of mystery to his name. China briskly emerged from a grocery store adorned with a Four Seas communication sign, clutching a somewhat coarse, yellowed nautical map. She approached Lin Taizhan, her striking features marred by an almost imperceptible weariness, yet predominantly characterized by a sharpness of purpose. In response to his inquiry, she unfurled the nautical chart upon a nearby stone pedestal, her slender fingers deftly indicating a section cloaked in azure ripples. This was the domain of Master Wu Tian, also known as the Turtle Sage. His abode was not inland, but rather upon the sea, specifically on a small isle known as Turtle Island. Her fingertip glided over an inconspicuous dot on the chart, surrounded by the deep blue signifying the abyss and scattered markings of reefs. The sea? Lin Taizhan furrowed his brow, his voice a low rasp tinged with surprise. This revelation was somewhat unexpected. In a previous life, he had encountered the ocean, that boundless expanse of cerulean harboring immense power and, simultaneously, unknown peril. In this fantastical world, the ocean promised to be even more unpredictable. Yes, the sea, China affirmed, rolling up the chart and casting her gaze towards the east, where a breeze carrying the briny scent beckoned. "We must find a vessel." The duo traversed the bustling streets, the air thick with the mingling aromas of food, sweat, and livestock. Lin Taizhan's imposing stature and demeanor, combined with China's graceful yet martial presence, formed an intriguing tableau that continually drew the attention of passers-by. Warriors clad in training garb cast assessing glances their way, while shadowy figures with furtive eyes lurked within the throng, seemingly appraising the worth of this newly emerged Iron Man. China, keen to evade any ill intentions, quickened her pace, guiding Lin Taizhan into a relatively secluded alley, temporarily shaking off the unwelcome scrutiny. The dock area of the southern city was even more cacophonous. Massive wooden sailboats lay anchored like slumbering leviathans in the deep waters, their crew shouts, the clatter of cargo being loaded and unloaded, the cries of merchants, and the calls of seagulls converging into a tumultuous symphony of maritime life. The air was thick with the pungent aromas of fish, pine tar, and briny sea breezes. However, their destination was not the grand ocean vessels. They inquired along the crowded shoreline until they stumbled upon an old fisherman. His skin darkened like bronze and etched with the lines of time, nestled amidst a tangle of fishing nets and buoys. To Turtle Island? He mused. His polished pipe clenched between his teeth as he scrutinized this unusual pairing. A towering youth, shabby yet exuding gravitas, and a striking girl adorned with a sheathed sword at her waist. His murky gaze lingered on Lin Taizhan for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. That place is quite remote, not frequented by ordinary folk. As for a boat, I have an old skiff here, sturdy though a bit small. He gestured towards a weathered wooden boat, about 3 meters in length, its hull battered by the elements, paint peeling to reveal the dark wood beneath. That will suffice. How much? China inquired, decisively weighing the coin pouch she had earned from the martial arts school. The price was swiftly negotiated. The old fisherman, with a grin, untied the mooring lines and handed a smooth paddle to China. Here you go, young lady. Be cautious out there. The sea can be treacherous. He cast another glance at Lin Taizhan, hesitating momentarily before finally giving in to the urge to murmur, "Esteemed warrior, do tread lightly upon boarding. My old companion may not withstand too many descents." Lin Taizhan lowered his gaze to his mud-caked bark shoes, then glanced at the petite wooden boat gently swaying with the waves. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress the weighty aura of his presence. Gingerly, almost tiptoeing, he tentatively placed one foot upon the edge of the boat's bow. An excruciating creak immediately emanated from the joint of the vessel. The diminutive craft plunged visibly downward, the bow's waterline abruptly submerging beneath the surface. Murky seawater nearly flooding the deck. The old fisherman's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he lamented, slapping his thigh. "Oh, my boat! Gently, gently, esteemed warrior." China was startled by the commotion, quickly steadying herself, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation as she observed Lin Taizhan frozen at the bow, one foot suspended in midair, caught in a state of awkward indecision. His cautious, yet clumsy demeanor starkly contrasted with his prior fierce image of confronting formidable foes in the martial arts hall. "Like this?" Lin Taizhan stammered, lowering his voice, resembling a child who had erred, casting a pleading glance towards China. "Lower your center of gravity and slowly shift your weight," China patiently instructed, suppressing her laughter. "Do not exert brute force. Imagine you are treading upon thin ice." Heeding her advice, Lin Taizhan held his breath, meticulously redistributing his weight with utmost slowness and care. At last, his other foot found its place upon the boat's deck, his body slightly crouching in a most peculiar balancing act. The small vessel emitted another groan under the strain, rocking violently for a moment before settling, mercifully avoiding capsizing. He resembled a colossal, discordant ballast, firmly anchored at the bow, nearly occupying half the boat's space. The old fisherman, observing his beloved vessel visibly sagging, winced as his beard bristled, waving his hands in exasperation. "Enough, enough. Let it be as it is. My boat has already endured great torment today. Young lady, do take the helm with care." China stifled her laughter and thanked the old fisherman. With graceful agility, she leaped to the stern, seizing the oars and deftly nudging against the wooden posts along the shore. The tiny skiff swayed, finally breaking free from its moorings, slowly and deeply laden, departing from the bustling dock and gliding towards the shimmering sea. As they drifted further from shore, the city's clamor receded like the tide, replaced by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull, the wind whistling past their ears, and the calls of seagulls soaring freely. The vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before them, the sky a clear azure merging seamlessly with the profound depths of the sea at the distant horizon. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, igniting a myriad of shimmering golden scales, both magnificent and tranquil. Lin Taizhan's taut body relaxed slightly, yet he remained hesitant to move too freely. He curiously surveyed this entirely unfamiliar panorama, feeling the vessel rise and fall with the rhythm of the waves beneath his feet. This sensation was enchanting, a stark contrast to the solidity of solid ground. The briny sea breeze rushed forth, carrying with it the essence of freedom, dispersing the lingering scent of blood and dust from the land that clung to him. "How does it feel?" China stood at the stern, deftly wielding the oar with a fluid and rhythmic motion, guiding the small wooden boat with remarkable stability, despite its deep draft. as it cleaved through the gentle ripples towards the destination marked on the nautical chart. The sea breeze tousled her hair and garments. Set against the backdrop of cerulean waters and azure skies, reminiscent of a vivid painting, Lin Taizhan succinctly assessed the situation, striving to acclimatize to the ongoing, unpredictable swaying sensation. He attempted to loosen his grip on the edge of the boat, where he had unconsciously left shallow indentations with his fingers, and mimicked China's posture to adjust his center of gravity, though his movements still appeared somewhat awkward and stiff. "You'll get used to it." China smiled gently, her eyes glinting with mischief. "It's certainly preferable to wading through the seabed with your feet, right?" Lin Taizhan envisioned himself as a colossal water spirit trudging along the ocean floor, scattering fish and shrimp in his wake, and an involuntary smile, tinged with innocence, tugged at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight illuminated his chiseled features, softening some of his usual sternness. At that moment, China's gaze inadvertently swept over the waterline near the ship's hull. On the originally dark wooden planks, a faint, nearly imperceptible crack was quietly extending under the persistent pressure and immersion in seawater, resembling a silent warning. Her smile faded slightly, a hint of seriousness flickering in her eyes. Could this vessel truly withstand the weight of Lin Taizhan, this iron tower, and reach the distant Turtle Island safely? Beneath the calm surface of the sea, did unknown tempests lie in wait? She tightened her grip on the oar, sensing the direction of the wind. Her gaze fixed upon the horizon where the sea met the sky, the direction of Turtle Island, the very beginning of the journey toward the legendary martial arts sanctuary, the Turtle Hermit's abode. The adventure had merely commenced. Chapter 22. The Trial of the Storm, the Wrath of the Sea as they departed from Nandu Port. The canvas of azure skies and blue seas seemed but a fleeting smile on the ever-changing visage of the ocean. Just as the silhouette of Turtle Island remained a vague conjecture on the horizon, the color of the sky began to undergo a subtle transformation. The originally clear cerulean was tainted by a layer of leaden gray, akin to an overturned inkstone, swiftly engulfing the sunlight. The once warm sea breeze had turned, now biting and damp, howling across the surface and stirring increasingly restless waves. Lin Taizhan sat cross-legged at the bow, his robust form akin to a steadfast pillar, striving to adapt to the undulating rhythm of the small boat. The initial awkwardness had diminished significantly. He was now attempting to harness the strength of his core to counteract the persistent swaying, viewing it as a form of unique balance training. China stood at the stern, single-handedly managing the oar, her gaze sharp as that of a hawk, continuously scanning the sky, the currents, and the weathered nautical chart spread across her lap. Her delicate brows knit slightly together. The increasingly palpable chill, laced with briny saltiness, sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. The wind felt amiss. Lin Taizhan sensed the impending turmoil, lifting his gaze towards the swiftly accumulating, turbulent dark clouds. Deep within those clouds, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, reminiscent of an ancient beast stirring from its slumber in the abyss. "A storm is approaching." China's voice rang with unwavering certainty, imbued with a gravity that brooked no dissent. She swiftly stowed away the nautical charts into her bosom, gripping the oars tightly, her knuckles paling from the exertion. "Brace yourselves. Hold fast to whatever you can grasp. This vessel is too diminutive to withstand the ferocity of the tempest." As if to affirm her declaration, a deafening clap of thunder erupted. Crack! The blinding flash of lightning cleaved the somber sky, illuminating the churning ink-black clouds and the surging sea in a ghostly pallor. What followed was a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very soul. The gale unleashed itself like a primordial beast, letting out a chilling, heart-wrenching howl. The once tranquil sea was instantaneously torn asunder. No longer gentle undulations, but a violent tumult. Enormous waves, truly colossal waves, akin to small mountains, surged forth from all directions. Driven by the tempest, compressing and piling up, roaring mightily. Boom! The first wave, towering several meters high, crashed against the side of the small boat with the force of a collapsing fortress, bearing the weight of annihilation. Creak! The frail skiff emitted a heart-stopping groan. The hull was hurled high by the monstrous wave, only to be smashed down with a vengeance. The frigid, briny seawater cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly soaking both individuals to the skin. The vessel tilted and spun wildly, as if a leaf caught in a whirlpool. Lin Taizhan felt an irresistible force slam into him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his muscles tensing instantaneously, and his feet anchored like iron to the deck, he would have been flung overboard. Even so, the tremendous impact rattled him, causing his blood to surge. The wound from the lead bullet in his chest throbbed with excruciating pain. Hold tight. Do not let go. China's voice pierced through the chaos of wind and waves, sharp and commanding. She seemed to be nailed to the stern, her slender arms unleashing astonishing strength. Veins bulging against her fair skin. The oars moved frantically in her grasp, striving to counteract the vessel's uncontrollable spin. Laboriously angling the bow to mitigate the onslaught of the next wave and avoid being shattered by it. Yet, the fury of the sea had only just begun. Whoosh boom. The second and third successive titanic waves crashed down like a rampaging legion of giants, relentlessly battering the fragile wooden boat. Each impact resounded like a heavy drumbeat, the planks groaning under the unbearable strain, splintering with ominous cracks. Icy seawater surged in from all sides, swiftly accumulating in the cabin, chilling to the bone. The boat is taking on water, China warned sharply, her voice torn apart by the howling winds and crashing waves. She struggled to control the small craft, which threatened to capsize at any moment, while desperately searching for a vessel to bail out the water, but the boat was utterly devoid of any means. A greater crisis loomed on the horizon. A colossal and steep black wall of water surged forth like a moving mountain, bearing down with an overwhelming force from the stern of the vessel. Its height was sufficient to entirely engulf the small boat, plunging it into the depths of the sea. China's pupils constricted in terror. Given the current state of the boat, evasion was utterly impossible. Withstand this impact, and the hull would surely shatter into countless pieces. Get down. Protect your head. China could only manage a final desperate cry, her eyes widening in horror as the shadow of the monstrous wave, capable of swallowing the very light of day, loomed over them. In this moment of imminent peril, a roar erupted, akin to that of a wounded beast, drowning out the howling winds and tumultuous waves. Lin Taizhan at the bow sprang into action. He did not crouch down. Instead, he stood tall. His towering figure, swaying violently on the brink of capsizing, resembled a steadfast rock resisting the current. His eyes blazed with a fierce, almost frenzied light ignited by the dire circumstances. Faced with the colossal wave crashing down like a mountain, he not only did not falter, but also opened his arms wide, lowering his center of gravity, his feet anchoring themselves like steel spikes into the slick deck. China, hold on tight. Before his roar could fade, the terrifying wave crashed down with a thunderous boom. The sound was akin to the earth splitting apart, as though an iceberg had exploded overhead. An unimaginable pressure surged from all directions, squeezing in on him. Lin Taizhan felt as if he had been thrust into the heart of a water pressure machine weighing tons. His vision was instantly submerged in an endless, frenzied, and frigid deluge. All that remained was the terrifying roar of water gushing in and the bone-crushing hum of his body being compressed. The small boat was mercilessly forced beneath the surface by an unseen giant hand. The hull emitted a dreadful, grating groan, teetering on the brink of disintegration. An overwhelming torrent of seawater surged in. Lin Taizhan bore the brunt of it. His body became the last bastion between the relentless wave and the fragile boat. Pain. Indescribable agony. It was not merely the dull ache of water battering flesh, but rather the crushing weight of the entire ocean bearing down upon his broad back. The resilient skin, which had withstood blades and axes, cried out in despair for the first time under the sheer force of nature. A profound, thudding sensation reverberated through his skin, violently impacting the muscles and fascia beneath, ultimately crashing down upon the silvery bones hidden within. A deep hum, audible only to Lin Taizhan, resonated from the depths of his very bones, as if an ancient bell had been struck with tremendous force. At that moment, the silver of his bones was ignited by the unprecedented terror of the pressure, trembling uncontrollably. The silvery light seemed poised to burst forth from within, fiercely resisting the tremendous force capable of crushing steel. His skin, stretched to its limits under the immense pressure, took on a bizarre purplish hue, as if it were on the verge of tearing. Countless capillaries beneath the surface ruptured, forming gruesome patches of bruising. His back, shoulders, and arms, all areas absorbing the direct impact, were beset by the horrifying pain of bones threatening to splinter and muscle fibers being forcefully torn apart. The old wound on his chest felt as though it had been torn anew, each heartbeat pumping forth scalding blood and excruciating pain. A primal roar erupted from Lin Taizhan's throat, a cacophony of anguish, defiance, and ferocious strength. His eyes burned crimson, the corners cracking under immense pressure, oozing crimson streaks. Every muscle in his body was taut to the limit, a profound solidity beneath his skin swelling with unprecedented intensity, coalescing and gathering. The iron shirt technique surged instinctively to its pinnacle, his vital energy coursing through his meridians like boiling magma, furiously rushing towards the areas under tremendous strain, striving to mend, reinforce, and resist. Retreat was not an option, not a single step back. To falter meant certain doom. Qina was right behind him. This notion was seared into the depths of his soul, propelling him to extract the last vestige of his potential. With his flesh and blood, he created a minuscule yet crucial buffer space for the small boat and for Qina at the stern, just as the monstrous wave crashed down. The colossal wave, with its lingering fury, swept past. The small vessel, akin to debris expelled from the depths, surged violently from beneath the water. Its hull nearly filled to the brim with seawater, heavy enough to sink at any moment. Lin Taizhan felt as though all strength had been siphoned from him. His towering frame swayed violently, unable to withstand any longer, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed in the waterlogged cabin, coughing up salty water tinged with blood. Every muscle in his body spasming uncontrollably. His exposed skin bore horrendous, deep purple bruises, resembling the aftermath of relentless blows from a giant hammer. The surface of his skin displayed minute cracks, oozing thin streams of blood from excessive stretching. His back was grotesquely swollen, the skin taking on an eerie translucence, as though the pooled blood beneath was roiling. He resembled a shattered clay figure, forcibly reassembled, emanating a potent scent of blood and a sense of impending rupture. Taizhan. Qina's voice resonated with unprecedented panic and a hint of tears. She too had been battered by the monstrous wave, soaked to the bone. Yet the image of Lin Taizhan bracing against the colossal wave for her survival seared into her mind like a branding iron. She beheld him kneeling in the seawater. Witnessing the horrific scars across his back, her heart gripped tightly by a frigid hand. Ignoring her own plight, she staggered forward, desperately supporting Lin Taizhan's faltering form. His skin felt alarmingly hot to the touch, yet as solid as heated iron, still trembling slightly. Cough, cough. Lin Taizhan struggled to lift his head. His complexion pale as parchment from blood loss and agony, yet his gaze remained fixed on the rapidly rising seawater within the cabin. The vessel had sustained multiple fractures from the previous devastating impact. The once narrow fissure had morphed into a gaping maw, with seawater gushing in. The tempest raged on, the fierce winds and torrential rain lashing against their faces like icy whips. The small boat resembled a dilapidated wooden barrel, filled to the brim, perilously close to descending into the cold abyss with the next monstrous wave. Lin Taizhan gazed at the surging seawater and then at Qina's pale, yet worry-laden face. A deeper, primal force, rooted in his instinct to protect, surged forth from the depths of his nearly collapsing body. Block it, he rasped, struggling to rise once more, determined to use his battered physique to seal the gaping maw that threatened to consume their lives. Chapter 23. Surviving the aftermath. Resting on the island, the cold was biting, chilling to the bone, as if it were a parasite burrowing into every crevice of his limbs, gnawing at the remnants of warmth. Each tumultuous wave felt like a dull hammer striking his already numbed body, pulling at the excruciating pain that permeated deep within his bones. His consciousness wavered on the brink of boundless darkness and agonizing torment, accompanied only by the monotonous murmur of the waves, the groan of the overburdened wood, and his own labored breaths, heavy enough to seem on the verge of cessation. Hold on, land is in sight. A trembling yet stubborn voice pierced through the fog of his confusion like a faint beacon of light, intermittently breaking into his muddled awareness. It was Qina. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision clouded by seawater, sweat, and blood. Through the hazy shadows, he beheld Qina's frail figure kneeling in the cabin, nearly submerged by the encroaching sea, her back to him as she desperately scooped water out with a jagged piece of debris she had found. Her movements were distorted by the cold and fatigue, each bend appearing exceedingly arduous, her drenched garment clinging to her form, outlining the taut lines of her strained back. The icy seawater mingled with the sweat rolling down her forehead, continuously dripping. The small skiff resembled a frail, splintered vessel struggling against the tempestuous sea. The hull was cracked in multiple places, with the jagged gash left by Lin Tieshan's body withstanding the monstrous wave particularly grotesque, as seawater gushed in relentlessly. The vessel tilted precariously, threatening to capsize at any moment. China's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency and a barely perceptible tremor of tears, repeatedly exclaiming that land was in sight. This became the sole thread tethering Lin Tieshan's last vestige of consciousness. Time became a nebulous concept. Perhaps it was a mere moment, or an eternity. The fury of the waves seemed to abate slightly, their tumult no longer as lethal. In his blurred vision, he finally discerned a different outline. Not the towering waves, but a silhouette of gentle curves, dark against the dim light of the overcast sky. Land. It was indeed an island. Grab hold of the rocks. China's voice was hoarse and cracked, imbued with the delirious joy of survival and extreme fatigue. The small boat, propelled by the retreating tide, careened awkwardly toward a shoreline strewn with black rocks. The hull scraped against the hard surface, producing a jarring sound, and with a final, agonized groan, the vessel came to a halt, half embedded in the shallow waters. The immediate crisis was averted, and the taut nerves suddenly relaxed. China's body went limp, nearly collapsing into the frigid sea. She gasped for breath, the icy air searing her throat. Yet, she did not rest. Instead, she struggled to turn around and lunged toward Lin Tieshan's side. Taizhan, we have arrived. We are safe, she exclaimed, forcefully slapping his cold cheeks, her voice trembling with lingering fear. Lin Taizhan emitted a muffled groan from his throat, his consciousness laboriously breaking free from the dark quagmire. He attempted to move his fingers in response to her. China gritted her teeth, summoning her last vestige of strength, and dragged Lin Tieshan's heavy, nearly immobile body from the waterlogged wreckage of the ship. The icy seawater soaked her once more, the jagged edges of the rocks slicing into her calves. Yet she felt nothing. The two resembled drenched chickens, supporting each other, with China primarily bearing Lin Taizhan's weight, as they staggered onto the firm yet frigid sand. Each step left deep and erratic imprints on the damp ground. When their feet finally departed the icy waters and reached the relatively dry shore, they could no longer sustain themselves and collapsed almost simultaneously onto the ground. China lay on her back amidst the coarse grains of sand, her chest heaving violently, greedily inhaling the salty yet no longer bone-chilling air, oblivious to the cold rain that pelted her face. The overwhelming fatigue of survival washed over her like a tide. Lin Taizhan lay curled on the beach, his body contorted in agony, each breath pulling at the wounds that riddled him, producing a raspy sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. He struggled to open his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar coastline. Before him was a small bay, the beach curving gracefully, with a dense, almost primordial jungle behind it, where towering trees intertwined, and vines dangled like great serpents. In the distance, the sound of a waterfall could be faintly heard. The sky remained overcast, with fine rain falling. Yet compared to the cataclysmic storm at sea, this place felt like paradise. I survived, he managed to utter, the words barely rising above the sound of the rain, yet carrying a heavy weight. After a brief respite, China forced herself to sit up. Safety was merely temporary. The urgent task at hand was to tend to Lin Taizhan's injuries and seek shelter. She glanced at Lin Taizhan, her gaze landing on his exposed back, and her pupils constricted in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Even in the dim light, the sight was utterly horrific. His entire back, especially around the scapula and spine, was marred by vast patches of deep purple, almost black, gruesome bruises. The congealed blood was so deeply settled, its hue nearly inky, contrasting starkly against his pale skin, resembling a grotesque, demonic brand. The surface of his skin was riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, some areas even oozing dark red blood, mingled with the dried salt of seawater. More alarming still were the several swollen areas, the skin exhibiting a bizarre translucence, as if boiling plasma lurked beneath. This was evidently the result of enduring the catastrophic force of a monstrous wave, which had inflicted unimaginable trauma and compression upon his bones and muscles. China's heart clenched tightly. Such injuries, on an ordinary person, would render them immobile. To be alive was a miracle. She immediately sprang into action, disregarding her own exhaustion and the cold. "Do not move, let me see." Her voice exuded an undeniable calmness, yet her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the tumultuous storm raging within her. With utmost care, She helped Lin Taizhan into a seated position, ensuring his back faced her. The icy touch of raindrops graced the edge of a relatively intact bruise on his back. A sharp gasp escaped Lin Taizhan as his body jolted, muscles tensing like iron at the sudden sting. This was not merely the pain of flesh. It was a deep, aching torment that reached to the marrow, a burning sensation. Endure it, China's voice softened, her movements becoming increasingly cautious. She meticulously examined each wound, carefully avoiding the dangerously swollen areas that glistened ominously. Her brow furrowed tighter with concern. The absence of open wounds was fortunate, yet the severity of the subcutaneous bleeding, muscular contusions, and potential fractures rendered the ordinary ointments she carried inadequate for such profound internal injuries. The external wounds are not too grievous. China's voice carried a hint of incredulity, but the internal damage may be severe. She anxiously inquired, "How do your bones feel?" Her greatest fear was for his spine and ribs. Lin Taizhan, eyes closed, felt the tumultuous pain within his body, particularly from the swollen areas on his back that burned like red-hot iron, searing his flesh. He tentatively attempted to move his shoulder blade. A faint, almost imperceptible, creaking sound emerged from his body, reminiscent of rusted gears grinding together, accompanied by a jarring wave of pain. But the bones were intact. He could distinctly sense that. Although the silver bones concealed beneath the flesh throbbed excruciatingly and might have sustained minor fractures, their overall structure remained solid. The bones are not broken. Lin Taizhan gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse as he spoke each word deliberately. It hurts. It really hurts. A flicker of astonishment crossed China's eyes. To withstand such colossal force without fracturing a bone, the resilience of his body had once again exceeded her understanding. Yet even so, the horrific bruising and internal turmoil were sufficient to leave him teetering on the brink of death. "I will find some water and useful materials to start a fire. You must maintain your body temperature," China decisively proclaimed. She swiftly rose, disregarding her soaked garments and the scratches on her legs, darting towards the edge of the nearby thicket like a nimble wildcat. Shortly, she returned with a collection of relatively dry twigs and leaves, having also discovered a small patch of dry sand sheltered from the rain among the massive rocks. With her dagger, she sharpened a stick, employing the most primitive method of friction fire-making, drawing blood blisters on her hands until she finally ignited a small, precious flame. Carefully, she added dried leaves and slender branches, and the orange flames began to rise, dispelling the surrounding chill and dampness, offering a faint yet tangible sense of security. The fire crackled warmly in the sheltered recess of the rocks, casting a comforting glow and heat. China gently assisted Lin Taizhan to the relatively dry sand beside the fire, positioning him on his side with the most severely injured part of his back facing the warmth. "You should warm yourself too," Lin Taizhan struggled to speak, noticing China's equally soaked figure trembling slightly from the cold. But China shook her head, remaining silent. She once again examined Lin Taizhan's injuries. The deep purple, almost black bruises appeared even more grotesque and fearsome under the flickering flames, resembling a hellish image branded upon his skin. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to resolve herself to a certain determination. If the bruising did not dissipate, the internal injuries could become far more troublesome. Her voice was soft, imbued with a deliberate calmness, attempting to mask the innate awkwardness and a subtle, indescribable tension she felt at the prospect of touching his body. "Let me help you with some acupressure. It will be painful, so bear with it." Lin Taizhan's body stiffened imperceptibly. He remained silent, offering no objections, merely bowing his head lower, his heavy breathing betraying his inner turmoil. China knelt beside him, extending her hands. The firelight danced upon her delicate yet weary face, illuminating her focused expression. Her fingers were slender, their tips slightly reddened from previous exertions and the chill of the air, as her fingertips, cool with a hint of trepidation, gently brushed the edge of Lin Taizhan's relatively uninjured skin on his back. Both felt the immediate tension in each other's bodies. "Relax," China whispered, more as a reminder to herself. She dismissed all distractions, recalling some fundamental acupressure techniques taught by the turtle immortal. Her fingertips began to apply gentle pressure, following the muscle fibers from the outside in, incredibly slowly and cautiously. Her movements exhibited the professionalism of a healer, yet inevitably carried the tender touch of a young girl. Lin Taizhan let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The pain inflicted by her pressure penetrated to the very marrow. tenfold more intense than mere contact. Yet simultaneously, a faint and peculiar warmth began to quietly arise at the points where China pressed and kneaded. As if her skilled touch had awakened a dormant, restorative instinct buried deep within the bruises, belonging to his iron shirt technique. The sensation of pain intertwined with warmth, creating a remarkably strange feeling. China pressed on with unwavering focus, deliberately avoiding the dangerously swollen areas that glistened. Her initially awkward movements gradually became fluid, the pressure slowly intensifying as she probed. She could distinctly feel the searing warmth of his skin beneath her hands, the sinewy muscle fibers beneath the resilient dermis, and even the bizarre, icy hardness of certain areas hidden beneath flesh, which felt unlike bone. This was silver bone. The intimacy of their contact granted her a more visceral and shocking understanding of this inhuman defensive structure. As the acupressure continued, the terrifying deep purple bruises on Lin Tieshan's back began to display, to the naked eye, a gradual fading of the darkest hues, revealing the faintest tinge of red. It was as though the congealed blood was loosening and dissolving under the influence of warmth and pressure. Although it was merely a subtle change at the edges, to China, the speed of recovery was nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing any self-healing abilities she had ever witnessed. The astonishment in her heart rippled outward like pebbles cast into a still lake, expanding endlessly. The massage continued. The warmth of the fire and the gentle patter of rain created a soothing atmosphere. Following the initial agonizing pain, Lin Tieshan's taut body began to relax, albeit slightly. Under China's steady and skillful ministrations, the pain still lingered, yet it was tempered by a continuous, gentle warmth and a peculiar, soothing touch emanating from behind. An unprecedented weariness enveloped him, causing his eyelids to grow heavier. China's fingers delicately brushed against the swollen edge beneath his shoulder blade, where the skin remained hot and taut. Unconsciously, her touch softened, her fingertips conveying a tenderness that she herself was unaware of. Lin Tieshan closed his eyes, savoring the gentle yet penetrating pressure. The warmth intertwined with his pain, and the cool yet steady hands behind him, offering an unprecedented, ineffable sense of security. This feeling mingled with his overwhelming fatigue and agony, like a warm tide slowly engulfing him. As he sank into the dark abyss of slumber, he vaguely sensed China gently tugging at his tattered garment, attempting to cover his exposed shoulder. The flickering flames cast the shadows of the two, intertwined in a tender embrace, or rather, China caring for Lin Tieshan, upon the massive rocks behind them, swaying and entangled. Fine strands of rain had woven a hazy curtain beyond the firelight. On the desolate island's coast, after surviving calamity, amid the cold, stormy night, only this small cluster of campfire emitted a faint yet genuine warmth, along with a quietly burgeoning, ineffable atmosphere. China gazed at Lin Tieshan's profile as he succumbed to deep sleep amidst pain and fatigue, observing the still menacing bruises on his back, which began to show subtle changes, leaving her momentarily speechless. The only sounds in the tranquil night were the crackling of the fire and the patter of rain upon the sand, whispering softly. Chapter 24. The Behemoth of the Island. The grinding stone, the embers of the campfire radiated their final warmth into the cool morning air, while the fine rain had mysteriously ceased, leaving behind a damp beach and glistening droplets on the leaves. Lin Tieshan gradually opened his eyes, rising from the deep slumber interwoven with fatigue and pain. The first sensation he registered was the persistent heaviness in his back, akin to being pricked by countless dull needles. Yet, compared to the suffocating, bone-deep agony of the previous night, it had lessened considerably. More distinctly, he felt the lingering, ineffable memory of a cool touch, the penetrating pressure of fingertips kneading his skin, accompanied by a faint warmth that eased his suffering. He turned his head slightly and spotted China seated cross-legged beside the fire, her eyes closed in meditation. The soft morning light outlined her delicate yet slightly fatigued profile, with damp strands of hair clinging to her smooth skin. Her breathing was long and steady, clearly focused on recuperating her exhausted strength and spirit. Lin Tieshan cautiously attempted to move his back and shoulders with the slightest effort. The pain persisted, akin to rusted gears grinding against one another, emitting a faint whine, yet the range of motion seemed slightly improved from the previous night. He carefully sat up, the movement tugging at his wounds, causing him to furrow his brow, but he managed to stifle any sound. "How do you feel?" China inquired, her eyes now open, her clear gaze filled with concern, especially directed towards the still fierce bruises on his back. Better, Lin Taizhan replied, his voice hoarse yet more steady than before. He twisted his neck, emitting a subtle cracking sound, and cast his gaze deep into the island, where a lush jungle exuded the essence of primal life. A restlessness, rooted in the instincts of a warrior, quietly stirred beneath the layers of profound pain. The frailty of his body and the reality of his wounds were undeniable. Yet this perilous and unfamiliar land equally harbored opportunities. The extreme pressure of the storm and the gradual repair following the near collapse from resisting titanic waves silently conveyed to him that it is through embracing limits that his ironclad body would evolve. If I can move, I shall train, he declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes rekindling that hallmark, almost obsessive flame of ambition. He craved an opponent, sought pressure, and yearned to unleash the pent-up pain and strength within, refining his battered form through the crucible of combat. Kina observed the indomitable will reflected in his eyes, then glanced at the terrifying dark purple bruises marring his back. Her brow furrowed slightly, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, perhaps movement will aid in dispersing the clotted blood. However, be mindful of your limits. Do not push yourself while nursing internal injuries, she admonished with seriousness. The two swiftly tended to the remnants of the campfire, then ventured along the beach towards the jungle's edge. The freshwater pool they had hastily discovered the previous night was rather small, but Kina soon located a clear stream trickling down from a nearby cliff, not far from the coastline. The stream cascaded into a small pond, where, on the soft, damp earth beside it, enormous, three-toed tracks were distinctly imprinted. These footprints, each the size of a basin, were deeply embedded in the mud, their sharp edges revealing the immense weight and power of their owner. Kina crouched to carefully examine the shape and depth of the tracks, her expression growing grave. The claw marks and strides suggested a resemblance to some colossal sauropod, or perhaps a close relative of the Tyrannosaurus. There was a behemoth on this island. As if to validate her suspicions, a deep, resonant roar erupted suddenly from within the depths of the jungle, akin to thunder rolling across the sky. The sound was imbued with primal ferocity and a formidable penetrating force, causing nearby leaves to tremble and the very air to quiver. Soon after, a heavy, rhythmic vibration resonated through the ground, thudding like the footsteps of a giant upon the heart of the earth. Birds scattered in alarm, their cries echoing as they fled, while the sound of trees being violently snapped echoed from the jungle's interior. It was coming. Lin Tieshan's pupils dilated sharply, yet, rather than fear, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his veins. He swiftly turned to face the source of the roar, positioning Kina protectively behind him. The agonizing pain in his back seemed momentarily suppressed, as his muscles tensed with newfound vigor, the robust sensation beneath his skin swelling like a waking giant. With an even more deafening roar, imbued with the scent of blood, a colossal creature burst forth, shattering the dense vines and low shrubs ahead, coming into view before them. It resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, but bore distinct characteristics of another realm, a terrifying behemoth. Standing over 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, it was covered in rough, thick, deep green scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the morning light. The colossal cranium resembled a battering ram, its ivory fangs sharp as daggers, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, exuding a foul stench. The stout hind limbs, resembling stone pillars, supported the massive body, while a long tail adorned with bony spikes lashed behind like a formidable steel whip, effortlessly snapping small trees of a bull's thickness. Its amber vertical pupils, akin to molten lava, instantly locked onto the two diminutive figures by the stream, brimming with a brutal hunger and rage at the violation of its territory. It was a Spinosaurus. Kina's voice trembled slightly as she instantly recognized this apex predator of the prehistoric era. She drew the azure blade from her waist, its cold gleam reflecting the beast's menacing head. The creature evidently regarded Lin Tieshan's tall and robust figure as a more formidable target. It let out a thunderous roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Its immense body charged toward Lin Taizhan with a terrifying momentum, akin to an uncontrollable siege engine. The speed contrasting starkly with its gargantuan size. A foul wind rushed toward him. Kina, do not confront it directly. Provide support. Lin Tieshan's throat erupted with a wild battle cry. Faced with this overwhelming assault, he showed no intent to evade. This was precisely the crucible he longed for. He pushed his foundational defensive stance to its utmost, his feet firmly rooted in the soft, wet mud by the stream. His core tightened like iron. Arms crossed protectively over his chest, all his strength converging into one point, bracing for the oncoming monstrous head. Bang! A sound so thunderous it threatened to halt his heartbeat. It was as if two moving hills collided with ferocity. Lin Taizhan felt as if he were struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. The overwhelming force coursed through his arms and shoulders, ravaging his entire body. The mud beneath him erupted into two deep craters, muck splattering everywhere. He was thrust off the ground, sliding backward several meters, carving two deep furrows. Agony. His arms felt as though they had been struck by a weight of 1,000 pounds, bones groaning under the unbearable burden. The unhealed bruises on his back sent searing pain coursing through him, threatening to tear open once more. His blood surged violently, a sweetness rising in his throat. Roar. The beast, too, was jolted by the collision, its head tilting back slightly, emitting a roar of astonishment and fury. It had clearly not anticipated that this small figure could withstand its charge without being crushed. Lin Taizhan forcibly swallowed his surging blood, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Pain. That was precisely what he sought. This raw, unrefined force was the finest catalyst for forging muscle and sinew. Come again, he bellowed, not retreating but instead stepping forward. Re-establishing his defensive stance. Like a resolute reef, he braced for the next colossal wave. The beast was thoroughly enraged. It abandoned the charge, violently whipping its massive head. Its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, rushing toward Lin Taizhan's shoulder with blinding speed. Beware of the bite. Kina's warning rang out just in time, her figure weaving like smoke around the periphery, searching for the opportune moment to strike. She refrained from impulsively launching an attack, instead channeling her mental acuity to be prepared for any eventuality. Lin Taizhan's pupils constricted. He abruptly lowered his shoulders and drew his neck in, presenting his robust shoulder, shielded by resilient scales and dense muscle, towards the gaping maw of the colossal beast. Simultaneously, his right fist tightened, gathering all his strength, akin to a cannonball being fired, and struck fiercely towards the relatively vulnerable snout of the creature. A counterstrike. Crack. An excruciating sound, reminiscent of metal grinding, pierced through the air. The beast's sharp fangs sank deeply into Lin Taizhan's left shoulder. The shattering of scales echoed, accompanied by a chilling friction. Contrary to the anticipated gruesome scene, blood and flesh did not fly. The coarse burlap of Lin Taizhan's shoulder garment disintegrated in an instant, revealing the pallid skin beneath. That layer of skin, subjected to the beast's terrifying bite, stretched to its limit, displaying an eerie pallor, deeply indented, with the outline of the teeth clearly visible. Beneath the skin, iron-like muscle fibers fought fiercely against the crushing pressure. Agonizing pain surged through his entire body like electric currents. Yet, the skin remained unbroken. Deep within, his silver bones emitted a muffled and furious hum under the relentless gnashing of the beast's fangs, enduring a bite powerful enough to sever steel. At that moment, boom, Lin Taizhan's heavy fist, imbued with all his strength, struck solidly against the beast's snout. Howl! The creature let out a pained roar, its massive head jerking to one side, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing at its nose. A foul mixture of saliva and a few droplets of blood splattered forth. Seizing this opportunity, Qina sprang into action. Like a streak of azure lightning, she swiftly darted into the exposed left flank of the beast, which was vulnerable from its pain. Her short blade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately pierced the gap between the relatively thin scales beneath the creature's armpit. Thud! The blade met flesh. Though not a deep wound, it was enough to inflict acute pain upon the beast. Roar! The beast was utterly enraged. It violently swung its long tail, adorned with bony spikes, like a gigantic steel whip, accompanied by a chilling whoosh, aiming fiercely at the obstructive Qina. Simultaneously, its enormous forepaw, cutting through the air with a shrill cry, descended upon Lin Taizhan, who had just retracted his fist. The claws glimmered with a cold, sinister light. Dodge! Lin Taizhan shouted, alerting Qina as he once again chose to withstand the attack. Facing the descending paw, he crossed his arms overhead. As a surge of vitality coursed into his arms and head, the defense of his iron cloth shirt was pushed to its limits. Thud! The paw crashed upon Lin Taizhan's crossed arms. It felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had fallen. The immense force drove his feet deeper into the mud. Pain like tearing flesh radiated through his arms, as if his bones might shatter. Yet, he steadfastly held his ground, bolstered by his formidable defenses. The mud beneath him erupted, splattering to heights exceeding a person's stature. Meanwhile, China, utilizing her extraordinary agility, leapt gracefully just before the giant tail swept through, akin to a weightless willow fluff. With a delicate tap of her toes on the sturdy, bony spikes of the colossal tail, she propelled herself backward in a daring maneuver, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Landing securely upon a nearby boulder. Target its joints. Its eyes. Do not merely endure. China's voice resonated clearly amidst the chaos of battle, imbued with tactical guidance. Utilize its momentum. Harness its strength. Your fists possess great power, yet the force lacks cohesion. Unite your waist and horse. Channel the energy from your heels, through your spine, and into the tip of your fist. As Lin Taizhan endured the ferocious onslaught of the beast's clawing and biting, his shoulders, arms, and back repeatedly raked by sharp talons. Leaving deep crimson trails and the jarring sound of friction, he endeavored to assimilate China's instructions, accustomed to relying solely on absolute defense and brute force. His technique had indeed been rudimentary. Unite your waist and horse. He roared, evading yet another lethal bite. This time, he finally attempted to dodge, albeit awkwardly. Seizing the moment when the beast lunged forward in a miss, he propelled himself off the ground with explosive force. The energy surged from his heels, coursing up his spine like an enraged dragon taking flight, ultimately coalescing in his right fist. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch. It bore an unprecedented sense of cohesion and penetrating power, no longer merely a brute force collision. Thud. This strike landed precisely on the relatively vulnerable side of the beast's left forelimb at the elbow joint. Crack. The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed, accompanied by the beast's anguished, pitch-altered wail. Its massive form staggered, the left forelimb contorting unnaturally. Effective. Lin Tieshan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. China's guidance illuminated his path. He no longer merely withstood the blows. He began to exploit the intervals between the beast's attacks, integrating techniques from his combat training, hooks, swings, and low sweeps. Though his movements appeared clumsy before the colossal creature, while synchronizing with China's elusive, harassing strikes aimed at the creature's eyes, joints, and the gaps in its armored scales. Each punch left deep imprints, bruises, and fine lacerations upon the beast's immense body. The battle escalated into a fervent climax. Lin Taizhan resembled an indomitable bronze statue, maneuvering amidst the tempest of the beast's assaults, though his movements remained somewhat rigid, absorbing the biting claws and delivering dull thuds with each impact. His skin bore a tapestry of intersecting old and new scars, bruises layering upon one another, blood staining his tattered garments. The persistent jarring exacerbated the agony of his old wounds, yet he was utterly immersed in the fervor of combat. Each moment of resilience caused his bones to groan under extreme pressure, trembling as if absorbing and transforming that frenzied strength. With every counterattack, he diligently enacted China's teachings, striving to coalesce his entire might into an indomitable force. Meanwhile, China danced like the most exquisite performer, flirting with the precipice of death. She no longer approached recklessly but employed her agile footwork and short-range energy blasts. Though their potency was still lacking, they sufficed to disrupt the beast's vision and movements, continuously voicing instructions on Lin Tieshan's striking techniques and angles of attack. Good. That punch's power is right. Sidestep. Use your shoulder to strike its flank. Dissipate the force. Sweep its supporting leg at the knee pit. Exhilarating. Sweat, mud, and blood mingled and cascaded down Lin Tieshan's chiseled face. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently like a dilapidated bellows, each breath tainted with a metallic taste and searing pain. Yet the fire blazing in his eyes grew ever more fervent. The fatigue and agony of his body seemed ignited by the wild combat, transforming into a more primal and potent force. Engaging in a fierce struggle with this terrifying prehistoric beast, enduring its cataclysmic onslaught, and retaliating with his own fists, this sensation of dancing on the precipice of death, forged under extreme pressure, elicited a near-ecstatic cry from the depths of his soul. This was what he needed, a whetstone, to temper this iron frame with blood and fire. Chapter 25. The Sense of Breakthrough. the resonance of bones and muscles a howl. The final cry of the Spinosaurus, filled with agony and resentment, echoed like a dying thunder above the lush canopy, ultimately swallowed by the dense foliage, leaving only heavy breaths and the sound of blood dripping onto the earth. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, toppling a cluster of saplings. The left forelimb joint was utterly shattered by Lin Taizhan's concentrated force, delivered with a unison of waist and horse, resulting in a grotesque reverse curvature. The head was marred with deep-set fist imprints and small knife marks left by China, while an amber vertical pupil bore the scar of a ki blast, blood and flesh in disarray, though not yet lifeless. The intense agony and grievous wounds had rendered it incapable of further combat, reduced to a futile convulsion upon the ground, shrieking in despair. Lin Taizhan stood several meters away from the colossal beast, his chest heaving like a battered bellows, each inhalation tearing through him with excruciating pain, producing a rasping wheeze. Sweat, mud, and blood mingled, dripping from his sharply defined jawline, pooling beneath him into a murky dark red puddle. His exposed torso bore no intact skin, crisscrossed with fresh claw marks, deep crimson and purplish, the edges curling with delicate flesh. The area around his left shoulder, where the beast's fangs had gnawed, appeared in eerie pallor, deeply indented fang marks surrounded by swelling, the subcutaneous bruising settling into an almost inky black. The horrific bruises from the storm on his back seemed even darker under the relentless tremors of battle, akin to hellish totems branded upon his skin. His tattered burlap garment had long since become mere rags hanging from his waist, barely concealing his form. His legs trembled as if filled with heavy mercury, barely supporting his faltering body. His right arm, swollen and numb from relentless blows, bore gaping wounds at the knuckles, exposing stark white bone. Yet amidst this extreme exhaustion, the tearing pain, and the imminent collapse of his frail strength, an indescribable, searing sense of power began to awaken slowly from the depths of his being. Like a dormant volcano stirring to life. It was over. The battle with this prehistoric beast had finally come to an end. Lin Taizhan's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. The ferocious battle spirit that had sustained him dissipated as swiftly as the ebbing tide. A profound emptiness and overwhelming fatigue engulfed him in an instant. Darkness encroached upon his vision, stars danced chaotically, and a dense black mist began to rise at the edges of his sight. His body swayed precariously, unable to sustain itself any longer. With a sudden weakness in his knees, he collapsed heavily onto the wet ground, a mixture of mud and blood. Supporting himself with his hands, he gasped for breath. Agonizing groans filled with a metallic tang echoed from his throat. Iron Mountain. The figure of China appeared beside him, drifting like a wisp of smoke. She too was slightly winded, her body splattered with mud and the blood of the colossal beast. Yet her condition was far superior to Lin Taizhan's. As she beheld Lin Taizhan kneeling in a pool of his own blood, resembling a wretched soul pulled from the infernal depths, her heart clenched tightly, prompting her to crouch and examine him. "Do not touch me." Lin Taizhan managed to raise a hand, halting China's attempt to assist him. His state was exceedingly delicate, as if countless forces were raging within him, colliding and surging. With each breath, with each heartbeat, it felt as if he were igniting the explosive barrels buried within his body. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to attain tranquility. His mind resembled a beach after the tide has receded, exhausted yet remarkably clear, all distracting thoughts washed away by the recent struggle for life and death. He concentrated all his awareness, turning inward to inspect the limits of his battered form. Pain, an omnipresent agony. His muscles felt as though they were being repeatedly pierced by countless steel needles, while his fascia seemed tightly bound by glowing iron wires. Deep within his bones, a dull, aching sensation surged, akin to a burning that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. It was the terrifying pressure of devastating storms, the frenzied impact of monstrous collisions, leaving behind imprints of dual destructive forces. Yet amidst this ocean of torment that threatened to tear his body asunder, a faint yet tenacious warmth emerged, akin to the first trickle of spring water surging from the earth, resiliently growing, gathering, and flowing. This warmth resembled the comforting sensation stimulated by China's massage, yet it was more magnificent, pure, and teeming with vitality. It transcended the bruises on his back, coursing through his body's meridians, flesh, and even deep within his bones, as if it possessed life of its own. Wherever this warm current flowed, the sharp, nerve-rending pain seemed to be infused with a strange solvent. Though it did not vanish, it was remarkably smoothed and transformed at an astonishing rate. In its stead arose a deeper sensation, akin to the gradual cooling of refined steel post-quenching, a tingling, aching warmth reminiscent of rebirth. Even more startling for Lin Taizhan was the sound he perceived, not through his ears, but through his body and soul, as he delved into his inner self. Coaxing that nascent warmth to flow through his limbs, a faint yet extraordinarily clear hum resonated from the depths of his ulna and radius. Akin to ripples stirred by a stone cast into a deep pool, the sound was low and rich, imbued with a metallic tremor. Then, a continuous hum erupted from his spine, like a slumbering silver dragon awakening, each vertebra coming to life sequentially, from the tailbone to the cervical vertebrae. A steady sequence of deep vibrations resounded. The sound was not grand, yet it was remarkably stable, reminiscent of a bronze bell in an ancient temple, roused by the morning chime. Then there were his scapulae, clavicles, ribs, pelvis, and the bones of his legs, the entirety of his skeletal structure. Particularly those areas that had endured the most intense impacts. His shoulders, arms, back, and legs seemed infused with an invisible energy, resonating with a deep and harmonious vibration. This sound coalesced into a strange symphony, perceptible only to him, a chorus of sinew and bone. This resonance was not a lament of suffering, but a joyous tremor. It represented a metamorphosis and elevation, akin to a rebirth from the brink of destruction following an arduous struggle against immense pressure. It felt as though every bone and every resilient fascia connecting these bones was thoroughly awakened at that moment, their density imperceptibly enhanced. Their structures optimized and reorganized at the microscopic level, becoming more robust, compact, and filled with vigor. With this peculiar symphony of sinew and bone, the surge of newfound warmth flowed more freely and powerfully. It swept through the obstructed meridians, nourishing the damaged muscle fibers, and repairing the subtle fractures within the bones. A force of overwhelming magnitude, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, surged forth from the depths of his bones, from the junctions of the fascia, rapidly revitalizing his parched limbs and body. Lin Taizhan suddenly opened his eyes. In those orbs, dimmed by fatigue and excruciating pain, now burned an unprecedented, almost tangible brilliance. Instinctively, he slowly clenched his fists, which were propped against the ground. The knuckles emitted a series of crisp cracks, not from dislocated bones, but from the stretching of fascia and the realignment of bones, a natural sound emerging as his strength reached its zenith. A sensation of power, far surpassing anything he had felt before, surged like a reawakened beast beneath the sinewy muscles of his arms. He could distinctly feel that the substantial sensation beneath his skin had not vanished. Rather, the deeper supporting structures of bone and sinew seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, becoming more resilient, akin to a dragon bone forged from refined steel, providing unprecedented support to his copper skin and iron bones. He attempted, with utmost caution, to rise from his kneeling position. The movement still tugged at his entire body, bringing waves of tearing pain. Yet this time, beneath that pain, lay an unfamiliar sense of stability. It was as if the internal support structures of his body had been thoroughly fortified. His legs, though still weary and heavy, no longer felt as if they were floating aimlessly. They were now like iron stakes deeply embedded in the earth. Yuchina watched Lin Taizhan's transformation intently. She keenly observed the terrifying brilliance in his eyes the moment he opened them, noted the unusual bulging and movement of his arm muscles as he clenched his fists, and felt the palpable, denser, more substantial aura he radiated upon standing. It was akin to a once rough, stubborn iron, finally revealing a hint of its latent brilliance after enduring countless hammerings and the final quenching. Something felt different. Lin Taizhan gazed down at his scar-laden hands, now seemingly brimming with explosive power. His voice was hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable sense of conviction and exhilaration. The bones and sinews resonated like iron being forged and tempered. He cautiously attempted to take a step forward. Footsteps fell upon the damp, yielding earth, no longer characterized by a fleeting unsteadiness, but instead imbued with a profound, weighty solidity brimming with vigor. Although each movement remained burdened by pain and fatigue, every step seemed to encompass a deeper, more concentrated strength. China's pupils constricted slightly. As a disciple of the Turtle Immortal School, Her sensitivity to the fluctuations of qi and the body far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Despite Lin Tieshan's lack of an apparent qi aura, the transformative essence emanating from him at this moment struck her with a profound reverence for the very essence of life. This was not merely an augmentation of strength. It resembled a metamorphosis of life's very essence. Muscles and bones resonated as Qi Na softly echoed Lin Tieshan's simple description, her eyes filled with disbelief and profound inquiry. Could hard training truly forge one's sinews and bones to such an extent? Is this your breakthrough? Lin Tieshan offered no reply. As he was lost in the monumental changes within his body, he gradually raised his right arm, fingers splayed, then clenched them fiercely. A faint, yet distinctly audible hum of bone resonated from his tightly closed fist. Concurrently, the sinewy muscles of his arm tensed as if animated, bulging forth, while the fascia beneath his skin tightened like a drawn bowstring, exuding an astonishing tension. An invisible sense of power radiated from him, spreading outward, causing Qi Na, who stood close by, to feel a momentary constriction in her breath. Strength, endurance, and a deeper mastery over his own body all ascended to a new pinnacle in that instant. He slowly lifted his gaze, directing it toward the depths of the forest, toward the direction from which the sound of the waterfall reverberated, his eyes sharp as blades, filled with an insatiable longing for loftier peaks. At that moment, however, Qi Na's gaze transcended Lin Tieshan, landing upon a higher expanse near the coastline on the opposite side of the bay. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face as she exclaimed, "Tieshan, look over there." Following her gaze, Lin Tieshan beheld, at the azure bay's terminus, a verdant hillside bathed in sunlight, its golden edges gleaming. Several iconic coconut palms, swaying gracefully with their immense fan-like leaves, were vividly visible. Beneath those palms stood a quaint abode, uniquely shaped with a rounded dome, quietly standing against the backdrop of the cerulean sea and sky, exuding an air of serene detachment from the world. The turtle immortal's abode. After enduring the ravages of storms and the ferocity of beasts, their sinews transformed, they had finally discovered it. Chapter 26. The Island of the Turtle Immortal. Gateway of Legends, gentle waves caressed the shores of the nameless island, silently whisking away the echoes of battle and bloodshed. Lin Tieshan stood steadfast, his body drenched in blood, marred with wounds akin to a shattered clay figure hastily reassembled. Each claw mark, every bruise silently narrated the harrowing struggle against the Spinosaurus. Yet, his upright posture exuded an unprecedented gravity and depth. From the depths of his very bones, a continuous hum, perceptible only to him, had yet to completely subside, akin to tempered steel gradually cooling. Each subtle tremor brought forth a renewed sense of strength and support, a testament to the reorganization of his sinews and bones. Qi Na's gaze lingered upon him for a moment, awed by the transformation of his aura, a profound metamorphosis emanating from within, an evolution of his very essence. Though there was no visible flow of energy, an unshakable vitality akin to the weight of a mountain enveloped him. Yet, her attention was swiftly captivated by the sight at the end of the bay, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Tieshan, look over there." Her voice resonated with incredulous delight, her fingers steadfastly pointing into the distance. Following her indication, Lin Tieshan's deep gaze pierced through the morning mist of the sea breeze, traversing the shimmering azure bay. There, an island stood in stark contrast to the nameless isle, its silhouette gentle and seemingly sculpted by a divine hand, adorned with lush, vibrant foliage that radiated a rich green hue, shimmering softly under the sun's caress. Most striking were the tall, stately coconut trees on a slightly elevated, open slope at the island's edge, their expansive fronds unfurling like a natural green canopy, silhouetted against the cerulean sky, evoking the essence of a tropical paradise. Beneath these iconic coconut trees, a quaint, uniquely shaped cottage nestled in serene repose. Its dome, rounded and resembling an inverted giant bowl, was painted in a vivid, slightly weathered orange that leapt forth from the verdant backdrop. The white walls encircling the dome formed a simple yet distinctive architectural composition. In front of the cottage lay a meticulously tended patch of land, enhancing the entire structure's petite charm, exuding an aura of tranquil isolation and an ineffable essence of martial spirit, seemingly steeped in the passage of time. Came House. This name struck Lin Tieshan's mind like a bolt of lightning, igniting all the weariness and pain in his eyes. The nostalgic reminiscences of elderly patrons from the tea house in the southern city, China's animated descriptions of Master Wu Tian's remarkable prowess, and his own fervent yearning for greater martial realms. All fragments of information regarding the Kame house converged in that instant, materializing into this vividly real scene before him. "We found it." Lin Tieshan's hoarse voice trembled with excitement, each word erupting from his heated chest. He instinctively clenched his fists, the joints cracking softly as the newly awakened strength surged beneath his skin, responding to the intangible summons emanating from that legendary sanctuary of martial arts. The desire to grow stronger had never burned as intensely as it did in that moment. "That's it. It's the one." China's voice echoed her exhilaration, her clear eyes shimmering with a near-pilgrimage fervor, yet beneath that brilliance lay an unmistakable thread of anxiety. Master Wu Tian, the legendary god of martial arts, a living legend. What kind of existence was she about to confront? Would her abilities truly catch his esteemed attention? Her hands unconsciously clenched the fabric of her clothing. The goal lay before them, just across the sea, on the nameless island. All that remained was a chaotic battlefield and a nearly derelict, half-sunken skiff stranded in the shallows. The vessel was unusable. Lin Taizhan cast a glance at the crooked, battered boat and resolutely declared his decision. His gaze swept across the beach, and he strode purposefully towards several colossal rocks that had been overturned by the tempest and the clash of titans. These boulders lay half-buried in the sandy shore, their jagged edges formidable and weighty. He inhaled deeply, bending at the waist, his hands clasping the base of a rock that towered above him. This time, the exertion was markedly different. The strength surged not with brute force, but rose steadily from his heels, coursing through his newly resilient spine, akin to a taut bowstring, ultimately converging in his arms. A subtle hum deep within his bones seemed to provide an endless source of support. "Lift," he growled softly, and astonishingly, the massive boulder, weighing thousands of pounds, was wrenched from the mire. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, the sheen of his sinews glistening beneath his skin as if ready to break free. With a powerful thrust of his hips, he hurled the boulder. A thunderous crash echoed as the rock tumbled, plunging into the sea and sending a towering column of water skyward. Next came the second and third boulders, Lin Taizhan resembling an indomitable human crane, accurately casting the gigantic stones into the ocean, constructing a winding, intermittent pathway of rocks, traversable yet uneven, a mere dozens of meters from the nameless island's shore. Each stone that fell into the water resonated with a steady hum of his sinews and the heavy, powerful rhythm of his breaths. The newfound strength and endurance manifested vividly in this primal labor. China watched in astonishment, unable to suppress her admiration. No longer hesitating, she lightly touched the sand with her toes, her figure gliding like a swift swallow skimming the water, gracefully stepping onto the first rock. "Keep up." Lin Taizhan followed closely. His massive frame landed on the slick boulders with remarkable steadiness. Each step caused the rocks to slightly submerge. Yet there was no longer the trepidation that accompanied their earlier boarding of the boat. The transformation of his physique brought not only strength, but also a masterful control over his center of gravity. The two moved in tandem, leaping and weaving through the undulating waves, their silhouettes darting between the azure sea and sky, like arrows aimed at that legendary isle. The water transitioned from murky to crystal clear, revealing vibrant schools of fish darting amidst the swaying seaweed. Approaching the shores of Turtle Immortal Island, the sand was pure and fine, akin to crushed white jade, warm and soft underfoot. Gentle waves lapped at the shore, leaving delicate froth and scattered, uniquely shaped shells that shimmered with a pearlescent glow. A few turtles, the size of millstones, meandered leisurely in the shallows, indifferent to the arrival of strangers, their gazes calm and serene, as if long accustomed to the tranquility of this place. Stepping onto the soft, white sands of Turtle Immortal Island, a refreshing, warm, and vibrant breath of life enveloped him, instantly washing away the bloodshed and fury of the nameless island. The air was pure, devoid of any impurities, infused with the essence of sunshine, sea salt, and the fragrant aroma of flora. The island was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, punctuated only by the eternal murmur of the waves, the rustling of the wind through the palm trees, and the distant, rhythmic sound of a waterfall, weaving together a serene and harmonious natural symphony. It felt as though this place was a forgotten paradise, isolated from the world and untainted by dust. What a splendid locale. Lin Taizhan could not resist taking a deep breath, the burning sensation in his chest seemingly soothed by the purity of the air. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze bright with wonder. The environment here surpassed any sacred place he had ever envisioned for cultivation. However, China appeared more reserved. She meticulously brushed off non-existent dust from her attire, attempting to tidy her disheveled hair and tattered clothing, a remnant of the storm and battle, striving to present herself in a more formal manner. Her heart raced as she gazed at the small, orange-red, dome-shaped cottage beneath the coconut trees, anxiety coiling around her like creeping vines. Is Master Wu Tian inside? The two of them followed a path worn by footsteps, traversing a low thicket adorned with unknown small flowers, making their way towards the coconut trees and the cottage. The closer they drew, the more palpable a heavy, invisible pressure became. This was not an intentional display of might, but rather the natural aura that emanated from years of accumulated experiences and the pinnacle of martial arts, causing China to instinctively ease her breath. The cottage loomed ahead, appearing more delicate and exquisite up close. The orange-red dome had faded slightly under the sun, and the white walls bore the marks of time, exuding an air of ancient resilience. The small clearing in front was devoid of flowers or plants, instead covered with compacted sand, suggesting frequent activity. Scattered at the edge of the clearing were several stone blocks of varying sizes, the largest nearly half a person's height, its surface polished smooth from regular use. Lin Taizhan regarded the stone blocks with curiosity, then glanced at the closed wooden door, adorned with a whimsical turtle design. Just as he was about to step forward, China suddenly called out to him in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of anxiety. Lin Taizhan halted, turning to look at her. China took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, her eyes fixed intently on the closed wooden door, as if she could see through the panels into the interior. Her voice was low, imbued with a fervent yet apprehensive reverence. Each word articulated with exceptional clarity. Remember to maintain the utmost respect, regardless of what you see or hear. Inside resides the living deity of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. Chapter 27. The first encounter with the turtle sage, the old codger. The pristine, fine sand beneath their feet emitted a soft, creaking sound, akin to a silent symphony. The enormous fan-shaped leaves of the coconut trees swayed in the gentle breeze, filtering down shimmering golden flecks of light that danced upon Lin Taizhan and China, as well as in front of the wooden door adorned with the whimsical turtle design. The air was infused with the warmth of sun-drenched sand, the briny scent of the sea breeze, and a faint, elusive bitterness mingled with seaweed and some peculiar herbs. Time seemed to stand still on this small stretch of beach, leaving only the eternal whisper of the waves and the pounding of hearts, particularly China's, echoing in the stillness. She stood a step behind Lin Taizhan, her fingertips icy while her palms were slightly damp with perspiration. Each breath was taken with utmost caution, as if she feared to disturb the legendary presence lurking beyond the door. The words Master Wu Tian, the living god of martial arts. The turtle sage echoed repeatedly in her mind, evoking both immense aspiration and a weighty sense of pressure. She could distinctly hear the sound of her own blood rushing against her eardrums. Lin Taizhan, on the other hand, stood like a silent rock before the door. The breakthrough in his physique caused a subtle hum beneath his skin, instilling a sense of steady strength while simultaneously heightening his awareness of the surrounding atmosphere. He sensed an invisible, oppressive aura enveloping the area, emanating from the seemingly ordinary cottage. It was not an aura of murderous intent, but rather a profound heaviness, the result of a long journey through time and a profound understanding of martial arts, much like the deep sea, calm on the surface yet teeming with immense power underneath. His muscles instinctively remained in a semi-tense state, the defenses of his iron cloth technique operating silently, vigilant against the unknown. In the midst of this almost suffocating silence, a dry, slow creaking sound shattered the tranquility. The wooden door adorned with a turtle motif slowly opened a crack from within. A foot clad in flip-flops, wrinkled and marked with age spots, emerged first, making a clear imprint in the sandy ground before the door. Following that, a figure ambled out leisurely. The newcomer was of short stature, somewhat hunched over. He wore a bright Hawaiian shirt emblazoned with a large red heart, its vivid colors almost blinding, paired with loose, flamboyantly patterned beach shorts. Most striking was the enormous round-framed sunglasses that obscured half of his face, the dark lenses reflecting the glaring sunlight, rendering his gaze completely inscrutable. Sparse white hair stubbornly clung to his head, while a few strands of the same snowy hue danced in the wind on his chin. He leaned on what appeared to be an ordinary wooden cane, while the other hand casually held a dripping red plastic bucket, seemingly just returned from watering the flowers. The turtle sage, the legendary master Wu Tian, appeared so unrestrained. China was momentarily stunned, the reverent light of pilgrimage in her eyes solidifying, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and shock. The disparity between this figure and her imagined vision of a dignified and imposing god of martial arts was staggering. She instinctively held her breath. The respectful greeting she had prepared lodged in her throat. The turtle sage seemed oblivious to the visitors at the door, or perhaps simply indifferent. He turned around leisurely, presenting his back to them, and carelessly placed the empty bucket beneath the eaves. Then, he stretched in an exaggerated manner, lifting the hem of his floral shirt to reveal a similarly wrinkled and sparsely haired back. With a contented yawn, his mouth opened wide, revealing a few scattered teeth. "Ah, the sun today is truly warming to the bone. How delightful." A voice emerged, slightly hoarse yet imbued with a languorous charm, its tone leisurely and reminiscent of an old fisherman by the sea. He slowly turned around, his enormous sunglasses finally facing the two individuals standing at the door. The lenses of his shades dipped slightly, as if assessing the scene. His gaze first swept past Lin Taizhan, who stood like an iron tower, bearing the marks of battle and the scent of blood, without pausing for a moment. Then, precisely and unwaveringly, it fixed upon the face of China behind Lin Taizhan, whose nervousness and astonishment rendered her even more exquisitely beautiful. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Immediately after, a sudden, jarring burst of laughter erupted, replete with unabashed astonishment and an indescribable excitement. The lazy demeanor of the turtle sage vanished in an instant. He raised his hand, gripping the cane, and pointed his trembling index finger at China, his excitement, or perhaps something else, palpable. What a pure and delightful young lady, brimming with vitality. He cackled, his gaze behind the sunglasses sweeping over China like a searchlight, from her sand-speckled hair to her nervously pressed lips, and then to the nascent curves outlined by her coarse garments. Look at that face, so radiant. Look at that figure, clearly a promising martial artist. Youth. This is the essence of invincible youth. The laughter, the gaze, the unabashed admiration jolted China out of her stupor, flooding her with a powerful wave of embarrassment and discomfort, akin to a surge of electricity coursing through her entire being. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she instinctively took a half-step back, her hands unconsciously wrapping around her chest, her clear eyes filled with confusion and disarray. How could the legendary Master Wu Tian appear in such a guise? As the turtle sage's unabashed gaze locked onto China, a primal fury ignited within Lin Taizhan's chest, like a powder keg suddenly set ablaze. China was his only companion in this unfamiliar world, a comrade who had shared life and death experiences and borne the weight of vengeance. The implications behind the old man's gaze and laughter filled him with an overwhelming sense of offense and a furious indignation, as if his territory had been violated. A low, thunderous snort erupted from Lin Taizhan's nostrils. His imposing figure surged forward in an instant, crossing the distance with a speed that stirred a fierce wind. The newfound strength in his limbs exploded forth, his heavy footsteps sinking deep into the sand. His broad back, sturdy as a door, still tinged with the scent of blood and the iron-like resilience, firmly stood in front of China, completely shielding her from that loathsome gaze. He slightly turned, like a fierce beast protecting its young, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling vigilance and warning, fixated on the peculiar, frivolous old man before him. Beneath his tattered garments, taut muscles rippled, the robust sensation beneath his skin surging forth, exuding an aura that dared anyone to approach him. In that moment, the will to protect eclipsed all reverence for the legends. The atmosphere became utterly still. The strange chuckle of the turtle sage abruptly ceased. Behind the sunglasses, his gaze, if it existed, seemed to finally divert from the aura of youthful invincibility, landing for the first time, with a hint of surprise and inquiry, upon the formidable wall of humanity that suddenly emerged before him, exuding a potent scent of blood and danger. The turtle sage tilted his head slightly, The enormous sunglasses reflected the sunlight, obscuring his expression. He appeared unfazed, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing new toy. Leaning on his cane, he leisurely took a small step forward, drawing nearer to Lin Taizhan. An invisible pressure quietly began to permeate the air with this movement. It was no longer the languid and relaxed atmosphere, but rather a profound weightiness, akin to the stirring of dark currents in the deep sea, difficult to articulate. The air seemed to thicken slightly. In an instant, Lin Taizhan's muscles tensed to their utmost limit. The deep purple bruises on his back, which had yet to fully fade, felt as if they were ignited with heat. He distinctly sensed that the seemingly casual approach of his opponent was akin to a moving mountain slowly bearing down upon him. His prideful iron cloth shirt defense instinctively emitted a silent warning in the face of this intangible pressure. The sinews and bones beneath his skin buzzed with a low, urgent resonance, reminiscent of stones cast into a deep pool. The hoarse voice of the turtle sage resonated once more, laced with a playful curiosity. Devoid of its earlier levity, now imbued with a perceptive quality. "Youngster, your physique is rather intriguing." He raised the hand not supporting his cane, extending his wrinkled fingers, seemingly intent on poking Lin Taizhan's scarred arm, which resembled cast iron. At that moment, a subtle commotion arose from within the small house. "Who is it? Who's outside?" A childlike voice, brimming with curiosity and vitality, echoed. "It seems we have guests, Wukong," responded another voice, slightly more composed yet equally youthful. Accompanied by the sound of pattering footsteps, two small figures squeezed out from behind the turtle sage, peering curiously at the two strangers at the doorway, particularly at Lin Taizhan, who stood like a wall before them. The first, a diminutive figure with a signature spiky black hairstyle, donned an orange martial arts uniform and stood barefoot, his bright, clear eyes sparkling with the curiosity of a young animal as he scrutinized the newcomers. This was the young Wukong. Following closely behind him was a similarly attired, slender boy with a completely bald head. He appeared somewhat shy and cautious, instinctively clutching the hem of Wukong's garment, his round eyes reflecting a timid curiosity. This was Krillin. The appearance of these two children instantly shattered the tense atmosphere that had enveloped the doorway. Young Wukong's attention was swiftly drawn to Lin Taizhan. He tilted his head, his eyes wide with curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly fascinating. He scrutinized Lin Taizhan's unusually tall stature, his skin marred with both old and new scars, and his tattered clothing, while his small nose instinctively detected the lingering scent of blood in the air. There was no trace of fear on his face, only an abundance of curiosity and a palpable eagerness, akin to that of a challenger facing a formidable opponent. The turtle sage seemed momentarily interrupted from his contemplative reverie by the two youngsters. He lowered his finger, which had been poised to poke and prod, and instead stroked his grizzled beard, letting out a long, contemplative hum. His enormous sunglasses shifted once again toward the girl, Qina, who was shielded behind him. However, this time, his gaze, if it could be called that, appeared even more intricate, oscillating between Qina's flushed and indignant visage and the imposing wall of iron will that stood before her. A vague, enigmatic chuckle escaped from beneath the turtle sage's white beard. He slowly raised a hand, using a single finger to adjust the massive round-framed sunglasses that obscured half his face. The glasses slipped slightly down his nose, finally revealing a pair of eyes that were in stark contrast to his languid and flamboyant exterior. These were not the murky eyes one would expect from an ordinary elder. Although the corners were lined with the deep creases of time, the pupils, nestled within, seemed to hold the very essence of the cosmos. Calm and profound, they appeared capable of penetrating all illusions, imbued with an ineffable wisdom born of countless trials, and radiating a martial spirit as vast as the ocean, evoking a sense of awe in those who beheld them. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Lin Taizhan felt as though he were standing bare before an X-ray machine, his skin, bones, and even the deepest obsessions of his soul laid bare in an instant. A chill, born from primal instincts, stealthily crept up his spine. The turtle sage, with his thick-skinned demeanor, gazed intently at Lin Taizhan, murmuring in a tone only he could discern, a voice as low as a dream's whisper yet tinged with a hint of undeniable astonishment. He promptly repositioned his enormous sunglasses, concealing those all-seeing eyes once more, returning to the guise of the eccentric old man clad in flamboyant attire. His face resumed that casual smile as his gaze drifted back to Qina, who was protected behind Lin Taizhan, elongating his tone. Well, since you are here, you are a guest. Little girl, do not be afraid. I am merely admiring the beauty of existence. He paused, directing his sunglasses toward Lin Taizhan, who stood taut and ready to pounce like a beast on the verge of attack, his tone laced with a barely perceptible intrigue, as if he had discovered a delightful new plaything. You, tough little fellow, do you wish to learn something truly profound? Chapter 28, A Show of Force? Delivering milk, the turtle sage's enormous sunglasses firmly perched upon his nose once more obscured those penetrating eyes, leaving only his flamboyant shirt and beach shorts to envelop his stooped figure, accompanied by a smirk of playful indifference at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely raised his hand, his bony finger crossing over Lin Tieshan's broad shoulder, accurately pointing toward China, who was sheltered behind him, her cheeks still flushed with a lingering hue of embarrassment. As for the little girl, he elongated his tone, his white beard quivering with laughter, youthful and radiant. Appearing spry in spirit, it would be splendid for her to stay and converse with this old man, alleviating his boredom. Ha ha ha. However, China's countenance, which had somewhat eased with the arrival of Yukong and Krillin, immediately tightened once more. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly towards Lin Tieshan's scarred back, her clear eyes filled with vigilance and resistance. To leave her alone with this eccentric old man, whose gaze made her feel utterly uncomfortable? Absolutely not. Lin Tieshan's crimson eyes deepened with a chilling wariness. His broad back remained as unyielding as a rock, shielding Chi Na completely, as he emitted a low, muffled grunt, a warning laden with intent. His demeanor radiated a protective stance, firm and unequivocal. The turtle hermit appeared somewhat disheartened, clicking his tongue as he adjusted his sunglasses to scrutinize Lin Taizhan, appraising him as if evaluating an oddly shaped artifact freshly unearthed. So, young iron lump, he drawled, his languid tone returning. Do you wish to learn something truly meaningful? Do you aspire to join my turtle school? In an instant, Lin Tieshan's gaze sharpened like a blade, all his caution and anger ignited by those words, transforming into an intense, burning desire. He straightened his back abruptly, the remnants of deep purple bruises on his back sending a wave of searing pain. Yet he paid it no mind, his hoarse voice resolute. Learn. Become stronger. Oh, ambitious spirit. The turtle hermit leaned on his cane, leisurely striding towards an empty red plastic bucket by the eaves, nonchalantly kicking it aside, producing a light clatter. With his back to the two, he seemed to ponder something, his floral shirt glaring under the sunlight. Little Wukong and Krillin curiously pressed against the door frame, glancing at the turtle hermit and then at the two peculiar giants and the beautiful sister. After a moment, the turtle hermit turned around, his enormous sunglasses once again fixed on Lin Taizhan, a sly smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. To learn the true essence, one must first demonstrate their worthiness and sincerity. He extended his gnarled finger, slowly pointing towards a corner of the small house, half shrouded in the shadows of a coconut tree. Do you see that jar? Their gazes followed the direction of his finger. Before them stood a colossal earthen jar. Its height nearly reached Lin Tieshan's chest, robust and sturdy, exhibiting a deep earthy hue, its surface marred by the rough textures and minute cracks left by time. The jar's mouth was tightly sealed with a thick wooden cork, topped with a flat pebble to prevent the sea breeze from whisking it away. Merely by sight, the weight of this empty jar was surely no trivial matter. Go. The turtle hermit commanded with an air of undeniable nonchalance, as if instructing someone to fetch a teacup, fill it with fresh milk, and deliver it to the lookout stone atop the eastern cliff. Remember, it must be freshly squeezed, and not a single drop should spill. Return before sunset, and perhaps you will have proven your worth. Deliver milk? China was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. Could a warrior, who has just confronted a prehistoric behemoth with bones creaking and sinews straining, be tasked with the menial duties of a village woman or a shepherd? Is this an initiation test or a deliberate act of humiliation? She gazed at the enormous sunglasses worn by Master Rashi, attempting to discern something from the reflective lenses. Yet all she perceived was an abyss of darkness and her own bewildered reflection. Little Goku and Krillin exchanged glances, with Krillin murmuring softly, delivering milk? What kind of test is this? Meanwhile, Goku scratched his spiky hair, his expression one of utter confusion, clearly feeling that this task was far removed from the rigorous initiation he had envisioned. Lin Tieshan's thick brows were knitted tightly together, resembling two inverted swords. He glanced at the gargantuan empty clay pot, and then at Master Rashi's calm demeanor, which seemed to convey that this was indeed a simple task. A simmering anger brewed within him, feeling as if he were being mocked. After enduring storms and battling colossal beasts, undergoing a metamorphosis of strength, he did not aspire to become a mere errand boy delivering milk for this eccentric old man. Is this truly it? Lin Tieshan's voice emerged from between clenched teeth, laced with suppressed skepticism and a hint of barely perceptible humiliation. His fists tightened, the knuckles cracking softly. What? Do you think it's easy? Master Rashi, as if perceiving his thoughts, widened his grin beneath the sunglasses, revealing a few scattered teeth, and let out a strange, wheezing laugh. Well, hurry up. This old man is waiting for some warm milk. Just remember, the journey won't be easy. His final words lingered, imbued with a significant, mischievous anticipation. Hina felt a surge of unease. She understood Lin Tieshan's temperament all too well. Such a seemingly trivial task, tinged with condescension, would likely provoke him more than a direct challenge from a formidable foe. She quickly stepped forward, gently tugging at the tattered hem of Lin Tieshan's sleeve, and spoke in a hushed, urgent tone, "Taizhan, don't act rashly. Master Wu Tian's actions must have profound meaning. This could be a test of your character or something else entirely." Lin Taizhan's chest heaved violently, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Master Rashi's gigantic sunglasses. Deep-seated fury, the sting of humiliation, and an overwhelming yearning for strength clashed violently within him. Ultimately, that insatiable desire for growth, imprinted deep within his soul, quelled the tumultuous anger like a chilling tide. He inhaled deeply, the breath heavy as if drawing on an ancient bellows, and then exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing ever so slightly. Very well, he rasped, uttering a single word, eschewing further conversation. He turned and took heavy strides towards the immense clay pot. With each step, the fine sand beneath his feet sank, creating small depressions. Upon reaching the pot, which stood nearly half his height, he extended his robust arm, palm wide, to cover the coarse, cool surface of the vessel. The newly awakened strength within him thrummed beneath his skin. He grounded himself, his legs as solid as iron pillars embedded in the sand, power surging from his heels, coursing through his resilient spine. "Lift," he commanded sharply. Astonishingly, the enormous clay pot, which would require at least 3 or 4 strong men to lift, was effortlessly secured under his arm with a single motion. The movements were crisp and decisive, showcasing a masterful control over power following her transformation. The container was lifted from the ground, still bearing traces of damp sand at its base. China exhaled a sigh of relief, yet her heart remained in a state of suspense. She hastened to Lin Tieshan's side, her gaze sweeping towards the eastern direction indicated by Master Rashi. There lay the area of the island with the densest vegetation, where the terrain rose sharply, the lush forest casting deep shadows under the sun, rendering the so-called sea-viewing stone invisible. "How do we proceed?" Lin Taizhan inquired, clutching the massive jar, his voice heavy with uncertainty, for he was a newcomer on this island, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Master Rashi strolled over leisurely, leaning on his cane. His enormous sunglasses lingered for a moment on the ceramic jar Lin Taizhan held, hinting at a subtle astonishment at his ability to grasp the heavy vessel with one hand. He raised a bony finger, pointing towards the depths of the seemingly perilous thicket to the east. "Indeed, proceed through here," he said nonchalantly. "Follow this narrow path inward, and when you encounter a shrub with serrated leaf edges that secretes a corrosive slime, turn right. Avoid the slime, for it inflicts pain and itching that cannot be washed away. After passing through the thicket, you will face a steep slope with somewhat loose stones. Exercise caution lest you be buried beneath a landslide. Once you ascend, you will discover a rocky gully carved by the perpetual flow of a waterfall. Follow the sound of the water, for it will lead you to the mountaintop pasture. Milk the cows, fill the jar, and return along the same route to the prominent sea-viewing stone, shaped like an eagle's beak at the summit. Remember, it must be fresh and swift. The sun waits for no one." With Master Rashi's leisurely instructions, a treacherous map unfolded vividly in their minds. Thorny vines, eerie plants secreting corrosive slime, steep slopes, loose stones. A misstep could lead to being buried alive. A slippery gully carved by the waterfall. The climbing difficulty magnified. The mountaintop pasture. It sounded serene. Yet on this island inhabited by spiky-backed dinosaurs, what docile creatures could possibly dwell there? And finally, They were to carry a jar filled with milk, doubling its weight, and return before sunset, scaling the perilous eagle's beak stone. This was no simple milk delivery. It was a perilous venture into the jaws of danger. Every step concealed a lethal threat. This old man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. China's face turned ashen, her gaze snapping towards Master Rashi, filled with disbelief and indignation. Teacher Wu Tian, this is far too dangerous. Dangerous? Master Rashi adjusted his oversized sunglasses, interrupting China's protest. His tone remained languid, yet it carried an undeniable weight. As a martial artist, what is there to fear? If you cannot even traverse this minor path, how can you aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? You might as well return home and cradle a child. He chuckled grotesquely, then shifted his gaze to Lin Taizhan, the sunlight reflecting harshly off his sunglasses. You afraid, kid? If you are, just set down the jar and take your little girl and leave. Don't delay this old man from basking in the sun. Afraid? Lin Taizhan forced the word through gritted teeth, his crimson eyes ignited not with fear, but with a fervent, almost wild fighting spirit. The perilous path described by the turtle sage did not deter him. Rather, it ignited within him an insatiable desire for adventure and the indomitable spirit of a warrior. He would not be crushed by the raging storms nor torn apart by the primordial beasts. A mere treacherous route could not compel him to retreat. No longer glancing at the turtle sage or the anxious expression of Kina, he tightened his grip on the enormous clay pot nestled under his arm. The rough surface of the pot grazed against the still healing wounds on his arm, sending a sharp pang through him, yet sharpening his focus. He subtly adjusted his center of gravity, securing the hefty vessel firmly between his waist and elbow. The newly formed sinews beneath his skin thrummed with a steady, powerful resonance, as though in response to the impending challenge. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as unsheathed blades, piercing through the gaps in the coconut palms, locking onto the depths of the verdant, enigmatic forest to the east. Sunlight fractured into shards by the dense canopy, cascaded onto the forest path, casting flickering patterns reminiscent of the shifting scales of a colossal beast. With no grandiose declarations or hesitations, Lin Taizhan set forth, embarking on the perilous milk delivery route that the turtle sage had so nonchalantly described. His heavy footsteps sank deeply into the soft white sand, leaving clear imprints before transitioning into the yielding humus of the forest trail. His towering figure, with the massive pot in tow, was swiftly engulfed by the thick greenery, leaving behind on the beach only Kina, biting her lip in concern, and the enigmatic glimmer reflected in the turtle sage's sunglasses. Chapter 29. Run, Dinosaurs, and Sprint Under Burden. Lin Tieshan's robust silhouette vanished entirely into the dense foliage of the jungle. The light dimmed abruptly, the air thickening with stifling humidity. Laden with the rich scent of decomposing earth, the damp aroma of moss, and an unusual, spicy fragrance emanating from certain plant juices. The pathway described by the turtle sage was nearly consumed by the rampant growth of vines and ferns, reduced to a sporadic, trampled trace winding into the shadowy depths. The colossal clay pot was securely wedged under his right arm, its coarse surface continuously rubbing against his skin, delivering a persistent, slight sting. The strength of his newly formed sinews resonated steadily beneath his skin, supporting the extraordinary burden he bore. Each step he took felt exceptionally weighty, sinking into the thick humus with a muffled thud, startling a few vividly colored insects. The deep purple bruises on his back throbbed subtly in the humid, oppressive environment, a constant reminder of the imprints left by storms and beasts. His vigilant gaze swept across the towering trees that loomed on either side, their gnarled branches adorned with countless aerial roots, resembling serpents hanging down. The light was fragmented by the overlapping broad leaves, casting unpredictable patterns on the moss-covered ground. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by his heavy footsteps, his own breath, and the faint, peculiar calls of unknown birds in the distance. This oppressive silence brewed an unsettling tension. Lin Taizhan silently recited the first landmark mentioned by the turtle sage. His gaze sharply swept across the diverse shrubbery flanking the path. Suddenly, a few meters ahead, a patch of low-lying plants, their leaf edges glimmering with a metallic sheen, caught his eye. The elongated leaves, edged with densely packed, sharp serrations, resembled countless tiny blades under the dim light. More alarming still, the surface of the leaves and the stems was coated with a viscous, translucent gel, emanating a faint, oddly sweet yet fishy odor. The razor-toothed vine. Lin Tieshan's footsteps abruptly halted. He cautiously approached, maintaining a safe distance to observe closely. The slime reflected an unsettling sheen in the weak light. The warnings of the tortoise sage, both painful and itchy, echoed in his ears. He took a deep breath, slightly elevating the enormous ceramic pot tucked under his arm to avoid any contact with branches or leaves. Then, holding his breath, he turned his body as if passing through an invisible narrow portal, inching cautiously past the sparsely clustered right edge of the razor-toothed vines. The robust trunks and resilient vines grazed his bare skin, leaving shallow red marks, but he managed to evade the lethal slime. The pungent, sweet odor in the air churned his stomach. Beyond the razor-toothed vine area lay a sharply ascending slope. The surface was slick with moss and loose gravel, its incline nearing 60 degrees. Several boulders, partially buried in the mountainside, teetered precariously, their roots barely clinging to the scant soil and grass. The tortoise sage's jest about collapsing and burying oneself suddenly resonated with a chilling reality. Lin Tieshan looked up at the steep peak, then down at the heavily weighted ceramic pot under his arm. He licked his cracked lips, his expression grave, climbing such a slippery, steep slope with such a burdensome load. A moment's inattention could lead to utter destruction. He steadied his breath, tightening his grip on the pot. Without hesitation, he forcefully stepped onto a seemingly stable, protruding rock with his left foot, testing its strength. The rock remained steadfast beneath him. Feeling a sense of reassurance, he propelled himself upward with his right leg. The heavy pot inevitably caused a significant shift in his center of gravity. Suddenly, just as his right foot left the ground, completely transferring his weight to the left, a nearby weathered boulder, dislodged by the vibrations and the loosened soil above, broke free from the mountainside's grasp, cascading down upon him like a tumbling hill, accompanied by a torrent of mud and debris. The force was terrifying. Oh no! Lin Tieshan's pupils dilated. In that critical moment, he had no time to think. The instinct to protect the ceramic pot and the will to survive surged within him simultaneously. He tightened his left arm around the pot as if encased in steel, his core unleashing astonishing power to forcibly shift his center of gravity. The broad area of his right shoulder and back, marred with scars, swelled with muscle, the sensation beneath his skin surging fiercely. Deep within his bones, a low, urgent hum resonated. He stood his ground, defiantly meeting the oncoming boulder and mudslide with the most resilient side of his shoulder and back. Boom! A sound so heavy it sent tremors of dread through his heart. The mud and gravel cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly engulfing most of his body. A massive boulder collided forcefully with his muscular right scapula. The tremendous impact lifted his feet off the ground, sending him hurtling backward. Thud! Lin Tieshan crashed heavily onto the gentler slope below, half buried beneath the swirling debris. A searing pain shot through his back and right shoulder, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Yet, his left arm, clutching the ceramic jar, remained steadfastly anchored to his body, protecting it with unwavering resolve. The enormous jar lay completely beneath him, its surface caked in mud. But the wooden stopper and the stone weight were intact. Coughing violently, he expelled the mud from his mouth and struggled to sit up from the rubble. A deep, crimson bruise rapidly spread across his right shoulder, while an old injury on his back felt as if it had been torn anew, burning with agony. Nevertheless, the silver bone hidden beneath flesh resonated with an even more vibrant and resilient hum amidst the pain. He endured the impact that would have obliterated an ordinary person. He paid no mind to his injuries, abruptly lifting his gaze towards the summit, ensuring no further stones would fall. Gritting his teeth, he leveraged his still-functioning left arm to support himself, dragging the heavy jar and his aching body like a wounded beast, cautiously resuming his climb with hands and feet. Each step was taken with utmost steadiness, avoiding loose areas and utilizing exposed tree roots and sturdy rocks for leverage. Sweat mingled with mud, rolling down his chiseled face. Finally, after nearly half an hour had passed, he emerged, battered and muddy, at the summit of the steep slope. Before him lay an expansive vista, accompanied by a deafening roar. A waterfall, resembling a white silk ribbon, plunged from an even higher precipice into an unfathomably deep emerald pool below. The waterfall, relentless in its descent, had carved a narrow, slippery gorge filled with moss on the solid rock bed, resembling a scar of the mountain, winding upwards and disappearing into the dense mist above. This was the path to the mountaintop pasture. Lin Taizhan wiped the sweat and mud from his face, gazing intently at the elusive, treacherous stone gorge shrouded in the waterfall's mist, his expression grave. The difficulty of the climb was exponentially greater than the steep slope he had just conquered. He had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he repositioned the jar under his relatively intact left arm and gripped a firm rock crevice with his right hand, his fingers resembling iron hooks. Cautiously, he extended his foot, planting it on the moss-covered rock. The sound of his shoe sole sliding against the damp moss echoed unpleasantly. His body swayed violently. The weight of the massive jar caused him to lose his balance, tipping backward along with it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Taizhan emitted a low grunt as his right arm unleashed a remarkable strength, his fingers digging into the rock crevice, turning white from the exertion. As he forcefully pulled himself and the heavy jar back, loose stones tumbled down, vanishing into the roaring pool below. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, mingling with the mud to create a chilling sting. He steadied himself, daring not to exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Each step felt as though he were treading upon the very edge of a razor. As he meticulously sought out the most rugged and stable footholds hidden beneath the cloak of moss, his fingers clung tenaciously to every crevice that offered support, quickly becoming raw and bloodied against the coarse stone. The damp, chilly mist continuously assaulted him, sapping his body heat and rendering the climb all the more arduous. The heavy clay pot felt like a tremendous burden, each movement pulling at his body's wounds and consuming an astonishing amount of energy. The old injury on his back throbbed under the strain, akin to a searing iron branding his flesh, each heartbeat sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Even the deep, resonant hum from within his bones now bore a hint of laborious trembling. Sweat streamed down like a small brook, mingling with the mud and blood seeping from his fingertips, leaving streaks of grime upon his bronzed skin. He gasped for breath, each inhalation scorching his throat. His ascent was painfully slow, akin to traversing a vertical sheet of ice. Just as he struggled to reach a relatively broad stone platform in the middle of the ravine, where the water flow was somewhat gentler, an unforeseen calamity struck. A roar, filled with brutality and hunger, erupted like thunder from the heavens, resonating from the dense forest at the end of the ravine above the waterfall. The sound pierced through the cacophony of the waterfall, carrying with it a soul-chilling pressure. Lin Tieshan's heart sank. He was all too familiar with that sound. It was identical to that of the spiked-backed Tyrannosaurus from the nameless island. Yet, it seemed even younger, more ferocious. In the next instant, accompanied by the thunderous crack of trees being violently uprooted and the heavy, hurried sound of pounding footsteps, a colossal figure burst forth from the dense woods at the ravine's end. It was a younger specimen, slightly smaller than the Tyrannosaurus from the nameless island, yet leaner and more agile. Covered in deep brown scales, the sharp, bony spikes along its spine stood erect, and its amber vertical pupils instantly locked onto the diminutive human on the stone platform, as well as the massive object clutched under his arm. In its simplistic mind, this was undoubtedly an intruder to its territory, a potential prey. Without a moment's hesitation, the young Tyrannosaurus propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, sending debris flying. Its massive body tore through the air like an out-of-control heavy truck, hurtling down the slick, steep ravine toward the stone platform where Lin Taizhan stood. The speed was far greater than that of the adult from the nameless island. Its enormous claws maintained an astonishing stability as they gripped the slick stone surface. Its gaping maw, lined with gleaming white teeth, radiated a chilling aura of death. Damn it! Lin Tieshan's pupils contracted sharply. The distance was far too close. The stone platform was narrow. There was nowhere to evade. He was midway through his climb, with slippery moss beneath him, a steep ravine wall above, and a roaring abyss below. With such a heavy clay pot, he could not possibly evade like China. There was no escaping. Then he would charge head-on. A surge of primal ferocity, born of desperation, immediately overshadowed the pain and fatigue. His eyes blazed with a fierce light, faced with the predator hurtling down with terrifying momentum. Lin Taizhan not only refrained from retreating, but made an audacious, nearly reckless decision. He suddenly thrust the massive clay pot upward from under his arm. The once heavy and robust ceramic pot, in that fleeting moment, transformed from a burden into the sole, formidable weapon in his grasp. Get away from me! Lin Tieshan's throat erupted with a feral roar. An unprecedented surge of strength emanated from the core of his being. his legs steadfastly anchored to the slick stone platform like iron pillars, harnessing the terrifying momentum of the young Tyrannosaurus's charge. His brawny arms bulged with power akin to an enraged dragon, the sound of sinew and bone reverberating piercingly. He swung the unwieldy pot with the ferocity of a colossal battering ram, targeting the menacing head of the rampaging beast with unrelenting force. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The once cumbersome pot morphed into a weapon of sheer brutality. Chapter 30. Fundamental Cultivation, Turtle Sage Style. With a resounding crash, the weighty ceramic vessel, infused with Lin Tieshan's entire physical might and the terrifying kinetic energy from the charging dinosaur, struck the side of the young Tyrannosaurus's gaping maw with the force of a comet colliding with the earth. The dull thud of impact, laced with the sharp crack of shattering bones, erupted with a deafening intensity. A chilling howl erupted from the young Tyrannosaurus, a sound so mournful it distorted into despair. Its overwhelming momentum was violently interrupted by the merciless blow. The entire head was jolted violently to one side, its hardened scales shattered, flesh torn, and a torrent of blood mixed with saliva gushed forth. The left amber vertical pupil was instantly obscured by the crimson spray. The massive creature lost its balance, akin to a gigantic serpent stripped of its bones, stumbling and rolling on the slick stone surface, its heavy claws frantically scraping against the rock, igniting sparks and debris. Teetering perilously on the edge of the platform, Lin Tieshan was not spared from the repercussions. The immense recoil surged through his arms, causing excruciating pain that threatened to tear them apart. His palms burst open, blood staining the rough surface of the pot. The already slippery stone platform could no longer support him, and he was thrust backward, crashing painfully against the icy rock wall. The amalgamation of old wounds and new injuries felt akin to a burning iron rod piercing through him, and darkness enveloped his vision. He could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the mud-caked pot. Yet, his crimson eyes remained fixated on the writhing Tyrannosaurus, reminiscent of a wounded lone wolf. He endured the dizziness and searing pain, raising the pot once more, poised to strike. A low growl, saturated with bloodlust, escaped his throat, suppressed to the utmost. The young Tyrannosaurus, dazed from the blow, was rendered devoid of its fighting spirit by the searing pain and disorientation. In its remaining eye, the reflection of the bloodied human figure, reminiscent of a hellish demon wielding a deadly instrument, evoked an instinctual fear of death. It emitted a terrified whimper, its massive body instinctively recoiling, and, disregarding all else, it twisted its form, its powerful hind legs propelling it off the edge of the stone platform. With a thunderous crash, debris scattered. The colossal body of the Tyrannosaurus rolled down the steep stone ravine like a tumbling boulder, accompanied by a cacophony of roars and scraping sounds. Clumsily crashing through countless shrubs and hastily retreating into the depths of the dense forest below, leaving chaos and the acrid scent of blood in its wake. The crisis was averted. Lin Tieshan's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and his arm, which had been raised high with the ceramic jar, fell limply to his side. The heavy vessel thudded onto the slick stone surface, and he leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath, each inhalation pulling at his body with excruciating pain. Sweat, mud, and blood mingled, cascading down his face like a small stream. The wounds on his right shoulder and back burned fiercely, while his arms felt numb to the point of near insensibility. The surface of the jar was marred with fresh dents and spiderweb-like cracks, yet its overall structure remained intact. The wooden stopper and the pressing stone miraculously still in place. After catching his breath for a moment, his gaze sharpened. There, just ahead, lay the pastoral expanse atop the mountain. Through the mist rising from the waterfall, he could see the rocky gorge opening up to reveal a gentle, grassy slope, enclosed by a low wooden fence. A few massive creatures, resembling rhinoceroses but adorned with a single stout horn atop their heads, were leisurely flicking their tails as they grazed on the tender grass, seemingly oblivious to the life and death struggle that had just unfolded below. There was no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tieshan bore the agonizing pain once more and hoisted the heavy jar, scrambling up the final stretch of the slick gorge, using both hands and feet to ascend. Each step felt like treading on the edge of a blade, with every exertion sending sharp reminders of his wounds. When he finally managed to drag the cumbersome jar, bloodied and muddied, over the edge of the gorge and onto the soft pasture, The setting sun had already painted half the sky in a vivid orange hue, hovering just a hand's breadth above the sea level. Time was of the essence. He disregarded the curious stares of the gentle milk-producing beasts and quickly fixed his gaze on the most robust, swollen-uddered female among them. Lacking a milking bucket or tools, he approached her side directly. The creature regarded this unexpected visitor with her gentle, large eyes, displaying no signs of aggression. Lin Taizhan set down the jar and removed the wooden stopper. With his rough, bloodied, and muddy hands, he attempted to mimic the milking motions from a memory that felt exceedingly vague, perhaps remnants of knowledge from his former self. His movements were clumsy and forceful, devoid of technique, even causing discomfort to the female beast, which shifted uneasily and emitted a dissatisfied low moo. "Forgive me," Lin Taizhan murmured hoarsely. Yet his hands did not cease their work. Instead, he pressed on with renewed vigor. Warm, creamy milk, imbued with a rich, milky aroma, began to spurt intermittently into the wide mouth of the jar after the initial splashes. Kneeling on the grass, he stabilized the jar with his body, feeling the myriad of aches throughout him intensify like countless steel needles piercing his skin. The veins at his temples bulged from the strain, and sweat flowed like a stream, dripping into the pristine milk. His singular thought was clear: fill it, before the sun sets. As the last golden rays of sunlight dipped below the indigo horizon, the enormous jar finally brimmed with thick, warm milk. Lin Taizhan, with trembling, blood-stained palms, firmly reinserted the stopper and pressed down a pebble atop it. The jar became immensely heavy, far beyond what it had been when he first set out. He took a deep breath, wedging the cool ceramic jar once more beneath his relatively intact left armpit, the icy exterior contrasting eerily with the warmth emanating from within. The descent was a crucible of willpower, where bodily pain retaliated fiercely against the limits of endurance. Each step tugged at his back with a searing agony. His right shoulder burdened with a heavy numbness, and the muscles in his arms trembled as if besieged by countless ants, aching and fatigued. The weight of the milk-filled vessel threatened to crush him. He relied solely on the deep-seated resilience honed through relentless trials, propelled by an unwavering determination to reach his destination. Navigating past the serrated vines and circumventing the rockfall, he nearly crawled through the dense underbrush in the dim light, his heavy footsteps reverberating in the stillness of the forest, startling the nocturnal birds from their perches. When he finally stumbled out from the shadows of the thicket, re-emerging onto the stretch of golden sand before Came House, the last remnants of the sun sank like molten gold beneath the distant horizon. Thud! He gently placed the heavy jar onto the sandy ground before the cottage, producing a muted thump. The surface of the jar was encrusted with mud, bloodstains, dings, and fine cracks, reminiscent of an artifact unearthed from an ancient tomb. The wooden stopper and the stone weights still securely sealed the opening. Not a single drop of milk had spilled. Lin Taizhan stood there, akin to a statue drained of its last vestiges of strength, gasping heavily, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat mingled with the grime and dried blood, forming a hardened crust upon his face and body. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined his form, marred by both old and new scars, exuding a potent aroma of blood, sweat, and a palpable sense of exhaustion. Master Rashi remained reclined on his beach chair, his oversized sunglasses reflecting the twilight hues of the sky. Little Goku and Krillin squatted beside the jar, curiously prodding at the mud and cracks on its surface. Kina hurried over, her heart filled with concern and empathy upon seeing Lin Taizhan's wretched state, wishing to assist him but fearing to agitate his wounds. Back already?" Master Rashi slowly sat up, his tone languid, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Leaning on his cane, he ambled towards the jar, his large sunglasses drooping as if assessing the battered vessel. He extended a bony finger and rapped it against a significant dent on the jar, producing a dull thud. TSK, look at this jar. I sent you to deliver milk, not to use it as a battering ram." He lamented, shaking his head, his white beard twitching, imbued with a palpable sense of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Kina's eyes flashed with indignation. She was about to voice her defense of Lin Taizhan's perilous journey when Master Rashi's next action interrupted her. Seemingly casual, Master Rashi bent down, extending 2 fingers to grasp the flat pebble that rested upon the jar's opening. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, the movement was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Tap! A soft sound echoed as the weight was effortlessly removed. Immediately thereafter, He deftly removed the tightly wedged cork with an almost imperceptible motion. His actions flowed with such grace that it appeared as if the cork and the weight upon it were merely illusions. This exquisite mastery over strength caused Lin Taizhan, who had been intently observing him, to experience a sudden constriction in his pupils. He inwardly questioned whether he, in perfect condition, could ever achieve such effortless elegance. A rich, sweet aroma of milk instantly wafted from the jar's opening, mingling with the briny sea breeze. The turtle sage leaned closer to the jar, feigning a serious sniff, then dipped his frail finger into the milk at the rim, tasting it with a contemplative smacking of his lips. He elongated the sound, shifting his enormous sunglasses towards Lin Taizhan, who was bloodied yet resolutely standing tall, and then glanced at the nearby China, whose eyes brimmed with suppressed concern. The milk was indeed fresh, he concluded leisurely, his tone bland, leaving one uncertain whether it was a compliment or otherwise. The jar, though battered, held its contents well. He leaned on his cane, straightened himself, and the sunglasses glimmered with an inscrutable light in the twilight. His gaze swept over the disheveled, yet determined Lin Taizhan before lingering for a moment on China's delicate features. Enough, enough, the turtle sage waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, his voice tinged with a reluctant resignation, as if having suffered a significant loss. Considering you possess some strength and the presence of this charming young lady, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciple. He paused, his eyes behind the sunglasses glinting with a subtle, cunning sparkle. However, the tone shifted sharply, his finger pointing at Lin Taizhan, voice rising with undeniable severity. The path of the turtle school is not easily traversed. If you wish to learn genuine skills, you must shed that brute strength and begin with the most fundamental and tedious practices. Do not expect me to teach you any flashy tricks. With that, he turned, leaning on his cane, sauntering away towards the back of the house, his floral shirt billowing in the evening breeze. Tomorrow at dawn, gather in the open space behind the house. If you are even a breath late, I shall send you packing. Oh, by the way, he abruptly recalled, halting in his tracks without looking back, adding with a hint of jest, dinner is your own concern. I do not provide meals. With a cackling laugh, the turtle sage's stooped figure vanished around the corner of the house. Lin Taizhan's taut body finally relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and pain crashing over him, rendering his vision dark. Yet, within his crimson eyes, the flame of ambition burned ever more fiercely at that moment. The turtle school. He had finally crossed this threshold. Regardless of the challenges ahead, whether they be perilous or mundane, he would forge ahead with unwavering resolve. China hurriedly stepped forward to support his faltering form, her heart a tumult of emotions as she beheld his wounds and the fierce determination in his gaze. Little Wukong and Krillin curiously gathered around, gazing at the imposing newcomer. A figure exuding strength, their eyes filled with intrigue and a hint of barely concealed excitement. The night quietly enveloped the tranquil Kame house. Chapter 31. Wukong's Curiosity. A clash of strength. The air before the Kame house seemed to solidify. The remnants of the sunset cast elongated shadows of the coconut trees upon the sandy ground, also falling upon Lin Taizhan's massive form, marred by mud, blood, and deep purple bruises. He knelt partially, his heavy breathing reminiscent of a worn-out bellows, each inhalation tugging at the deep purple bruises on his back, ravaged by stormy waves and rolling stones. And the ghastly impression left by a Tyrannosaurus's teeth on his right shoulder, the skin deeply indented and pallid. Sweat mingled with mud trickled down, forming a small pool of murky water at his feet. China knelt beside him, her delicate brows furrowed with concern. With utmost care, she used a cloth soaked in clean water to gently wipe the most grotesque edges of Lin Taizhan's wounds on his shoulder and back, her movements tender as if handling fragile porcelain. The skin beneath her fingertips was burning hot and taut, akin to a searing iron, unnaturally rigid, surrounding the deep-set bite mark. The skin exhibited an eerie translucence, as if boiling plasma lay beneath, sending shivers of fear through her. She attempted to apply a cooling green ointment, but it merely slid over the surface, refusing to penetrate. The icy sensation instinctively tensed Lin Taizhan's muscles, eliciting a suppressed gasp. Bear with it, China's voice trembled slightly. More infused with compassion, this ointment can dissipate bruises and reduce swelling, yet your body feels like a solid mass of iron, impervious to healing. She glanced at the horrific scars and then at Lin Taizhan, whose teeth were clenched in agony, unable to suppress a quiet complaint. That old Master Wu Tian is too reckless. This is not delivering milk. It's akin to barging into the gates of hell. Master Rashi reclined in a lounge chair under the eaves, his enormous sunglasses obscuring half of his face, a cup of juice adorned with a tiny paper umbrella in hand, the straw producing a soft slurping sound. He seemed oblivious to China's complaints, the lenses of his sunglasses slightly shifting, as if he were keenly observing China's focused profile while tending to the wounds, the corners of his mouth subtly turning upward. At that moment, a vibrant voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. Wow! Incredible! Little Wukong had approached unnoticed, his bright, clear eyes wide with wonder, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, fixated on the deep purple-black bruises on Lin Tieshan's back, resembling the aftermath of a relentless hammering, and the deep bite marks on his shoulder. With his spiky hair tilted, he sniffed the air, inhaling the lingering metallic scent of blood mixed with Lin Tieshan's potent aroma of sweat, earth, and seawater. Hey, big guy! Wukong entirely disregarded China and Master Rashi. Squatting before Lin Taizhan, tilting his face upward, his eyes brimming with pure curiosity and the eagerness of a challenger facing a formidable opponent. Why is your body so hard? Like stone. Just moments ago, he bore the weight of that massive jar and faced the bite of a great lizard without flinching in pain. His small hand tentatively prodded the swollen bruise on Lin Tieshan's arm. The sensation beneath his fingertips was remarkably hard, exceeding that of an ordinary person's muscle, even more so than the solid wooden posts that Master Rashi had them strike during their training sessions. Wukong's eyes brightened with astonishment. Lin Taizhan furrowed his brow at the poke, lifting his gaze to the energetic little imp before him. Wukong's eyes were crystal clear, filled with pure curiosity and a thirst for challenge, devoid of malice, which allowed Lin Tieshan's taut nerves to relax slightly. He rasped, "It's from training." Training? Wukong's excitement surged, akin to a little monkey discovering a new toy. He circled Lin Taizhan, his gaze flitting over every scar on his body. How did you train? Is it tougher than crashing into rocks? Master Rashi has us train our bodies too, but when we hit the rocks, it hurts and leaves bruises. He pointed to the faint training marks on his own arms. Lin timidly edged closer, hiding behind Wukong, his round eyes brimming with wonder and a hint of reverence as he gazed at Lin Taizhan's inhuman scars. He whispered to Wukong, "It seems like he really doesn't feel pain." Suddenly, Wukong beamed, revealing a row of small white teeth, and leaped a few steps in front of Lin Taizhan, adopting the most basic stance of the turtle school. His face radiated excitement and anticipation. "Big guy, let us have a spar. Just pure physical strength. No energy. I want to see how tough your body really is. What do you say?" He hadn't considered that the other had just endured a life-and-death ordeal, his body marred with injuries. In Wukong's simple world, a formidable opponent was merely a challenge to be met. China's expression shifted. "Wukong, don't be foolish. He is injured." She instinctively moved to shield Lin Taizhan. However, Lin Taizhan raised his hand gently, pressing it against China's arm. This subtle gesture caused Master Rashi, reclining in his chair, to slightly adjust his sunglasses. With a slow, labored effort, he began to stand, though every movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once upright, a weighty and imposing aura emanated from his towering figure. Wukong's unadulterated enthusiasm for battle ignited a fierce spirit within him, akin to sparks igniting dry tinder. Pain, fatigue, all could be temporarily subdued in the face of a challenge. Very well. Lin Tieshan's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable challenge. He assumed a rudimentary defensive stance, feet apart, knees slightly bent, arms raised to guard his vital areas. The posture was clumsy and devoid of embellishment, embodying only the most primal instinct for defense. This is going to be entertaining. Master Rashi sipped his juice, his mouth curling into a wider grin beneath his sunglasses, relishing the unfolding spectacle. China reluctantly stepped aside, her eyes filled with concern yet tinged with curiosity. "I'm coming," Wukong shouted, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus. His small frame surged into motion with astonishing speed, swift beyond imagination. There were no afterimages, no ripples of energy, only the terrifying velocity unleashed by pure physical power. In the blink of an eye, a vague visual residue remained in place as he appeared to Lin Tieshan's left side. His small fist sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to a cannonball shot from its barrel, striking precisely at Lin Tieshan's left rib, targeting the area previously grazed by the Tyrannosaurus's claws, now heavily bruised. Lin Tieshan's pupils contracted. Such astonishing speed. He had no time to evade. He could only instantaneously summon his will to his left rib, the solid sensation beneath his skin coalescing like boiling magma, a steady hum resonating deep within his bones. Bang! A solid thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy hammer striking a solid iron block wrapped in thick leather. Wukong's fist landed squarely beneath Lin Tieshan's rib. The anticipated sight of his opponent bending in pain did not materialize. Lin Tieshan's body merely swayed slightly, leaving a small depression in the sandy ground. The deep purple bruise beneath his rib appeared to darken, yet his skin remained unscathed. Wukong emitted a light exclamation of surprise, not disappointment, but the exhilaration of discovering new territory. He felt as if his fist had struck a blazing, remarkably elastic super rubber encasing a solid iron mass. The immense recoil sent a wave of soreness through his forearm, his knuckles pulsing with pain. How sturdy! Truly, how sturdy! Wukong shouted in excitement, his figure vanishing once more. Bang! 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 Like a tempestuous storm, Wukong's form transformed into a whirlwind, spiraling furiously around Lin Tieshan. He launched assaults from all directions, fist, palm, elbow, knee, leg. Each strike was powerful and swift as lightning, landing with precision upon Lin Tieshan's chest, abdomen, back, shoulders, and arms. The dull thud of impacts resonated like urgent war drums, echoing incessantly before the turtle hermit's abode. Dust swirled in the sandy ground. Lin Tieshan stood as the most obstinate rock at the center of the storm. He could not keep pace with Wukong's ghostly speed. His vision was filled with the blurred shadows left by his opponent's rapid movements. He relinquished all futile attempts at evasion and blocking, pushing the turtle hermit style of defense to its utmost limits, his feet firmly rooted in the sand. His muscles, driven by sheer will, swelled with fervor, the solid sensation beneath his skin pulsating with unprecedented intensity. The symphony of his bones resonating within him as a deep and resilient chorus. With each heavy blow that landed, a piercing pain surged through him, especially the old injury on his back, which, under the relentless barrage, felt as though it were being torn apart again and again, the searing sensation nearly overwhelming his nerves. New bruises rapidly accumulated on his skin, spreading across his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the indistinct shadows ahead. Suppressing a low groan in his throat, his body standing resolute like a cliff battered by relentless waves. Relying solely on his hardened physique, he enduringly weathered all of Wukong's tempestuous assaults. Qinao watched, her heart racing, her hands instinctively clutching her clothing. Qin's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He was acutely aware of Wukong's terrifying strength. In their usual sparring, just one punch from Wukong would leave him grimacing for ages. The towering figure astonishingly withstood numerous blows without even shifting his stance. What is this body made of? Ouch! After delivering a heavy punch to Lin Tieshan's shoulder blade, Wukong abruptly recoiled, shaking his slightly reddened fist and grimacing in pain. He felt as if his fist, elbow, and knees had struck searing hot iron, throbbing with a fiery ache. In contrast, Lin Tieshan, despite being covered in fresh bruises and breathing heavily, stood firm, his gaze fierce like an injured beast, unwavering in his stance. Haha, this is amusing. Bring it on. The brief sting of pain ignited Wukong's fighting spirit even more. He shook his hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes, lowering his body once again, ready to unleash a more ferocious assault. Just as Wukong prepared to strike, Lin Tieshan, who had been passively absorbing the blows like a rock, suddenly flashed with a fierce glint in his eyes. An opportunity. In the fleeting moment of Wukong's pause between attacks, Lin Tieshan unleashed a long-suppressed battle roar from his throat. The frustration of being treated as a target transformed into a surge of raw power. He disregarded all forms and techniques. His massive body exploded forth like a spring released from extreme tension. With a powerful push from his left foot, the ground erupted. And as he twisted his waist to generate force, he channeled all his strength, body weight, and the accumulated recoil from repeated blows into his right fist. Simple, brutal, direct. A heavy, unadorned swing of his fist tore through the air with a resounding boom, aimed directly at the newly grounded Wukong. This was a trade of injury for injury. a forceful break against finesse. The speed of this punch paled in comparison to Wukong's, yet its sense of power was like a landslide or tsunami. Even before the fist reached him, the terrifying pressure caused Wukong's spiky hair to bend backward under the force of the wind. Wow! Wukong let out a strange cry, his small face suddenly displaying a hint of gravity. In the rush of the moment, he had no time to fully evade. He could only cross his arms protectively in front of his chest to brace for the colossal impact of the bull-like punch. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed, akin to a battering ram striking a city gate. The force of the punch collided with Wukong's crossed arms. His small frame was struck as if by a charging rhinoceros, and his feet left the ground in an instant. Whoosh! Wukong was sent flying by this overwhelming power, tracing a short arc through the air before crashing into the soft sand 8 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wukong! Krillin gasped in shock. Kiki covered her mouth in disbelief. In the sandy pit, Wukong, covered in dirt, clambered back to his feet, spitting out the sand from his mouth. He shook his slightly numb arms, and instead of pain, his small face radiated with even greater excitement and wonder, his eyes sparkling like stars. Wow! Such immense strength. Much heavier than my punches. Bring it on. He dusted himself off and prepared to charge forward again. That's enough, Wukong. The turtle sage's languid voice rang out, carrying an undercurrent of seriousness. He was unaware of when he had set down the juice cup. The imposing figure of Lin Taishan, with his heavy breathing, bruised body, and eyes still ablaze with the spirit of battle, turned to gaze at the lively yet slightly flushed Wukong. Beneath his sunglasses, his brow appeared to furrow ever so slightly. The turtle sage mumbled to himself, as if savoring the essence of the word's brute force. He shook his head, his white beard swaying with emotion, his tone imbued with a sense of profound regret. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The mastery of flesh and bone to a degree such as yours is indeed a rarity. The ability to endure punishment is uncommon across the world. Alas, you remain ignorant of the flow of qi and the subtleties of power transformation, relying solely on raw strength and a hardened exterior, straying from the true path. Ultimately, you have fallen short, unable to glimpse the profound depths of martial arts. Lin Taishan's crimson eyes suddenly fixed upon the turtle sage. The phrase strayed from the path pierced through him like a cold needle, penetrating the flames of determination he had just kindled by confronting Wukong. A tumult of intense defiance and deeper confusion surged within his chest. He lowered his gaze to his fists, marred by bruises yet brimming with explosive power, and then glanced at the vibrant Wukong in the distance. Was it possible that the defenses and strength he prided himself on were merely inferior in the face of true martial arts? The twilight's glow elongated his shadow, casting it heavily upon the sand, littered with footprints and depressions, creating an air of solemnity. The turtle sage's penetrating words momentarily extinguished the fire of battle, yet left behind a profound imprint and silent inquiries within his heart. He silently turned away, no longer looking at the excited Wukong or the observing turtle sage, and began to walk towards the practiced stone lock that stood half his height. Each step was laden with lingering pain and a deeper stubbornness. He felt the need to vent, to discover amidst the heavy blows whether a glimmer of light truly existed along the path that had been called into question. Chapter 32. The Threshold of Qi, an Insulator? The turtle sage's sigh washed over him like a cold tide, erasing the residual warmth of battle on the beach. The words strayed from the path weighed heavily on Lin Taishan's heart, making his already labored breathing even more labored. He turned silently, his crimson eyes no longer ignited by the fierce battle intent he had shared with Wukong, but rather filled with a defiance and unwillingness intensified by feelings of denial and doubt. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and heavy, casting it upon the chaotic, pockmarked sand that he and Wukong had trampled. With each step, he felt the throbbing pain and the silent hum deep within his bones. He did not head towards the turtle sage's abode, nor did he acknowledge China's worried glance, but instead walked straight to the edge of the open space behind the house. Scattered there were various stone locks of differing sizes, tools the turtle sage commonly used to train his disciples. His gaze fixed upon the largest one, half his height, gray and smooth, clearly having endured countless strikes. China observed his tall yet solitary figure, then glanced back at the turtle sage, who had resumed sipping juice beneath the eaves, his sunglasses reflecting an unreadable emotion, ultimately choosing to follow him silently. Little Wukong rubbed his slightly numb arm, his small face still alight with excitement. As he curiously pulled Krillin closer, eager to see what this towering senior brother would do next, Lin Taizhan stood firmly before the colossal stone lock. Without warming up or making adjustments, he immediately sank his waist, his right fist clenched tightly, the sinewy muscles on his arm instantaneously taut, displaying clear contours. Beneath his skin, the nascent strength of tendons and bones seemed to resonate with its master's will, the hum escalating to a shriller and more urgent pitch. His crimson eyes fixated intensely on the frigid stone surface, as if he sought to embed the turtle hermit's disparaging and misguided judgment. Along with the turbulence of defiance and confusion swirling within him, deep into this unyielding rock, with a suppressed roar that erupted from the depths of his throat, he channeled his entire being into his right fist, which, having been repeatedly struck, now bore a palpable weight. It tore through the air with a thunderous crack, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing fiercely onto the smooth apex of the stone lock. Boom! A sound far more resonant and overwhelming than any previous impact reverberated through the air. The very essence of the turtle hermit's abode seemed to shudder in response. Stony fragments erupted in a flurry, accompanied by shock waves. The top of the massive stone lock bore a distinct impression, its edges marked by radiating cracks. A fist print etched deeply to the depth of an inch. The ground beneath Lin Taizhan sank under the onslaught of this ferocious force, forming a shallow pit. The recoil surged back through his arm, causing his right bicep to convulse violently, and the freshly scabbed wound at his knuckle split open, releasing a few droplets of crimson blood that splattered onto the pale stone surface, a striking sight. Yet, Lin Taizhan remained oblivious. He retracted his fist, gazing at the profound imprint upon the stone lock, his chest heaving violently, the fire of determination in his eyes blazing even more fervently. Not enough. This was insufficient. He craved a more intense release, a clearer affirmation. His left fist surged forth with a fierce howl. Boom! Another thunderous sound. A corresponding deep fist imprint emerged on the opposite side of the stone lock. Boom! 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 The heavy and frenzied sounds of impact echoed like a relentless war drum, each strike resonating in a continuous barrage behind the turtle hermit's dwelling. Lin Taizhan was entirely immersed in his own realm, alternating his fists like an unyielding pile driver, each blow infused with all his might, each descent carrying the audacious intent to shatter the entire world. Sweat cascaded from his bronzed skin like a stream, mingling with the blood droplets seeping from his knuckles, splattering dark red blooms upon the surface of the stone lock. The deep purple bruise on his back deepened under the strain, resembling a hellish totem seared into his flesh. Each muscle contraction accompanied by a searing pain that stimulated his nerves. Dust swirled, and stone fragments flew. The immense stone lock, subjected to such violent and pure physical force, emitted a groan of unbearable burden. The top surface was now riddled with a multitude of intertwined, deeply set fist prints, the edges of the fissures spreading like a spider's web, deepening with each relentless strike. Lin Taizhan's fists were already lacerated and bloodied, exposing the bones beneath. Yet he appeared to have lost all sensation of pain. His movements remained unimpeded, with only the increasing weight of his breaths and a growing madness reflected in his eyes. China stood not far away, her hands tightly clenched, her nails nearly embedding themselves in her palms. She watched Lin Taizhan's grotesquely bloodied, yet relentlessly pounding fists, observed the deep, purplish bruises rippling across his back from the exertion, and felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand. She sensed the relentless defiance and stubbornness that emanated from his very soul, the violent urgency to prove himself after being dismissed, a tenacity unique to Lin Taizhan, akin to that of a ferocious beast. She parted her lips, yet found herself unable to utter a sound to intervene. Xiao Wukong and Krillin watched in stunned silence. Krillin instinctively touched his own fists, glancing at the massive stone lock, which had been nearly deformed from the blows, and at his senior brother's bloodied hands, his face paling, filled with an awe that bordered on disbelief. Meanwhile, Wukong excitedly waved his small fists, as if cheering Lin Taizhan on. How amazing! Such strength! Much heavier than my punches. At some point, Master Roshi had wandered to the back of the house, the enormous sunglasses reflecting Lin Taizhan's frenzied figure as he struck. He sipped his juice through a straw, producing a faint hissing sound. The expression behind the dark lenses remained ambiguous. Yet his slightly tilted head indicated that he was not entirely indifferent. Finally, when Lin Taizhan brought his fist down with tremendous force for what felt like the umpteenth time, a resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a lament, as a clear fissure spread from the top to the bottom of the massive stone lock. The entire structure split in two, crashing down into several large pieces, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Lin Taizhan held the pose of his final strike, gasping heavily, his chest heaving like a battered bellows. Sweat, mud, and blood mingled, trickling down his sharply defined chin. His fists were a gruesome sight, with bones starkly visible, and his arms and forearms were marred by ruptured capillaries, turning a deep purple. Yet, in his crimson eyes, the fervor of his frustration remained undiminished, now tinged with a hollow confusion, fixated on the pile of shattered stones below. He possessed the strength capable of splitting rock and stone. He could withstand the ferocious bites of a Tyrannosaurus and the relentless assaults of Wukong. But why was he deemed inferior? Or had he strayed from the path? Oh, such raw power is indeed impressive. Master Roshi's voice shattered the silence, laced with an ambiguity that could be interpreted as either praise or mockery. He set down his juice cup and strolled leisurely to the center of the clearing, his gaze sweeping over the debris before resting on Lin Tieshan's pitifully battered fists, ultimately landing on his sweat-drenched, bewildered face. However, in the martial arts, relying solely on brute strength and tough skin is akin to having a scabbard without a blade. While it may inflict pain, it ultimately lacks substance. Master Roshi clasped his hands behind his back, his floral shirt fluttering in the evening breeze, his tone unexpectedly imbued with the wisdom of a mentor. True power lies in the flow of energy, in the seamless connection of strength, in uniting oneself with the forces of nature. The strength emanates from the roots, travels through the waist, penetrates the spine, and reaches the fingertips. It moves like an extension of one's limbs, a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility, embodying the true essence of martial arts. He paused, his enormous sunglasses shifting towards the small son Wukong and Krillin. "You two little rascals, come here." Wukong and Krillin immediately scampered over, standing before Master Roshi. "Pay close attention and listen well." Master Roshi's voice, though not loud, carried a peculiar penetrating quality. "Close your eyes, calm your mind, do not listen with your ears, but with your body. Feel the warmth coursing through your veins. Sense the vibrations of each heartbeat and the strength arising from the contraction and relaxation of your muscles. Gather these subtle rhythms of life and imagine them flowing like water, starting from your heart, along your arms, and reaching your fingertips." As Master Roshi's deep, rhythmic guidance flowed, Wukong and Krillin promptly closed their eyes, their small faces reflecting intense focus. Wukong swiftly entered a meditative state, his pure thoughts devoid of distractions, allowing his body to naturally relax. Although Krillin was slightly slower, he too earnestly followed the guidance. Master Roshi extended his finger, gently pointing towards the tips of Wukong's clasped hands at his chest. "Can you feel the gathering warmth, flowing like water? This is the nascent form of qi. Try to condense it further, let it heed your intent." Buzz, a faint but distinctly perceptible white halo, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame, suddenly ignited at the tips of Wukong's fingers. Though subtle, it undeniably existed. The halo flickered gently, imbued with a pure essence of life energy. Subsequently, the edges of Krillin's clenched fist also struggled to emit a faint, barely discernible pale white light, far weaker than Wukong's. "Wow, I can feel it. It's warm." Wukong exclaimed excitedly, opening his eyes to behold the dancing white light at his fingertips, as if he had discovered the most delightful toy. I have a little too." Krillin opened his eyes, gazing at the faint white glow at the edge of his fist, his small face brimming with astonishment. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, his sunglasses turning towards the silent figure of Lin Taizhan, who stood like a forgotten rock in the corner. "Kid, it's your turn. Do as I just instructed, calm your mind, feel, and guide." China watched Lin Taizhan anxiously. Small Wukong and Krillin also looked at him curiously, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Taizhan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the excruciating pain in his body and the turmoil within his heart, and closed his eyes. He strived to recall Master Roshi's words, feel the flowing blood, the vibrations of the heartbeat, the gathering and flowing strength of the muscles. He concentrated all his thoughts, attempting to capture the surging energy within him, the the continuous hum resonating deep within his bones, and the immense power stemming from the contraction and expansion of his muscle fibers, elements he was exceedingly familiar with. He desperately envisioned this sense strength, compressing, guiding it towards his arms, converging towards his tightly clenched fist. With a mere thought, the sinewy muscles in his arm tensed to their utmost, veins bulging prominently as his knuckles emitted a sound of excessive strain. The sensation of density beneath his skin surged violently, and the sound of his bones resonated sharply, becoming increasingly piercing. A formidable, heart-stopping essence of pure physical power coalesced in his tightly clenched fist, even causing the surrounding air to exhibit a faint distortion. Yet, there was no light, no warm currents, no energy fluctuations belonging to the essence. Only sheer, unbridled, physical force akin to an impending volcanic eruption. This sensation of strength was so overwhelming, so palpable, yet clashed utterly with the vibrant, ethereal white halo dancing at Wukong's fingertips. It was as if an invisible and sturdy dam had been erected within his body, imprisoning all energies attempting to flow, crushing and assimilating them into the most primal, clumsy brute force. The turtle sage tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly penetrating Lin Tieshan's flesh, landing upon the turbulent yet stagnant flow of his vital energy. He let out a sound filled with deep confusion and astonishment. How peculiar! He stepped forward 2 paces, his emaciated fingers suddenly darting out like lightning. The tips enveloped in a visible, delicate white aura, precisely targeting the pulse at Lin Tieshan's clenched fist. The aura, akin to a living entity, sought to penetrate his meridians, probing and guiding. Sizzle, a faint, peculiar sound akin to a red-hot iron piece being immersed in cold water. The turtle sage's pure aura, upon contact with Lin Tieshan's skin, appeared to encounter an impenetrable barrier. It was reminiscent of droplets of water hitting a boiling pot of oil, instantly repelled, dissolved, and deflected by an even more formidable and stagnant force, imbued with a rust-like, icy essence. That aura flickered in struggle for a moment before completely dissipating. The turtle sage abruptly withdrew his finger, the laziness and amusement on his face vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and disbelief. He adjusted his enormous sunglasses, as if striving to see more clearly, intently observing Lin Tieshan's battered and bloodied fist, now devoid of any response to the essence. He then lifted his gaze to Lin Tieshan's eyes, bloodshot from excessive exertion, yet still reflecting an unwavering obsession with pure strength. An insulator, the turtle sage murmured, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with a profound sense of regret and an inexplicable confusion upon grasping the truth. Your body is, astonishingly, insulated from the essence. He slowly shook his head, his grizzled beard fluttering in the evening breeze, the sunglasses reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. His tone heavy and resolute. No matter how robust your flesh and bones are, or how formidable your brute strength may be, they remain as roots without soil, vessels without water. The essence is the soul of martial arts, the bridge connecting heaven and earth, the fundamental force that transforms decay into the miraculous. If you cannot perceive the essence, cannot guide it, your path is entirely obstructed by this iron mass of yours. Continuing further will only lead you to spin in circles within a dead end. An insulator. The path is blocked. A dead end. These 3 words, akin to 3 invisible shackles, pierced Lin Tieshan's last vestige of hope like 3 cold steel blades. He abruptly opened his eyes, his crimson pupils contracting sharply, fixating intently upon his bloodied and mangled fists, which harbored a terrifying power yet remained utterly devoid of substance. The image of the turtle hermit's energy dispersing, akin to a brand, was seared into his mind. Could it be that this proud physique, forged through storms and life and death battles, this resonant strength of sinew and bone, was truly a path leading to a dead end? A wave of immense, frigid confusion and unprecedented self-doubt engulfed him like a surging cold tide. Chapter 33, Limit Forging. Body Evolution. The term insulator struck Lin Tieshan's boiling blood like a poisoned ice pick. He opened his eyes wide, his crimson pupils narrowing dramatically, fixated upon his own battered fists, which held the power to shatter stone, yet felt entirely empty. The air still carried the faint, warm ripples from the turtle hermit's dissipating energy, contrasting starkly with the cold, bloody scent emanating from his fists. Insulator. The path was blocked. A dead end. Each word felt like a heavy stone lock crashing against his chest, shattering the fleeting spark of hope he had after grappling with Wukong. The sun had completely sunk beneath the dark blue horizon, the last rays of twilight withdrawing with reluctance, casting Turtle Island into a hazy dusk. The sea breeze, cool against his burning skin, could not dispel the chilling sense of confusion and self-doubt that surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him like a tide. Continuing to sense energy would only lead him to circle within a dead end. The turtle hermit's hoarse sigh seemed to echo in his ears. A dead end? Lin Taizhan slowly lifted his head, his crimson gaze sweeping over the pile of stubborn stones he had shattered with brute force, and beyond the turtle hermit's floral shirt. It fixed intently upon the massive silhouette standing silently in the dusk. This was the edge of the untamed jungle deep within the island, where jagged boulders resembled the fangs of a primordial beast, and towering ancient trees stood with thick, twisted trunks, their bark as resilient as armor. A fierce, near-mad ferocity, driven to the brink, suddenly overwhelmed the cold confusion. The path is blocked. Then I shall carve through it with this flesh, with these fists. A suppressed roar, reminiscent of a cornered beast on the brink of death, erupted from the depths of his throat. He no longer regarded anyone, dragging his bloodied, mangled fists, staggering yet resolutely, towards the colossal rocks and ancient trees in the darkness. Each step he took on the soft sand left a deep, blood-stained imprint. The deep purple bruise on his back appeared as an ominous brand in the twilight, and every movement of his muscles sent waves of searing pain, which he completely ignored. The faint hum deep within his bones not only persisted but, provoked by desperation, resonated with an even more defiant and soaring tremor. Taizhan, what are you planning to do? China's heart leaped into her throat as she rushed forward, attempting to grasp his battered arm. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact with his searing skin, they halted. The fiery intensity burning in his crimson eyes filled her with dread and rendered her powerless to intervene. It was not a glimmer of reason, but rather the madness of someone willing to exhaust themselves utterly in a reckless gamble. Master Rashi's enormous sunglasses turned towards Lin Tieshan's resolute silhouette, the lenses reflecting a blurred light in the dimness. His action of sipping juice from a straw ceased, the habitual smirk vanishing from his lips, while the gaze behind the sunglasses became inscrutable and profound, merely emitting a low sound devoid of emotion. Little Wukong scratched his spiky head, gazing curiously as Lin Taizhan approached the colossal trees and boulders that were thicker than his own body. His small face was filled with confusion. Was he going to collide with a tree? Krillin instinctively recoiled, as if he could already foresee the carnage that would ensue. Lin Taizhan halted before a sturdy ironwood tree, its bark as dark as iron, rough enough to scrape flesh. Without any preparatory run or technique, he inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently like an old bellows. Then, with a resounding crash that resonated painfully, he drove his right shoulder, marred by deep purple bruises and battered by storms and rolling stones, forcefully against the unyielding trunk. Excruciating pain, an unimaginable agony. It felt as though a red-hot iron was pressed directly against his bones. The bruises on his back erupted with a searing sensation, as if they intended to tear him asunder. Stars danced before his eyes, the edges of his vision darkened abruptly, and a metallic sweetness surged up his throat. The massive recoil propelled him backward, staggering precariously on the brink of falling. Ah! China gasped sharply, her hands clamping tightly over her mouth, her nails digging into her palms. She could vividly see the moment Lin Taizhan collided with the trunk. The deep purple bruise on his back suddenly expanded, its hue transforming into a solidified inky black. The skin stretched to its limits, ominously revealing a shade of dark blue-black. Lin Taizhan swayed, forcibly swallowing the metallic taste in his throat. He lowered his gaze to the dark bark where he had struck, noting only a blurry sweat stain and a few insignificant scratches left behind. A grimace of a smile spread across his face, his white teeth glimmering eerily in the dim light. Not enough. Far from sufficient. He inhaled again, this time fixing his gaze upon the thickest knot on the trunk, resembling a twisted giant's fist. Adjusting his stance, he channeled all his strength, along with a fierce unwillingness to accept defeat, into his shoulder. Boom. An even more violent impact. A more ferocious force. The sturdy ironwood tree shuddered violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain. Leaves from the crown rustled and fell. The skin at the point of impact on Lin Tieshan's back instantly split open with several small lacerations, deep purple bruises mingling with fresh blood, seeping from the wounds and staining his tattered garments. He was once again flung back by the tremendous recoil, crashing heavily onto the soft, decayed earth, sending a flurry of dry twigs and leaves into the air. The excruciating pain pierced through his limbs and bones like countless searing needles, compelling him to curl up and emit a primal, beast-like howl of suffering. Enough. Stop. You will die? Kina could no longer contain herself. Her voice trembled with tears as she rushed forward, intent on lifting him from the ground. However, a bony hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. The turtle hermit had somehow appeared behind her, his enormous sunglasses hanging low, the lenses reflecting the image of the writhing figure on the ground. His voice was unusually deep, imbued with a coldness that Kina had never heard before. Let him collide. Teacher Wutian. Kina turned back in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. Either carve a bloody path through or perish in this dead end. This was the path he had chosen. Kina shuddered, gazing at the bloodied figure on the ground, struggling to rise once more, as tears finally streamed down her face. Lin Taizhan heard the turtle hermit's words. Each syllable struck his heart like a chilling hammer, igniting the primal ferocity within him. Death. Dying in pursuit of power was far preferable to being condemned to an indefinite sentence by a mere insulator. A guttural, blood-choked gasp rolled from his throat, and with his hands pressing against the ground, he staggered to his feet. The wound on his back burned fiercely, blood trickling down his spine, bringing a sticky, icy sensation. The indomitable hum deep within his bones, spurred by the intense pain, became clearer and more resonant. Like a bowstring on the verge of snapping, it emitted a final, yet most powerful tremor under extreme tension. He no longer gazed at the tree. His bloodshot eyes shifted to a jagged volcanic rock nearby, standing half his height. The surface of the stone was rough like sandpaper, glimmering with a cold, dark hue in the twilight. This time, he did not use his back. With a roar like a wounded grizzly bear lunging at its prey, he poured all his weight and strength into his bloodied, exposed right fist. With a desperate resolve to perish together, he charged at the cold rock with ferocious intent. Boom. The sound was even more thunderous and jarring than slamming against the tree. The hard volcanic rock shattered, creating a distinct pit with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from it. Fragments of stone flew like bullets in all directions. Lin Taizhan's right fist was instantly torn open, several finger bones emitting a heart-wrenching groan. As if they were on the verge of shattering completely, blood gushed like crushed berries, violently erupting from the ripped flesh and between his fingers. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. Yet, fueled by his frenzied willpower, he pressed against the cold stone, his body violently shaking from the immense recoil. Ugh! A guttural cry erupted from his throat, reminiscent of a dying beast's anguished wail, as his body was jolted backward, ultimately collapsing heavily to one knee. His right fist fell limply, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the decaying earth, swiftly absorbed by the shadows below. Sweat, blood, and mud mingled, flowing freely across his face. He gasped for air, each breath pulling him into a vortex of excruciating pain. The world spun around him, and a ringing in his ears resembled a sharp whistle. The searing agony in his back, the numbness in his arms, and the sensation of shattered knuckles all intertwined, forming a hellish inferno that scorched his very will. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic torment, a peculiar transformation quietly unfolded in the depths of his suffering. Each terrifying impact, every forced tearing of muscle fibers followed by instinctual healing, and each mournful creak of bones on the brink of breaking, struck like invisible hammers, mercilessly forging his body anew. The substantial feeling beneath his skin, under this extreme pressure, was undergoing a slow yet resolute metamorphosis, akin to crude or being repeatedly purified and compressed in a furnace, becoming denser and more resilient. He struggled to rise once more, but his body felt as if it were laden with heavy lead. The world dimmed before his eyes, and the buzzing in his ears transformed into a sharp, sustained tone. He swayed, ultimately collapsing forward, his form crashing heavily onto the cold, decaying soil, sending dust swirling into the air. In the fleeting moment before consciousness sank into darkness, he vaguely sensed an unprecedented, faint glimmer of a cold, silvery sheen, akin to the quenching of metal, emanating from the depths of his fraying bones. Chapter 34. Searching for stones in the deep sea, his consciousness rose slowly like a sunken ship in an endless abyss of darkness. The agonizing pain was a cold anchor chain, dragging every ounce of his perception downward. The first to awaken was his sense of hearing. The eternal sea tide sang a rhythmic lullaby, a distant background noise. Next came the sense of touch. Beneath him lay not the cold, hard gravel or decaying earth, but an incredibly pliable support, imbued with a peculiar elasticity and warmth of life. The air that brushed against his nostrils was no longer tainted by blood and mud, but rather carried a crisp, slightly bitter aroma, reminiscent of crushed fresh seaweed and exotic herbs, weaving gently into his lungs, bestowing a soothing coolness to his soul. With great effort, he lifted his heavy eyelids. His vision blurred for a moment before focusing on a low ceiling woven from colossal, resilient deep green leaves. The veins of the leaves stood out boldly, filtering a hazy light. Beneath him rested a thick layer of sun-dried seaweed and a type of soft moss that emitted a gentle glow, warm and dry. "You are awake?" Kina's voice, laced with exhaustion and a hint of relief, broke through the silence. She knelt beside him, her once radiant face now pale and haggard, dark circles forming under her eyes. Her hair clinging to her cheeks with sweat. She was delicately using a soft cloth soaked in a pale green liquid to gently clean the wound on his back. Lin Taizhan slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on China's hands. Those hands, pale and slender, were now marked with numerous tiny cuts and burns, their fingertips trembling slightly. Clearly exhausted from excessive effort, his throat felt parched and tight, and he wanted to speak, yet only a fragmented gasp emerged. "Don't move." China immediately pressed down on his shoulder, her voice laced with an undeniable severity, yet deep within her eyes lay a profound and unshakable pain. "Your bones are nearly shattered. The flesh is a complete mess. If you move again, not even the gods could save you." Her fingertips gently brushed over the area on his back, thickly coated with ointment, where the skin exhibited an eerie purplish hue. However, the swelling at the edges seemed to have diminished somewhat, and the terrifying sunken bite marks were carefully sealed with a translucent gel that emitted a faint glow. Lin Taizhan silently endured the stubborn burning pain that persisted despite the sedative effects of the medication, along with the heavy, resonant thrum deep within his bones. The madness before his unconsciousness, coupled with the cold remark from Master Rashi about being an insulator, seared through his nerves like a brand. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, with his jawline tensing into a hard arcumph. "Your life is indeed resilient." A languid voice drifted in from outside the room. Master Rashi's stooped figure appeared at the door, his oversized sunglasses obscuring half of his face, still holding that glass of juice adorned with a tiny paper umbrella. He strolled over to Lin Taizhan, lowering his sunglasses slightly, seemingly appraising the horrific injuries wrapped in ointment and bandages. He did not linger on China's scarred hands, as if they were inconsequential dust. "It's good that you're awake." Master Rashi's tone was as flat as discussing the weather. "Since you're not dead, stop pretending to be. Get up, there's work to be done." China abruptly lifted her head, her eyes igniting with fury. "Master Wutian, with him injured like this, how could he possibly?" Master Rashi ignored her, his massive sunglasses turning towards Lin Taizhan, the lenses reflecting the faint light filtering through the leaves, obscuring his emotions. "Kid, have you ever heard of deep-sea silver?" Lin Taizhan opened his eyes, the crimson of his pupils reflecting the blurred outline of Master Rashi, silently awaiting further words. "A rare stone that grows only in the depths of the ocean, enduring immense water pressure." Master Rashi leisurely sipped his juice, the straw emitting a hissing sound. "It's silvery, of extremely high density, harder than steel, and contains inherent coldness. It's an excellent material for forging weapons and crafting armor." He paused, as if his gaze behind the sunglasses penetrated Lin Taizhan's flesh, settling on the faint yet persistent buzz deep within his bones. To the west of the island, beyond the coral reef, lies a dark abyss. At the deepest seabed, this stone is scattered. Master Rashi extended his bony finger, casually gesturing towards the west. "Go. Bring me back a piece of deep-sea silver the size of a fist. The shape doesn't matter, just ensure it has weight." China's face instantly drained of color. "A kilometer deep? With water pressure of tens of thousands of pounds? Master Wutian, you're risking his life." He just barely recovered half of it. His internal organs are still unsettled, and his bones have not healed. No matter how tough his flesh is, he won't withstand the pressure from that depth. let alone the deep-sea currents and the unknown sea beasts, unable to withstand it? The turtle sage scoffed, his enormous sunglasses shifting towards Lin Taizhan, his tone laced with deliberate disdain. Well then, save me the trouble, old man. Either venture into the abyss and retrieve a stone to prove that this iron shell of yours has some worth, or get lost now. Do not squander the air here and waste the youth of the young lady. His gaze finally swept over China's pallid face, imbued with a nauseating, insinuating amusement. By the heavens! A hoarse voice cut through China's protests with unwavering certainty. Lin Taizhan braced himself against the soft cushion beneath him, veins bulging at his temples, the still healing wound on his back sending forth a silent, searing warning of agony. Ignoring China's panicked attempts to stop him, disregarding the inscrutable glare behind the turtle sage's sunglasses, and paying no heed to the internal cries of his body, which felt as if it were on the verge of collapse, he allowed the chilling resolve born of desperation to take over. An insulator? A dead end? Then let this body, deemed useless, plunge into the crushing depths and fight for survival. The midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the white sands of Turtle Island's western shore, causing the air to shimmer with distorted ripples. Lin Taizhan stood waist-deep in the crystalline, warm waters, clad only in tattered shorts. The meticulously wrapped bandages prepared by China had been entirely removed, revealing a body marred by grievous injuries. The deep purple bruises on his back resembled a vicious beast poised to strike. Though slightly faded by medicine, they still dominated much of his spine, the taut skin at the edges gleaming ominously with a dark hue. The deep bite marks left by a Tyrannosaurus rex on his right shoulder were surrounded by swollen tissue, the subcutaneous bruising nearly black. His arms and chest bore a tapestry of new and old contusions resultant from clashes with Wukong, like a canvas that had been repeatedly ravaged. Even more harrowing were the lacerations on his back and shoulders, though China had forcibly sealed them with potent herbs, halting the bleeding. The curling edges of the flesh presented an eerie waxy pallor, as if seared by intense heat. China stood a few steps behind him in the shallow water, her complexion still pale, her hands unconsciously entwined, nails digging deeply into her palms. She gazed at the scarred figure, steadfast like a rock amidst the tumult. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped her. Meanwhile, the turtle sage sat at a distance upon a sun-baked black rock, his enormous sunglasses reflecting the blinding sunlight, leisurely gnawing on a cluster of wild fruits plucked from who knows where, appearing utterly unconcerned, as if merely observing a spectacle. Little Wukong and Krillin had been dispatched to weed the vegetable garden under the pretext of hindering cultivation. Lin Taizhan took a deep breath, the briny, scorching air filling his lungs and tugging at his insides with a dull ache. He hesitated no longer. His body lunged forward, plunging headlong into the warm sea. The light instantly softened and swayed. The soothing waters enveloped him like a gentle caress, briefly alleviating the pain on his surface wounds. Yet, this comfort lasted for no more than 10 meters. As he plunged deeper, utilizing both hands and feet with unwavering determination, the surrounding light swiftly diminished, transitioning from a bright azure to a profound indigo, while the temperature began to plummet dramatically. At 30 and then 50 meters, the pressure enveloped him like an invisible giant's grip, tightening from all directions. His eardrums were the first to register the impact, emitting a sharp buzz. The skin, particularly the areas of unhealed wounds, experienced a vivid sensation of compression, akin to a multitude of fine needles piercing simultaneously. The region on his back, marred by deep bruises, pulsated with a dull, oppressive sensation originating from the depths of his bones, as if a heavy stone mill were slowly grinding upon him. Yet, beneath this increasingly formidable water pressure, potent enough to rupture the innards of an ordinary individual, the resonant hum emanating from Lin Taizhan's very bones did not subside. Rather, it was activated with a peculiar frequency, resonating in harmony. The subtle yet resilient vibrations rippled through his skeletal structure, much like the ripples formed when a stone is cast into the depths of a tranquil pond. The bones of his scapula, spine, arms, and legs, all teetering on the brink of fracture from extreme impact, now felt as though they were being forged in an invisible furnace under the uniform and powerful water pressure. A latent potential, hidden within the periosteum and bone marrow, was forcibly awakened. The hum transformed from a lament of pain into a resilient resonance of self-adjustment and fortification under immense pressure. The robust sensation beneath his skin began to evolve, It was no longer merely a superficial toughness. It delved deeper, compressing and permeating the intricate layers beneath. Muscle fibers, under this omnipresent and uniform pressure, were hammered into tighter, more orderly arrangements, refining the channels through which strength could be transmitted more efficiently. This layer of defense was adapting and evolving in a slow, yet irreversible manner, metamorphosing from mere thickness into an impenetrable wall capable of withstanding multidirectional pressure. At 100 and 150 meters, the light had become exceedingly faint, engulfed by an inky darkness. The water was frigid and piercing, and the immense pressure rendered each stroke laboriously difficult, as if an invisible hand were clenching the air in his lungs, making each breath a luxury fraught with exertion. The surrounding silence was profound, amplifying only the sound of his heavy heartbeat and the faint whispers of water gliding against his skin. Suddenly, a powerful undercurrent surged towards him without warning. Like an unseen serpent, it collided forcefully with Lin Taizhan. The tremendous force violently swept him towards a jagged reef of coral. The sharp corals glimmered ominously in the dim light, resembling menacing fangs glinting with lethal brilliance. Humph! Lin Taizhan grunted softly, twisting his body with determination against the current, presenting his relatively unscathed left shoulder towards the menacing thicket of sharp death. The symphony of his bones resonated with a sudden urgency. The defensive mechanism beneath his skin was instantly heightened to its utmost capacity, with a series of grating sounds that sent shivers down his spine. The sharp coral branches scraped against the relatively intact skin of his left shoulder, leaving behind long, fiery white streaks. The force of the impact sent his blood surging. Yet the anticipated tearing of flesh did not occur. The layer of skin, repeatedly forged under the immense pressure of the deep sea, revealed astonishing resilience. However, just as he steadied himself, preparing to escape the turbulent currents, a robust shadow, cloaked in slippery suckers and menacing spines, suddenly surged forth from the side. Akin to a venomous serpent lurking in ambush, slicing through the water with silent grace, and coiling toward his abdomen in a flash. It was a colossal octopus. Its vast body remained concealed in the deeper darkness, with only this ambushing tentacle exposed to the dim light, moving with astonishing speed. Lin Tieshan's pupils contracted sharply. Underwater, his movements were severely hampered by the immense water pressure and resistance, making evasion as impossible as it would be on land. In a moment of dire peril, he could only brace himself for the impact. The core of his abdomen tightened like iron, his sinews humming as they operated at full capacity. Simultaneously, the muscles in his right arm bulged, fingers coalescing like a blade, channeling all his strength and bone power as he fiercely thrust towards the encroaching tentacle. His target was the relatively soft connection point where the suckers were sparse. With a piercing jab, he transformed his fist into a point, intending to pierce the surface. With a splat, the sensation at his fingertips felt akin to piercing a resilient rubber tire. A tremendous resistance surged back. Yet, how formidable was Lin Tieshan's strength? Empowered by the resonance of his sinews and bones, his fingers, akin to a red-hot iron rod, forcibly tore through the tough exterior and muscle, penetrating deeply into the tentacle's junction. A deep, mournful roar echoed, seemingly emanating from the abyss, transmitted through the violent ripples in the water. The encircling tentacle abruptly stiffened, followed by a frenzied convulsion and thrashing. A viscous fluid, mingled with ink-like darkness, instantly spread through the surrounding seawater, obscuring his vision. An overwhelming force of strangulation emanated from the tentacle coiling around his waist, while several other massive tentacles surged forth from the inky concealment, armed with lethal suckers and spines, aiming to strike and ensnare him. The underwater combat erupted in an instant. Chapter 35. The Progress of China, the Budding Fury the Frigid. Bone-chilling seawater was infused with a heavy scent of blood, parted by Lin Tieshan's heavy form. He nearly collided with the jagged rocks at the shore, releasing a muffled groan. Every inch of his body screamed in agony. The dull ache of his abdomen, entwined by the tentacles of the colossal octopus, felt like internal organs misaligned, while the old wounds on his back, yet to heal, were torn anew under the pressure and impact of the deep sea, leaving fresh, searing white scars that burned on his shoulders. His right arm hung limply, fingers sticky with the viscous residue of the tentacle and ink, mingling with the blood seeping from wounds inflicted by coral, dripping onto the rocks. and swiftly whisked away by the surging waves. He gasped for air, each inhalation pulling at his ribs with excruciating pain, his lungs resembling a dilapidated bellows, struggling against the suffocating remnants of the deep sea. Yet, his left arm clutched tightly to a fist-sized stone retrieved from the pitch-black abyss, radiating a subdued silvery sheen, the tentacle's cold hardness sending chills straight to his marrow, even causing the humid air around him to condense into fine droplets. It was the deep-sea silver that Master Rashi had requested. As Kina stood on the shore, she rushed forward the moment the water broke, the shallow waves soaking the hem of her pants without her noticing. Upon catching sight of Lin Taizhan in his current state, she gasped sharply, her complexion draining of color. His body, already marred by numerous old and new scars, was now further adorned with fresh wounds. Deep purple bruises encircled his waist like the imprints left by a constricting serpent, and the capillaries beneath his skin had ruptured extensively, presenting a ghastly shade of dark purple. The white marks from coral abrasions on his shoulders had begun to swell with redness, not to mention the old bruises, now darkened further by the seawater, resembling sinister tattoos. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a hellish bloodbath, yet his crimson eyes still burned with an unquenchable flame amidst his exhaustion and agony. Kina. Her voice trembled with a sob as she disregarded the chilling aura of the heavy silver stone. With urgency, her hands reached towards Lin Taizhan's horrifying purple bruises, her fingertips instinctively probing the severity of his injuries. Don't move. Let me see if your bones are all right. A cool, gentle stream of air cautiously entered, immediately revealing the severe contusions of his underlying muscle fibers and the tremors within his internal organs, causing her heart to plummet. Lin Taizhan made no resistance, silently placing the cold, weighty silver stone onto the nearby rock with a dull thud. He closed his eyes, allowing Kina's fingers, imbued with soothing ointment, to traverse the fiery wounds. Each touch sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, yet he merely gritted his teeth, his jawline tense and rigid. At that moment, an unusual energy wave, pulsating with the rhythm of life, emanated from a distance. Lin Taizhan abruptly opened his eyes, his crimson pupils constricting sharply. There, a few meters away from the shore, stood little Wukong, exuberantly dancing with delight, while another Kina stood just steps ahead of him. Her knees were slightly bent, shoulders relaxed, and hands cupped before her chest, fingertips aligned, her expression one of unprecedented concentration. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly from exertion, beads of sweat forming at her brow. Her clear eyes fixated intently on the space between her hands. A faint, yet tangible white halo, as delicate as the down of a newly hatched bird, flickered intermittently between her cupped palms. The light was so dim that it seemed it might extinguish at any moment, nearly indistinguishable under the blazing midday sun. Yet Lin Taizhan could see it clearly. It was an energy unlike the raw, surging force within him. It was nimble, pure, infused with an indescribable vitality that connected heaven and earth. This was Qi, the foundation of the Turtle Hermit School's martial arts, a realm he had been declared forbidden from. Kina, you can do it. Shine brighter. Little Wukong cheered, his large, clear eyes brimming with anticipation. Kina pursed her lips tightly, her delicate brows furrowing in intense focus. She struggled to recall the teachings of the turtle sage, focusing her mind and spirit, sensing the warm currents flowing within her. She envisioned them converging like a stream into her cupped palms, which trembled ever so slightly. A faint halo flickered in and out, akin to a candle flame battling against a tempest. She endeavored to concentrate her thoughts into a singular point, forcefully compressing the nascent, unruly energy within her. A brief, sharp exclamation escaped her lips. With that utterance, which encapsulated all her determination, the weak halo between her palms abruptly contracted, then sprang forth like a coiled spring released from tension. Swoosh! A slender stream of pale energy, no thicker than a thumb and less than a foot in length, shot forth from Qi Na's cupped hands, accompanied by a fleeting sound of air being sliced. However, this fledgling energy was so feeble that it barely traveled 2 meters before it dimmed like a firefly expending its last flicker, dissipating entirely into the sweltering air, leaving behind only the faintest ripple, reminiscent of static electricity. Yet another failure. A profound sense of disappointment washed over Qi Na. Her shoulders slumped as she gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. Suddenly, The peculiar laughter of the turtle sage echoed nearby. He had inconspicuously shuffled to her side, his oversized sunglasses reflecting the sunlight, obscuring his gaze, but the satisfaction in his tone was unmistakable. Indeed, young lady, your aptitude is truly remarkable. He extended a bony finger to gently tap Chi-Na's drooping head. The essence of your energy has begun to take shape. Although weak and brief, the direction is correct. The framework for this energy blast has been established. The turtle sage's voice carried a rare note of approval. Remember the sensations of concentration, compression, and explosion. Your heart must be tranquil, your intention focused, and your energy condensed rather than dispersed. Given time and diligent practice, the power of this energy blast will be sufficient to shatter stone. It will far surpass your rudimentary martial skills. He paused, his sunglasses seemingly scanning over Lin Taizhan, who was bloodied and breathless against the rocks. His voice elongated, revealing an unmasked contrast, unlike certain dimwits who only know how to relentlessly pound their way into a wall, failing to grasp even the fundamentals of energy. Cluck, cluck, what a waste of brute strength. Their path is a dead end. The final words struck Lin Taizhan like poisoned ice needles, piercing his eardrum and burrowing deep into the scars etched upon his heart by the term insulation. His right hand, resting on the rocky surface, tightened suddenly, the jagged stone embedding painfully into his bloodied palm, yet the physical agony paled in comparison to the cold, sharp bitterness surging within him. His crimson eyes fixated on the nearly invisible remnants of Chi-Na's feeble energy at her fingertips, before slowly shifting to his own clenched fist, marred by blood and raw power. A profound and frigid sense of disparity engulfed him, akin to a chilling current from the deep sea, drowning him in its depths. The radiance ignited in Chi-Na's eyes by Master Rashi's approval resembled a searing spotlight, casting a pallid glow over the dead end she found herself in. She felt the weight of that cold, penetrating gaze and turned to meet Lin Taizhan's deep crimson eyes, akin to fathomless abysses. The tumultuous emotions swirling within, resentment, frustration, the sting of rejection, and an unwavering tenacity, caused her heart to shudder. The fleeting joy she had felt from her nascent energy blast dissipated in an instant, replaced by a heavy sense of bitterness and foreboding. She opened her mouth to speak, yet when confronted by those eyes, her words became lodged in her throat. Lin Taizhan abruptly averted his gaze, choosing not to look at Chi-Na or Master Rashi any longer. He fought against the excruciating pain racking his body and struggled to rise from the frigid rocks. His heavy form, drenched in seawater, blood, and mucus, swayed momentarily before finding stability. Leaning down, he grasped a piece of the cold, bone-chilling deep-sea silver stone with his relatively uninjured left hand. Upon contact, an icy chill surged through his palm and traveled up his arm, oddly suppressing the searing agony of his wounds, offering a fleeting sense of numbing coolness. He clutched the stone, obtained at a grave cost, with such force that his knuckles turned white, as if to shatter this cold despair along with it. Dragging his battered body, he silently advanced toward the clearing behind Master Rashi's abode. Each heavy step left a blood-streaked imprint in the soft sand, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun, casting a forlorn shadow upon the golden beach, like a remnant sword plunged into the earth. Scattered along the edge of the clearing were fragments of stone locks, the remnants of his frenzied release from the previous night. His gaze swept over the rubble, ultimately resting on a relatively intact, half-man-high spare stone lock. The faint aura emanating from Chi-Na's fingertips and Master Rashi's words of commendation echoed like an incantation in his mind. The path had become a dead end. A suppressed gasp escaped his throat, tinged with the metallic taste of blood and deep-seated resentment. He no longer regarded anyone. Striding directly to the frigid stone lock, without hesitation, without a roar, he embraced a silence that bordered on self-destruction. He released his left hand, allowing the stone, exuding a chilling aura, to fall heavily at his feet, stirring a small cloud of dust. Then, he raised his battered, bloodied fist, with bones protruding grotesquely, and, channeling the cold decree of Master Rashi along with Chi-Na's piercing light, transformed it into the most primal, ferocious force, striking the unyielding stone before him with tremendous might. Bang! Chapter 36. Survival in the Wilderness. The test of cooperation. Chilling shards of stone mixed with dark crimson droplets sprayed forth under Lin Taizhan's mangled fist. Each dull thud echoed like a hammer upon Chi-Na's heart. The deep purple bruises on his back writhed with the violent exertion, akin to living entities. As the edges of the fissured wounds oozed dark red liquid anew, mingling with sweat and the saline frost of seawater, etching grotesque patterns upon his bronze skin. The deep-sea silver, retrieved from the abyssal depths, lay carelessly discarded at his feet, emanating an intense chill that seemed to still the surrounding sweltering air, while fine tendrils of frost silently crept up the tips of nearby wild grasses. Enough. Stop. China could no longer restrain herself. Her voice trembled with emotion as she rushed forward, desperately grasping his wrist, which was poised to strike again, almost revealing the stark whiteness of his knuckles. His wrist was searing hot, the muscles coiled like steel cables, harboring destructive power, yet conveying an overwhelming tremor of near collapse. "Your bones will shatter," she exclaimed hoarsely, her fingertips instinctively attempting to penetrate the chaotic tempest around him, only to encounter a stagnant barrier that repelled any flow of energy. Lin Taizhan abruptly halted his motion. His crimson eyes slowly lifted from the cold stone surface, fixing upon China's face. In her clear gaze, he saw reflected his current disarray and madness, filled with concern, heartache, and a piercing emotion that might be compassion or perhaps a lament for his entrapment in this dead end. He violently withdrew his wrist, the force causing China to stagger back. A suppressed growl escaped his throat, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. "My path is none of your concern." At that moment, a languid yet thunderous voice erupted from behind them. Well, you seem quite spirited, you ironclad lad. It appears the pressure of the abyss was still too gentle for you." The turtle sage had taken up residence against the door frame, his massive sunglasses reflecting the blinding rays of the setting sun, obscuring all expression. He leisurely sipped from a juice straw, producing a faint hissing sound, his gaze sweeping over the chilling silver stone on the ground before lingering momentarily on Lin Tieshan's bloodied fists, and finally settling on China's pale visage. "Perfect," he drawled, his tone laced with an irrefutable nonchalance, as if orchestrating a trivial matter to spare himself further trouble in finding a place for them. "Take this," he tossed a tattered, bulging ochre cloth bag at their feet. "Venture into the snake vine rainforest to the north of the island. Stay there for 7 days, and return. Remember, return alive." The mention of the snake vine rainforest drained the color from China's face. She had heard the turtle sage occasionally refer to that area as an absolute forbidden zone on the island. It was perpetually shrouded in miasma, teeming with lethal insects, stealthy beasts, and terrifying vines that could ensnare their prey with deadly toxic secretions. It was a veritable hell even seasoned hunters regarded as a no-go zone. "Teacher Wu Tian," China cried out in shock, "he is gravely injured. What difference does it make to send him there to die? And we part ways?" The turtle sage scoffed, his massive sunglasses shifting to Lin Taizhan, the lenses reflecting his trapped figure. "The distinction lies in whether the wild dog in the dead end waits to starve or charges out to be devoured by other beasts." He paused, his tone suddenly chilling like deep-sea ice, carrying a penetrating coldness that pierced the soul. "Is your shield thick enough? Can it withstand the rainforest's venomous fangs and miasma? Is your spear sharp enough? Can it tear through the encirclement of despair? In the realm of the turtle immortal, one must not merely be a punching bag or a rabbit that flees in terror. What is sought is a spear and shield that can protect one another amidst dire straits, carving out a path to survival." The final 4 words struck Lin Taizhan and China like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within their hearts. Spear and shield. Lin Tieshan's bloodshot, crimson eyes narrowed sharply, as chaotic and wild thoughts were cleaved apart by a sudden, icy clarity. He lowered his gaze upon his own battered fists, skin torn and bones grotesquely exposed. Was this his shield, or was he wielding it as a spear to pierce through all obstacles? He abruptly turned his gaze toward China, observing her hands, trembling slightly from the concentration of energy, yet brimming with new possibilities. China, too, was taken aback by the merciless trial and the turtle immortal's piercing metaphor. She instinctively glanced at Lin Tieshan's grievously injured back and arms, scars accumulated from storms, monstrous beasts, the depths of the sea, and self-destruction. The shield. She then looked at her own hands, which were weakly clenched, still retaining the faint warmth of the energy blast. The spear. Without further ado, the turtle immortal turned away, retreating into the house, leaving behind a languid remark carried by the evening breeze. "The sack contains 3 days' worth of salt and fire starter. If you wish to survive, devise your own means." Remember, return together. If one perishes, the other need not return. The heavy wooden door creaked shut, sealing away the last vestiges of the warm twilight. Silence enveloped them. Only the eternal sound of waves crashing against the shore, coupled with Lin Tieshan's ragged breaths, broke the stillness. China inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the fear and tumultuous ache within her heart. She crouched down, swiftly opening the worn, ochre sack. Inside lay a small pouch of coarse salt, 2 flint stones, and a small bundle of dry tinder, nothing more. The simplicity of their provisions was utterly despairing. She lifted her gaze, her determination unwavering as she looked at Lin Taizhan. We have no choice. Lin Taizhan remained silent, his chest heaving with intensity, his scarlet eyes fixated on the closed door, as though he wished to burn it down with his gaze. Moments later, he suddenly bent down, using his relatively intact left hand to seize the cold, bone-chilling deep-sea silver stone from the ground. The chill surprisingly dulled the fiery pain of his wounds. He no longer glanced at China, turning instead to drag his battered body, step by resolute step, toward the northern part of the island, where the dusk-tinted rainforest loomed ominously, cloaked in a foreboding aura. Each footfall left a deep, blood-stained imprint in the sand. China promptly gathered the sack, hastening to follow. She observed the tall, damaged figure ahead, exuding an indomitable spirit akin to a wounded lone wolf. Her gaze a tapestry of emotions. The turtle immortal's words echoed in her ears, spear and shield. Instinctively, she tightened her fists, a faint energy gathering with great difficulty within her palms. This was her soul spear. As night descended like thick ink, swiftly consuming the light of day, the two ventured into the encroaching serpentine rainforest, where the last glimmers of illumination were completely swallowed by the suffocating canopy. A waft of nauseating aroma, a blend of rich humus, the sweet scent of decaying vegetation, and the pungent odor of some animal den, assaulted the senses, swiftly infiltrating the nostrils. The air was so humid it felt as if one could wring water from it, clinging to the skin with a cold, slippery chill. The darkness was impenetrable. The silhouettes of towering trees twisted into claw-like specters in the dim light, while drooping vines dangled like great serpents. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of soft, slippery detritus, accumulated over countless years, comprising fallen leaves and moss, which yielded soundlessly to their tread, but varied in depth, threatening to ensnare them in the mire beneath the decaying foliage if they were not vigilant. Stop! China's voice was lowered to an unprecedented gravity. She quickly crouched down, scraping some damp moss from the gnarled roots of a nearby tree, and deftly extracted a precious bundle of tinder from her satchel, carefully striking it with her flint. The faint sparks flickered in the darkness, each glimmer illuminating China's focused and anxious visage. At last, a tiny orange flame flickered to life on the tinder. China promptly brought it close to the gathered moss, gently blowing upon it. The damp moss, heated, emitted thick smoke, yet stubbornly resisted combustion. Coughing, Lin Taizhan grimaced, a low cough escaping him as the pain from his wounded back was tugged, sending a jolt of agony through him. Endure it. China's voice remained unwaveringly urgent. Her head unbowed. This smoke will drive away some of the small insects and snakes nearby. The unseen threats in the rainforest are more lethal than those we can see. As she spoke, she swiftly ignited a relatively dry twig with the burning moss. The frail light finally stabilized, tearing a small patch of dim yellow illumination in the dense darkness, barely brightening the surroundings for a few meters. Beneath the flickering light, the scene was spine-chilling. The stout trunks were cloaked in slick green moss and vibrant fungi, while countless tiny, nameless insects scurried, disturbed by the glow, darting at the edge of the halo. Several snakes, as thick as fingers and resplendent in emerald hues, coiled around the low branches, their triangular heads raised, cold vertical pupils reflecting the firelight, tongues hissing. On the ground, a spider, the size of a fist and covered in fuzz, swiftly retreated into the depths of the leaves. Instinctively, Lin Taizhan stepped forward half a pace, shielding China behind his broad but scarred back. The movement pulled at his wounds, eliciting a muffled groan, yet his feet remained anchored, steadfast as a rock. Deep within his bones, an indomitable hum was activated in the face of peril, resonating more deeply and resiliently, as if silently declaring the boundaries of his defense. A warmth blossomed in China's heart, yet she compelled herself to regain composure. Utilizing the firelight, her gaze sharpened as she scanned the surroundings, quickly identifying a small, relatively dry depression formed by several enormous, plate-like roots. Over there, the terrain was slightly elevated, flanked by natural barriers on three sides, barely suitable as a campsite. The two struggled to maneuver into the hollow encircled by the roots. The space was cramped, barely accommodating them to sit back to back. China immediately set about making arrangements. She drove the burning twigs into the ground at the entrance and swiftly retrieved a pouch of coarse salt, carefully sprinkling a fine white line around the perimeter of their refuge. The salt could disrupt the keen senses of certain predators and deter some moisture-loving venomous insects. As she scattered the salt, she explained in a hushed tone, her voice barely audible. Though the effect might be limited, it was certainly better than nothing. Next, she drew her sharp green dagger and deftly cut several sturdy vines, quickly fashioning a few makeshift snares at the entrance that would produce sound upon contact. Lin Taizhan silently observed her flurry of activity, the firelight illuminating the beads of sweat that formed at her temples and the focused profile of her face. In this moment, the spear mentioned by the turtle sage was manifesting its utility in another form. He leaned against the cold, damp roots, gradually sitting down. The bruises on his back throbbed painfully against the hard surface, while the areas of his abdomen that had been entwined by the giant octopus also ached. He closed his eyes, striving to regulate his heavy and painful breaths, immersing his thoughts deep within his body. Feeling his sinews and bones resonate in defiance of both injury and the ever-present chill and dampness. The deep-sea silver stone he clutched tightly in his left hand, pressed against his body, continuously emitted a frigid aura that curiously alleviated some of the searing sensations from his wounds, offering a near-numbing relief. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he pressed the stone more firmly against the deep purple bruise on his abdomen. The icy contact immediately seeped in, significantly diminishing the burning pain. Once China finished setting the last snare, she finally exhaled in relief and sat beside Lin Taizhan, leaning against the same root. Their backs pressed together, they could distinctly feel the contours and subtle vibrations of each other's bodies. In the narrow space, their shared warmth and breaths became the only solace amidst the darkness. "How's your back?" China's voice was laced with fatigue, but primarily with concern. She hesitated to touch him, relying solely on the sensation of their backs pressed together to gauge the stiffness and heat of that area. "I won't die," Lin Taizhan rasped, his voice ringing out clearly in the silent rainforest. He paused, seemingly sensing the cooling effect of the silver stone, and added, "The stone is useful. It's cold." China was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the chilling silver stone. Could the cold indeed numb pain? She pondered. Perhaps it could also suppress the activity of some tropical venomous insects. This revelation slightly eased her taut nerves. Just as she was about to speak, a faint yet intensely concentrated buzzing sound, akin to a swarm of wings, emerged unexpectedly from the depths of the dark rainforest. The sound grew louder and more pronounced, as if countless tiny grinding wheels were frantically rubbing against each other. At the edge of the flickering firelight, a roiling mass of dense black mist surged forth. It was a cloud of venomous midges, each the size of a fingernail, glistening black, with sharp mandibles, drawn by the firelight and the scent of human presence. They charged fearlessly towards the only source of light and warmth in the dark jungle, like a school of piranhas sensing blood. The midges. "Close your eyes and hold your breath," China screamed, her face turning ashen in an instant. The venomous insects, though individually lacking in potency, swarm in terrifying numbers, capable of draining their prey of blood and inundating them with toxins in an instant. She instinctively sought to gather her energy into a forceful blast to disperse them. But in her haste, the faint sensation of energy within her was insufficient for a rapid mobilization. The speed of the insect cloud was astonishing, threatening to engulf their confined refuge entirely. At this critical moment, a suppressed roar erupted from Lin Taizhan's throat. His crimson eyes flared open. Instead of retreating, he stood firm like an enraged bear, towering above. His imposing figure shielded China completely, positioning her behind him and between the roots. He spread his arms wide, his tattered clothing barely containing the bulging muscles that seemed to swell with unprecedented strength. The sensation of solidity beneath his skin surged powerfully, and the sound of his sinews creaking was piercing, as if constructing an invisible barrier upon his body. He resolved to use his battle-scarred physique to withstand the onslaught of this lethal cloud of insects. The sound of countless insects striking against his leathery skin was akin to a torrential downpour. Swarms of venomous flies collided violently with his chest, arms, neck, and face. Their sharp mandibles frantically tore at him, striving to breach his resilient defense. The pain felt like a multitude of searing needles piercing him simultaneously, causing his skin to erupt in a myriad of red spots, some even torn open to bleed. The venom coursed through him, igniting a burning agony and a numbing sensation. "China!" Lin Taizhan roared, his voice contorted by anguish, yet imbued with an undeniable command. "Act." Shielded behind him, China felt her heart gripped by an icy hand. She watched as his broad back was enveloped by the swirling black mist, hearing the chilling sounds of gnawing and crashing, her eyes filling with tears. A surge of fierce anger and the instinct to protect overwhelmed her fear. She forced herself to shut her eyes, inhaling deeply, channeling all her spirit and intent, along with an indescribable heartache, into her cupped palms. The teachings of the turtle sage resounded in her mind. Maintain tranquility, focus your will, and condense your energy without dispersing it. In the darkness, a faint yet remarkably concentrated white aura flickered to life between her palms, resolute and unwavering. This time, the light did not flicker. It resembled the core of a star, compressed to its utmost potential. "Begone!" China's voice, tinged with tears, pierced through the stillness of the rainforest. With a hiss, a beam of radiant white energy, several times more concentrated than before and as thick as an arm, surged forth like an enraged silver dragon, slicing through the darkness with a sharp, piercing shriek, and violently crashed into the roiling cloud of venomous flies before Lin Taizhan. Boom! The brilliant light erupted instantaneously. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by a searing heat wave, surged outward. Countless insects were instantaneously torn apart, vaporized by the ferocious energy. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air as the insect cloud was violently rent apart, creating a vast void, while the remaining flies emitted terrified buzzes, scattering in a panic like a receding tide into the shadows. As the light diminished, tranquility returned. Lin Taizhan stood resolutely like an iron tower, his arms outstretched in a protective posture. His chest, arms, neck, and cheeks were dotted with numerous tiny blood spots and wounds inflicted by the mandibles of the insects. His skin swollen and inflamed, with some areas oozing dark red droplets. The toxins injected by the biting flies rendered his complexion a shade of pallid blue. Yet, his crimson eyes remained fixed on the dissipating swarm of insects, his body unwavering. Behind him, Chinon knelt on the damp, decaying leaves, her hands pressed against the ground. Gasping for breath, her face as pale as parchment. The previous encounter had nearly drained her of all strength and spirit. The lingering pain in her palms bore testament to the explosive energy she had just unleashed. In the flickering firelight, the confined space was permeated with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and blood. Lin Taizhan gradually retracted his rigid arms, his body swaying slightly before he heavily settled back against the cold trunk of a tree, releasing a deep, pained sigh. His face, marred by countless small wounds, turned toward China, his gaze resting on her exhausted and ashen visage. There were no words exchanged. China lifted her head, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, her clear eyes reflecting Lin Taizhan's blood-spattered and swollen face, still fierce despite its injuries, and the ghastly state of his back ravaged by the biting flies. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows between them. Lin Taizhan's left hand, smeared with blood and insect remains, remained tightly clenched around a piece of deep-sea silver stone, pressing it firmly against the deep purple bruise on his waist, a result of being entangled by the octopus. The cold sensation of the stone intertwined with the searing pain of his wounds, creating a peculiar juxtaposition. China observed his actions, then glanced down at her own trembling hands, palms burning with heat. The words of the turtle sage echoed silently in the stillness of the rainforest, the spear and the shield. The firelight flickered in China's weary yet bright eyes as she silently edged closer, her back gently resting against Lin Taizhan's battered yet solid frame. The chill emanating from the silver stone seeped through, dispelling the damp, cold air of the rainforest. In the darkness, the howls of beasts grew nearer. Surrounding the corner where the two sought refuge. Chapter 37. Struggling against the toxic miasma. The heart of silver ice. The morning light hesitantly filtered through the layered canopies of the snakevine rainforest, casting a dim gray-green hue upon the moist, decaying leaf litter. Lin Taizhan, leaning against the gnarled, plank-like roots, bore the marks of last night's torment from the biting flies, numerous small wounds that had ceased bleeding, now forming patches of dark red scabs, as if he were cloaked in a tattered crimson armor. The deep purple bruise on his waist, a remnant of the octopus-esque constriction, appeared more grotesque in the faint light, the congealed blood nearly black, subtly rising and falling with his labored breaths. The icy, numbing deep-sea silver stone was pressed firmly against the center of the bruise, the frost on its surface hissing softly against his heated skin, the cold gradually penetrating and barely suppressing the searing pain beneath. China curled beside him, resting her head on her bent knees, her breathing shallow. Her complexion remained pallid, the exhaustion from forcibly unleashing that energy blast the previous night still lingering, with faint shadows under her eyelids. One hand unconsciously rested on Lin Tieshan's left wrist, which firmly gripped the heavy silver stone, her fingertips icy to the touch. Suddenly, her long and dense eyelashes trembled violently, and she opened her eyes wide. In an instant, the sleepiness vanished from her bright gaze, replaced by a piercing sharpness akin to that of a hawk, fixated intently on a certain direction deep within the rainforest. A faint, peculiar odor, sweet yet decayed, mingled with the rich scent of humus, was precisely captured by her senses. It was the venomous miasma. Her voice tightened, trembling ever so slightly, as she realized the wind had shifted and it was spreading towards them. She sprang to her feet, her movements pulling at aching muscles and bones. But there was no time to linger. She quickly seized a half-burned, feeble twig from the ground, leaning close to the damp moss to discern the direction of the wind. Indeed, thin wisps of mist, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and tinged with a strange lavender hue, slithered across the ground like a living serpent, silently creeping in from the northwest. Wherever it passed, the low ferns with thick leaves curled rapidly, darkening and emitting faint hissing sounds, small bubbles forming at their edges. A beetle, too slow to escape, was brushed by the mist's edge, its hardened shell instantly softening and decaying, its legs twitching briefly before becoming completely still. China's heart plunged into despair. The venomous miasma, the breath of death from the depths of the rainforest. It eroded flesh, numbed nerves, and more terrifyingly, contained hallucinogenic toxins that could lead one to decay in euphoric madness. She instinctively reached for the small leather pouch at her waist, only to find it empty. The last remnants of the purging and antidote powder had been expended in tending to Lin Tieshan's wounds from last night's attack by the venomous flies. We must leave. Immediately. Her voice was urgent, tinged with an undeniable resolve, as she reached out to grasp Lin Tieshan's heavy arm. The miasma was spreading rapidly. We must seek higher ground against the wind. Before she could finish, her gaze fell upon Lin Tieshan's hand pressed against his abdomen where the silver stone lay, and her movement abruptly halted. The edges of the mark were subtly tinged with an ominous dark hue, ignited by the damp toxins in the miasma. Beneath his furrowed brow, his jaw clenched tighter, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. To force him to move through this treacherous, slippery rainforest in his current state would undoubtedly lead to his demise. China's fingertips froze in midair, a wave of chilling despair gripping her. What to do? Staying meant waiting for death. Leaving meant dragging him towards his doom. In this suffocating stalemate, Lin Tieshan's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, piercing past China's anxious shoulder. Fixed intently on the direction from which the miasma approached, shrouded in the pale lavender mist. A peculiar plant, growing against a decaying giant tree, stubbornly extended a few umbrella-like, thick leaves into the dim light and the encroaching toxins. The edges of the leaves exhibited an unusual silvery blue hue, their veins clearly defined as though crystallized by frost. More strikingly, at the center of the leaves, several berries the size of fingernails glimmered with a lustrous, pearl-like sheen. Moonlight thistle. China followed his gaze and gasped in disbelief, her eyes suddenly igniting with the light of a desperate hope. The fruit could neutralize the corrosive toxin of the snake venom miasma. The sap from its roots could draw out poison and promote healing. This was the sole remedy to the predicament before her. Yet, it grew in the very heart of the most noxious area. Hope lay tantalizingly close, yet separated by a deadly chasm of poison. Taking a deep breath, China's eyes flashed with determination. I will go. I am swift. I will hold my breath, dash in, seize it, and flee. As she spoke, she swiftly stuffed the remaining fire-starting fluff into her mouth, attempting to use the acrid smoke to stimulate her throat to hold her breath longer. Simultaneously, she clasped her hands before her chest, desperately trying to compress the residual energy within her body, striving to form a thin layer of energy film around her body, even if it could only sustain her for a few seconds. However, the repercussions of her exhaustion from the previous night manifested. The faint glow of energy in her palms flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering and failing to consolidate, utterly incapable of taking shape. Under the strain of forcing it, a sharp pain like a needle stabbed at her dantian, causing her to stifle a groan, her complexion turning even paler. Cold sweat trickling down her brow. No, she lacked the strength. Despair coiled around her heart like a frigid vine. Just as China wavered from the exertion of summoning her energy, an irresistible force suddenly seized her shoulder. Lin Tieshan's hand, caked in mud and blood, with knuckles as thick as iron, firmly pressed her back into the shadow beneath the flat root. Wait. His hoarse voice rasped like sandpaper, imbued with a cold hardness that brooked no argument. Taken by surprise, China found herself thrust to the ground, and as she looked up, she saw Lin Taishan unsteadily rising to his feet. His towering, battered figure, shrouded in the swirling miasma, resembled a bronze giant on the verge of collapse. He did not even glance at China, his bloodshot red eyes fiercely locked onto the faint pearly glow deep within the miasma. In the next moment, he made a motion that caused China's heart to stop. He ripped away the deep-sea silver stone pressed tightly against his abdominal wound. As the stone detached from his skin, the deep purple bruises on his abdomen instantly lost their icy grip, awakening a searing pain that made his tall frame tremble uncontrollably. A muffled groan escaping his throat. Yet, he did not falter. In China's horrified gaze, he pressed the cold, bone-chilling silver stone firmly against his mouth and nose. The icy surface pressed against his skin, numbing his mouth and nose with its frigid chill. This utterly reckless act sought to use the stone's biting cold to forcibly block his breath, severing the most direct entry of the miasma. Simultaneously, the indomitable hum deep within his bones surged to its zenith, like countless taut steel strings vibrating wildly beneath his flesh, forming the last physical barrier against the encroaching poison. No! China's scream shattered the stillness of the rainforest, tinged with a tone of despair. It was too late. Lin Tieshan's figure had transformed into a blurred shadow, propelled by a fierce and desperate momentum, crashing into the swirling lavender miasma. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water, a thick, pale purple miasma instantaneously engulfed him. The moment the noxious vapor touched his exposed skin, it emitted a chilling, corrosive sound. The freshly formed wounds from the toxic bites on his arms, neck, and cheeks were the first to suffer. The dark red scabs swiftly softened and dissolved like heated wax, revealing the tender, bright red flesh beneath. Subsequently, the raw tissue blackened at a visible rate, rotting and oozing yellowish pus. The unblemished skin rapidly became marred with horrifying purplish-black streaks, as if splattered with lethal ink. Lin Tieshan's body convulsed violently, as his vision twisted under the onslaught of the rolling poison and searing pain. Yet, his momentum did not falter. The heavy silver stone suffocated his mouth and nose, while his bones emitted a piercing shriek, as if on the verge of breaking, in response to the agonizing stimulus. He bore the relentless corrosion and paralysis, charging madly toward the silver-blue moonlight thistle. The toxic miasma churned, and illusions proliferated. Countless twisted, grotesque apparitions screeched toward him from the purple mist, their claws aiming for his heart. This was the terrifying hallucination brought forth by the miasma's assault on his nerves. Lin Tieshan's eyes burned crimson, heedless and reckless, like a bull devoid of sensation, allowing those spectral claws to pierce through his chest, his steps unwavering. The faces of the phantoms, however, grotesquely contorted in the instant of his charge, morphing into the sinister, triumphant grin of the shadowy puppeteer lurking at the edge of the modern combat arena. The chilling sound of the poisoned armor piercing his flesh echoed in his ears, accompanied by the furious roar of his consciousness descending into darkness, filled with resentment. Not this time. A beastly roar erupted from deep within his throat, muffled by the silver stone, rumbling like thunder. All illusions, all past grievances, along with the excruciating pain gnawing at his very bones, were shattered by the unyielding rage and unwillingness contained within that roar. Before him remained only the few pearls of the moonlight thistle, appearing ever more pure and radiant amidst the poison. Closer. His arm. marred with rotten black patches and muscles writhing like a monstrous serpent, lunged forth with a desperate ferocity, fiercely grasping the moonlight thistle. Fingers closing in, he seized both the fruit and the leaves, even ripping away a segment of the withered vine entwined around it. Success! Without a moment's hesitation, nor a glance back at the thickening deadly miasma in hot pursuit, Lin Taizhan abruptly twisted his body, pushing his remaining strength to the utmost limit. Retreating in a frantic dash, akin to a wounded beast cornered in despair, the miasma clung to him like a viscous poison, fiercely tearing and corroding his decaying flesh with each step he took, leaving deep imprints of mixed pus, blood, and blackish-purple venom upon the slick, decayed floor of leaves. As he burst forth from the edge of the miasma, his towering frame could no longer support itself, collapsing forward like a great tower stripped of its spine. Crashing heavily onto the decayed layer mere steps before Qina, the splattered mud and rotting leaves drenched Qina completely. Taizhan! Qina's heart-wrenching cry erupted. As she rolled and crawled to his side, the sight before her nearly halted her heart. Lin Taizhan lay curled on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably in violent spasms. The heavy silver stone, once tightly pressed against his mouth and nose, was released by his feeble hand and rolled aside, its surface stained with thick, dark purple poison. His exposed skin was marred, nearly devoid of any unscathed area. His arms, neck, and cheeks were riddled with horrifying, corrosive sores, while blackish-purple blotches spread like creeping moss, enveloping much of his body. The edges of the wounds curled, continuously oozing a noxious, yellow-black liquid mixed with pus and blood, emitting a nauseating stench. His lips bore a ghastly shade of blue and purple, each labored breath accompanied by a wheezing sound reminiscent of a distressed bellows. The air he exhaled was scalding, yet carried a sickly, decayed sweetness, a clear sign that the vile toxin had infiltrated his lungs. Tears cascaded down Qina's cheeks like pearls from a broken string, each droplet striking Lin Taizhan's severely heaving, grotesquely ulcerated chest, evaporating almost instantly in the oppressive heat, producing a faint hissing sound. In a flurry of panic, she pried open Lin Taizhan's tightly clenched fist, revealing palms torn and bloodied by thorny vines, mingled with venom. Yet, miraculously, the few pearl-white fruits of moonflower thistle and several silvery blue leaves he had clutched remained unscathed. Fool! Idiot! Madman! She wept and scolded, her trembling hands hastily stuffing the thick silvery blue leaves into her mouth, disregarding the overwhelming bitterness that made her stomach churn as she chewed desperately. The green juice dribbled from the corners of her mouth, mingling with her salty tears. She crushed the leaves, spitting out the viscous pulp, then swiftly squeezed the two pearl-white berries, carefully allowing their clear, sticky juice, exuding a peculiar fragrance, to drip into the gaps of Lin Taizhan's bluish lips. Without hesitation, she tore off the relatively clean collar of her shirt and applied the chewed pulp mixed with berry juice forcefully onto the most severely ulcerated and deeply poisoned wounds on Lin Taizhan's neck and arms. The moment the pulp touched the rotting wounds, Lin Taizhan's unconscious body convulsed violently, emitting a wail so inhuman it was heartbreaking. It was as if scalding lava had poured onto his nerves. The excruciating pain pierced through the numbing effects of the toxin, yanking him back from the brink of unconsciousness. His face, swollen and distorted with blackish-purple blotches, contorted as his muscles writhed in agony. His bloodshot eyes bulged, and a guttural, beast-like wheeze echoed from his throat. His body convulsing uncontrollably. Qina clutched his thrashing arm, tears blurring her vision, her voice choked yet imbued with an almost stubborn resolve. Endure. Hold on. The poison must be extracted. Do you wish to suffer in vain? Her hands, smeared with green pulp and tears, bore an irresistible strength as she pressed down on the wounds, which reacted violently, oozing a copious amount of foul, blackish-yellow pus, as if she were willing to imbue her own vitality into the healing. Where the pulp was applied, the rotting flesh writhed as if plunged into boiling oil, convulsing and retracting. Thick, foul-smelling pus, mingled with blackish-purple toxins, was forcibly expelled from the depths of the wounds, filling the air with a nauseating stench. As the purulent blood was expelled, the horrifying blackish-purple toxic spots gradually faded and constricted at a visibly slow pace. Lin Taizhan's body spasms gradually subsided, leaving only a heavy, labored breath reminiscent of a bellows. His swollen and decayed eyelids struggled to open a narrow slit, revealing his crimson and clouded pupils that reflected China's tear-stained, muddied face, marred by sorrow and blood. In her clear eyes, there resided an overwhelming heartache and a reckless determination. His fingers, resting weakly on the decaying leaves, made a feeble attempt to lift, only to fall back helplessly. China felt the weight of his gaze upon her. She remained silent, biting her lip until it nearly bled, pressing more firmly against the wound's still seeping toxic blood, using fragments of her mud-stained garment to repeatedly and almost violently wipe away the scalding sweat and purulent fluid oozing from his chest. The chilling aura of the silver stone intertwined with the bitter fragrance of herbs, the foul stench of purulence, and the salty tang of her tears silently pervading this despairing corner of the rainforest. Her trembling fingertips brushed against the grotesque edge of decay, where, after the expulsion of vast amounts of toxic pus, a peculiar, metallic-like pale red sheen emerged from the newly exposed flesh, as if molten lava coursed beneath. Repeatedly tempered and forged in the deadly clash of poison and herbal medicine, nurturing a chance for rebirth through fire. Chapter 38. The Silver Bone Tempering. The martial path begins. The feeble morning light finally pierced through the layered canopy of the snakevine rainforest, reluctantly spilling into the corners surrounded by gnarled roots. The dappled light flickered, illuminating a scene of devastation. China's hands, smeared with dark green herbal mud and traces of tears, fell limply, her knuckles pale from overexertion. She collapsed in the slick mire of decaying leaves, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently like a dying fish. Sweat soaked her disheveled hair, clinging to her pale cheeks devoid of color. A night of sleeplessness and emotional exhaustion blurred her vision, while her fingertips still retained the haunting heat and slick texture of the putrid wounds she had touched. Lin Taizhan lay on the cold, decaying layer of humus, his chest rising and falling heavily, akin to the labor of a dilapidated bellows, each breath accompanied by a raspy wheeze. Yet, astonishingly, the ghastly wounds upon him were undergoing an incredible transformation. The edges of the wounds, thickly coated with moonlight thistle mud, saw the alarming blackish-purple toxic spots recede swiftly, like a retreating tide. The depths of the wounds no longer exuded the foul yellowish-black pus, but rather began secreting a clear, transparent tissue fluid. Most astonishingly, the areas most severely corroded by the miasma, where bone was visible, displayed a newly formed flesh that emanated an indescribable, inhuman resilience. In the dim morning light, it glimmered with a subtle, restrained metallic sheen, reminiscent of ancient bronze polished repeatedly, exuding a warm yet cold hardness. The luster was not merely superficial. It was deeply infused within the very texture of his flesh, as if his entire being had been forged into a slumbering bronze war statue through the crucible of last night's fiery poison and icy death. China's gaze was firmly fixed upon the deep purple mark around Lin Tieshan's waist, a remnant of the octopus sea monster's entanglement, repeatedly subdued by the chilling pressure of the silver stone. At that moment, the grotesque bruise, akin to a beast's brand, had faded significantly, its edges blurred, the color transitioning from a profound purple to a heavy dark red. What shook her heart even more was the core of the bruise, where the icy chill of the silver stone had permeated, nearly freezing the flesh. The skin there now exhibited a hue starkly different from the newly regenerated metallic sheen of other areas, revealing a deeper, more frigid dark silver tone. As she murmured incoherently about the chilling essence of the silver stone, an absurd yet strikingly fitting thought suddenly struck her mind. Had the ultimate coldness and immense pressure of this stone, derived from the depths of the ocean's abyss, been forcibly absorbed by Lin Tieshan's resilient body in an unfathomable manner during the life-and-death struggle of the previous night? Had it woven itself into his sinews and skin, becoming the fuel for his ironclad evolution? Trembling, she cautiously brushed aside the edge of a scabbed wound on Lin Tieshan's arm. The sensation beneath her fingertips was hard and elastic, far exceeding the normal resilience of skin, as though she were touching a block encased in molten lava. The cold judgment of the turtle immortal regarding insulators clashed violently with the extraordinary sight before her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Just then, Lin Tieshan's tightly shut eyelids quivered violently, his crimson irises rolling beneath his lids before suddenly snapping open. Within the depths of those eyes lingered remnants of the ferocity and madness from the toxic phantasm. Yet more prominent was a palpable ferocity and coldness, born from the trials of hellfire and icy tempering. It was as if all superficiality had been stripped away, leaving only the purest edge of a formidable blade. A low growl rumbled in his throat as his powerful arms thrust against the damp, decaying earth. His towering, hefty frame, far more stable than China had anticipated, boldly sat upright. The movement tugged at the wounds that marred his body, sending a wave of pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing through him, causing the veins in his forehead to bulge. His teeth clenched as he let out a suppressed groan. Yet, he sat as solid as a mountain, his back straight, no trace of last night's near-death despondency lingering. Those crimson eyes swept over the rapidly closing and scabbing wound on his arm, faintly glimmering with metallic luster, before abruptly turning to China. Go. His hoarse voice rasped like gravel, yet it carried an unwavering resolve, commanding and undeniable. 7 days. The purgatorial weeks spent dancing on the edge of a knife, fighting for survival beneath the kiss of the venomous serpent, had finally reached its end. As Lin Taizhan and China, weary yet ignited by an indomitable spirit, retraced their steps onto the sun-soaked golden sands before the turtle immortal's abode, the briny warmth of the sea breeze enveloped them, as though they had returned from another realm. Lin Taizhan stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening under the fierce sunlight, beads of sweat cascading down like a layer of glossy wax. The intersecting scars, deep purple and near black, bore testament to past struggles, while the dark red splotches left by the bites of horseflies and the pale imprints from coral scrapes added to his rugged visage. Most notably, the horrific, corrosive scars from snake venom resembled the brutal aftermath of acid burns, serving as the most grotesque of metals emblazoned across his broad chest, back, and arms. Yet, rather than rendering him broken, these marks, under the sun's radiance, accentuated a previously unseen, profound weightiness to his flesh. Each muscle's contour appeared as if reforged by an invisible hammer, with lines sharpened and defined, while a metallic sheen subtly flowed beneath his skin, as if he were a relic of ancient weaponry, crafted from bronze and fire, having emerged from the purifying trials of the jungle's toxins. His breath was as heavy as a mountain, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding a palpable sense of pressure that quickened the heart. Following him was China, her once fitting attire now seeming somewhat loose, her cheeks slightly hollowed, and faint shadows of fatigue lingering beneath her eyes. Yet her gaze sparkled astonishingly, reminiscent of stars washed clean by torrential rains, imbued with the steadiness and sharpness acquired from 7 days of life and death trials. She bore a few additional marks from thorns and bites, but her demeanor had transformed entirely from that of a girl just a week prior. The turtle sage remained reclined in his flamboyant shirt, large sunglasses perched on his nose, lazily lounging on an old beach chair, a juice cup with a signature little paper umbrella in hand. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head slowly, his oversized sunglasses sliding down slightly to reveal one eye, murky yet sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the two figures as if they had stepped from a primordial battlefield. A characteristic laugh erupted, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. "What a tough little fellow you are, Iron Lump." His gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Taizhan's body, adorned with scars that shimmered like metal, particularly fixating on the area around his waist where dark silver lines were etched. The sage's grizzled beard twitched slightly. "It seems the chill of deep-sea silver has hardened your flesh a bit more. Have you grasped the essence of silver bone?" His tone maintained its lazy teasing. Yet the term silver bone sent ripples of profound realization through Lin Taizhan. It dawned upon him that this transformation, this inhuman resilience and strength, was indeed named silver bone. Ignoring the sudden spark in Lin Taizhan's eyes, the turtle sage shifted his gaze to China, his tone softening. "Little girl, your energy feels much steadier now. Those emergency methods you employed seem to have taken shape." This was a high form of acknowledgement. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze swirled across the beach, causing a crumpled, ink-stained paper to flutter and land at Lin Taizhan's mud-streaked feet. He looked down to find it was a somewhat blurred issue of Martial Arts Monthly, soaked by seawater. The front page featured a bold, sensational headline that blazed like a fiery inferno, searing his eyes. "Heroes gather in Papaya. The 21st World Martial Arts Championship shocks the nation. Who will reign supreme on the ultimate arena?" Beneath the title, an aerial photograph captured the bustling port of Papaya Island, where colossal ships darted through the waters and figures clad in diverse and exotic attire surged forth onto the island, their fierce presence palpable. The throng was tempestuous, exuding an overwhelming energy, a flame that had long lain dormant. Nearly extinguished by the despair of the rainforest and the agony of his own body, suddenly roared to life from the deepest recesses of Lin Tieshan's heart. In an instant, it engulfed his limbs and bones, rendering his bronzed skin glimmering with a metallic sheen, ablaze with heat. The storms, the titanic waves, the savage bites of dragons, the haunting silence of the deep sea, and the corrosive miasma, all the pain, all the struggles, all the defiance and madness stemming from the verdict of being an insulator, all found a singular outlet at this moment, coalescing into a fervent goal that could ignite his very soul. His fists, caked with dried mud and dark crimson scabs, clenched tightly, the knuckles crackling with a sound that sent chills down one's spine, while the new strength coursing beneath his skin thrummed with wild energy. His fiery red eyes were locked onto the 6 bold characters of World Martial Arts Championship emblazoned on the newspaper, his burning gaze seemingly capable of incinerating the paper itself. To grow stronger, to participate in the Martial Arts Championship, to step onto the ultimate arena that gathers the mightiest warriors from across the realm. With this body, deemed an insulator and a dead end, he was determined to carve out a path that belonged solely to him in this world of Dragon Balls. Let the name of the Iron Wall resonate through the heavens. Chapter 39. The Turtle Hermit's Advice. Set sail. The Turtle Hermit's words regarding the silver bones felt like a revelation, akin to a scorching brand seared upon Lin Tieshan's tumultuous heart. Silver bones. It turned out that after enduring storms, colossal beasts, the lethal embrace of the deep sea, and the bone-corroding miasma, his body had not crumbled. Instead, it radiated a cold, metallic luster, known as silver bones. The despair of being labeled an insulator, the madness of self-destruction before the stone lock, the near-death struggle under the crushing weight of the abyss, and the agonizing decay amidst the venomous rainforest. Every hardship that had ground his soul seemed to acquire a name, a resonance at this moment. His fists, smeared with dried mud and dark crimson scabs, clenched fiercely as the newly awakened power surged like magma beneath his skin. The knuckles emitted a sound that sent shivers through his being. The symphony of his sinews and bones suddenly became clear and resonant, akin to countless resilient steel strings taut beneath his flesh, vibrating. His scarlet eyes were fixated on the newspaper at his feet, where the 6 glaring characters of World Martial Arts Championship beckoned, almost burning through the paper. A long dormant flame, nearly extinguished, erupted from the depths of his heart, instantly igniting his limbs and bones. To grow stronger, to step onto that ultimate arena, to let the sinews and bones forged by heaven and earth carve out a path that belonged solely to him. The Turtle Hermit's characteristic eerie laughter shattered the fervent silence, yet it was no longer the usual lazy jest. He languidly rose from the dilapidated beach chair, his oversized sunglasses slipping slightly down his nose, revealing a murky yet keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, penetrating the lenses. For the first time, his expression bore no amusement, but rather an understanding befitting a master of martial arts, as he scrutinized Lin Tieshan's body, adorned with medals, glinting with a subdued metallic sheen under the blazing sun. His gaze ultimately settled upon the region of Lin Tieshan's waist, marked by a deep indentation, a remnant of entanglements with sea monsters and the chilling seep of sunken silver. The skin in that area exhibited an unusual dark silver hue, profound and restrained, akin to a cold iron imbued with the essence of the abyss, starkly contrasting with the bronzed flesh surrounding it. This was the very core imprint of life and death's tempering. The turtle sage, with fingers as frail as an eagle's talon, extended his hand towards Lin Tieshan's dark silver indentation, lightly tapping it from a distance. A faint hum resonated. An exceedingly subtle yet remarkably pure essence, akin to invisible ice needles, instantly traversed the space, piercing precisely at the heart of that dark silver imprint. Lin Tieshan trembled violently. It felt as though an unseen hammer had struck forcefully at his dantian, unleashing a bone-deep, icy agony accompanied by a profound sense of upheaval. Stars danced before his eyes, and the sand beneath him seemed to collapse in an instant. He let out a muffled groan. His towering frame swayed but remained anchored to the spot, bolstered by the formidable resilience of his newly formed silver bones. His teeth ground together with a sharp clatter, and his crimson eyes erupted with a fiercer brilliance, fixating intently on the turtle sage. A short, genuine sound of surprise escaped the turtle sage, as if his brow had arched slightly behind the sunglasses. The force within his finger was not of an attacking nature, but rather an exceptionally sophisticated probing tremor, akin to striking metal and listening for its echo. Lin Tieshan's bodily reaction surpassed his expectations. The sudden, resonant resistance erupting from the depths of his bones felt less like flesh and blood, and more like a piece of extraordinary metal, repeatedly forged, vibrating with incredible density. What startled him further was that upon making contact with the unseen barrier beneath Lin Tieshan's skin, he once again sensed that familiar, intense repulsion and dissolution, akin to a droplet falling into boiling oil. Yet this time, the barrier appeared even more refined, more dense. Is the flesh a vessel, crossing the sea of suffering? The turtle sage slowly withdrew his finger, adjusting his oversized sunglasses back into place, obscuring all expressions, leaving only his white beard to quiver gently in the sunlight. His voice was low and raspy, imbued with an unprecedented complexity. There was astonishment, scrutiny, and even a rare, almost unfathomable curiosity. Young man, you, this insulator, have indeed forged a path of no return. He averted his gaze from Lin Tieshan, turning it towards the distant, shimmering, boundless sea, as though speaking to himself, or perhaps elucidating a profound truth to the universe. True fortitude is not about steadfastly enduring like an immovable mountain. That is the folly of a stone. He paused, casually picking up a smooth, black pebble, rounded by the caress of the waves. Let all the storms, monstrous waves, sharp fangs, and poisonous miasmas that assail him collide, grind, and tear at him. Ultimately, with a slight exertion of his fingertips, that hard black stone instantaneously crumbled into powder, cascading down to become the deeper patterns within your bones. A more substantial foundation. He turned around, his enormous sunglasses aligning once again with Lin Tieshan's eyes, which burned with a fierce spirit and unwavering resolve. This flesh of yours, it can be deemed as having gained some significance through the toil of your own life. The emergence of silver bones is both a threshold and a beginning. Remember the old man's words today. The path ahead shall be fraught with greater peril and difficulty. This vessel of yours, the distance it can carry you across depends upon how far you can temper this skeletal frame. He no longer referred to Lin Tieshan as a mere lump of iron or an insulator, but rather as a vessel. The turtle sage ceased his verbose discourse and leisurely rummaged through the ample pockets of his floral shirt. After a moment, he produced 2 items and tossed them casually. Lin Tieshan instinctively reached out to catch them. In his grasp were 2 hard tickets, their edges slightly roughened by the seawater, yet still distinctly printed with the words West Capital Papaya Island, first class, along with a date of departure in a few days. The other item bore the familiar cold weight of the deep-sea silver stone he had retrieved from the abyssal trench. At that moment, the stone's surface shimmered under the sunlight with a subtle silvery luster. The chill remained, yet it seemed to resonate faintly with the dark silver brand etched upon his abdomen. Inside, the turtle sage nodded towards China, indicating that the little girl knew how to utilize it. This token, a modest reward for your survival in the snakevine forest. A cackle of laughter erupted once more, though this time, it seemed less mocking and more imbued with something else. Off you go. Do not impede the old man's sunbathing here. China had already stepped forward, respectfully accepting the tickets and carefully stowing them in her close-fitting pocket. Her gaze towards Lin Tieshan brimmed with excitement and anticipation. The shared life-and-death experience in the 7-day rainforest, coupled with the turtle sage's acknowledgement and gift, solidified her conviction immeasurably. Lin Tieshan lowered his head, his eyes sweeping over the ticket in his palm. The words Papaya Island seared into his hand under the sunlight, as if echoing the roars and shouts of the martial arts arena. No longer hesitating, the flame smoldering in his crimson eyes settled into a colder, more resolute core. He bent down, with his hand, scarred with both old and new wounds, grasping tightly the cold, heavy silver stone at his feet. The chill surged through his palm, penetrating to his bones, as if reminding him of the source and cost of his strength. He did not approach the somewhat decent small boat belonging to the turtle sage. Instead, he headed directly towards the shallow waters at the edge of the beach, where a dilapidated little wooden boat, long discarded by the turtle sage and barely accommodating 2 or 3 people, lay overturned. The boat's planks were cracked, encrusted with moss, and the bottom bore several hastily patched holes from collisions with the rocks. In the astonished gazes of China and the turtle sage, Lin Tieshan approached the small boat. He inhaled deeply, the deep, resilient hum within his bones resonating once more. He bent down, his arms plunging forcefully into the crevice between the boat's bottom and the sand. His sinewy muscles bulging like steel cables, as the newly awakened power of silver bones surged forth. The dark silver mark etched across his waist and abdomen seemed to shimmer momentarily. A suppressed growl erupted from the depths of his throat, with a sudden, creaking sound. The heavy, dilapidated wooden boat, along with the mud and shells clinging to its bottom, was wrenched from the shore by sheer brute strength. His brawny arms bulged, veins coiling like enraged dragons, as he hoisted the entire vessel onto his broad, scarred shoulders. The weight of the boat sank his feet into the sand. Yet he stood immovable, a mountain among the shifting grains. Sunlight cascaded down, beads of sweat trickling down his bronzed skin, the intersecting scars resembling enigmatic totems, creating a tableau of primal power alongside the battered boat upon his shoulder. He bore the vessel with purposeful strides toward the azure sea. The water lapped at his ankles, then his knees. The icy waves washed over his wounds, sending sharp pangs through his body, yet his steps remained resolute. "China," Lin Taizhan called without turning, his hoarse voice carrying an air of command. "Understood," China replied with a bright tone, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Drawing a deep breath, her gaze sharpened into unwavering focus. Her hands came together before her chest, and a milky white halo, more condensed and stable than ever before, swiftly coalesced like a leaping sprite within her palms. Initial form of the sky dance technique, arise, she commanded, her arms sweeping outward with force. The concentrated milky energy did not launch an attack, but transformed into a gentle, yet powerful invisible thrust, precisely impacting the tattered sail of the old boat. With a resounding whoosh, the once limp sail was suddenly yanked upward by an unseen hand, taut and alive. The robust sea breeze filled the sail, producing a fierce sound. And the entire little boat seemed to be infused with vitality, its bow lifting sharply to cleave through the waves, racing toward the boundless blue expanse. Lin Taizhan stood firm at the stern, his posture reminiscent of a mountain bearing the weight of a moving summit. He turned one last time, his crimson eyes casting a deep gaze at the hunched figure on the beach, adorned with oversized sunglasses. The turtle sage remained lazily sprawled, the glasses reflecting the blinding sunlight. Obscuring his expression, the sail billowed, cutting through the waves. Ahead lay the vast, endless cerulean sea beneath an expansive sky, and further still, the ultimate arena of martial prowess. The grand martial arts tournament awaited. Lin Taizhan gripped the cold, bone-chilling silver stone tightly, feeling the unyielding hum deep within his bones, while the dark silver imprint on his abdomen glowed faintly in the sunlight. His journey, this vessel forged from his very being and tempered by suffering, had finally set sail, charting a course toward the tumultuous waves that belonged to him. Chapter 40. The Charm of Papaya Island. A gathering of heroes as the last vestiges of green from Turtle Island sank below the horizon. Lin Taizhan remained steadfast at the rear of the boat, cutting through the waves. The briny sea breeze tugged at the myriad scars crisscrossing his bare torso, the deep purple and nearly black marks, the dark red, mottled remnants of old wounds, twisting like centipedes across his skin, glinting in the golden light of the setting sun, reminiscent of the most fearsome inscriptions on ancient bronze artifacts. His left hand tightly clutched the deep-sea silver stone, its frigid surface pressed firmly against the peculiar dark silver mark on his abdomen. A chill akin to needles permeated the flesh, intricately seeping into the sinews, bringing forth an almost masochistic clarity and resilience. With each tumultuous wave, a deep-seated, nascent ache tugged at hidden scars, yet the metallic sheen beneath the skin, moistened by sweat, became even more subdued and substantial. Taishan, look! China's crystalline call, carried by the sea breeze, eclipsed the ship's bow's roar as it cleaved through the waves. His crimson pupils abruptly contracted. At the horizon, a colossal island's silhouette burst through the twilight, rising ominously. It was not the gentle curves of nature's creation, but a fierce jungle wrought from steel, glass, and cacophony. Countless spires pierced the heavens, their cold metallic gleam reflecting a blinding brilliance akin to molten gold in the embers of the setting sun, nearly searing the eyes. Enormous ocean liners, monstrous as primeval beasts, and sleek aircraft swarmed the bustling port, engulfing the minuscule throngs like ants. The blaring of horns and the roar of engines coalesced into an incessant cacophony, reverberating across the vast expanse of the sea, striking the eardrums like a tangible hammer. The air no longer carried the briny scent of the ocean, but was infused with the acrid aroma of oil, dust, sweat, and a melange of culinary spices, exuding the restless and murky essence of a sprawling metropolis. On Papaya Island, China leaned against the creaking ship's rail, the hem of her turtle hermit attire flapping in the brisk wind, her fair visage cast in a dance of light and shadow by the distant steel jungle, reflecting both awe and a primal unease in the face of such colossal entities. The world's foremost martial arts tournament truly lay ahead. This derelict vessel, abandoned by the turtle hermit, appeared as a relic forsaken by the relentless march of time, finding a meager crevice at the edge of the towering steel beasts of the dock. As Lin Taishan hefted the small boat, wading through knee-deep waters onto the slick concrete pier, an uncanny silence enveloped the dock. The clamor of machinery, the shouts of vendors, and the bustle of travelers seemed to be choked by an invisible hand. Countless gazes, astonished, curious, scornful, and wary, converged upon these two incongruous intruders like tangible probes. Lin Taishan, bare-chested and marred with scars, donned tattered fight shorts from the modern arena, barely concealing his form, stained with sea salt and dark blemishes. Beneath his bronzed skin, muscles coiled like taut steel cables, the newly formed silver bone glimmering with an inhuman coldness under the harsh glare of the port's floodlights. The remnants of coral scraped white scars on his shoulder and a dark silver brand on his abdomen shone particularly glaringly under the light. Tall and silent, he resembled a barbaric war god emerging from the primordial battlefield, exuding a palpable menace and the scent of the sea. Beside him, China, also adorned in a similarly tattered turtle hermit robe, bore stains of rainforest mud and dried dark marks. Perhaps blood, perhaps medicinal clay, her delicate features unable to mask the fatigue and weariness of their arduous journey. Have the savages invaded the city? A rotund figure clad in gaudy beach shorts and sunglasses scoffed, his derisive laughter piercing the silence. Though softly, it resonated with clarity. What sort of registration is this? How could such riffraff be allowed in? Another muscular bald man, clad in a tight martial arts uniform, crossed his arms and cast a disdainful glance over Lin Taishan's tattered shorts and China's worn-out outfit. Lin Taishan feigned indifference to the scrutinizing gazes and hushed whispers, his crimson eyes scanning the jungle of steel and noise, attuned to the subtle vibrations emanating from the ground beneath him, a symphony of countless footsteps. With his left hand firmly gripping the heavy silver stone, a chill seeped through his palm, coiling like a venomous serpent at the nerve endings, suppressing the surging flames of desire to clash with formidable foes. China instinctively straightened her back, her clear eyes meeting the malevolent scrutiny, her fingertips subtly curling. A faint yet concentrated aura circulating in her palm. This was the sharpness she had honed on the precipice of life and death in the rainforest. Stop. Identity verification. A sharp electronic voice shattered the tense standoff. Two tracked, cylindrical mechanical sentinels glided forward, their red lights flashing, as their cold metal arms rose to indiscriminately envelop the two in scanning beams. Lin Taishan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not halt. The mechanical sentinel's red eyes blinked erratically, seemingly thrown into logical disarray by the primitive attire and the inhuman energy readings, pure physical strength misinterpreted. Warning: unrecognized standard attire. Please present competition credentials or entry permits. A small gun barrel protruded from the end of the mechanical arm. Just as the atmosphere became taut with tension, Virum, the piercing roar of an engine rent the air. A silver-gray hovering sports car, its chassis ablaze with azure flames, careened toward them from the dock road at an almost uncontrollable speed. It had evidently lost control. The front end skewed, emitting a cacophony of screeching sounds, like a runaway steel beast crashing violently into a mountain of cargo containers. Beside the cargo, a stunned little girl, clutching a stuffed rabbit, stood bewildered. Gasps erupted. Lin Taishan sprang into action, without a moment's thought, driven solely by the instincts honed through countless life and death battles. He felt a weight on his shoulder as he hurled the heavy, dilapidated wooden boat toward the out-of-control hovercar like a mere toy. At the same time, he propelled himself forward, the decayed wooden pier beneath him cracking under the strain. He became a cannonball, launching himself ahead. Boom. The wooden boat collided with the front wheel of the hovercar just in the nick of time. Wood splintered, and the immense force sent the car veering sharply. Meanwhile, Lin Tieshan's towering figure appeared beside the little girl like a specter. He opted not for a gentle embrace, but with a roar, he flexed his left arm. The muscles swelling instantly, the silver bones beneath his skin humming audibly, exuding an undeniable, stabilizing power, like an iron barrier across the girl's path. Bang! The hovercar grazed Lin Taishan's outstretched left arm and the shattered fragments of the wooden boat, crashing forcefully into the pile of goods. Metal contorted. The deafening sound of bursting foam containers reverberated. The shockwave knocked Lin Taishan back a step. A shard of the car slicing a deep gash into the outer side of his arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. Yet he stood resolute as a mountain, shielding the little girl behind him, firmly rooted to the ground, unmoving. The wailing of the little girl erupted suddenly. A hovercar, emitting wisps of blue smoke, came to a halt, and a young man clad in racing attire, his hair dyed a fiery red, clambered out in disarray, his face ashen. The port fell into an immediate silence, as all disdainful and mocking gazes transformed into expressions of astonishment and disbelief. With bare hands, he had hurled the boat. He had shielded himself against a vehicle. The instantaneous surge of strength and velocity, the sheer terror of colliding with steel. Iron Man. Among the crowd, a frail old man murmured to himself, his murky eyes fixated on the rapidly closing wound on Lin Tieshan's left arm, where a metallic sheen faintly glimmered beneath the crimson-stained flesh. Is that uncle's arm made of iron? The little girl sobbed, pointing at Lin Taishan. China hurried forward, swiftly checking the girl for injuries, and upon confirming her safety, she sighed in relief. Her gaze turned to Lin Taishan, resting upon the new gash on his arm. Her brow slightly furrowed. Yet Lin Taishan merely shrugged off his arm, shaking off a few droplets of blood. Astonishingly, the deep wound had ceased bleeding, and the curling edges of flesh exhibited an unusual pale red glow, visibly knitting itself together at an astonishing rate. He bent down, skillfully sifting through the scattered debris of shattered boats and twisted cargo to recover a piece of pristine deep-sea silver stone, still exuding an icy chill, and clutched it in his left hand once more. The frigid sensation seemed to temper the fiery heat coursing through his muscles from the earlier explosion of energy. Thank you. Thank you. The red-haired racer stammered as he approached, still shaken. Lin Taishan did not even glance at him. His crimson eyes swept over the surrounding crowd, which was now enveloped in a stunned silence, their expressions a mix of fear and awe, as if brushing away the dust. He strode forward, stepping through the chaos strewn across the ground, moving deeper into the cacophonous jungle of steel. China lifted the still trembling little girl and handed her to the arriving port staff before quickly following suit. As they ventured into Papaya Island, the senses were utterly overwhelmed. The glass facades of skyscrapers reflected blinding neon lights, while colossal holographic projections played promotional clips of the martial arts tournament in the air, showcasing muscular warriors emitting silent roars. The streets teemed with throngs of people, shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with a medley of sweat, cheap perfume, the greasy aroma of barbecued meat, and the noxious fumes of automobile exhaust. The bizarre competitors seemed to have emerged from myth, towering nearly 3 meters tall. The rock-skinned giants of the Boulder clan bore massive totem poles, their every step causing the ground to tremble, a combatant enveloped in a dense coat of fur, with claws sharp as hooks, emitted a low, guttural growl as he ravenously tore into a colossal roasted beast's leg, a hunched figure shrouded in a voluminous black robe, with only 2 glowing green eyes visible, silently merged into the shadows of the crowd, and a squad of Aikido practitioners clad in matching red bodysuits moved in perfect unison, their expressions as cold as blades, slicing through the masses with an aura of distinct energy and power, converging into restless torrents. Make way, don't block the path. A coarse roar erupted from behind. A formidable figure clad in heavy black armor, wielding a colossal battle axe, brazenly pushed through the throng, his heavy footsteps resonating like thunder. Charging directly at Lin Taishan, the sheer force of his presence seemed capable of reducing all obstacles to dust. Lin Taishan did not even glance back. At the very moment the giant's hand, resembling a massive fan, was about to strike his shoulder, the muscles of his left shoulder tensed as if animated, the metallic sheen beneath his skin coalescing with intensity. The dark silver insignia on his waist seemed to be activated by an unseen force, transmitting a chilling and solid power to his shoulder and arm in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking resilient wet leather. The battle-axe-wielding giant felt an unmatched recoil surge from what appeared to be Lin Tieshan's slender shoulder. His arm trembled violently, a wave of numbness spreading through half his body, and his forward momentum abruptly halted, causing him to stagger back a step. He gaped in astonishment, staring at the figure ahead who remained unfazed, continuing to stride forward, not leaving even a trace of a mark on his shoulder. His palm, capable of shattering rock, had seemingly struck against ancient black iron. A collective gasp resonated from the onlookers. The martial artists witnessing this spectacle shifted their gazes towards Lin Taizhan, their expressions transformed by a blend of astonishment, wariness, and curiosity. China closely followed Lin Taizhan, keenly attuned to the currents of information around her. A massive screen on the street broadcasted interviews in preparation for the martial arts competition, showcasing a blonde, blue-eyed female reporter clad in a form-fitting martial arts uniform, who excitedly shouted into the microphone, "Incredible!" According to reliable sources, the legendary martial arts god, Master Wu Tian of the Turtle Sage School, is likely to be present at Mugwa Island to witness the event. Does this imply that this martial arts competition will witness a transcendent clash of titans? The clues to finding the Turtle Sage's abode may lie hidden within this island's corners. Master Wu Tian, China whispered reverently, her clear eyes sparkling as she glanced at Lin Taizhan. Unfazed, Lin Taizhan continued his stride, seemingly oblivious to the earth-shattering news. His crimson gaze swept over a dilapidated and adorned with a flickering neon sign proclaiming it as the home of martial artists, where a cheap wooden sign at the entrance advertised today as special. Clenching the heavy silver stone in his left hand, the knuckles turned pale from exertion, an icy chill threatening to freeze his bones. He strode purposefully toward the inn, his objective clearer than ever: to grow stronger, to participate in the martial arts competition. On this stage where the world's strongest converged, he would carve a bloody path belonging to Lin Taizhan himself with this silver skeleton, forged by the heavens and dubbed Boat by the Turtle Sage. Let the name of Iron Wall resonate through the heavens. Chapter 41. The preliminary round begins. Strength test. The Mugwa Island martial arts arena loomed like a colossal steel beast sprawled across the earth, swallowing an overwhelming tide of people. The air was thick with the salty scent of sweat, the acrid tang of muscle rubbing against leather, and the restless energy of countless strange forces intermingling, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all who entered. Beneath the immense dome, the cacophony of voices was amplified endlessly, crashing, swirling, converging into a deafening ocean of buzzing sound. The contestant passage was deep and crowded, resembling the intestines of a monstrous creature. The light was dim, and the walls were frigid, with only a blinding, incandescent glow emanating from the far end. A diverse array of contestants were crammed into the narrow space, akin to sardines in a can. Lin Taizhan walked silently among them, resembling a boulder tossed into a turbulent stream. His bare, scarred torso gleamed with a metallic sheen under the harsh white light, while the peculiar dark silver mark on his waist stood out prominently. The towering and bizarre figures surrounding him cast curious, vigilant, and disdainful glances, their scrutinizing stares mingling with the scent of sweat and deeper bodily odors, attempting to penetrate the silence that enveloped him. He gripped a piece of deep-sea silver stone tightly in his left hand, its icy chill seeping through his palm and into his bones, coiling like a venomous serpent, suppressing the simmering heat within his body stirred by the oppressive atmosphere. China followed closely at his side. Her turtle hermit-style robe, though cleansed of mud, still bore signs of damage. Her delicate face was taut, and her clear, sharp eyes scanned the surroundings intently, her fingertips quietly gathering a faint yet concentrated aura, akin to a dagger poised for action. As they reached the end of the passage, the blinding light burst forth like a colossal wave. The scene of the preliminary hall crashed into view, the clamor instantly escalating to a deafening crescendo. A throng of people surged, jostling for space. The air was thick and stifling, infused with various body odors, the scent of potions, and the acrid tang of ozone from the energy surges. A massive electronic scoreboard loomed at the far end of the hall, its cold red digits incessantly flickering and refreshing, accompanied by the dull thuds of impacts and the crowd's eruptions of gasps and sighs. Strength testing area. Chi-Na's voice pierced through the cacophony. Pointing to a section cordoned off on the left side of the hall, there stood several enormous machines, resembling square monoliths forged from steel. Their tops embedded with heavy punching targets, connected to intricate sensing devices and flickering display screens. With each resounding impact, the numbers on the screens surged wildly, igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. "I'll go register and verify our identities. Wait for me here, and don't wander off," Chi-Na instructed quickly, deftly weaving through the crowd toward the registration area. Lin Taizhan nodded slightly, yet his gaze had already transcended the throng of heads, fixating on the strength testing area. He stood like a silent statue on the edge of the tumult, his bronzed skin revealing subtle, rhythmic undulations of muscle with each breath, reminiscent of a dormant volcano gathering power. The dark silver mark on his waist glimmered faintly under the bright light. Boom! A sound erupted, far surpassing the previous terrifying thuds, akin to heavy artillery striking steel. The entire hall momentarily fell silent, countless eyes instantly converging on the source. In the strength testing area, before one of the machines, stood a true giant. Towering over 3 meters, his skin bore a rock-like gray-brown hue, and his muscles were gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree. He had just retracted his enormous fist, resembling a battering ram, revealing a distinct spiderweb cracked indentation on the punching target above. The massive electronic screen flickered chaotically, the numbers soaring like wild stallions. 8,970 kilograms. The giant of the Rock clan, Shan. After a brief, deathly silence, a tumultuous wave of gasps and whistles erupted. My heavens! Nearly 9 tons. A behemoth. It is akin to a walking siege engine. Is this the might of the Rock clan? How terrifying! The stone mountain gaped its maw, laden with gravel, unleashing a deep, thunderous growl. Its massive form exuded a palpable sense of oppression as it contentedly turned away from the testing zone, parting the crowd in awe. The storm of this power had not yet subsided when another chilling presence quietly permeated the air. A figure shrouded in an ample black robe glided forward like a weightless specter, approaching another testing machine. 2 dim green flames flickered beneath the shadow of its hood. Unlike the others, this being did not accumulate energy. Instead, with an effortless gesture, as if brushing away dust, it extended a slender, pallid hand with sharp nails and gently pressed against the heavy punching target. A barely audible sound, almost lost in the air, ensued. The surface of the punching target bore a distinct, smooth-edged imprint, as if it were not steel but molten wax. The numbers on the electronic screen flickered with equal swiftness, ultimately settling at 7,650 kilograms. Shadow Flowing Claw. Lacking the thunderous display of strength, it nonetheless caused the nearest martial artists to stand on end, instinctively retreating a step. That silent penetration was far more chilling than the violent force. Humph, mere showmanship. A disdainful snort echoed. It was the heavily armored axe warrior who had previously attempted to shove Lin Taizhan in the passageway. He strode confidently to an available machine, the black armor that enveloped him clanging with each step. Drawing a deep breath, akin to a whale taking in water, his chest expanded dramatically, the muscles beneath the armor emitting a dull, swelling sound. Gripping the enormous axe, the size of a door, he did not employ the blade but swung the heavy back of the axe in a circular motion, unleashing a formidable force reminiscent of mountain-splitting might. Striking the punching target with force. Boom! The resounding crash assaulted the eardrums. The machine's base groaned under the unbearable strain. The punching target deformed violently, its center sinking deeply. 9,120 kilograms. Armored Fortress Barton. The number soared to a new high. Barton triumphantly hoisted the giant axe, casting a challenging glance over the crowd. When his gaze swept over the edge of the crowd where Lin Taizhan stood, he brazenly raised his chin, exhaling 2 heavy puffs of white vapor from his nostrils. Lin Taizhan remained silent. In his crimson eyes, the leaping numbers and deformed punching target reflected like a cold mirror, undisturbed. He slowly moved his neck, the bones emitting a subtle yet distinct crack. The chilling aura of the silver stone in the palm of his left hand intensified, nearly freezing his blood, while the dark silver imprint on his abdomen seemed stirred by the surrounding tempest of power, beginning to radiate a faint yet persistent warmth, akin to a red-hot branding iron being reintroduced to the forge. At last, it was his turn. The crowd's gaze shifted to his tall, silent figure, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of spectatorship. After all, compared to the bizarre shapes of the alien races and heavily armored warriors, he appeared more like an ordinary human man. Save for the grotesque scars adorning his body, he stood before a machine, the cold, metallic aura enveloping him. A massive punching target loomed ahead, marked by an array of varying imprints, palm marks, and indentations, silently narrating the countless violent impacts it had endured. There was no deep breath, no build-up of a ferocious roar, nor any extravagant posturing. Lin Taizhan simply raised his right hand with casual ease, his fingers naturally curling. Beneath his skin, the newly awakened silver bone power began to hum silently, gathering strength like countless resilient steel strings being drawn taut simultaneously. The dark silver seal on his abdomen suddenly became searingly hot, a torrent of fiery energy surging toward his arm, causing the metallic sheen beneath his skin to dazzle with intensity. His gaze sharpened, and at the precipice of a power about to erupt uncontrollably, an icy chill radiated from the dark silver stone clutched in his left hand. The coldness surged upward like a torrent of ice breaking free, precisely colliding with the oncoming wave of searing heat. The clash of ice and fire ignited. A deep, almost inaudible resonance reverberated from the depths of his bones, as if it could penetrate the very soul. This raging power, potent enough to shake mountains, was forcibly compressed, coalesced, and restrained by the icy air. Ultimately, it transformed into an exquisitely pure, heavy penetrating force, infused into his right fist. He moved. The action was simple, direct, devoid of embellishment. His right fist shot forth like a cannonball, cleaving through the air with an almost brutish, linear trajectory, striking with fierce determination. The target was the very center of the punching bag. There was no storm, no sonic boom. And even the force of the punch was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Only an overwhelming, suffocating sense of sheer weight lingered, as if it were not a fist, but a miniature mountain compressed to its utmost, propelled by an invisible, titanic force toward its mark. Boom! At the moment of impact, the sound was not the earth-shattering explosion one might expect, but a dull thud that could stop a heart. It was akin to a 10,000-ton hydraulic press flattening a piece of stubborn iron into a thin sheet. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then crack, 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 crack. The piercing sound of metal tearing apart erupted like a frenzy of exploding beans. The heavy punching bag, forged from a special alloy capable of withstanding immense impacts, shattered like a fragile glasswork under an invisible hammer, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading from the point of Lin Taizhan's fist. The fissures were deep, their edges twisted and rolling, flashing with the ghastly white glow of fractured metal. Boom! At the center of the punching bag, where the core impact force was born, it caved inward as if melted by high temperatures, disintegrating explosively. Countless tiny metal fragments shot out like buckshot, striking the sensors and protective shields behind, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The massive alloy supports of the punching bag groaned under the unbearable weight, visibly bending and deforming. Hiss! Buzz! Buzz! The jarring alarm sounded like a deathly wail, instantly tearing through the tumult of the entire preliminary hall. The colossal electronic screen atop the testing apparatus flickered with frenzied numbers, eventually morphing into a blinding array of garbled symbols interspersed with incessantly flashing crimson exclamation marks. Error. Overload. The immense scarlet warning text, akin to congealed blood, dominated the entire display. Silence. An absolute silence. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized every throat in the room. All gasps, discussions, and clamor were utterly drained at that moment. Thousands of gazes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were riveted upon the smoke-emitting machine, its punching pad shattered, its frame distorted, the screen pulsating with ominous crimson light, and upon the towering figure before it, who was slowly retracting his fist. The knuckles of his right hand bore a slight redness. But beyond that, there was not a trace of injury. It seemed that the terrifying blow, capable of shattering special alloys, was to him merely a casual gesture. Lin Taizhan, expressionless, shook his wrist, the high-pitched hum deep within his bones gradually subsiding. The searing heat in his abdomen was quelled once more by the chilling presence of the silver stone, leaving only a shimmering metallic sheen upon his skin. His crimson gaze swept over the blinding scarlet warning and then slowly ascended, transcending the silent crowd, as if piercing through space to precisely land on a diminutive figure near the contestants' passageway. It was a boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, sporting the distinctive spiky hair. His round eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, as the usual expression of innocent bewilderment on his face was replaced by pure excitement and astonishment, akin to discovering a new world. Beside him, a similarly attired bald youth, Clin, rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. The spiky-haired boy, Sun Wukong, briefly locked eyes with Lin Taizhan in the air. No words were exchanged. Yet Lin Taizhan distinctly perceived the spark of pure and fervent battle intent igniting in the other's gaze, as if sensing a formidable prey. The corners of Lin Taizhan's mouth twitched slightly upward, that arc cold and hard like the flash of a blade being drawn. Iron Man, a voice from the crowd, uncertain yet filled with reverence, struggled to utter this newly minted title. This utterance was like a stone cast into a still pond, instantly igniting a volcano that had been suppressed to its zenith. Iron Man. Monster. Is he made of iron? He shattered the testing machine with a single punch? That machine's maximum tolerance was rated at 15 tons. The giant rock tribe weighed just over 9 tons. My heavens, what on earth is this fellow? A tsunami of astonished exclamations, doubts, reverence, and fear surged forth, engulfing the entire preliminary hall like boiling magma. Countless eyes, like spotlights, remained fixed upon the silent yet formidable figure, adorned in scars that resembled medals. Known as Iron Man, Lin Taizhan disregarded the deafening clamor around him, clutching tightly the cold, silvery stone in his left hand, which still emanated an intense chill. The frigid sensation coursed through his arm, serving as a reminder of the cost and source of his strength. He turned, parting the crowd instinctively, and made his way towards the direction where China had registered. Each step he took was as resolute as a mountain, carving a tranquil path through the tumultuous sea of noise. Chapter 42. The Shortcomings of Speed. A perilous passage. The cacophony of the preliminary hall faded into a blurred tide behind Lin Taizhan. The distorted, smoking testing machine, flashing the ominous red warning of overload, stood as a colossal exclamation mark, indelibly etched in the retinas of every witness. The title of Iron Man swiftly spread amidst the aftershocks of astonishment as countless gazes, akin to tangible ropes, entwined around his tall, silent figure, some filled with reverence, others with curiosity, and many harboring concealed apprehension and hostility. Lin Taizhan remained oblivious to this scrutiny. His scarred torso, bronzed skin shimmering with a metallic sheen under the harsh overhead lighting, exuded a subdued, almost otherworldly glow. The peculiar dark silver brand on his abdomen seemed to absorb the remnants of energy from the shattered testing machine, emanating a subtle warmth beneath his skin that contrasted sharply with the bone-chilling cold of the deep-sea silver stone he clutched in his left hand, creating a bizarre interplay of heat and frost. Each heavy footfall echoed dully in the concrete passage, leaving behind shallow depressions marked by fine, spiderweb-like cracks in the solid ground. Taizhan. China's voice pierced through the murmur of the crowd, laced with a barely perceptible tension, finally extricating herself from the throng at the registration desk. Her delicate face appeared somewhat pale under the corridor's lights, beads of sweat forming at her forehead. She hurried to Lin Taizhan's side, her clear eyes swiftly scanning his body to confirm there were no new injuries. Her gaze ultimately settled on his slightly reddened, yet unbroken right fist, revealing a flicker of complex emotions, pride intertwined with profound concern. The commotion from the strength test was rather excessive. China lowered her voice, speaking rapidly. The judges looked quite grim. They nearly disqualified you, but the reputation of the turtle immortal style held them back. The second round, the speed and agility test, takes place in the C-Zone's hive maze. She paused, her expression growing serious as she regarded Lin Taizhan. That area is particularly disadvantageous for you. Lin Taizhan did not falter in his stride, his crimson eyes fixed on the blaring white light at the end of the passage. He emitted a low, resonant sound from his throat, a form of acknowledgement. Disadvantageous? The sinews and skin of his body, tempered repeatedly by the crushing depths of the sea and the corrosive miasma, possessed a density and weight that far surpassed that of an ordinary human, each step feeling as though he bore the weight of invisible mountains. Speed and agility had always been his most critical shortcomings. The hive maze, by its very name, was a hunting ground for the nimble, a graveyard for the cumbersome. China pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply quickened her pace to keep up with him. She could sense the heavy, mountain-like presence radiating from Lin Taizhan, yet beneath it lay a volatile, volcanic force restrained, alongside the peculiar waves of heat and cold intermingling. This power served as both a shield and a shackle. The entrance to Zone C's honeycomb labyrinth looms like a colossal, gaping maw of steel. Countless alloy gates, adorned with flickering red and green indicators, glide silently along intricate tracks, opening and closing unpredictably. The internal structure of the maze is in constant flux on the gigantic holographic projection at the entrance, showcasing a bewildering array of narrow passages, steep inclines, swaying suspension bridges, and suddenly emerging obstacles, all intertwining in a dizzying dance of light and shadow. The air is saturated with the high-pitched hum of electric motors and the acrid scent of rubber friction, mingled with the labored breaths and intermittent exclamations of the competitors. Rules. A tall, gaunt man clad in a referee uniform, wielding an electronic megaphone, stands on a platform, his voice cutting through the cacophony with chilling authority. You have 10 minutes. Traverse the maze and reach the sensor zone at the opposite end. Touching the boundary laser grid, exceeding the time limit, will result in failure. Reasonable physical contact is permitted. Deliberate attacks on others are prohibited. Now, prepare to enter according to your group number. Lin Taizhan finds himself assigned to Group 3, while Qina belongs to Group 1. She casts a glance back at Lin, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange of unspoken understanding and concern. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully merges into the surging throng of Group 1, vanishing behind the ever-opening and closing alloy gates. The waiting area is stifling. Lin stands like a solitary rock amidst a sea of eager, restless competitors. A diminutive yet formidable figure clad in a tight-fitting nocturnal outfit clings to the metal wall like a gecko, casting a cold, disdainful gaze over Lin's robust physique. A slight smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Another competitor, a serpentine martial artist covered in slick scales, openly hisses mockery, unabashed in his derision. To them, this Iron Man, relying solely on brute strength, entering the realm of the agile is nothing short of self-degradation. Beep. The piercing electronic signal announces the end of Group 1. Qina bursts through the finish gate, almost timing her exit to the final seconds, her breath coming in quick gasps, sweat-soaked hair clinging to her cheeks. The sleeve of her turtle hermit outfit grazes a laser, leaving a charred mark, yet her eyes sparkle with clarity, a testament to her successful passage. She immediately turns her gaze toward Lin, nodding emphatically. Group 3. Prepare to enter. The referee's cold command rings out. The heavy alloy gate before Lin thunders open, revealing an ever-shifting, kaleidoscopic steel jungle. A wave of mixed scents, sweat, ozone, and metallic coolant rushes towards him. Lin Tieshan's crimson pupils narrow slightly as his left hand tightly grips the heavy silver stone, a chilling wave coursing into his arm, subduing the latent heat and unrest within his bones, stirred by the complexity of the environment. No longer hesitating, he unleashes his formidable physique, charging into the chaotic interplay of light and shadow like a battering ram. Upon entering the maze, the world's clamor warps and amplifies. The alloy walls reflect a blinding cold light, while numerous narrow passageways fork before him like the intestines of a beast, extending and twisting. Above, a web of pipes and flashing warning lights crisscrosses, while beneath his feet lies a polished alloy floor, capable of reflecting shadows. Ahead, a student of Aikido clad in a red bodysuit, as swift as a raccoon, attempts to maneuver through a narrow right-angled turn to shake off a pursuer trailing closely behind. Bang! A dull thud resonated, accompanied by startled exclamations. Lin Tieshan's imposing form, while maneuvering at a relatively high speed, could not escape the terrifying grip of inertia. He crashed into the unyielding alloy wall like an uncontrollable heavy truck. The entire corridor seemed to tremble, and a distinct human-shaped indentation appeared on the wall in an instant. He let out a muffled grunt. A jarring pain shot through his shoulder blade, and the silver bones within him throbbed with a piercing resonance, enduring the backlash. The crimson-clad student was caught in the aftermath of this sudden collision, screaming as he was flung away, crashing against the opposite wall and sliding down, unable to rise for quite some time. Fool! Seeking death? Angry curses erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Taizhan shook off the numbness in his shoulder, disregarding the gazes upon him, and set off once more. A sharp, stinging pain, akin to needles, emanated from the dark silver mark on his abdomen, as if reminding him of the weight of his own body. Ahead lay a steep metallic slope, nearly 70 degrees in angle, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Several figures displayed their prowess. A gecko ninja clung to the surface, swiftly climbing. A serpentine warrior twisted and coiled, ascending like a sinuous snake. And a figure with a jetpack skimmed low across the ground. Lin Taizhan inhaled deeply, suddenly exerting force beneath his feet. A tremendous power erupted in an instant. The alloy floor beneath him emitted a piercing groan, leaving behind 2 deep impressions. He shot upward like a cannonball. However, the combination of his heavy body and the slick slope posed an insurmountable challenge. After merely ascending a third of the height, his kinetic energy depleted, and his body inevitably began to slide back down. The soles of his shoes screeched against the smooth alloy, producing a shrill cry, yet it could not halt his descent. Just as he was about to tumble down in a most undignified manner, China's anxious shout pierced through the chaos of the labyrinth. To the left, a foothold. Lin Tieshan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a circular protrusion, about the size of a bowl, flashing past on the left wall of the slope. It was a temporary foothold generated randomly by the labyrinth. In a critical moment, he let out a low growl, the muscles in his left arm swelling instantaneously. The silver bones beneath his skin resonating at the elbow tip, gathering a raw explosive force that he forcefully directed towards the protrusion. Thud! Amidst the dull impact, the protrusion was pushed inward. Seizing this brief moment of reaction force, Lin Taizhan twisted his body midair, his right leg sweeping like a steel whip, delivering a fierce kick against the slope to gain momentum once more. In an utterly brutish and ungraceful manner, he crashed onto the summit of the slope. The alloy surface beneath him bore a distinct footprint, its edges twisted and marked clearly. Time ticked away. Deep within the labyrinth, the light and shadow grew increasingly chaotic. A massive alloy wall, riddled with irregular holes, suddenly slid out from the side, crashing shut and severing the corridor in two. The holes varied in size. The largest barely big enough for a person to squeeze through, while the smallest was merely fist-sized. The edges of the holes flickered with a faint blue light, evidently the activation points of a high-pressure laser grid. Several contestants, slightly slower in their movements, found themselves trapped outside, pounding their chests in frustration. Lin Taizhan rushed to the wall, his crimson eyes scanning the holes. The largest of them loomed above, nearly 3 meters off the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his knees once more, propelling his hefty body upwards with a thunderous leap. However, the height and speed he attained appeared clumsy and strained as he approached the opening. As he reached the apex of his ascent and began to descend, the hole loomed before him, just below. China's voice resonated again, resolute. To the right, down. A small opening. Almost instinctively, Lin Taizhan twisted his torso midair, his right hand forming a spear-like shape, the sound of his sinews resonating sharply. The metallic sheen beneath his skin coalesced at his fingertips, while the dark silver mark on his abdomen erupted in a scorching wave of heat. Ignoring the seemingly safe large hole, he channeled his entire weight and the explosive force into his right arm, akin to a high-speed drill. Thrusting fiercely toward the edge of a palm-sized hole at the lower right corner of the wall. With a piercing, teeth-gritting sound, the metal tore apart. The hardened alloy succumbed like fragile tin, yielding to his fingers' relentless grip. His entire arm, along with half of his shoulder, was thrust into the jagged opening he had forcibly created. His body became ensnared within the confined space, intense friction igniting a searing pain, yet he pressed on, growling as he relied solely on sheer strength and the resilience of his silver bones to pull himself through. The shattered alloy's edges scraped against his bronzed skin, leaving glaring white marks and a few streaks of blood. Only 20 seconds remained. The glow of the finish line flickered at the end of the passage. Yet a final daunting obstacle loomed in the form of a dense web of laser beams. The crimson beams darted like the tongues of venomous serpents, swiftly sweeping across the narrow corridor in a chaotic rhythm, weaving a lethal net. Where the beams passed, the air emitted a faint charred scent. One competitor attempting to charge through was swept by a beam, instantly lacerated and collapsing in agony as he was dragged away. Lin Taizhan halted before the web of beams, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat cascading from his scarred back like a rushing stream, leaving small puddles on the alloy floor. His ragged breaths resembled a worn-out bellows, each inhalation tugging at the hidden pains from his body as collisions and the burning imprint on his abdomen. He gazed at the dazzling dance of death before him, his crimson pupils constricting rapidly as he sought to discern the fleeting patterns. Yet, The exhaustion of his body and the inherent sluggishness of his heavily armored form rendered this an almost impossible task. "Follow me." A clear and urgent voice sounded from behind. It was China. Somehow, she had maneuvered to this side, pressed against the corridor wall, her face flushed with anxiety. "Listen to my command. Charge. Stop. Step left. Bend down. Jump." Her orders cut through the chaos like a tempest, precisely timing each movement amidst the laser fire. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Taizhan relinquished all control of his body to her voice. In that moment, his massive frame erupted with an unprecedented focus and coordination, abandoning all thought, leaving only the most primal instinct. "Charge." He lunged forward with the ferocity of a bull. "Stop." His heavy body instantly anchored in place, a searing beam narrowly brushing past the tip of his nose. "Step left." With a sidestep, he perilously evaded the intersecting beams of light. He bent low. The searing rays grazed the back of his head, singeing several strands of hair. He leapt, his heavy form propelled off the ground, as multiple beams swept just beneath his feet, intertwining in a deadly dance. Each command was accompanied by the strain of his physical limits and the piercing agony akin to needles stabbing at his abdomen. Sweat blurred his vision, muscles lamented, and the weight of inertia felt like invisible chains, as every abrupt stop and change of direction threatened to tear him apart. Yet, driven by Kina's precise guidance and his own formidable endurance, he stumbled forward through this deadly web. The radiant endpoint loomed tantalizingly close. The final 3 beams formed a lethal barrier, sealing off the last 3 meters. He surged forward. With determination, he braced himself. Kina's voice, hoarse and breaking, carried a resolve of desperation. He roared. Lin Tieshan's throat erupted with a suppressed growl, resonating from deep within his bones. The metallic sheen beneath his skin surged like molten gold. He did not flinch or evade, crossing his arms to shield his head and face. The dark silver imprint on his abdomen erupted with blinding heat, coursing through his entire being. He transformed into a burning meteor, propelled by a fierce momentum, charging relentlessly toward the final 3 beams of death. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The searing pain instantly branded his arms and chest. His skin charred and curled, exuding the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The overwhelming force abruptly halted his forward momentum. Beep! Just as his body stiffened from the agony and impact, the endpoint sensor emitted a piercing alarm. The colossal timer froze with the vivid red digits displaying 000001. He had succeeded, by the skin of his teeth. Lin Tieshan's towering form wavered, staggering across the finish line, collapsing to one knee within the sensor zone. His arms and chest bore 3 horrific burn marks, glaringly evident, with the edges of his skin curled from the heat, revealing a faintly glimmering dark red metallic tissue beneath. Sweat mingled with blood seeped from the wounds, dripping onto the polished alloy floor. He gasped for air, each inhalation pulling at his searing agony, as the once frenzied light in his crimson eyes gradually dimmed, leaving behind profound exhaustion and a chilling sense of survival. Kina rushed to his side, her eyes widening at the shocking burns, drawing in a sharp breath, as she hastily tore a relatively clean hem from her garment, flustered in her attempt to tend to him. "Hold still." A cold, electronic synthetic voice echoed. 2 cylindrical medical robots glided over, extending mechanical arms with spray devices, releasing a cooling analgesic mist and a thin layer of biogel over Lin Tieshan's wounds. Group C. Lin Taizhan, score validated. Progressing to the main event. The judge's icy voice resonated from the podium through the loudspeaker, laced with a barely perceptible complexity. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The mocking gazes from before were now replaced with an indescribable shock and a hint of fear. As I gazed upon the figure half kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood and bearing the marks of scorching, yet exuding an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast, I could not help but acknowledge the undeniable tenacity and terror manifesting within this creature known as Iron Man. Lin Taizhan, under the influence of the medical spray, gradually straightened his body, disregarding the waves of tingling pain radiating from his arms. His crimson eyes slowly lifted, transcending the crowd, and precisely captured the familiar silhouettes near the finish line. Dressed in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong stared at him wide-eyed, his usual bewildered smile replaced by an expression of pure exhilaration, akin to discovering an extraordinary treasure, his gaze so fervent it seemed capable of igniting the very air. Beside him, Krillin wore an expression of trepidation and disbelief, instinctively touching his bald head. Sun Wukong's lips moved silently, forming words that Lin Taishan easily comprehended. Incredible. Lin Tieshan's sweat and blood-streaked visage remained stoic, as he subtly inclined his head in acknowledgement. His left hand clutched tightly the cold, bone-chilling deep-sea silver stone, its frigid essence creeping along his arm, attempting to soothe the newly acquired burn and the searing imprint seething within his abdomen. The deficiency in speed was laid bare. Akin to a limping gait, bared in this initial trial, while that orange figure's velocity transcended mere inadequacy, resembling an insurmountable chasm. He averted his gaze, turned, and with a heavy yet resolute stride, made his way towards the contestants' resting area. China followed closely, her anxious eyes frequently drifting to his charred arms. The path leading to the main event had been unfurled, and the first true battle, a brutal trial of withstanding speed with sheer defense, loomed ahead like a sword suspended, gleaming coldly at the tumultuous arena's end. Chapter 43. The initial battle on the arena, a crushing victory at the Papaya Island Martial Arts Arena. The cacophony of the main event surged like molten lava beneath the vast dome, pulsating with fervor. The spotlight, akin to the eye of a deity, fixated on the immense alloy platform at the center, its cold metallic sheen reflecting the countless fervent gazes. The atmosphere was thick and viscous, laden with the salty tang of sweat, the acrid scent of strained muscles, and a myriad of ignited, euphoric hormones. The deafening cheers, whistles, and shouts coalesced into an unending roar, assaulting the eardrums and nerves of everyone upon the stage. In the contestants' resting area, the atmosphere was heavy as lead. Lin Taishan sat cross-legged in a corner, resembling a silent rock at the eye of a storm. His bare torso bore 3 ghastly laser burns, covered in medical gel, their edges faintly glowing with a dark crimson hue. The dark silver brand upon his abdomen, stimulated by the surrounding energetic chaos, continued to emanate a faint yet persistent warmth, reminiscent of embers that refused to extinguish deep within a furnace. He gripped the deep-sea silver stone tightly in his left hand, the coldness seeping into his bones, creating a stark battlefield of ice and fire within him, as the scorching heat of his imprint clashed with the chilling energy. The subtle hum of anticipation from his muscles, stirred by the imminent battle, was forcefully suppressed. Not far from him sat China, clad in a faded turtle hermit outfit, yet her taut form could not be concealed. Her clear gaze swept across the massive electronic scoreboard on the wall, finally resting on the matchup of Lin Taishan versus Barton. The imposing figure of the berserker wielding a colossal battle axe instantly sprang to her mind, causing her brows to furrow as she spoke in a hushed tone. Barton, a powerhouse, the moniker of Heavy Fortress is well earned. His mighty axe cleaves with such force that it can shatter the doors of an armored vehicle. His weaknesses lie at the joints, particularly under the arms and behind the knees. The inflexibility of heavy armor is a significant flaw. Do not allow him the space to charge his axe. Close in, and with your strength and resilience, crush him. Her analysis was calm and precise, imbued with the practical instincts honed on the perilous edges of the rainforest. Lin Taishan remained stoic, barely nodding. Barton, the brash fool who had attempted to provoke him in the strength testing area, only to be rebuffed by the recoil of Lin's shoulder. Strength? A flicker of cold indifference passed through Lin's crimson eyes. What he needed to test was the newly forged silver bones, to ascertain how they could withstand a true blow. The words of the turtle hermit, urging him to let the impact become part of his very bones, reverberated in his mind like the sound of a hammer striking an anvil. The first round of the main event, match 3. Lin Taishan, facing Barton. The referee's elevated synthetic voice rang out like a trumpet, igniting fervor throughout the arena. Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man. A tidal wave of cheers surged through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the tall, silent figure rising from the resting area. The shock of his explosive punch during the preliminary match had already made the name Iron Man the hottest topic of discussion. Lin Taishan rose slowly, his movements imbued with a metallic stiffness. Each step he took on the alloy staircase leading to the ring resonated with a heavy thud, as if he were not flesh and blood, but a moving fortress of steel. As his tall figure, marked with both new and old scars, was fully illuminated under the blinding spotlight, the crowd's roar reached a crescendo. His bronze skin glimmered with a cold, hard sheen. The scorched marks and dark silver imprints glowed under the bright lights, silently narrating tales of strength and brutality. Across the ring, heavy footsteps echoed like a war drum. Barton had made his entrance. Clad in matte black, thick armor, with ominous rivets at the joints, he dragged his enormous double-edged battle axe along the ground. The blade scraping against the alloy surface with a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine, igniting sparks. Beneath his helmet, a pair of bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Taizhan, ablaze with rage and a fierce desire to avenge the humiliation of the preliminaries. He swung the massive axe overhead, the heavy blade tearing through the air with a low wail, and brought it down forcefully onto the platform. Boom! The arena groaned under the impact, the sturdy alloy surface fracturing under the force of the axe handle. Iron-clawed, the score from the preliminaries is about to be settled. Batten's roar reverberated through the mask, accompanied by the metallic hum of friction, brimming with wild confidence. With this boulder crusher, I shall pound your tortoise shell into this arena inch by inch. The referee stood between the two, expressionless, arms raised sharply. The match commenced. Roar! Batten's cry erupted like a beast unleashed. He offered no preliminary maneuvers. The muscles beneath his heavy armor swelled to their utmost capacity in an instant. His hefty form surged forth with astonishing acceleration. Gripping the end of the giant axe's long handle tightly, he pivoted at the waist, unleashing a torrent of force akin to a mountain torrent. Wielding the terrifying weapon, sized like a door, drawing an immense, destructive arc aimed directly at Lin Taizhan's head. It was his prideful signature move, the mountain-crushing strike. Before the axe could descend, the ferocious wind it generated slammed against Lin Taizhan like a tangible wall, rustling the tattered hems of his trousers. And the exposed skin felt a knife-like sting. The axe's might far surpassed the mere impacts of the preliminary tests, embodying Batten's fury and strength. Capable of cleaving a main battle tank's turret in two. Faced with this paralyzing strike of annihilation, Lin Taizhan moved, not to evade, nor to block, but to advance. He stepped forward with his left foot, the overwhelming force causing the arena beneath him to groan under the strain. His body sank slightly, akin to an ancient pine firmly rooted in the earth. His arms hung naturally, lacking any defensive stance, and within his crimson gaze resided a chilling, almost indifferent focus. Beneath his skin, the newly awakened power of silver bones resonated, echoing like countless finely tempered steel strings drawn to their limits. The dark silver brand on his abdomen flared with heat. A torrent of searing strength surged through him, causing the metallic sheen on his skin to become blindingly radiant. He was daring to confront that mountain-splitting axe with his flesh and blood. Seeking death, Batten's eyes ignited with cruel delight. His arm muscles swelling once more as he squeezed every last ounce of strength into the blow. The speed and force of the descending axe intensified further. In the blink of an eye, boom! The deafening explosion resonated, akin to a 10,000-ton hammer striking a solid steel ingot. It instantly eclipsed all noise in the arena. The axe's blade struck solidly and unceremoniously upon Lin Taizhan's left shoulder blade. The anticipated scene of carnage and shattered bones failed to materialize. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone clearly witnessed that the razor-sharp blade, capable of severing tank armor, ignited a dazzling spark upon striking his bronzed skin. Lin Taizhan's body felt as though it had been struck head-on by a battering ram, momentarily sinking downwards. The alloyed arena beneath his feet exploded outward, fissures spreading like a spiderweb from his center. Fragments of metal shot forth like pellets. Yet, it was but a momentary dip. Lin Taizhan's form stood resolute, as if forged from divine iron, unmoving. He had firmly anchored himself in place. Only the skin at the site of the cleaved left scapula instantly caved in, its hue shifting from a bronze tone to a deep, almost contused crimson. The edges curling yet, strangely, without breaking the skin to bleed. Beneath the surface, a shimmering layer of metallic essence coalesced at the point of impact, staunchly resisting the intrusion of the axe blade. The wild laughter on Barton's face abruptly froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. A clear and terrifying recoil surged through his arms, as if he had struck an incredibly dense superalloy mountain. The flesh of his palms tore open, blood gushing through his fingers. More dreadfully, an unparalleled force emanated from the very depths of his opponent's sinews. A terrifying shockwave akin to countless invisible steel needles piercing through the axe handle, ruthlessly embedding themselves in his arm and shoulder, swiftly spreading across half of his body. Ack! Barton emitted a piercing cry of pain, his arms succumbing to excruciating numbness, nearly unable to grasp the heavy axe handle. The tremendous recoil sent his robust frame staggering backward uncontrollably, the clanking of his heavy armor resonating ominously. Just as his mind reeled and his arms faltered, Lin Taizhan sprang into action. His drooping right arm, like a venomous serpent that had lain in wait, shot upward without warning. The movement was simple, direct, and devoid of flourish. His fingers remained unclenched, merely aligned like a blade. The silvery bones beneath his skin thrummed, instantly transforming into a high-frequency vibration that concentrated at the edge of his palm. The dark silver imprint on his abdomen erupted with blinding radiance, channeling explosive power into his arm. The knife edge of his palm sliced through the air silently, yet it carried a heart-stopping, fabric-rending shriek. The target was the junction of Barton's chest armor, where a relatively weak horizontal seam had been designed for flexibility. Thud! A sound so muffled it could cause one's heart to cease. Lin Taizhan's calloused hand, thick with knuckles, penetrated the seemingly impervious black armor as effortlessly as a heated knife through solidified butter, precisely embedding itself into the seam. Huh! Barton's cry of pain instantaneously morphed into the wheezing sound of a deflating bellows. His eyes bulged, bloodshot orbs nearly bursting from their sockets. An indescribable agony, stemming from his innards being ruthlessly compressed, engulfed his nerves. Lin Taizhan's palm did not delve deep. Rather, his fingertips pierced the armor, pressing against the diaphragm beneath his sternum, unleashing a concentrated shockwave of unparalleled force. Barton's massive form arched as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, his feet leaving the ground in an instant. No longer did he emit roars of fury, but instead spewed forth a foul liquid, mingled with gastric juices and blood. Lin Taizhan's palm retracted with blinding speed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Bang! Barton's weighty body plummeted like a sack devoid of bones, crashing heavily onto the cracked arena floor with a resounding thud. He curled up, his hands clutching his chest tightly, wheezing and groaning beneath his helmet, his body convulsing violently. Unable to rise again, the massive rock-splitting battle axe flew from his grasp, clattering against the edge of the arena. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the once boisterous arena. Countless fervent mouths remained agape, yet the expressions upon their faces had solidified into a petrified mask of astonishment. Time seemed to have been suspended. Only at the center of the arena did a towering figure, still poised in the act of striking, emanate an overwhelming aura of terror akin to a primordial beast under the spotlight. The dark, crimson indentation carved into his bronze shoulder, a testament to the might of the axe, glimmered like a fearsome metal in the harsh light. The referee appeared momentarily paralyzed by the sudden reversal and sheer brutality, lingering for 2 seconds before abruptly sounding the piercing whistle and rushing to assess Barton's condition. Victory belongs to Lin Taizhan. The synthesized announcement quivered ever so slightly, echoing throughout the venue. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the brief silence and unleashing a wave of fervor potent enough to rattle the very heavens. Iron Man. Invincible. My heavens. He tore through the heavy armor with his bare hands. That axe didn't even break the skin. A monster. He is undoubtedly a war machine clad in human flesh. Gasps, screams, and incredulous shouts bubbled forth, akin to oil boiling in a cauldron. Countless gazes remained fixated on the figure in the arena, who slowly withdrew his hand, filled with reverence, fear, and a frenzied adoration for witnessing an extraordinary display of power. Lin Taizhan gradually lowered his arm, his crimson gaze sweeping over the crumpled and groaning form of Barton, as if regarding a discarded piece of scrap metal. A deep, dull ache and a searing sensation radiated from his shoulder blade, remnants of the impact from the colossal axe. The branding upon his abdomen still burned fiercely, seemingly ravenous for the lingering echoes of the earlier eruption of strength. He disregarded the deafening roar and the fervent stares from all directions, turning away and descending the platform with a steadfast gait, each step resonating heavily upon the metallic steps, as if treading upon the very hearts of the audience. China awaited him at the entrance of the resting area, her gaze drawn to the alarming crimson indentation on his shoulder. Her lips moved, but ultimately, only a silent sigh escaped. She extended a clean, damp cloth. Lin Taizhan accepted it, casually wiping away the grease and a barely noticeable trace of blood that clung to his palm from the seams of Barton's armor. China, please prepare. The next match is yours. came the voice of the staff. Taking a deep breath, China suppressed the tumult within her, her clear eyes igniting with her own fighting spirit as she strode purposefully towards the entrance. As she passed Lin Taizhan, she whispered, "Be careful. It won't be so simple from here on." She referred to the true powerhouses with piercing gazes in the stands. Lin Taizhan offered no reply, simply tilting his head slightly, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd until they locked onto a figure in the front row of the spectator area, an individual clad in an orange martial arts uniform. With a spiky hairstyle, Sun Wukong was leaning over the railing, his round eyes wide with unblinking intensity, fixated on the axe mark on Lin Tieshan's shoulder, his small face alight with pure excitement, as if he had discovered a new toy. He instinctively touched his own shoulder, glancing back and forth between his own and Lin Tieshan's, seemingly murmuring something silently to himself. Qin's face reflected sheer trepidation as he forcefully patted his chest, exclaiming to his companions Tianjin Fan and Dumplings, "Good heavens! If that axe were to strike me, it would be a fatal blow." He gestured dramatically, mimicking the shattering of bones. Lin Taizhan withdrew his gaze, casually discarding the soiled cloth stained with grease and blood. He retreated to a corner of the resting area, once more assuming a cross-legged position, akin to a tiger returning to its lair, closing his eyes to meditate. The deep-sea silver stone in his left hand was clenched tightly, its frigid aura seeping through to soothe the dull ache and burning sensation seared into his shoulder blades. Yet, the flame ignited within him by the pure battle intent reflected in Sun Wukong's eyes burned ever deeper and colder beneath this icy exterior. The true test loomed ahead, a chasm of speed that hung like a cold blade at his side. In the next battle, regardless of the opponent, he would face a wall forged of flesh and blood, beneath which lay fangs capable of rending through heavy armor. Chapter 44. China's Debut. Victory through wit. Lin Taizhan sat cross-legged in the shadow of the resting area, resembling a statue of ancient bronze in deep meditation. The cacophony surrounding him was muffled by the chilling aura he emanated, leaving only the battlefield of ice and fire within him clearly audible. The silver stone in his left hand exuded a penetrating cold, its tendrils weaving through his bones, attempting to quell the lingering pain in his shoulder from the axe's strike, as well as the lingering heat of the dark silver imprint on his abdomen. Each breath tugged at the hidden pain in his shoulder, yet it also deepened the resilient hum of his bones. He did not completely close off his senses. China's figure flitted across his closed eyelids, imbued with a pure and refreshing battle intent, merging into the torrent leading to the arena. He extended a thread of his consciousness, like an invisible antenna, reaching towards the spotlight-bathed alloy stage. Information about China's opponent flashed in his mind. Namu, a practitioner from the clouds, adept at using the environment to create fog, with an elusive form of movement and cunning attacks, a typical practitioner of technique. The first round of the main event, Match 5. China against Namu. The referee's elevated declaration ignited a fresh wave of anticipation. Under the spotlight, China stood firm. Her bleached turtle hermit-style outfit accentuated her youthful, upright figure, while her delicate features appeared somewhat tense under the harsh light. Yet her clear eyes sparkled astonishingly, akin to stars tempered by fire. Her opponent, Namu, tall and slender, donned a voluminous robe that seemed woven from clouds, his face adorned with a gentle smile, yet his gaze was sharp and elusive, like a hawk circling high above. The match commenced. Namu made the first move. Rather than charging forward, he spread his arms wide like the wings of a bird, swinging them forcefully. The ample sleeves of his robe billowed, unleashing a powerful gust of air. A dense, moist white mist, imbued with an oddly refreshing essence, erupted from him without warning, swiftly enveloping most of the arena in mere moments. Cloud concealment technique. Gasps erupted from the audience. The arena was instantly shrouded in a blanket of white, China's figure completely swallowed by the rolling fog. "Oh no, I can't see anything." Qin stomped anxiously in the stands. Sun Wukong widened his eyes, striving to see through the mist, murmuring to himself, "What a strange fog. It feels different from ordinary vapor." Within the haze, his vision was obscured, and even his senses became indistinct. China instantly lost track of Namu, with only faint footsteps, nearly absorbed by the fog, echoing all around, elusive like a specter. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of slicing air surged from the left. China's pupils constricted, and her body instinctively jerked backward. A cold, Nearly invisible gust brushed against her throat, severing a few strands of hair. It was Namu's finger wind, deceptively cunning. Before she could stabilize her footing, the mist on her right side quivered once more. A skeletal hand silently emerged, fingers curved like hooks, accompanied by a chilling breeze, aiming directly at her soft ribcage. The angle was vicious, and the timing impeccable. China remained composed. Rather than confront or retreat, she capitalized on her backward momentum, her left leg darting upwards like a serpent, her toes pointed, striking precisely at Namu's wrist's Naguan acupoint. Simultaneously, she leveraged her body to execute a nimble backflip, instantly creating distance. Snap! The sound of her toes connecting with the wrist rang clearly. Namu grunted softly, his advance momentarily halted, and his figure once again vanished into the thick fog. That was close. China landed, her breath slightly hurried, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The mist not only obscured her vision but seemed to disrupt her sense of chi, making it difficult to pinpoint her opponent's location. Namu was like a venomous serpent concealed within the clouds, each attack silent and lethal. She could not afford to be on the defensive. China's gaze sharpened, and she brought her hands together in front of her chest, palms facing each other. The chi within her, refined through the turtle school's training and the life-or-death trials of the rainforest, surged forth, akin to a gentle stream converging. A faint yet exceptionally concentrated milky white halo ignited between her palms, akin to the morning star piercing through the dense fog. The initial form of Turtle School's Kamehameha? In the audience, Krillin gasped. Tien's eyes flashed with surprise. Even Lin Taizhan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, felt a subtle shift in his spirit. The weak yet stable sensation of chi illuminating his awareness like a candle in the night. In the mist, Namu's figure seemed to momentarily pause, affected by the sudden emergence of the chi light. China chose not to unleash this precious chi in an attack. She bit her lower lip, channeling all her mental energy into her palms. The milky white aura spun rapidly between her hands, compressing while emitting a faint yet urgent humming sound. Disperse. With a clear shout, she forcefully split her palms apart. Buzz. The compressed chi did not manifest as a powerful shockwave, but rather detonated like a flashbang, instantly transforming into countless fine, rapidly rotating milky white chi needles, shooting forth in a fan-shaped pattern into the dense fog ahead without discrimination. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of the needles striking was as dense as rain on plantain leaves, exploding within the mist. While the piercing power of those fine chi needles was not sufficient to inflict severe damage, they possessed a strong rotational penetrative force and disruptive effect. The fog was violently stirred, torn asunder. Moreover, the air needles striking the solid form produced a distinct sound of impact. From the depths of the mist, a brief, muffled groan emerged. Simultaneously, from a location to the right front, the sound of concentrated air needles colliding resonated. Found it. A gleam of determination ignited in China's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched herself forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the source of the sound. The foundational footwork of the Turtle Sage School was pushed to its limits, her figure weaving through the swirling mist, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. The figure of the wooden opponent clearly did not anticipate that China would employ such a tactic to break the stalemate. Just moments ago, a few air needles had grazed his arm, leaving behind a stinging sensation. In that instant of exposure, China was already upon him like a shadow. With remarkable speed, he executed the cloud hand entanglement. His wide sleeves billowed once more, his hands fluttering like colorful butterflies, generating a cloud of indistinguishable palm shadows that descended upon China. Aiming directly for her vital points, he attempted to regain control through offense rather than defense. However, China offered him no opportunity. She surged forward relentlessly, facing the swarm of palm shadows without flinching or evading. Her hands swiftly formed seals once more before her chest, this time with even greater speed and fluidity. A thread of condensed energy instantly coiled around her fingertips. With the air spiral bind, she brought her fingers together like a sword, striking with lightning speed. Her target was not the body of the wooden opponent, but rather the sweeping sleeve that stirred the mist. The refined energy, akin to an invisible thread, deftly wrapped around the voluminous cuff, yanking it sharply downwards. With a ripping sound, the intricate palm shadows he had unleashed were immediately thrown into disarray. His body, caught off balance by the unexpected force tugging at his own sleeve, shifted minutely, exposing a slight vulnerability in his center of gravity. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in China's eyes. Her right fist, charged with pent-up energy and explosive force, struck with unadorned precision towards the unguarded opening beneath the wooden opponent's ribs, which had become exposed due to his instability. The wind from her punch sliced through the thick fog, emitting a sharp whistle. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding resonated. The gentle smile on the wooden opponent's face instantly froze, morphing into an expression of excruciating pain. His body arched violently, resembling a cooked shrimp, as he uncontrollably expelled a mouthful of sour liquid. The force of her concentrated punch lifted him off the ground, sending him spiraling in a clumsy arc before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. After rolling several times, he struggled to rise, but the agonizing pain in his ribs and the resulting breathlessness rendered him unable to succeed, forcing him to curl up in torment. As the mist on the arena began to dissipate following his fall, losing its source, it swiftly grew thin. The referee's whistle sounded promptly. The victor, China. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Although it lacked the overwhelming impact of Lin Tieshan's brutal domination, China's display of calmness, her ingenious strategy to break the impasse, and her precise strikes under absolute disadvantage equally garnered respect and admiration. Marvelous. Clint on the stands excitedly raised his fist. That method of disrupting airflow and using air needles to probe was remarkably clever. Sun Wukong also grinned widely, his eyes reflecting pure appreciation. China stood at the center of the arena, breathing lightly, her delicate features flushed with the thrill of victory. Instinctively, she glanced towards the resting area, her gaze meeting Lin Tieshan's, who had just opened his eyes. His crimson gaze revealed no emotion, merely a subtle nod of acknowledgement. This slight recognition warmed China's heart, causing her lips to curve upward unconsciously. She descended from the stage, her steps light and buoyant. However, upon returning to the resting area, eager to share her triumph, she discovered that Lin Taishan had turned away, his eyes once again closed. His left hand remained tightly clenched around the deep-sea silver stone, his knuckles pale from excessive strain. Beneath the dim light of the resting area, the dark red indentation on his left shoulder, a remnant of a brutal axe strike, appeared even more profound. Reminiscent of volcanic rock, an invisible yet palpable sense of pressure emanated from him, enveloping the space in a heavy silence. China's smile faltered slightly. Following the direction of Lin Tieshan's earlier gaze, she observed the enormous electronic scoreboard, where the matchup information had already been updated beneath his name. Glaring in crimson letters, Lin Taishan versus Jiu-Jitsu King Hassan. The cacophony of the competitor's resting area felt as though it were separated by a thick veil of frosted glass, obstructed by the chilling aura that radiated from Lin Taishan. He sat cross-legged in a corner, akin to a block of glacial ice immersed in boiling water, silently exuding a sense of coldness. The dark red indentation on his left shoulder, a result of the brutal axe strike, seemed to have come alive, sending waves of deep, thunderous pain rolling through his bones. With each breath and heartbeat, the muscles in that area reacted, bringing an incessant, irritating warmth. The deep-sea silver stone clasped tightly in his left hand had reached the pinnacle of coldness, icy currents surging through his arm, desperately attempting to freeze the seething pain and the unsettling buzz of anticipation for the impending battle. Yet, the peculiar dark silver mark on his abdomen acted like cold water thrown into boiling oil, erupting into an even more searing wave of heat under the internal and external pressures. Ice and fire clashed violently within him, creating a vaporous mist that clung to his skin, while his bronzed muscles, drenched in sweat, shimmered with an almost molten metallic sheen. On the electronic scoreboard, the words Lin Taishan versus Jiu-Jitsu King Hassan glared menacingly. China sat not far from him, her delicate brow furrowed, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Fresh from her own victory, her joy had yet to dissipate, but the sudden announcement of this daunting matchup cast a shadow over her elation. Hassan's name carried weight in the underground fighting arena, his reputation as a constriction serpent echoing ominously. He was a master of ancient jiu-jitsu and joint locks, reputed to have derived his lethal techniques from the strangulation methods of various perilous creatures. While his raw strength may not have been unparalleled, his body was as flexible as if it were boneless, making it impossible to shake off once ensnared. His strategy was simple: close the distance, secure the hold, and gradually crush his opponent's bones and spirit. She paused, her gaze fixating on Lin Tieshan's muscular arms and shoulders, forged with a hardness akin to steel. Her concern deepening. Your defense against such an all-encompassing joint lock and ground grappling is akin to wielding a hammer against cotton. Powerful, yet ineffective. Moreover, he possesses an uncanny ability to leverage his opponent's strength against them. China's apprehension was not unfounded. Lin Tieshan's strength and defense were formidable, while Hassan's jujitsu epitomized fluidity. Hardness cannot endure, yet softness can conquer hardness. Particularly in joint techniques, which target the body's most vulnerable connections, no matter how resilient one's sinews may be. Once trapped at a critical angle, escape from destruction becomes nearly impossible. Lin Tieshan did not lift his eyelids. Only the subtle movement of his Adam's apple betrayed his thoughts. The strategy China described conjured images of the tenacious Brazilian jiu-jitsu masters he had encountered in modern combat. Within the depths of his crimson gaze, beneath a veneer of icy indifference, a flicker of ruthless fighting spirit ignited. He gradually stretched his neck, the joints producing a faint yet distinct cracking sound. The dark silver mark on his abdomen pulsated with heat in tandem with his movements, as if responding to the impending clash on multiple levels. Second round of the finals. Third match. Lin Tieshan against Hassan. The referee's voice resonated, akin to droplets of water hitting hot oil, instantly igniting the crowd's anticipation. Having decimated machines in the preliminaries and torn through opponents with bare hands in the first round, the Iron Man's reputation was already at its zenith. Meanwhile, the Jiu-Jitsu King Hassan was renowned as the arena's venomous serpent, celebrated for his enigmatic choking techniques. This confrontation of strength versus fluidity, shield against lock, was rife with suspense. Under the spotlight, Lin Tieshan's tall, silent figure ascended the alloy ring once more. His bronze skin bore the dark red scars of battle like metals, while the dark silver mark on his abdomen shimmered with a subdued glint under the bright lights. His opponent, Hassan, materialized like a sleek shadow. Of average height, even somewhat slender, he donned a deep purple suit resembling snake skin, intricately patterned with fine scales that accentuated every curve of his form. An unsettling, cold smile reminiscent of a serpent fixating on its prey adorned his face, his gaze slithering over Lin Tieshan's joints, as if seeking a chink in the armor. His footsteps were silent, his body swaying with an uncanny rhythm, as if lacking bones. Iron Man, such a tough shell. Hassan's voice was hoarse and slippery, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, wondering if the filling within was tender enough. He extended his crimson tongue to lick his thin lips, his eyes glimmering with avaricious malice. The referee's arm descended. The match begins. Hassan moved. There was no violent charge. His body appeared weightless, gliding along the smooth surface of the ring in an uncanny manner that defied the laws of physics, silently approaching Lin Tieshan. His speed was astonishing, like a purple lightning bolt skimming the ground. The target, Lin Tieshan's lower body. Lin Tieshan's crimson pupils abruptly contracted. How swift! This ground-level glide exceeded his previous estimations. Reacting with remarkable speed, he swiftly withdrew his left foot, his body slightly sinking, and his right fist erupted like a cannon, cutting through the air with a piercing howl. This punch sought not to land a hit, but to force a retreat, creating distance. However, a sinister smirk of triumph crept across Hassan's face. Confronted with a punch powerful enough to shatter stone, his body glided with remarkable agility, twisting inward like a boneless creature at the very last moment, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, harnessing the momentum from his twist, his right leg shot upward with the swiftness of a striking serpent, the ankle curling at an astonishing angle to precisely hook the inner ligament of Lin Tieshan's supporting knee. This maneuver was wickedly cunning. Should it connect, it could dislocate the knee of an ordinary person in an instant, bringing them to the ground. A sharp crack resonated, akin to a whip cracking against leather, as Hassan's ankle struck its mark with unyielding force. Yet, the anticipated sound of torn ligaments failed to materialize. The sinister smile on Hassan's face froze in disbelief. What he had hoped was not the soft flesh of a knee ligament, but an incredibly resilient steel cable, tempered repeatedly by extreme heat. A powerful recoil surged through his ankle, sending a tingling sensation up his entire right leg. Lin Tieshan merely swayed slightly. The skin at his knee tightened instantly, turning a deep crimson as a metallic sheen gathered beneath the surface. A deep, Furious hum erupted from the depths of his muscles and bones. Hassan's treacherous hook not only failed to destabilize him, but acted as a trigger igniting a powder keg. A low, disdainful grunt escaped Lin Tieshan's nostrils as his left leg, far from collapsing, advanced resolutely like an iron pillar. At the same time, his right fist transformed into a claw, fingers resembling red-hot hooks, slicing through the air with a violent gust aimed at Hassan's midsection, now exposed by the previous kick. An exchange of injury for attack, a clash of brute force. Hassan's pupils constricted in alarm. The terrifying hardness of his opponent's knee exceeded all expectations. Summoning strength from his core, Hassan arched backward, evading the claw strike that could have pierced steel, yet the fierce wind still tore through the fabric of his tight attire, leaving shallow gashes on his side. Without a moment's pause after missing his strike, Hassan utilized his backward lean, retreating like a weightless shadow, swiftly creating distance between them. The contempt on his face vanished, replaced by a grave expression and a flicker of anger at being countered like prey, shaking off the slight numbness in his right ankle. His gaze grew colder and more predatory. Such hard bones were intriguing. The challenge of crushing them offered a sense of accomplishment. Before his words could fully escape, he vanished again. This time, he did not glide along the ground but moved around Lin Tieshan with the speed of a specter. His deep purple figure cast blurred afterimages upon the arena, darting unpredictably from side to side. The air thickened with a faint, sickly sweet scent reminiscent of a serpent's den, laden with toxins that dulled the senses. Lin Tieshan stood firm like a rock at the center of a storm, his crimson eyes whirring rapidly, striving to lock onto the elusive shadows. His heavy body restricted his turning speed, while Hassan, like a persistent parasite, always found a way to strike from the most cunning angles at the very moment Lin attempted to redirect his force. A chilling gust of wind brushed past Lin Tieshan's side, eliciting a sharp sting. Crack! A delicate yet lethal palm strike landed near the Dazui acupoint at the nape of his neck. Though intercepted by his silver bones, it still induced a wave of dizziness. Hassan, akin to a true venomous serpent, moved with astonishing swiftness, striking and retreating without a hint of greed or hesitation. He relentlessly probed Lin Tieshan's joints, acupoints, and ligaments with his insidious finger strikes, palm chops, knee thrusts, and foot sweeps. It was as if countless venomous bees were incessantly stinging an iron tower. Though incapable of immediate destruction, they were sufficient to induce irritation, deplete energy, and seek that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Annoying pests. Lin Tieshan felt his ire surge. This style of combat rendered him powerless. Each seemingly successful defense was accompanied by a slight pain from repeated impacts and an intensifying burning sensation in his abdomen. Being on the defensive was far from his nature. As Hassan once again slipped into his right side's visual blind spot, his emaciated right hand, reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue, with fingers curved like claws, delivered a chilling and penetrating force towards the acupoint on his right shoulder. Lin Tieshan's eyes ignited with fierce determination. No longer would he evade. Instead, he subtly thrust his right shoulder forward. A flicker of ecstatic triumph danced in Hassan's eyes. Finally, he had found his opportunity. His fingers clamped down upon Lin Tieshan's shoulder joint like iron pincers, malevolent force surging to invade, attempting to damage the joint capsule and tear the ligaments. However, at the moment Hassan exerted his grip, a cataclysmic power, akin to a volcanic eruption, erupted from within Lin Tieshan's seemingly locked shoulder joint. A resonant hum, long suppressed within his bones, soared to its zenith. The metallic sheen beneath his skin shimmered as if molten gold were boiling, while the dark silver mark on his abdomen radiated blinding light, unleashing a torrent of searing strength that coursed through his right arm. Hassan felt as though his fingers were clutching a piece of stubborn iron, once seared red, and then plunged into icy water for quenching. The horrifying hardness and the sudden violent tremor emanating from the depths of Lin Tieshan's being ricocheted back. Crack! A faint yet distinctly audible sound of bone fracturing reached Hassan's ears. Ack! Hassan emitted a harrowing shriek. Two of his finger bones, ensnaring Lin Tieshan's shoulder, were brutally shattered by the overwhelming recoil. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, loosening his grip. Lin Tieshan had awaited this moment. He swiftly twisted his waist and turned, unleashing the pent-up force of his restrained right arm like a furious dragon breaking free from its shackles. With a thunderous elbow strike, He smashed towards Hassan's exposed abdomen, left vulnerable by his own agony. Bang! Like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Hassan's body flew back as if severed from its strings, spewing a mixture of blood and internal fragments, violently crashing against the elastic ropes at the edge of the ring. He was propelled back, collapsing onto the platform like a lifeless puddle, utterly losing consciousness. His right hand, with shattered fingers, contorted at a peculiar angle. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The victor, Lin Taizhan. The arena was momentarily engulfed in silence. There were no anticipated earth-shattering collisions or grand displays of energy. Only the fleeting entrapment and counteraction, along with the sudden, chilling backlash emanating from within his body. What on earth was that backlash? Was Hassan's finger broken by his own force? Was Lin Taizhan's entire joint made of iron? Whispers of confusion surged like a tide. China exhaled deeply from the stands, her tightly clenched fist gradually relaxing, her palm damp with cold sweat. She gazed at the silent figure on the stage, her expression complex. Lin Taizhan lowered his gaze to his right shoulder, where Hassan's 5 fingers had left deep purple imprints, the skin slightly indented but unbroken. He slowly moved his shoulder, the joints emitting faint friction sounds, accompanied by profound soreness. His crimson eyes lifted, crossing over the fallen Hassan, and returned to the spectator area. Sun Wukong had somehow positioned himself at the very front of the railing, leaning forward with both hands pressed against it. His pure gaze ablaze with an even fiercer and more fervent flame, fixated on Lin Taizhan's shoulder movements as though he had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Beside him, Clin instinctively covered his shoulder, his face etched with apprehension. Lin Taizhan averted his gaze and descended from the stage. His steps remained steady, yet he alone knew the deep, piercing pain radiating from his right shoulder, the area repeatedly struck by Hassan's subtle force and the final explosive backlash, akin to needles stabbing deep. This torment was far more intricate and troublesome than the hefty blows from Burton's mighty axe. As his gaze swept over the matchups, the list of the top 8 stood out prominently, with the name of the one sporting a hedgehog hairstyle searing his nerves like a red-hot brand. Chapter 46, Wukong's Battle. A feast of speed in the shadows of the contestants' resting area, Lin Taizhan resembled a silent statue of bronze. The pain from Hassan's venomous strikes, repeatedly piercing his left shoulder joint, felt like a relentless parasite, each minute movement igniting a sensation akin to needles. His left hand gripped tightly onto the deep-sea silver stone, its biting cold incessantly coursing into his arm, attempting to freeze the boiling pain, yet merely managing to suppress it. The dark silver brand on his abdomen emitted stubborn heat amidst the battlefield of ice and fire within him, like embers refusing to die in the depths of a furnace. Eyes closed, his mind extended like invisible tendrils, firmly locking onto the central stage. There, a battle was about to unfold, determining his opponent in the top 8, Sun Wukong against Clin. China's voice, tinged with tension, cut through the cacophony. Watch closely, Taizhan. Clin's speed, technique, especially the afterimage fist and solar fist, could very well be your next challenge. The referee's whistle sounded like tearing cloth, instantaneously shattering the din. The match begins. In the instant the whistle sounded, Krillin's figure vanished. All that remained was a faint distortion in the air. The true essence of him appeared like a specter to the left of Sun Wukong, delivering a fierce whip kick that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed ruthlessly at Wukong's ribs. It was an astonishing speed, surpassing the limits of visual perception. Sun Wukong's habitual, bewildered smile evaporated in an instant, his gaze shining with an extraordinary intensity. Faced with this kick capable of shattering steel, he neither flinched nor dodged, instead twisting his body in the most minimal, almost impossible manner. With a resounding crack, Krillin's legs skimmed past Wukong's orange martial arts uniform, the gust of wind tearing a gash in the fabric. In that fleeting moment, Krillin showed no signs of hesitation. He utilized the momentum from his missed kick to spin like a top, his fists transforming into a blur of shadowy strikes, raining down upon Wukong with the ferocity of a tempest. Each punch was precisely aimed at joints and pressure points, a sublime manifestation of the Turtle School's fundamental technique. The meteor fist. The audience erupted in thunderous gasps. Krillin's speed and skill were sufficient to vanquish the majority of opponents within the first 10 seconds. However, within that whirlwind of punches, Sun Wukong's figure moved like a delicate leaf amidst a raging storm. His evasions were minimal, his body astonishingly supple. Each tilt of his head, twist of his waist, and sidestep was perfectly timed to exploit the subtle gaps in Krillin's barrage. Krillin's fists were as swift as lightning, yet Wukong's dodges seemed preordained, always narrowly avoiding the lethal strikes. The orange figure swayed amidst the tumultuous winds of punches, appearing as though it could be shredded at any moment, yet remaining steadfast. "Phantom Fist," Krillin exclaimed, and his rapidly moving form suddenly split into three. The three identical Krillins surrounded Sun Wukong in a triangular formation, launching punches, kicks, elbows, and knees from three exceptionally devious angles simultaneously. Reality blurred, and it became nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the illusion. "Wow! Incredible!" Sun Wukong's voice brimmed with pure admiration, though his eyes burned with a fervent fire. Confronted with this lethal scenario, his diminutive body suddenly sank. Not retreating, but compressing like an overstretched spring, erupting with terrifying speed. He transformed into a blur of orange light, audaciously threading through the impossibly tiny gap created by the intersecting attacks of the three Krillins. Thud, thud, thud. The strikes of the three phantoms all missed simultaneously, passing through one another and vanishing in an instant. The real Krillin appeared several meters behind Wukong, his face a mask of incredulous astonishment. "Now it's my turn." Sun Wukong's voice rang with childlike exuberance, leaving a clear afterimage in place as his true form instantaneously materialized before Krillin. There were no elaborate techniques, only a punch so simple yet swift that it transcended thought. Boom! His fist shattered the air, producing a resounding sonic explosion. Krillin's pupils constricted as he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Bang! The dull thud echoed like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Krillin felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. A searing pain tore through his arms, the overwhelming impact lifting him off the ground, sending him flying backward like a marionette with severed strings. He crashed violently against the elastic ropes at the edge of the ring, only to be rebounded harshly back to the center, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The arena fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Lin Taizhan sat cross-legged in the shadows, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the ring. The afterimage of Klin's punch appeared ghostly in his vision, while Sun Wukong's explosive moment, a terrifying speed weaving through the gaps of attack, showcased a brutish agility that shattered the illusion of the afterimage. That seemingly simple, yet explosively powerful strike struck at his heart like countless icy chisels. Swift, beyond the limits of imagination. This velocity formed a seemingly insurmountable chasm against his heavy, iron-like frame. Lin Taizhan could distinctly feel the sharp pain in his right shoulder, the searing heat branding his abdomen, and even the defiant hum deep within his bones, all rendered pale and powerless in the face of this absolute disparity in speed. China's analysis. His own formidable skills, all the proud defenses he had built, became clumsy targets before this orange flash. His right hand, resting on his knee, instinctively dug deep into the alloy floor, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine, leaving 5 distinct imprints. The chilling touch of the cold silver stone in his left palm attempted to freeze the suffocating weight rising within him, a weight born from the vast difference in abilities. Wukong had triumphed. The referee's voice trembled with disbelief. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers, celebrating the astonishing speed and strength. Sun Wukong stood at the center of the ring, scratching his spiky hair, his signature sunny smile resurfacing as he extended his hand toward Klin. "Klin, you've grown so much stronger." Klin chuckled wryly as he grasped Wukong's hand to rise, massaging his numb arms. "You're still such a monster." However, Wukong's gaze transcended Klin, piercing through the shadows of the resting area to lock onto Lin Taizhan. In those pure eyes burned an unmasked excitement, akin to the thrill of discovering a rare treasure, silently proclaiming, "Next, it's your turn." Lin Taizhan slowly released his fingers, which had been embedded into the ground, leaving behind cold metallic fragments. His crimson eyes met that unwavering gaze, cold and hard, like two silent boulders colliding, sparking invisible flames. The next challenge was not Klin. It was Sun Wukong. The chasm named Speed lay before him, unavoidable. Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Top 8. Surrounded by strong rivals under the vast dome of the martial arts arena, the sound surged like an unceasing tide, washing over every corner. 8 spotlights descended like colossal pillars of deities, illuminating the 8 special seats surrounding the central alloy ring, the thrones of the top 8. Lin Taizhan sat in his cold metallic chair, the weight of his massive frame causing the backrest to emit a faint groan. Bared to the elements. His torso bore the cruel testament of 3 laser burns, now concealed beneath a layer of medical gel. The dark crimson indentation on his left shoulder, reminiscent of an axe's strike, along with a myriad of both old and new scars adorning his body, stood out under the blinding white light like an ancient totem, silently recounting the brutal journey that led him here. Beneath his bronzed skin, a faint metallic luminescence pulsed, while a dark silver brand on his waist throbbed almost as if it were alive, radiating a persistent and irksome heat. In his tightly clenched left hand lay a piece of deep-sea silver, its chill heightened to the extreme, coursing through his arm like a frigid torrent, fiercely clashing with the searing heat of the brand within him. Each collision of fire and ice tugged at the remnants of a painful ache deep within his right shoulder. A lingering agony reminiscent of countless needles, inflicted by Hassan's merciless grip. He resembled a stifled volcano, silently exhaling the turbulent energy that surged within him. Standing poised behind the throne was China, her turtle sage attire faded and worn, her delicate features taut with intensity as her sharp gaze swept over the remaining 7 contenders. In a voice lowered to a whisper, akin to the soft hiss of a blade being unsheathed, she urgently conveyed to Lin Taizhan, "Kieran, the spitter, will be your next opponent. His repulsiveness far outweighs his strength. He wields a highly corrosive slime, slippery as an eel, specializing in underhanded tactics and psychological warfare. His core weakness lies in his abdomen, the center of his slime secretion, yet his defenses are alarmingly frail. A single strike could be fatal. Remember, do not let his disgusting antics fluster you. Remain calm and seize the moment when he closes in for harassment. Strike with thunderous force." Lin Tieshan's crimson eyes shifted slightly, his cold gaze landing upon the peculiar figure of his forthcoming adversary. Kieran, short and rotund, donned a garish robe splattered with indeterminate stains. A greasy grin plastered across his face as he nonchalantly excavated his nostrils, occasionally expectorating a thick phlegm onto the ground, which fizzled and corroded the earth beneath. Not only did he lack fear under Lin Tieshan's scrutiny, but he instead bared a mouthful of yellowed teeth, performing an exceedingly vulgar licking motion, his gaze brimming with malicious provocation. China furrowed her brow, suppressing her revulsion, and redirected her attention. "That one is Namo, the user of the cloud concealment technique, the one I narrowly defeated. His skills are deceptive, employing mist for confusion, and his close-quarters techniques are vicious. Yet his defenses are his Achilles heel. A solid blow will incapacitate him. If he confronts you, the mist will have minimal impact on your senses. Simply overpower his finesse." Her gaze swiftly traversed the other figures. Shan of the Rock clan, whose terrifying strength was matched only by his sluggish speed, with a turning radius that could spell doom. The Shadow Flow's ghost claws, known for their penetrating might and elusive movements, though their attacks bore a slight telltale breeze. And the heavily armored fortress, Barton, who had withdrawn from the competition after being incapacitated by Lin Taizhan. China's voice remained devoid of emotion, merely a cold recitation. Then, her gaze settled finally upon the most radiant figure at the center of the top 8's throne. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged upon a grand metallic seat, his hands cradling his chin, the vibrant orange of his martial attire captivating under the spotlight. He appeared utterly oblivious to the somber and oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. His round, gleaming eyes darted about with childlike curiosity, a naive smile adorning his face as he occasionally whispered excitedly to Clin, who, in stark contrast, seemed far more anxious. Frequently rubbing his still tingling arms, his gaze towards Sun Wukong laden with helplessness and a hint of reverence. When Sun Wukong's gaze inadvertently swept towards Lin Taizhan, that pure, unadulterated excitement ignited in an instant. He abruptly raised his hand and waved vigorously at Lin Taizhan, his radiant smile dazzlingly bright, silently forming the words, "Keep it up. Let us have a good fight." The fervent battle intent in his eyes was like tangible flames, piercing through the barriers of space and scorching Lin Tieshan's nerves. At that moment, China's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. "You have seen Sun Wukong's speed. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. His strength is unfathomable. Even more terrifying is his combat intuition and growth rate, which are simply inhuman. Taizhan, your only advantage, she paused, her gaze resting on Lin Tieshan's scarred yet unyielding back, is your indomitable spirit. Draw him into your realm, where you excel in a head-on confrontation, a battle of attrition. Use your defense to wear down his brilliance. Deep within Lin Tieshan's crimson gaze, beneath the icy veneer of indifference, a glimmer of ferocity belonging to a top predator was thoroughly ignited. He slowly tightened his grip on the heavy silver stone in his left hand, the knuckles creaking slightly from the exertion. The chilling cold clashed violently with the searing heat within him, bringing forth a tearing pain, yet it also deepened the unwavering hum of resilience within his bones. Beep! The harsh electronic synth sound echoed, and a colossal holographic projection materialized in the center of the arena, the names of the 8 finalists scrolling rapidly across the screen. Collision. The entire venue held its breath. The screen froze. Upper bracket, Lin Taizhan versus Qiren's son Wukong versus Shan. Lower bracket, Qina versus Yozhua Klin versus Namu. The draw results were akin to a cold verdict, instantly delineating the battleground. Upon seeing her name paired with Yozhua, Qina's pupils constricted, instinctively clenching her fists until her knuckles turned white. The ominous penetrating presence posed a significant threat to her. Klin, facing Namu, also furrowed his brow, wary of the mist and sinister techniques. Lin Taizhan, meanwhile, rose slowly from his seat. The metallic throne behind him groaned under the weight of his presence. His crimson eyes scanned over the throngs of spectators, locking onto the glaringly red text on the draw screen. Lin Taizhan versus Qiren. Finally, like 2 tempered blades, it was anchored to the rotund figure of Qiren, who remained grinning and making lewd gestures towards him from the opposite throne. An invisible aura, infused with brutality and frigid intent, suddenly emanated from Lin Taizhan, expanding like a polar wind. The temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Nearby contestants, including the serpentine fighter, instinctively shivered, casting uncertain glances at this silent Iron Man. Qiren's oily smile froze for the first time, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from the primordial era. The chill in that gaze made his mucous glands spasm. Instinctively, he recoiled, his arrogant gesture suspended midair. Lin Taizhan averted his eyes, no longer willing to gaze upon that repugnant adversary. With heavy strides, each footfall resonating like a war drum upon the alloy steps leading to the arena, he advanced towards the battlefield, soon to be sullied by violence. Chapter 48, Repugnant Opponent. Impenetrable defense. The dimly lit alloy corridor leading to the arena was permeated with the acrid scent of metallic coolant and a faint whiff of blood. Lin Tieshan's imposing figure moved through it like a shifting mountain, his footsteps heavy and monotonous. The deep-sea silver stone clasped tightly in his left hand radiated a chilling aura that seeped into his bones, attempting to quell the burning sensation in his abdomen, which intensified in anticipation of the impending filthy battle, alongside the persistent, gnawing pain in his right shoulder joint, reminiscent of countless ants feasting upon his marrow. Qiren's slippery visage lingered in his mind like an unwelcome parasite. Qina's warning echoed in his ears. Highly corrosive, slippery, psychological warfare, core of the abdomen. A cold fury brewed silently within his chest, coalescing. To deal with such filth from the gutters, one must crush it with the most ferocious and direct force. The quarterfinals of the main event, the first match. Lin Taizhan against Qiren. The referee's voice resonated through the speaker, tinged with barely concealed disgust. The spotlight once more scorched the cold alloy arena. Lin Taizhan ascended the stage silently, his crimson eyes igniting like 2 burning shards of ice, instantly locking onto the short, rotund figure across from him. Qiren stood on the platform, his greasy, oversized robe stained with dubious marks. A nauseating false smile plastered across his face as he nonchalantly picked his ear, carelessly flicking the extracted filth onto the arena floor, producing a soft, sizzling sound as it corroded a small, charred patch. Hey, Iron Man. Quite the grand title. Qiren's voice was hoarse and slick, akin to a rusty blade scraping against metal. I wonder if your armor can withstand my spit? He abruptly inhaled a thick phlegm, his cheeks bulging grotesquely, producing a revolting gurgle from his throat. The referee, suppressing his discomfort, swiftly waved his arm. The match begins. Bah! Almost instantaneously with the sound of the whistle, Qiren lunged forward. A yellow-green, viscous glob of phlegm, reeking and propelled with a powerful whoosh, shot towards Lin Tieshan's face like a venomous projectile. The speed was astonishing. Lin Tieshan's crimson pupils constricted sharply. It was not a matter of evasion, but rather a disdain for it. He sharply turned his head. Splat! The foul, viscous phlegm grazed his ear and crashed violently against the alloy pillar at the rear of the arena. A shrill plume of white smoke erupted instantly. The durable alloy surface corroded to form a fist-sized, sizzling pit. The audience gasped collectively, the sound of suppressed retching filling the air. "Haha, quite nimble you are. Let us do it again." Killen let out a peculiar chuckle, his corpulent form exhibiting an agility that belied his size, akin to a massive, grease-slicked sphere rolling rapidly across the smooth arena floor. As he rolled, he unleashed a barrage of toxic projectiles towards Lin Tieshan with reckless abandon. The foul, yellow-green arrows shot forth from every conceivable angle, targeting his eyes, mouth, nostrils, and even his groin with insidious precision. The arena was instantly enveloped in a stifling stench reminiscent of decaying marshland. Lin Tieshan stood resolute like a rock amidst a tempest. His crimson eyes darted swiftly, meticulously tracking each trajectory of the poisonous darts. With a slight tilt of his head and a subtle shift of his shoulders, he executed evasive maneuvers with minimal yet exacting movement. The toxic arrows grazed his skin, landing on the arena floor and corroding it into smoldering craters that hissed ominously, intensifying the noxious odor in the air. One particularly devious arrow shot straight for his right eye, leaving Lin Tieshan no room to evade. He instinctively raised his right arm to block it. The thick, foul-smelling phlegm struck his bronzed forearm with a splat, instantly igniting a searing sensation accompanied by noxious white smoke. The corrosive slime began to ravage his skin, producing a sound akin to sizzling. The area of impact turned charred black, its edges curling as wisps of white smoke ascended, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, it was merely the surface. Beneath that layer, a gleaming metallic sheen coalesced at the point of impact, staunchly resisting the corrosive onslaught. A deep, resonant hum emanated from within his bones, defying the venomous phlegm that should have corroded through what appeared to be a fragile defense. Beneath the charred exterior lay intact muscles glimmering with a dark red metallic sheen. What? Killen's rolling form abruptly halted, astonishment flickering across his features for the first time. His venomous phlegm had failed to breach the defenses? At that moment of disbelief, Lin Tieshan sprang into action. The pent-up fury, akin to a flood breaching its dam, erupted with overwhelming force. Ignoring the smoking scar on his arm and the nauseating stench that permeated the air, he stepped forward with his left foot. The ground resonated with a dull thud under the weight of his powerful stride. His towering figure surged forward like a cannonball, embodying an unyielding force that sought to obliterate everything in its path, charging directly towards Killen. No longer evading, he plunged into the repulsive mire, seeking his own demise. Killen's eyes glinted with malice as his rotund body, slick as an oiled eel, deftly slid sideways at the last moment, narrowly avoiding Lin Tieshan's onslaught. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth, a chilling hissing sound emanating from deep within his throat, as a thick, almost ink-green mass of phlegm began to brew within. This time, his target was Lin Tieshan's unprotected groin, exposed due to his reckless charge. The malice of this intent reached its zenith. Now, China gasped from the stands. Her heart lodged in her throat. As Kieran glided in close, it marked the moment he would unleash his most insidious attack. A moment when his defenses were at their most vulnerable. In Lin Tieshan's crimson eyes, a frozen intent to kill crystallized into something palpable. His forward momentum did not waver. Instead, it surged anew. In a rapid, albeit awkward, motion, he twisted his torso with extraordinary swiftness. The dark green venom barely grazed beneath him, its noxious stench nearly suffocating. Meanwhile, Lin Tieshan's right fist was already charged with tremendous energy. The silvery bones beneath his skin vibrated, morphing into a high-frequency tremor of imminent death. Coalescing at the tip of his fist, the dark silver insignia on his abdomen erupted with a blinding luminescence, channeling explosive power through his arm. In the instant of his torso's rotation, harnessing the centrifugal force, he executed a heavy, unadorned punch, one that encapsulated all his strength and fury, tearing through the foul air like a meteor descending from the heavens, aimed squarely at Kieran, whose body leaned forward, exposing his vulnerable abdomen. "Break!" he roared. The target of his strike was the very core weakness, the mucus-secreting center of Kieran's abdomen, as pointed out by China. The malice on Kieran's face was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He attempted to evade, to curl away, but the act of spitting had shifted his center of gravity forward, rendering him unable to escape. He could only watch, helplessly, as Lin's fist, marred with burn marks and glowing like a heated hammer, loomed larger in his widening eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, enough to halt hearts in their chests. Lin Tieshan's iron fist struck Kieran's unprotected, greasy abdomen with unrestrained ferocity. Kieran's eyes bulged, bloodshot orbs nearly bursting from their sockets. The venom he had been concocting, now mingled with gastric juices, bile, and fragments of shattered innards, erupted like a fountain. His corpulent body arched violently as if struck by a colossal hammer, his feet lifting from the ground. Crack! A chilling sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Kieran's body traced a sorrowful arc through the air, traversing nearly half the ring, before crashing against the elastic ropes at the edge, only to be violently rebounded and collapse face down on the cold alloy surface, convulsing violently as he expelled a mixture of blood-tinged foam and greenish mucus, gasping for breath. Ultimately losing consciousness, his tattered robe, stained and soiled, bore a clear imprint of Lin's fist, deeply indented at the abdomen. The arena lay in disarray, riddled with corrosive pits, the air thick with an unbearable stench. The referee, battling the urge to vomit and pale-faced, rushed forward to assess the situation, promptly blowing the sharp whistle. The victor, Lin Taizhan. The crowd remained silent, a hush enveloping the space, punctuated only by gasps of disbelief, gazing at Lin Taizhan, who remained standing, smoke rising from his arm, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. Everyone felt a chill creep into their hearts as they beheld Kieran's tragic fate. Lin Taizhan slowly retracted his fist, casting not a glance at his opponent, now reduced to a pitiful mass upon the ground. He raised his right arm, gazing at the charred and curled skin on his forearm, his brow unwrinkled. The cold emanating from the silver stone in his left hand sought to alleviate the searing pain in his arm and the heightened throbbing sensation of the branding on his abdomen, intensified by the earlier explosion. His crimson eyes lifted, traversing the desolate arena, precisely landing on the orange figure in the front row of the spectator area. Sun Wukong was gripping the railing with both hands, leaning forward, his round eyes wide with astonishment, unwaveringly fixed on the charred marks on Lin Tieshan's arm. His small face radiant with pure excitement, akin to the discovery of a new world, silently murmuring, "So tough, so powerful." Lin Taizhan turned and descended the platform with heavy steps. Each footfall resonated as if treading upon the wildly beating hearts of the audience, propelling him toward the next round. A formidable chasm of speed named Sun Wukong. Chapter 49, China's grueling battle. A heartbreaking defeat. Lin Taizhan returned to the frigid metallic throne of the contestants' resting area, resembling a beast returning to its lair. The edges of the charred scars on his forearm, corroded by Kieran's venom, curled outward, emanating a pungent odor of burnt flesh intermingled with a faintly acidic, corrosive scent. The coolness brought by the medical spray could only temporarily numb the superficial pain, deeper within. His muscles continued to spasm with fiery intensity. He closed his eyes to meditate, the chill from the silver stone entwining around the wounds, attempting to freeze the stubborn burning sensation. The dark silver brand on his abdomen, agitated by the earlier explosion, felt even more searing, akin to the embers of a furnace, stirring a silent tempest within as it battled against the cold. Yet, his mind could not find complete tranquility. The name China was intertwined with the cold figure known as Shadow Claw in the quarterfinal matchup. Contestant China. Contestant Shadow Claw, please enter the arena. The judge's electronic voice rang coldly. Lin Tieshan's crimson eyes abruptly opened. Under the spotlight, China took a deep breath, her delicate face taut, her clear eyes shimmering with a resolute light. She stepped onto the platform, her turtle sage attire appearing somewhat flimsy under the intense light. Yet it could not conceal the power it held within. Her opponent, Shadow Claw, embodied his name, materializing as if drawn from the shadows. Cloaked in a voluminous black robe, two faint green flames flickered beneath the hood's shadow as he silently glided onto the stage, leaving not a whisper of wind in his wake. An icy, viscous aura enveloped the area with his arrival, causing the nearby spectators to instinctively withdraw their necks. The match begins. Shadow Claw struck first, Without warning, his body seemed to shed all weight, transforming into a fleeting shadow of black, instantaneously closing the distance to China. His expansive black robe rustled like the wings of a bat in rapid motion. The two green flames locked onto China in the darkness, as his thin, pale right hand, with nails sharp as hooks, shot forth from the robe's sleeve like lightning, silently yet chillingly aimed at China's throat. The speed and precision surpassed any opponent China had encountered before. China's pupils constricted. The foundational footwork of the turtle sage was instantly propelled to its utmost limit, her body darting to the right side in a startled leap. Swoosh! The frigid wind brushed against her left shoulder, tearing a neat gash in the wide sleeves of her robe without a sound. A sharp chill pierced her skin, sending alarm bells ringing in China's mind. The attacker's assault was silent yet penetrative, executed with astonishing speed. The ghostly claw missed its target, but did not hesitate. Like a boneless creature, the figure twisted in defiance of physical laws, the black robe billowing as the left claw, imbued with a more sinister gust, struck towards China's vulnerable back from an exceedingly bizarre angle. Before China could regain her footing, she relied solely on her remarkable flexibility and intuition, leaning forward abruptly into a clumsy sideways roll. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the back of her robe was ripped wider, leaving 3 shallow bloodstains on her smooth spine from the icy claws, the pain searing. Had she not evaded in time, that strike could have pierced her heart. China! A startled cry erupted from the stands, where Clin watched in shock. Sun Wukong, too, had stifled his laughter, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharpened with focus. China rolled on the ground, quickly springing up, her breath slightly hurried. The elegant expression on her face had vanished, replaced by an intense concentration. The opponent's attacks were like relentless parasites, silent yet lethal. One misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. No longer could she afford to be on the defensive. She swiftly brought her hands together in front of her chest, palms facing each other, and the concentrated energy began to coalesce. A faint milky halo flickered to life with great difficulty. Turtle School, energy wave. Clint's eyes lit up. However, at the very moment the halo flared, the figure of the ghostly claw vanished like a specter. The next instant, 2 points of green fire abruptly appeared beside China. A withered claw, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. This time, the attacker sacrificed silence for speed, aimed directly for her wrists, where she was gathering her energy. Seizing the opportunity, China's expression shifted dramatically as she was forced to interrupt her concentration. With a swift motion, she spread her palms to the sides, transforming her gathering into a defensive block. Bang! The withered claw struck fiercely against her crossed arms. A chill, sharp penetrating force surged through her. China let out a muffled grunt as her arms throbbed with pain and numbness, the sheer force pushing her backward, leaving distinct friction marks on the smooth alloy arena beneath her feet. The energy she had been gathering dissipated in an instant. The ghostly claw, emboldened, pressed forward relentlessly, the black robe swirling around, akin to a relentless parasite clinging close. The dual claws morphed into a blur of shadow, accompanied by a hissing sound as they attacked China's vital areas with the ferocity of a tempest. Throat, heart, temples, joints. Each strike was lethal. The attack no longer sought absolute silence, yet its speed escalated to a terrifying degree. Each claw strike was imbued with a chilling, penetrating force, compelling China to devote all her energy to blocking and dodging, leaving her utterly incapable of reassembling an effective energy attack. Rending sounds echoed as China's robe was continuously torn apart, leaving trails of blood on her fair skin. She gritted her teeth, executing the Turtle School's footwork and force dissipation techniques to their utmost, her figure darting in the confined space like a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, navigating through peril at every turn. Sweat soaked her forehead, clinging to her cheeks, each block intensifying the fatigue and heaviness in her arms. The cold, sinister energy of her opponent seeped into her, gnawing at her stamina and spirit. This cannot continue. A sense of urgency gripped China's heart. Passive defense would inevitably lead to her downfall. She must counterattack, even if it were but a single opportunity. Her gaze sharpened as she faced the withered claw once again lunging for her throat. She chose not to block with full force. Instead, she executed a wide, sudden feint to the left. The green fire in the claw's eyes flickered, as if it had seen through this clumsy ruse. The trajectory of the claw remained unchanged. accelerating instead. Just as the withered claw was about to graze her throat, China's feint abruptly ceased. She pivoted around her left foot, her body rebounding like a tightly drawn bowstring, channeling all her strength and the fleeting essence of chi into her right elbow. She struck with the ferocity of a long-prepared warhammer, aiming at the relatively vulnerable gap beneath the claw's ribs exposed by its own attack. This was a gamble for victory. Crash! China's elbow collided solidly with the claw's side. However, the anticipated sound of shattering bones did not resonate. The figure beneath the dark robe seemed encased in a layer of resilient leather, akin to slippery scales. Her full-force strike felt as though it had struck a piece of resilient, wet rubber. Most of her power was peculiarly dissipated, with only a fraction penetrating. A low grunt of pain escaped the claw's lips, causing its body to sway slightly, its assault momentarily faltering. A flicker of anger ignited within the green flames. In that fleeting moment of delay, China's eyes ignited with determination. Ignoring the sharp pain from her left arm, which had been grazed by the claw's wind, she swiftly retracted her right elbow, her fingers aligning like a blade. The refined essence of chi coiled around her fingertips like a faint current. With a fierce shout, she thrust her hand like lightning toward the core of energy she discerned between the 2 points of green flame beneath the claw's dark robe. Chi penetrated through her fingertips. The air split with a sharp cry. The green flames in the claw's eyes danced wildly. China's unexpected counter and precise prediction had instilled a genuine sense of threat within him. He could no longer afford to conceal his true power. The dark robe billowed violently. A frigid, viscous black energy erupted forth, more chilling than before. His body retreated with incredible speed, while his emaciated right claw, emitting a sound like tearing cloth, struck fiercely toward China's wrist. The speed of this claw was more than doubled. Its fingertips even left behind faint black afterimages. With a sharp sound, a piercing rending echoed alongside a muffled groan of pain. China's hand was forcefully halted mere inches from the claw's chest. Her wrist was tightly ensnared by the withered claw. The sharp, hook-like nails embedded deeply into her fair flesh, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Even more terrifying was a bone-chilling, eerie energy that surged through her arm from the wound, as if it could freeze her very blood. China's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The entirety of her right arm felt as if it had been encased in eternal frost, instantly losing all sensation. The excruciating pain and frigidness caused her vision to darken. The green flames in the eyes of the shadow claw surged with a cruel delight. The withered claw exerted its force, intent on crushing China's wrist completely. In a moment of peril, a sharp command from the referee accompanied by a piercing whistle pierced the air. The rules forbade deliberate injury. The shadow claw's movement abruptly halted. The grip of the withered claw on China's wrist slackening, yet it did not release her. 2 points of green fire glared coldly at the referee. In this brief moment of hesitation, a fierce determination flickered in China's eyes. Ignoring the agonizing pain in her right wrist and the numbness that enveloped it, she lashed out with her left leg, striking upwards like a whip. With the last reserves of her strength, her toes, akin to a venomous serpent's strike, viciously aimed for the shadow claw's unguarded groin. This was the most primal and effective counterattack. A dull thud resounded as the shadow claw, evidently caught off guard by China's vicious retaliation despite her disadvantage, stiffened as the vital area was struck. The grip of the withered claw instantly loosened, and from the 2 points of green fire erupted pain and fury. He staggered back 2 steps, his voluminous black robe trembling violently. Seizing the opportunity, China broke free. Staggering backward, her right wrist bleeding profusely and hanging limply at her side, her entire right arm shrouded in an abnormal ashen hue, icy and immobilized. She gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood as it dripped onto the arena floor. Her left leg supported her body, yet her gaze remained fiercely locked on the shadow claw, brimming with defiance. The referee rushed forward to assess China's injuries, his expression shifting as he beheld the gaping wound on her wrist and the discolored arm. He immediately raised his hand. China has suffered severe injuries and is unable to continue. The victor is the shadow claw. China, Clin shouted anxiously from the stands. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, watching China's powerless right arm. China swayed slightly but stubbornly refused to fall. She lifted her head, her delicate features pale from blood loss and pain, her forehead drenched in sweat, yet her clear eyes transcended the referee's presence, seeking Lin Taizhan in the resting area. conveying both apology and encouragement. Lin Taizhan slowly rose. His towering figure loomed like a silent mountain in the shadows. His crimson eyes scanned China's bloodied, ashen right arm before gradually rising, akin to two tempered javelins, firmly fixing on the cloaked figure of the shadow claw, whose green flames flickered ominously. A wave of cold, pure murderous intent, more chilling than when facing Kirin, silently swept through the air like a polar storm. Chapter 50. The Semifinals, Facing Klin. The colossal holographic screen illuminated once more at the center of the arena, the crimson letters resembling flowing blood, heralding the brutal path to advancement. Semifinal matchups: Lin Taizhan versus Klin's son Wukong versus Bu Shan. The moment the draw results were finalized, the atmosphere in the competitors' resting area seemed to freeze. Klin drew in a sharp breath, instinctively covering his slightly sore and numb arm. His gaze directed toward the throne of Lin Taizhan, fraught with an unmistakable sense of trepidation and a hint of bitterness. The prelude to the competition had showcased the sheer power of machines, with the opening round witnessing a bare-handed dismantling of armor, while the formidable presence of the Iron Man Kirin, silent yet tempestuous, had etched a profound impression in the hearts of every competitor. Moreover, Klin had just experienced the overwhelming force under the hands of Sun Wukong. And this figure before him was a stalwart so formidable that even Sun Wukong expressed excitement in his presence. China sat in the medical area, her right wrist enveloped in thick bandages, her entire right arm secured in a brace, with faint traces of frostbite visible at the edges of the bandages. Her complexion still pale. Observing the match results, her delicate brows knitted in concern as she glanced at Lin Taizhan and then at the visibly tense Klin. She understood all too well the terrifying defense and explosive lethality of Lin Taizhan's iron frame, though Klin possessed remarkable speed and technique. A direct confrontation with Lin Taizhan was ill-advised. Klin's voice, though weak, resonated with clarity, his speed, the phantom fist, the solar punch, and the embryonic form of the chi round slash. Do not absorb the chi round slash. Absolutely not. She recalled the sound of Klin's high-speed rotating energy sphere tearing through the air when he faced Wukong, a lingering dread filling her heart. Lin Taizhan's defense was formidable, yet the highly concentrated energy slicing through the air was not something mere flesh could easily withstand. Seated upon the cold metallic throne, Lin Taizhan resembled an unyielding ancient rock. The edges of the charred scars on his forearm, corroded by Kirin's vile venom, still curled, exuding a faint scent of singed flesh and decay. His left hand gripped the deep-sea silver stone tightly, the chill seeping into his bones, fiercely contending with the searing heat emanating from the dark silver brand on his abdomen. The intertwining energies of ice and fire surged within him, striving to soothe the piercing pain in his right shoulder, a painful gift left by Hassan's insidious finger force. His crimson eyes lifted, traversing the space to fixate upon Klin. The gaze was frigid and indifferent, akin to a butcher assessing livestock destined for slaughter, devoid of any emotion. Klin felt a constriction as though that heavy fist had already struck him, intensifying the soreness in his arm. The semifinals of the main competition, first match. Lin Taizhan against Klin. The referee's voice rang like a death knell. The spotlight once again focused on the arena. Lin Taizhan's towering figure ascended the alloy platform, each step resonating with a dull echo, as if treading upon Klin's very heartbeat. His bronze skin shimmered with a metallic sheen under the harsh lights. With scars from axe wounds on his shoulders and charred marks on his arms, an unspoken intimidation enveloping him. The dark silver brand on his abdomen pulsed subtly in the light. Klin inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart, advancing step by step toward the arena. The usual spark of cleverness had vanished from his face, replaced by a solemn gravity. He positioned himself opposite Lin Taizhan, adopting the most stable stance of the turtle immortal style, his gaze sharply scanning his opponent's entire form, seeking any potential weaknesses within that seemingly impenetrable defense. Joints? Old injuries? Or perhaps that peculiar brand on his abdomen. The match commenced. The referee's arm fell. Klin was in motion. Without hesitation, he launched himself with unwavering determination. His figure instantaneously blurred, leaving a distinct afterimage in place. His true form materialized like a specter to the left of Lin Taizhan. With hands clasped together, he concentrated a faint yet refined energy, resembling two sharp daggers, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, ruthlessly striking towards the soft spot beneath Lin Tieshan's left rib. It was indeed the Turtle Sage style's exceptionally penetrating technique. The speed was astonishing, the angle exceptionally crafty, surpassing even China. Lin Tieshan's crimson pupils constricted. So swift. Faster than Hassan. His massive frame was caught off guard. He could only rely on instinct as his left arm's muscles suddenly tensed, bones resonating. And a metallic sheen gathered at the point of impact beneath his ribcage. Simultaneously, his waist twisted sharply to the right, attempting to dissipate the force. Thud! Thud! Two muffled impacts resonated almost simultaneously. Qin's penetrating strike pierced fiercely into the exposed area of Lin Tieshan's left lower back. A sharp force surged through. Buzz! A deep and furious hum erupted from within Lin Tieshan's bones. His skin tightened instantaneously, transitioning from bronze to a profound dark red. Qin felt as if he had struck an incredibly dense super-outlet. A sharp recoil pain shot through his fingertips, the energy dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea, leaving only two shallow white marks on that dark red skin. So hard. Qin was astonished. Having missed his strike, he showed no inclination to linger. His figure once again blurred, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind Lin Tieshan. His right leg, like a steel whip, swept towards Lin Tieshan's right knee with a fierce whoosh, targeting the joint that had been under Hassan's careful scrutiny. Lin Tieshan's right leg straightened abruptly. The resonating silver bones concentrated at the knee. Simultaneously, his left fist surged forth like a cannon, fueled by a violent momentum capable of crushing all. Striking fiercely towards Qin's exposed torso. Bang! Crack! Qin's sweeping kick landed solidly on Lin Tieshan's knee. The dull sound of impact mingled with the faint cracking of bones, from Qin's own leg rebounding. At the same time, Lin Tieshan's heavy punch grazed Qin's chest as he leaned back. The fierce wind from the punch tore through Qin's martial attire, causing his skin to sting. Hiss! Qin gasped in pain, an excruciating ache radiating from his right leg. Using the momentum of his backward lean, his body rolled rapidly like a tumbling gourd, swiftly creating a distance of several meters, his face paling, and his right leg trembling slightly. The opponent's joints were harder than he could have imagined. The recoil was terrifying. Lin Tieshan gradually retracted his fist, his crimson eyes coldly locking onto Qin. A profound ache pulsated at his right knee, the old injury inflicted by Hassan once again aggravated. As if countless fine needles were swirling within. The searing sensation imprinted on his abdomen intensified as the battle escalated. He slowly moved his right leg, the joints emitting a faint scraping sound. Afterimage fist. Qin let out a low roar, enduring the pain in his leg, his figure once more moving at high speed. This time, three identical Qins surrounded Lin Tieshan, forming a triangular encirclement. The three afterimages moved in synchrony, lunging towards Lin Tieshan with ferocity. Fists, feet, and elbows attacked from three directions. Reality and illusion intertwined, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Lin Tieshan's massive form was constrained in its movement. Confronted with this lethal situation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He did not flinch or evade, nor did he attempt to discern reality from illusion. With a sudden and forceful crossing of his arms to shield his head and face, he sank his waist and abdomen, resembling an ancient pine deeply rooted in the earth. The deep resonance within his bones instantaneously surged to its peak. The metallic sheen beneath his skin enveloped his entire being like molten gold in a furious boil. He opted for the most direct and audacious method of resistance. Thud! 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 The attacks of three afterimages descended upon Lin Tieshan simultaneously. Two of the assaults passed through as mere illusions, while only the strike from the right held genuine force. Qin's fist crashed fiercely against the outer side of Lin Tieshan's crossed left arm. Bang! A resounding impact. Lin Tieshan's body swayed slightly, the arena beneath him groaning. And the skin on his left arm, where he was struck, turned a dark crimson in an instant. Qin felt as if his fist had collided with a heated iron anvil. The excruciating pain, coupled with a violent recoil, rendered his entire arm numb. A flicker of horror crossed his eyes. The confusion of the afterimage punch was significantly diminished in the face of his opponent's indiscriminate and absolute defense. Solar fist. Qin hesitated not for a moment, his gaze shimmering with intensity, seizing the opportunity while Lin Tieshan's vision was obstructed by his guard. He swiftly brought his hands together at his chest. Buzz. An indescribable, intensely blinding white light erupted suddenly between Qin's palms, akin to a miniature sun, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The brilliant radiance pierced through the gaps in Lin Tieshan's crossed arms, striking fiercely into his crimson pupils. Ugh! Lin Taizhan let out a muffled groan. Before his eyes lay an endless expanse of searing white, scorching his retina. A powerful wave of dizziness and a stinging sensation crashed upon his nerves like a tsunami. His vision was utterly obliterated. An opportunity. Qin, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm and legs, felt a fierce determination surge within him. Seizing the moment while Lin Taizhan stood blind and rigid, he rapidly gestured with his hands before his chest. A faint yet highly concentrated stream of air emitted a shrill scream, swiftly compressing into a high-speed rotating disk of pale blue energy, its edges glinting with a menacing gleam. Go! Qin uttered a low command, thrusting his hands forward with great force. Swish! The high-velocity rotating energy disk tore through the air, emitting a chilling scream that sent shivers down the spine. Carrying an indomitable will to cut, akin to the scythe of death, it aimed to slice Lin Taizhan, who stood paralyzed and blind, in half. Chapter 51, Tactical Analysis. Guidance from Turtle Sage. The blinding white light pierced Lin Tieshan's retina like millions of burning steel needles. In an instant, the world was stripped of its color and form, leaving behind an endless, soul-searing whiteness. The intense dizziness crashed against his balance, transforming the solid arena beneath his feet into a tumultuous deck. His ears rang with the astonished gasps of the spectators, overwhelmed by the blinding light. In that moment of visual deprivation, a profound sense of crisis coiled around Lin Tieshan's heart like a cold, venomous snake, tightening its grip. The piercing scream that tore through the air approached with terrifying speed. It was Qin's energy disk. Qin's desperate warning echoed in his mind. Do not take it head-on. Absolutely not. In a critical moment, Lin Tieshan's massive frame erupted with an astonishing survival instinct. He ceased his attempts to restore his vision and instead lunged fiercely to the left, his body collapsing like a toppled iron tower, embodying a desperate ferocity. A piercing sound, akin to the tearing of fabric, echoed sharply. The rapidly spinning azure energy wheel grazed the right side of Lin Tieshan's waist as he fell. His tattered trousers and the skin on his back were instantly sliced open. As fragile as parchment, blood, mingled with shredded fabric, surged forth. A horrific wound, deep enough to reveal bone, and with edges unnaturally smooth, grotesquely appeared on his bronze back. The intense pain, akin to being cut by a searing hot iron, instantly engulfed him. Ack! Lin Taizhan emitted a low, suppressed roar of agony from his throat, his heavy body crashing down onto the cold alloy arena, causing it to resonate with a dull thrum. Blood rapidly gushed from the wound, staining the surface beneath him. Taizhan! Qina screamed from the stands, her face pale, struggling to rise, yet being firmly restrained by medical personnel. The audience erupted in chaos. Gasps and exclamations rose in a tumultuous chorus. The indomitable Iron Man had, for the first time, been breached, and the severity of his injuries was harrowing. Success! A gleam of ecstatic triumph ignited in Qin's eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arms and legs, he moved his hands once more, striving to gather energy for a second strike. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the referee anxiously focused on the fallen Lin Taizhan, poised to halt the match at any moment. However, just as Qin was about to strike again, an elderly yet remarkably clear voice resonated, cutting through the din of the arena like a resounding bell. Precisely reaching Lin Tieshan's ears. Foolish boy, are your eyes blind? And your heart blind as well? It was Master Rashi. He had appeared near the front row of the VIP section, wearing his signature sunglasses, clearly immune to the solar flare, his grizzled beard bristling with indignation, and his cane thumping heavily against the ground. Listen to the wind. Discern the position. The airflow. Is your flesh forged of iron, your bones cast from steel? Are even your pores mere iron clumps? When the impact strikes you, do you feel nothing but pain? What are the changes in airflow? What of the trajectory of the energy approaching? Use your hardness to perceive. Let the impact become your sight. Do not merely be a punching bag, enduring blows without comprehension. Master Rashi's words struck Lin Taizhan like a bolt of enlightenment, instantly cleaving through the chaos enveloping him in excruciating pain and blindness. Listen to the wind. Discern the position. The airflow. Feel it with your body. The searing pain from the deep wound in his back raged on. The residual energy from the energy wheel swirling like countless tiny ice shards around the edges of his injury. Yet amidst this torment, an exceedingly faint, yet undeniably real perception flickered to life, ignited by Master Rashi's exhortation, like a firefly in the darkness. It was the sharp airflow trajectory created by the rapid passage of the energy wheel. The vibrations generated by his body colliding with the arena as he fell. The labored, clear breaths of Klin, driven by excitement and pain. His colossal frame trembled violently, no longer merely a passive recipient of excruciating pain. I transformed into a vessel of unwavering spirit and will, extending my essence like invisible tendrils, fervently reaching into every corner of my corporeal perception. My skin, ablaze with agony, became acutely sensitive, attuned to the faintest stirrings of the air. My sinews, resonating with a hum, detected the lingering traces of energy. The dark silver brand upon my abdomen pulsed violently, emitting a searing heat that seemed to amplify these feeble sensations. To the left, Kinna's voice, tinged with desperation, pierced the air simultaneously. The second manifestation of Klin's energy crescent, imbued with a lethal shriek, cleaved through the air once more from the left front. With closed eyes, Lin Tieshan's bloodied visage bore no expression. Amidst the forcibly heightened awareness, a rapidly spinning energy trajectory, imbued with a chilling intent to sever, streaked through my mind like a meteor slicing through the night sky, its direction, speed, and path laid bare in exquisite detail. I would not falter. Instead, I channeled all my strength into my less injured left leg. A surge of terrifying power erupted from my core, propelling my heavy form upwards with the resilience of a weeble. Though my movements were still burdened by heaviness, they aligned with the trajectory of the incoming energy crescent with precision. Swoosh! The pale blue energy will brushed past me once more. This time, it merely sliced through the tattered fabric at my side, leaving a faint crimson mark at the edge of the dark silver brand on my abdomen. The residual sensation of energy cutting intensified the heat of the brand, yet it did not inflict any substantial damage. What? Klin's expression of elation abruptly froze, morphing into a visage of disbelief. The opponent had evaded with closed eyes. Lin Tieshan's towering frame swayed slightly before regaining its balance. Blood gushed from the deep, bone-exposing wound on his back, a relentless tide of agony crashing against his nerves. Yet, his crimson eyes remained tightly shut, and although his bloodied face bore the marks of suffering, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. A chilling arc reminiscent of a blade's edge glinting in the light. Slowly, he raised his blood-stained right arm, fingers splayed, palm facing the astonished Klin from afar. Despite the absence of sight, the icy intent of murder, like an invisible chain, firmly locked onto its target. Chapter 52, Speed Suppression, passive beating the wound on my back. Deep enough to expose bone, felt as if it had been seared with red-hot coals. Each breath drew forth a tearing agony. Blood flowed ceaselessly along my spine, pooling in a conspicuous dark red stain upon the cold metallic arena. The residual energy of the energy crescent ravaged the edges of my wound like a multitude of tiny ice spikes, inflicting a bizarre torment interwoven with burning and frostbite. With eyes closed, beneath my crimson eyelids, my eyeball quivered in response to the blinding light and excruciating pain. The furious shout of the turtle sage resonated like a tolling bell, carving a clear path through my chaotic consciousness. Listen to the wind. Discern the position. Sense the air currents. Utilize this body, forged through relentless trials and countless impacts, to perceive the world. I forcefully suppressed the tumultuous energy and tearing pain, condensing all my mental fortitude into formless tendrils, frantically extending towards every corner of my being. The skin, ablaze with pain, becomes exquisitely sensitive. Attuned to the slightest disturbances in the air, the bones tremble with a resonant hum. Sensing the remnants of energy's passage, the dark silver brand upon his abdomen pulsates violently, emanating a scorching heat that amplifies even the faintest fluctuations in airflow, the energy waves, and the intensified breaths of Klin, driven by fear, all vividly reflected in the abyss of his consciousness. Klin stands several meters away, his right leg and arm throbbing with agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The look of horror still etched upon his face. As he gazes at Lin Tieshan, standing with closed eyes, his blood-stained. Towering figure resembles a demon returned from the depths of hell, his raised arm akin to the summoning of the Grim Reaper. An icy dread surging up his spine from the soles of his feet. It is impossible. It must be mere fortune. A glint of ferocity flashes in Clint's eyes as he forcefully suppresses his fear. He takes a deep breath, enduring the pain, and his figure once again becomes indistinct. The Phantom Fist technique is unleashed. Two clear phantoms of Clint linger in place, while his true self, like a wraith, materializes behind Lin Tieshan's right side. This time, he does not seek a decisive blow but elevates his speed to its zenith, his fists transforming into a blur of shadow. Crashing like a torrential storm into Lin Tieshan's unprotected right flank and injured back. He intends to exploit his speed advantage, relentlessly targeting the wounds to exhaust the creature's stamina. The air is torn by the furious winds of his fists. Lin Tieshan's massive form jolts violently. Within his sensory realm, the airflow from his right rear erupts like ripples on a water surface disturbed by a thrown stone. Countless trajectories, imbued with faint energy, rain down upon him like a torrential downpour, aimed directly at his vulnerable wounds. There is no evading it. Under the overwhelming disparity in speed, his colossal body cannot fully evade this onslaught of rapid strikes. A roar erupts from Lin Tieshan's throat, suppressed yet powerful. No longer attempting to dodge, he twists his waist and sinks his hips, anchoring his center of gravity firmly in place. His right arm shields his head and face, while his left arm swells with taut muscle, the sound of bones resonating sharply, the metallic sheen beneath his skin boiling like molten gold, instantly coalescing at the sites of impact on his ribs and back. Simultaneously, the dark silver brand on his abdomen radiates a blinding light, a torrent of heat surging towards the wound, striving to counteract the lingering icy cutting energy. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thuds resonate like heavy drums, merging into a singular sound. Clint's fists descend like a relentless hailstorm, striking mercilessly upon Lin Tieshan's right ribs and the mangled flesh of his back. The wounds are repeatedly assaulted, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Fresh imprints of Clint's fists leave deep crimson depressions on Lin's bronze skin. The excruciating pain crashes over Lin Tieshan's nerves like a tsunami. His massive form quakes violently under the relentless blows, the solid alloy arena beneath him groaning under the strain. Spiderweb-like cracks frantically spreading from where his feet touch the ground. Thud, thud, thud. With each impact he endures, Lin Tieshan's heavy feet pound down upon the arena, producing a sound reminiscent of war drums. This noise cuts through the cacophony of flesh meeting flesh, echoing like an indomitable heartbeat, striking heavily in the hearts of every spectator. Iron Man, hold on. Oh heavens. The scene was dire. Krillin's speed was astonishing, leaving no room for evasion. Gasps, sighs, and heart-wrenching cries erupted from the audience. With each strike, Krillin's heart raced even more. His fists landed on his opponent with the force of a hammer against glowing red iron. Each impact reverberated with intense pain, as if his arm bones might shatter. Even more terrifying was the opponent's almost unfathomable resilience. Except for the gaping wound from the Kamehameha that bled profusely, the other areas struck merely bore deep crimson indentations, leaving the skin unbroken. Moreover, it appeared that the opponent was adapting. Initially, Krillin's punches caused visible jolts to the opponent's body, but as the onslaught persisted, his adversary became increasingly grounded and stable, as if absorbing Krillin's force and channeling it into the earth beneath him. Lin Tieshan clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. Each punch from Krillin brought excruciating pain, particularly as the wound endured continuous impact, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, guided by the wisdom of Master Roshi, he forced himself to feel amidst this torturous onslaught. He sensed the currents of air torn by his fists. He perceived the energy waves penetrating his flesh. He felt the subtle tremors of the arena beneath him absorbing the impacts. He became acutely aware of Krillin's labored, heavy breaths, a testament to his rapid movements and exertion. These faint streams of information, magnified by the searing heat at his core, shone like fireflies in the dark, growing clearer with each passing moment. In his closed-eyed perception, Krillin's residual image transformed from an indistinguishable blur into a series of distinct markers, each defined by the disturbances in the air, the sound of footfalls, and the direction of his breaths. The trajectory of every attack was predicted moments before it was unleashed, guided by the subtle shifts in airflow. Enduring such relentless punishment was a painful crucible, yet also a furnace of perception. Each powerful blow felt like a hammer striking red-hot iron, searing his nerves with agony, yet sharpening his sensitivity to the impacts, creating a minuscule fissure in the barrier between his iron will and the force of energy at the precipice of life and death. Chapter 53, Solar Fist. The crisis of blindness, the relentless barrage of fists finally revealed a barely perceptible opening. Krillin's continuous, rapid strikes had inflicted excruciating pain upon his arms, causing a brief disruption in his breath. Now was the moment. Lin Tieshan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide. His crimson pupils, laced with blood vessels, resembled molten lava, fixating fiercely on Krillin, whose movements had momentarily faltered due to exhaustion. The fury of passive endurance and the searing pain from his back transformed into an overwhelming will to counterattack. His massive frame, akin to a spring compressed to its limits, lunged forward with ferocity. A roar erupted, raw and primal, tearing through his throat. Ignoring the blood spurting from his back due to the sudden movement, Lin Tieshan's left leg, like a colossal battering ram, forcefully propelled him forward. The alloy arena beneath him, riddled with cracks, emitted a piercing groan as it instantly caved in, forming a clear imprint of his foot. Harnessing the explosive force of the counterattack, his massive body surged forward with an unprecedented velocity, akin to a frenzied mammoth, ruthlessly charging towards Klin. With his right shoulder slightly lowered, he channeled all his strength and the seething anger that had been building within him, aiming directly for Klin's chest and abdomen. This collision was devoid of finesse, a raw and ferocious release of primal power. The air was compressed, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Klin's pupils constricted in shock. He had never anticipated that his opponent could unleash such a terrifying counter after enduring such a heavy blow. The overwhelming sense of pressure that rushed towards him felt like a cataclysmic avalanche. He attempted to employ the phantom fist to evade, but the excruciating pain in his arm and the disarray of his breath slowed his movements. This is bad. A warning bell rang in Klin's mind. In a moment of panic, he could only cross his arms defensively over his chest, while desperately leaning back to dissipate the force. Boom! It was as if two heavy trucks, racing at full speed, collided head-on. Lin Tieshan's scar-laden right shoulder crashed solidly against Klin's crossed arms. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing rang clear. Ack! Klin let out a piercing scream. It felt as though he had been struck head-on by a rapidly advancing iron mountain. The agony surged through his crossed arms, which groaned under the unbearable strain. The terrifying impact lifted his feet off the ground, sending him flying backward like a small boat tossed by a monstrous wave. Blood sprayed from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc in the air. Bang! Thud! Klin's body slammed hard against the elastic ropes at the edge of the ring, only to be violently rebounded, landing awkwardly at the center of the arena. His arms hanging limply at his sides, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat streaming down like a brook. In a single collision, his arms had nearly lost their fighting capability. Hiss! The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. The Iron Man's counterattack was utterly ferocious. Lin Tieshan, having landed a successful strike, stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia before regaining his balance, blood gushing from his back wound, each breath heavy and labored. Yet, his crimson gaze remained fixed on the fallen Klin, showing no signs of hesitation as he took heavy steps forward, intent on finishing the battle. Damn it! A flicker of madness and resolve flashed in Klin's eyes. The excruciating pain in his arms rendered him unable to execute an effective attack. But he still had one final trump card. Enduring the agony, he sprang up from the ground, stumbling backward, while desperately bringing his hands back together at his chest. A blinding light erupted in his eyes. Solar Fist. Hum. An even more dazzling and searing white light erupted, akin to a supernova, instantly engulfing the entire arena. This time, Klin poured every ounce of his strength into it, pushing his energy to its utmost limit. The intensity and range of the light far surpassing his previous attempt. The audience erupted in cries of terror and astonishment. Countless individuals crouched down in agony, shielding their eyes. The bright light pierced through the gaps in Lin Tieshan's blocking arms, branding his freshly opened crimson eyes like a searing iron. Ack! Lin Tieshan let out a more anguished groan than before. His recently restored vision was instantly stripped away, leaving only an endless, soul-searing whiteness. A dizziness, far more intense than the last time, and a pain like countless burning needles assaulted his brain, as if a multitude of red-hot steel needles were stirring within his skull. His massive frame shook violently, causing him to stagger backward, instinctively covering his eyes with his hands, blood seeping through his fingers in a painful trickle. The agony from his back wound paled in comparison to this torment, as if his visual nerves had been utterly obliterated. Total blindness, more thorough and more excruciating than before. It was over. China screamed in horror from the stands, her face drained of color. Clint endured the excruciating pain in his arms and the weakness brought on by releasing his solar fist, a sinister and frenzied grin spreading across his face. He witnessed Lin Tieshan's torment as he covered his eyes and howled in pain. An opportunity, the only chance. He drained the last remnants of strength from his body, the exhausted energy once again struggling to coalesce at his fingertips. A more feeble, yet still sharply defined pale blue vortex of energy slowly taking shape at his trembling fingertips. Fall before me, Clint rasped, summoning every ounce of his strength to hurl that perilous vortex toward the motionless Lin Taizhan, who stood paralyzed by his blindness. Targeting his head. With a hiss, the vortex of death, accompanied by a piercing shriek, sliced through the blinding white space, aimed directly at Lin Tieshan's vital points. Chapter 54. Distinguishing the wind and position. Braving the vortex inside his skull, it felt as though he were being repeatedly pierced by millions of burning needles, swirling relentlessly. The searing pain and intense dizziness from the blinding light crashed against Lin Tieshan's wavering consciousness like tumultuous waves in a stormy sea, his vision utterly stripped away. The tearing pain from his back wound faded into the background, overshadowed by this nerve-wracking agony. The chill of death coiled around his neck like a venomous serpent, tightening its grip. The shriek that tore through the air, imbued with an indomitable cutting will, approached his head with terrifying speed. Clint's energy vortex slash aimed at his head. China's desperate scream, the turtle sage's anxious roar, the chaotic gasps from the audience. All these sounds seemed to be filtered through a thick frosted glass, becoming blurred and distant. Only the deadly shriek rang clear, like the tolling of a death knell, resounding maddeningly within his consciousness. Listen to the wind. Distinguish your position. Feel the airflow. Use your hardness to perceive. Let the impact become your eyes. The turtle sage's words shone like a final beacon, bursting forth with blinding light just as his awareness was about to be consumed by pain and darkness. I cannot die. I must not die here. A surge of indomitable will erupted from the depths of his soul. Lin Taizhan forcefully suppressed the tearing agony in his skull, pouring all his spirit, all his will, and all his yearning for life into the perception of his body. His skin became acutely sensitive amid the searing pain, feeling the sharp trajectory of air being sliced at high speed. His bones vibrated, capturing the highly concentrated, bone-chilling energy fluctuations. The dark silver brand upon his abdomen seemed to sense its masters while teetering on the brink of death, pulsating like a frenzied war drum. A searing current surged forth, akin to a flood breaking its dam, instantaneously rushing into his limbs and bones, amplifying the feeble currents of energy and sensory signals to their utmost limits. In the midst of closed eyelids and a pale, bleak vision, a swiftly rotating, icy blue trajectory, imbued with the chilling breath of death, emerged like a fatal meteor streaking through the night, casting clear reflections of direction, speed, and angle with exquisite precision. It was aimed directly at his forehead. There was no escape. The velocity was too great, the angle too cunning. His body, hindered by excruciating pain and blindness, faltered. In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Taizhan relinquished all thoughts of evasion. He let out a roar that resembled the death throes of a fierce beast, a lament not of this world. With reckless abandon, he crossed his arms above his head, shielding his face. Every muscle in his body surged to its limit, the silver bones beneath his skin emitting a high-pitched hum, as if metal were contorting under pressure. The brilliance of the dark silver brand on his abdomen pierced through his skin, nearly blinding. He concentrated all his defenses, all his strength, all his will upon his crossed arms in a desperate attempt to block a formidable impact. With flesh and blood, he braced against the indomitable energy slicing through. Block it for me. With a deafening rip, akin to the tearing of fabric, the sound obliterated the cacophony of the arena. The rapidly spinning azure energy will struck Lin Tieshan's crossed arms with unyielding force. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone witnessed the energy arc, capable of cleaving steel, plunge fiercely into Lin Tieshan's bronzed flesh. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. The resilient skin of his arms, the bulging muscles, were sliced open as if they were mere butter under the keen edge of energy. The cut was deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, it only penetrated. When the energy wheel made contact with the flowing, profound dark silver sheen on Lin Tieshan's bone, the force of the cut was abruptly stifled. The shrill sound of energy friction erupted, sparks flying like a high-speed grinding wheel against superalloy. Lin Tieshan's crossed arms trembled violently. Veins on his forehead and neck bulged like coiling dragons. His teeth ground together, gums ruptured, blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth. The wounds on his back tore open anew from this extreme resistance, blood staining a large portion of his back. The torment of searing light in his skull. The agony of his arms being sliced, and the ripping pain in his back surged through his nerves like countless red-hot blades. Yet, his massive frame remained steadfast, as if forged from divine iron, not yielding an inch. His feet were firmly planted on the cracked arena floor, and with every ounce of his weight, he caused a more terrifying web of fissures to erupt from the alloy surface beneath him. Tiny metal fragments shot forth like pellets. The energy arc spun wildly, the energy rapidly depleting, emitting a hum on the verge of collapse. Yet it could not sever those two arms, steadfast as the pillars of heaven. The layer of dark silver sheen on Lin Tieshan's arm bones erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of resilience under the frenzied onslaught of energy, accompanied by a piercing metallic hum resonating deep within his sinews, resolutely resisting the assault. A primal roar escaped Lin Tieshan as he threw his head back, a sound akin to that of a wild beast. In this moment, every ounce of power, the pent-up fury from relentless strikes, and the will to survive, teetering on the brink of death, culminated in an explosive release. His crossed arms, bracing against the savage energy cleave, stood firm like steadfast rocks parting a furious sea, suddenly jolting outward. Crack! The faint blue energy wheel emitted a brittle sound of collapse, its structure disintegrating instantaneously into countless shimmering motes, dissipating into nothingness. The energy cleave was withstood, its force dispersed. With a sickening squelch, two horrifying wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, marred the outer sides of Lin Tieshan's arms. The edges unnaturally smooth, flesh rolling back as blood gushed forth like a spring, instantly saturating his arms. The flowing dark silver sheen on his arm bones was even visible. Pain surged through him like a tsunami, plunging him into darkness as his massive form staggered backward several steps, each footfall leaving crimson imprints on the arena. Ultimately collapsing to one knee with a heavy thud, gasping violently, blood dripping continuously from his arms and back, pooling beneath him into a small puddle of red. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All eyes were fixated on the blood-soaked figure kneeling in the arena, resembling a specter of crimson, staring at the ghastly wounds on his arms, witnessing the dissipating motes of the energy cleave. A sense of indescribable shock and chill sweeping through every spectator's heart like a frigid tide. Clin stood rooted to the spot, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his face pale as paper, his gaze towards Lin Tieshan filled with utter dread and disbelief. His most potent strike had been endured with nothing but flesh. China covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Master Rashi adjusted his glasses, his grizzled beard trembling slightly, a flicker of complex emotion glimmering in his eyes. Lin Tieshan knelt in the pool of blood, gasping heavily. The excruciating pain emanating from his arms and back felt as though countless searing steel blades were churning within him. Yet, amidst this supreme agony, as the energy cleave's essence invaded his wounds with a frigid and savage sting, an exceedingly faint yet distinct tingling sensation spread through the severed bones of his arms, like an electric current coursing through darkness, unfurling in delicate tendrils. Chapter 55. A costly exchange, a frenzied counterattack. His arms felt as if they had been thrust into a furnace, the wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Remnants of the energy cleave's essence resembling myriad tiny ice needles, voraciously eroding and slicing through flesh and bone, intertwining excruciating cold with searing pain. The wounds on his waist and back, already strained from the previous explosive surge, burst open anew, blood mingling with sweat, spreading a larger patch of dark red across the frigid arena. Lin Taizhan knelt in the pool of blood, his ragged breaths akin to a worn-out bellows, each inhalation tugging at the agony coursing through his entire body. However, amidst the abyss of impending collapse, an extraordinary sensation quietly burgeoned along the severed bones of his arms, as a flowing dark silver sheen seemed to fiercely combat the lingering cold energy. Each clash brought forth an intense, electric-like tingling sensation. This feeling transcended mere pain, resembling a forceful awakening, a craving and adaptation stemming from the deepest recesses of his cells. The resounding words of the turtle hermit once again echoed in the chaotic sea of consciousness. Impact is refinement. Pain is the pattern. Your path lies within this crucible of flesh and blood. The way, my way. Lin Tieshan's bloodied visage contorted in agony, as the muscles twisted in a taut grimace. His crimson eyes remained tightly shut, yet within them burned not solely pain, but a seething, molten will ignited to a fervent blaze. The excruciating pain in his arms, the residual cold energy, and that peculiar tingling sensation all became the fuel for the forging of his iron bones. Aya! A roar erupted from his throat, more beast than man, akin to the desperate howl of a wounded beast. Ignoring the torrents of blood pouring from his arms and the gaping wound in his back, he used his kneeling left knee as a fulcrum, unleashing a terrifying force that drained the very essence of his life, rising like a primordial titan unshackled from its chains. Defiantly standing from the pool of blood, blood flowed down his arms, spine, and thighs, tracing a grotesque path upon the arena. With closed eyes, beneath the crimson eyelids, his eyeball trembled violently from the excruciating pain. Yet within that forcibly magnified realm of perception, Klin's breaths grew heavy and labored, like a lighthouse in the night, clearly marking his position ahead, 10 meters. Weakened from expending energy on the solar fist and chi circular slash, his arms severely injured, he was at his most vulnerable moment. Now is the time. Lin Taizhan moved. He held nothing back. His left foot surged forward, splattering the blood beneath him. The cracked alloy arena emitted a piercing groan. His massive body surged like a cannonball, propelled by a ferocious momentum to obliterate everything in its path, charging towards Klin's gasping direction with unrelenting force. His injured right arm hung limply, but the muscles of his left arm swelled to their limits, bones humming on the verge of splintering. The metallic sheen beneath his skin coalescing at his left shoulder. He aimed to shatter his foe with this iron-like shoulder. Block him! Klin's terrified scream rang out. He strained to retreat, but the searing pain and weakness in his arms rendered his movement sluggish. A purple figure, ghost-like, sliced into Lin Tieshan's trajectory. It was the Phantom Claw. Unbeknownst to him, it had stealthily approached, two green flames flickering beneath its hood, its withered claws slicing through the chilling wind, aiming directly at the bloodied wound on Lin Tieshan's exposed back, taking advantage of the chaos. Insidious and deadly. Get away! Lin Taizhan sensed the chilling intent from behind, and his momentum only intensified. His colossal form suddenly twisted with a raw ferocity, like a rapidly spinning top, his left arm sweeping violently backward in a frenzied arc. The gaping wound on his arm, twisted and torn, erupted with a fresh spurt of blood from the violent motion. Yet his left arm, infused with the entirety of his strength and the fury forged through relentless trials, lashed out like a bloodied steel whip, slicing through the air with a ferocious gust, striking fiercely at the approaching shadowy claw. Bang! Crack! The dull thud was accompanied by the sharp sound of bone fracturing. The withered claw barely grazed Lin Tieshan's wound before being brutally struck in the chest by this reckless swing. It was as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. The dark robe shattered instantaneously. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the sound of his ribs cracking was excruciatingly sharp. His body flew backward like a ragged sack, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, rolling a few times before falling silent. One blow incapacitated the shadowy claw. Lin Tieshan's momentum did not waver in the slightest. In his perception, Klin's terrified gasps were alarmingly close. No, Klin, in despair, beheld the figure charging towards him like a blood-soaked demon, attempting to unleash his phantom fist. But the agony in his arms and the overwhelming fatigue rendered him incapable of gathering enough energy. Boom! Lin Tieshan's battered and bloodied left shoulder collided solidly against Klin's hastily crossed arms. Crack! Crack! An even crisper and denser symphony of bone fractures echoed. Ack! Clint let out a piercing scream, grotesquely contorted. His arms twisted and deformed like fragile twigs. The terrifying force surged unabated, piercing into his chest and abdomen. It felt as if a red-hot battering ram had struck him, displacing his internal organs. His body was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood mingled with internal fragments trailing a long crimson line through the air. Bang! Clatter! Clint's body slammed against the alloy railing at the edge of the arena like a broken doll, denting the sturdy barrier inward. Then, he slumped to the ground. Curled into a ball, convulsing violently, blood frothing from his mouth, utterly losing consciousness. The referee's whistle pierced the air with an unprecedented urgency. Clint is no longer combat capable. The victor is Lin Taizhan. Medical team, quickly. After sending Clint flying, Lin Taizhan staggered forward a few steps before barely coming to a halt. He gasped heavily, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood. The wounds on his arms and back surged with blood from this final explosion of energy. And darkness flickered before his eyes, waves of pain crashing against his faltering consciousness. He struggled to steady himself, eyes closed, his blood-stained face devoid of any triumph, only reflecting a cold indifference and profound fatigue. Kina, disregarding the medical personnel's attempts to restrain her, stumbled onto the arena, her gaze fixed upon Lin Tieshan's bloodied figure and the horrifying wounds. Tears streamed down her face. Taizhan, hold on. Trembling, she tore a relatively clean piece from her clothing, desperately trying to staunch his bleeding. Lin Taizhan slightly turned his head, his crimson eyes slowly opening a narrow slit. Though still stinging and blurred, he could barely discern shapes. He gazed towards the front row of the spectator area, fixating on the orange figure. At an indeterminate moment, Sun Wukong found himself perched atop the highest railing, his hands firmly gripping the structure as he leaned forward, his pure, unblemished eyes fixated intently on the gruesome wounds of Lin Taizhan, where bone was starkly visible, and the horrific injuries that marred his back. Within the depths of his pupils, a fervor ignited, a flame akin to witnessing a divine miracle. His gaze seemed to pierce through the sanguine torrents, revealing beneath the wounds the dark silver bones fiercely contending against the icy energies. Chapter 56. Power Overwhelms. The outcome is determined. A heavy stench of blood permeated the arena, mingling with the acrid scents of sweat, ozone, and metallic coolants to create a nauseating atmosphere. Lin Taizhan resembled a demon emerging from a bloodbath, each wound on his towering frame oozing crimson. Notably, the two deep, smooth incisions on the outer sides of his arms revealed bone, the flesh curling back to unveil the dark silver sheen of his arm bones, while blood cascaded like a brook from his elbows, pooling at his feet into an ever-expanding puddle. The gaping laceration on his back was especially grotesque, staining his entire rear a deep crimson. The agony felt as though countless searing steel blades were wreaking havoc on his nerve endings, cutting and tearing. Each heartbeat resonated like a hammer striking a wound, invoking spasms of excruciating pain. The dizziness and chill from blood loss gnawed at his resolve like a relentless parasite. Before him, golden stars danced, the periphery of his vision darkening, as the chaotic roar of the audience and his own labored breathing filled his ears. China knelt beside him, her turtle hermit attire stained crimson, her once radiant face now devoid of color. Tears mingling with sweat streamed down her cheeks. In a flurry, she bound the deepest wound on Lin Tieshan's arm with torn fabric, desperately attempting to staunch the flow of blood, yet it continued to seep through, swiftly saturating the material. Her trembling fingers, slick with warmth, trembled as she implored, Taizhan, look at me. Stay awake. The medical team will arrive shortly. Lin Tieshan's bloodshot eyes fluttered half-closed, his gaze somewhat vacant. The turtle hermit's resonant voice flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering amidst the waves of pain and dizziness. Impact refines painful patterns. The peculiar tingling sensation at the wounds on his arms, a remnant of the cold energy fiercely battling against the dark silver sheen of his bones, was the sole anomaly amidst this boundless suffering, faint yet resilient, like a flicker of firefly light in the darkness. The finalists for the main event have been determined. The referee's commanding voice echoed through the loudspeaker, quelling the chaos within the arena. Lin Taizhan, Sun Wukong, please prepare yourselves. The pinnacle showdown is about to commence. Sun Wukong, Iron Man, Sun Wukong, Iron Man. Following a brief, stunned silence. The audience erupted into a frenzy of fervent cheers. The two names reverberated like thunder beneath the vast dome, colliding in a cacophony. All eyes converged on the bloodied figure standing resolutely in the arena and the young warrior clad in an orange martial arts uniform in the competitor's area. This overwhelming wave of fervor struck Lin Taizhan's faltering consciousness like an invisible shockwave. His massive frame jolted suddenly. His dazed gaze sharpened with newfound focus. The crimson eyes glowed like barrels of oil ignited on Mars, bursting into flames. The finals. Sun Wukong, an indomitable will, born from the deepest recesses of the soul and erupting like a volcano, fused with a ferocious power, overwhelmed the excruciating pain and dizziness. The dark silver brand upon his waist seemed to sense its master's resolve, pulsating like a frenzied war drum, as a searing wave of energy surged through his limbs, forcefully dispelling the chill and weakness. A low, muffled growl escaped Lin Taizhan's throat, his blood-stained face contorting as he straightened his wavering spine with sheer willpower. Gradually, he lifted his bloodied, agonizing right arm, moving with the sluggishness of metal scraping against metal, fingers outstretched, palm directed toward the orange figure in the front row of the spectator area, Sun Wukong. No words were spoken, only the most direct challenge. With blood as ink and his body as a banner, Sun Wukong stood at the railing, witnessing Lin Taizhan's bloodied arm pointing at him. The usual dazed smile vanished from his face, replaced by a pure and exhilarating radiance. That brilliance was so intense it felt as though it could ignite the very air. He nodded vigorously, a wild grin spreading across his face, his eyes ablaze with a combat fervor akin to tangible flames. Wukong, he is gravely injured. Clint, lying weakly on the medical stretcher, exclaimed with concern in his eyes. I know. Sun Wukong's voice was resolute, infused with undeniable excitement. Yet he is incredibly strong. Strong beyond reason. Such an opponent must not be missed. There was no trace of pity in his gaze. Only an insatiable thirst for the pinnacle confrontation and absolute respect for a formidable adversary. Master Roshi had also arrived at the edge of the arena, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, casting a complex glance over Lin Taizhan's horrific wounds before landing on Sun Wukong, solemnly stating, Wukong, give it your all. This is the greatest respect for your opponent. Indeed, Teacher Wutian. Sun Wukong nodded emphatically, his figure flashing before gracefully landing at the edge of the arena. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage with a stretcher, intending to carry Lin Taizhan away for urgent treatment. Wait, Lin Taizhan's deep, hoarse voice emerged, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. His crimson eyes swept over the medical staff, the coldness and unwavering resolve in his gaze causing them to freeze momentarily. He slowly turned his head to Qina, his voice low yet undeniably firm. Medicine. Qina paused for a moment, quickly grasping his intent. She swiftly retrieved a small universal capsule from her inner pocket, pressing it firmly. Bang! A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a delicate little metallic box in her hand. Trembling, she opened the box to find two glistening emerald beans, resembling jade, nestled within. Fairy beans. Master Roshi's pupils constricted. Fairy beans? Without hesitation, Qina picked up one of the beans and offered it to Lin Taizhan's lips. Her fingers continued to tremble, her gaze filled with worry and reluctance. Yet her actions were resolute. Lin Taizhan opened his mouth and swallowed the verdant bean. In that instant, a torrent of indescribable life force, as vast as the ocean, erupted within him with a thunderous roar. It was akin to a parched desert welcoming a torrential downpour. Wherever it surged, the wounds on his arms, deep enough to reveal bone, healed at a visibly frenzied pace. The flesh writhed and coalesced as if animated, the blood ceased its flow, and the skin regained its luster. Even the dark silver sheen on the bones appeared to deepen and become more subdued. The ghastly lacerations on his back, the scorched marks corroded by venomous phlegm, and the deep-seated aches in his shoulder joint, all injuries, both fresh and old, vanished in the blink of an eye. The dizziness and chill brought by blood loss evaporated entirely, and his depleted strength was instantaneously replenished. An unprecedented sensation, brimming with explosive power, coursed through every cell of his being like a volcano awakening. Lin Taizhan clenched his fists with fervor. The joints emitted a crisp crack, like popping beans. The metallic sheen beneath his skin flowed like mercury, exuding an aura even more profound and terrifying than before his injuries. In his crimson eyes, exhaustion and pain were swept away, leaving only the fiery battle spirit ignited by the mystical beings, boiling like lava, and an ironclad focus. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing like two unparalleled blades freshly tempered, cleaving the air and fixating on the youth across the arena clad in an orange martial arts uniform, whose eyes burned with the same fervent fighting spirit. Come forth. Chapter 57. Healing and Understanding. The surge of chi, the life force generated from the mystical beings, had yet to fully subside, surging within him. Lin Taizhan stood resolutely at the center of the arena. The ground beneath his feet cracked and stained with blood, yet his form appeared pristine. Beneath his bronze skin, muscles bulged and throbbed, as if containing explosive energy ready to burst forth at any moment. The smooth incisions on his arms had vanished without a trace, leaving behind new skin that glimmered with a healthy, rosy hue. The ghastly lacerations on his back were utterly gone, the taut, smooth texture resembling that of unscathed flesh. Only the lingering scent of blood in the air and the shocking devastation on the arena floor silently testified to the recent ferocity. China knelt at his feet, her blood-soaked hands frozen in a position of bandaging. She looked up, tears mingling with blood streaking her delicate face. Her wide eyes filled with the tremors of survival and disbelief. The miraculous effect of the mystical beings transcended common understanding. Lin Taizhan slowly retracted his arm that had been pointed at Sun Wukong, flexing his fingers to feel the renewed power coursing through his joints, emitting a faint yet clear crackling sound. The invigorating vitality dispelled all fatigue, but a deeper transformation was quietly surfacing from within the very bones of his arms. Iron Mountain. China's voice trembled as she cautiously touched his newly renewed forearm. The sensation was warm, solid, just as it had been before. Yet, at the moment her fingertips brushed his skin, a faint yet distinctly clear vibration, akin to an electric current, surged up through China's fingertips. She abruptly withdrew her hand, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Taizhan. His crimson eyes constricted suddenly as he lowered his gaze to his own arms. It was not an illusion. At the very moment China made contact, beneath the newly formed flesh, a layer of flowing dark silver within his bone marrow seemed to ripple, as if a stone had been cast into a deep pool. An extraordinary tingling sensation surged through him, far more pronounced and vibrant than when he had previously endured the chi round slash. It felt as though countless minuscule beings had awakened within his bones, restlessly stirring, greedily drawing in something. It was residual energy. The cold, sharp, and highly concentrated aura of Klin's chi round slash had not entirely dissipated despite the healing effects of the celestial being. Like the finest dust, it had been forcibly confined deep within his bones, now being fervently captured, torn apart, and devoured by the newly formed iron cloth shirt cells. With each act of consumption, a strong current coursed through him, bringing waves of tingling sensations. This feeling was not merely one of pain. It resembled a profound thirst for life being quenched, a cellular evolution being forcibly advanced. With each subsequent tingling, the layer of dark silver upon his bones seemed to recede further, becoming denser and more resilient. Lin Tieshan's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a peculiar resonance he himself was unaware of. He slowly raised his right arm, fingers splayed, directed towards the blinding spotlight above. Under the intense illumination, his newly formed skin appeared nearly translucent, revealing the flowing dark silver deep within his bones, pulsating like breath. Each flicker accompanied by that extraordinary tingling sensation washing over his entire being. China suddenly realized, her eyes lighting up with astonishment. Klin's energy remains within your bones? Your body is absorbing it. Not absorbing. Lin Taizhan slowly shook his head, the crimson pupils glinting with a molten, icy brilliance. It is being crushed. It is being devoured. He sensed the silent war raging deep within his bones, as the iron cloth shirt cells, like primal beasts, ruthlessly tore apart the invading foreign energy, forcibly integrating it into their structure. Each act of consumption felt akin to branding a scorching mark upon his cold bones, a feeble resistance, or perhaps understanding, of the chi was being indelibly imprinted upon this most brutal battlefield. At some point, the turtle sage had quietly approached the edge of the arena, his gaze behind the sunglasses piercing like a tangible probe, fixated intently upon Lin Tieshan's arm. For the first time, his aged face lost its air of nonchalance, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and an indescribable tremor. Such a domineering physique, such a savage method of evolution. He murmured softly, audible only to himself. Could the iron cloth shirt truly be so? To perceive the impact of foreign energy as fuel for self-refinement? This transcended mere martial prowess. This was a path to physical transcendence. The clamor of the audience began to ebb, gradually replaced by a suffocating silence. Everyone witnessed the strange, flowing luster upon Lin Tieshan's newly formed arms, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from him, heavier and more profound than before his injury. Within that aura, there seemed to linger a trace of Klin's cold, sharp resonance from the chi round slash. The monster uttered 2 words in a hushed tone, encapsulating the sentiments of everyone present in that moment. In the spectator area, Bulma abruptly rose to her feet, clutching the precision detection glasses from Capsule Corporation tightly against her eyes. The data on the lenses cascaded like a torrential waterfall, refreshing at a frenetic pace. Her fingers trembled with excitement, and she muttered incoherently, "Cellular activity has escalated geometrically. An unknown energy reaction is being assimilated. This is unscientific. Are the cells of this combatant still insatiable? I need his cellular samples." In the center of the arena, Lin Taizhan slowly lowered his arms. The fierce consuming force deep within his bones gradually subsided, the residual energy temporarily digested, the intense tingling sensation fading, leaving behind a profound feeling, as if forged through countless trials, settling within his arm bones. His crimson eyes lifted, piercing through the silent arena, once again honing in on that orange figure. Sun Wukong gripped the railing tightly, leaning forward as if he might tumble over. His round eyes widened in astonishment, and within the depths of his pupils, there was no longer mere excitement, but a fervent zeal akin to a pilgrimage. He fixated on Lin Tieshan's arms, as if penetrating the skin to witness the silent, yet ferocious transformation occurring within the very marrow of his bones. He felt it, the emergence of a new, more resilient force, imbued with a sharp, terrifying vitality. "How incredible!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. He turned sharply to Lin Taizhan, grinning widely to reveal his pearly whites, his smile pure and fervent. "Your body is growing stronger. Stronger through battle. Amazing. Absolutely amazing." Lin Taizhan offered no reply, merely tightening his fist slowly. The new bones of his fingers emitted a crisp crack. The senzu beans had healed his wounds, while Krillin's energy acted as the most potent catalyst, propelling his iron frame toward an unknown threshold. He could distinctly sense the enhancement in the strength of his arms, his defenses, and even a vague sensitivity to energy, all elevated to a new level. The finals. Sun Wukong. This was no longer merely a contest of victory or defeat. It was the first true clash of his journey. Forged in flesh and blood, fueled by pain, and sharpened by alien energy, against the pinnacle of speed and power. An invisible storm brewed silently between the two warriors, looming over the still arena. Chapter 58, Final Opponent, Sun Wukong. The referee's resounding voice ignited the silence of the arena like a spark in hot oil. Final match. Lin Taizhan. Against Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Iron Man. The thunderous roar of the crowd crashed upon the colossal metallic dome like a tangible wave of sound, resonating with a deep hum. The two names were fervently shouted, colliding, merging, forming a tempest of sound that swept through everything. All eyes, drawn as if by an invisible magnet, were firmly fixed upon the towering figure reborn in blood at the center of the arena, as well as the slowly emerging orange figure from the contestants' entrance. As Sun Wukong ascended the steps leading to the arena, his footsteps were as light as if he were treading on clouds. A radiant smile illuminated his face, pure and untainted, reflecting the joy of a child discovering their most cherished toy, filled solely with anticipation for the impending pinnacle of confrontation. His orange martial arts attire shone vividly under the spotlight, resembling a flickering flame. With each step, he flexed his wrists and ankles, his body stretching gracefully, every movement infused with a fluid and powerful rhythm. The moment he set foot on the alloy platform of the arena, an invisible aura, brimming with vibrant life and fierce determination, radiated from him like the rising sun, swiftly dispelling the lingering shadows of bloodshed upon the stage. This aura was warm and potent, imbued with an undeniable sense of absolute strength. Standing across from Lin Taizhan, though diminutive in stature, he exuded an imposing presence akin to a towering mountain. "You're incredible." Sun Wukong's voice rang clear, filled with genuine admiration, his round eyes curiously scanning Lin Tieshan's newly formed arms. Did that bean heal all your injuries? You seem even stronger than before. He scratched his spiky hair and beamed. I am Sun Wukong. Please, give it your all when we fight. I will certainly do the same. Lin Tieshan remained as silent as a mountain. His crimson eyes, akin to two glowing irons, coldly assessed his opponent. He could distinctly sense the vibrant energy emanating from Sun Wukong, an invisible flame quietly burning, harboring explosive power. This energy was starkly different from the strength within him, which had been passively amplified by consuming foreign energy. It was fluid, controllable, a perfect amalgamation of life and will. China had been assisted to the edge of the arena by medical personnel. Though her complexion remained pale, her earlier worries were now replaced by an almost reverent focus. Clutching the last remaining Sinzu bean tightly, her gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Tieshan and Sun Wukong. Master Rashi stood nearby, his gaze behind dark sunglasses deep and contemplative, his grizzled beard quivering slightly, as if silently evaluating the imminent clash that would transcend conventional martial arts understanding. The final match rules are unrestricted. The referee's voice quivered imperceptibly as he raised his arm high, signaling both fighters to prepare. With his words, the entire arena fell into an absolute silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Tieshan gradually lowered his stance, his feet firmly planted like roots in the cracked alloy arena, his center of gravity sinking to its utmost. There were no flamboyant gestures, merely the most fundamental of movements, his arms slightly raised, fists loosely clasped at his sides. His bronze skin shimmered under the bright lights with a metallic sheen, the dark silver brand on his abdomen pulsating as if alive, channeling waves of searing power throughout his limbs. He resembled a silent volcano, suppressing the imminent eruption of molten fury. Sun Wukong's smile faded, his expression sharpening into one of unwavering focus. He assumed the classic stance of the turtle school, his left foot lightly touching the ground while his right foot remained grounded, his fists positioned protectively before his chest. In an instant, his demeanor transformed from that of a sunny youth to that of a poised and powerful predator, ready to spring into action. A barely perceptible yet refined stream of energy began to swirl gently around him, causing his orange martial arts uniform to flutter as if moved by an unseen wind. The two warriors stood in silent confrontation, akin to the opposing poles of a magnet. The air seemed to solidify into a viscous substance, the invisible pressure causing spectators near the ring to momentarily struggle for breath. One side embodied an immovable fortress, steadfast and unyielding, while the other radiated an explosive energy, poised to unleash a tempest of speed. The match commenced. The referee's arm descended like a guillotine. Boom! Almost instantaneously with the sound of the whistle, the alloy platform beneath Sun Wukong erupted with a deep, resonant boom. Where he had once stood, only a faint distortion of air and a ripple of expanding waves remained. Swift, beyond the limits of thought, Lin Tieshan's crimson pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. In his line of sight, a streak of orange light tore through space. In the blink of an eye, where Sun Wukong had been 10 meters away, his exhilarated face was now mere inches from him. The opponent's speed surpassed anything displayed in the preliminary rounds. Faster, fiercer. This was not merely an illusionary technique, but a pure, explosive fusion of power and velocity at its zenith. There were no feints, no probes. Sun Wukong twisted his waist, seamlessly merging all his strength with that burgeoning energy, delivering an exquisitely simple, yet despairingly rapid straight punch. Akin to a cannonball unleashed, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, striking Lin Tieshan's unguarded chest. The force of the punch compressed the air, creating a ring of milky white energy barrier. There was no escape. Lin Tieshan's massive form was simply too overwhelmed to evade. The only recourse he had was to channel all his mental will, all his nascent strength, and all his vague understanding of energy into his chest. A deep, resonant hum erupted from within his very bones, akin to the clarion call of a mighty ship's whistle. The metallic sheen beneath his skin surged to life. The dark silver seal on his abdomen radiated blinding light. A torrential heat flow surged forth like a volcanic eruption, flooding his chest. His pectoral muscles visibly expanded, hardening, as his skin transformed from a bronze hue to a deep crimson, resembling a searing branding iron. In a mere millisecond, He elevated his defensive capabilities to an unprecedented pinnacle. Boom! Like thunder striking the earth from the heavens. The terrifying impact instantly drowned out all sounds within the arena. The physical sound waves swept through like a shockwave, leaving nearby spectators reeling, their eardrums ringing and heads spinning. Lin Tieshan's towering frame jolted violently. The alloy platform beneath him, already straining under the weight, shattered around his feet, fracturing like glass beneath a mighty hammer. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Debris mixing with metal fragments shot forth like shrapnel. He was propelled by this overwhelming force, his feet lifting off the ground as he slid backward. Screech! The soles of his alloy boots ground against the fragmented surface, producing two blinding trails of sparks, sliding 7 to 8 meters before he managed to regain his footing. With each step taken, a profound imprint is left upon the shattered arena. He slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes fixed intently ahead. At the center of his chest, a clear, slightly indented knuckle mark stood out prominently. The surrounding skin exhibited an eerie, deep red hue, resembling that which had been scorched. A dull, excruciating pain accompanied by an intense numbness coursed through his body like a surge of electricity, causing his vital energy to churn violently. Yet, it was merely an indentation. The skin remained intact, the sinews unscathed. That terrifying punch, capable of piercing steel, had been met head-on by this newly forged iron frame in the most brutal manner. A heavy silence enveloped the arena. Only the lament of the fractured alloy and Lin Tieshan's labored breaths, reminiscent of a bellows, echoed throughout the vast space. Sun Wukong maintained his striking posture, standing where Lin Tieshan had once stood, his eyes igniting with an even more brilliant and fervent excitement. Exhilarating. He retracted his fist, shook his wrist, and grinned broadly, revealing pearly white teeth, his smile akin to a blazing sun. Bring it on.